After being unconscious for a whole day and night, Huatong fully woke up from one dream after another. Listening to the shouts and fighting sounds around her, she endured the discomfort on her head and sat up. After a day and night of collision, she had perfectly merged with this body. She opened her eyes, and her black eyes were full of coldness. Coming from the apocalypse, she was reborn into a time of famine during the Jing Kingdom era. Many towns and villages faced another wave of famine and drought. Dead bodies lay everywhere. To fight over resources, violence was constant. In a remote mountain forest near a water source, a girl's sharp and frightened cry pierced the sky. Mo Hunter and his 3 sons were surrounded by bandits. The father and sons fought desperately. Only 10-year-old Mo Wenj was terrified, clutching his mother Wang tightly and crying loudly, too scared to even look. These bandits didn't kill women or children, only men. They stole food and kidnapped women and children. Women were used for their entertainment. It was common for children to be sold or eaten. Huatong, with a cold expression, stood up. The young boy who had been guarding her beside her was frightened and trembling, grabbing her. "Lulu, what are you doing?" Lulu was Huatong's childhood nickname. The boy was also scared to tears by what he saw. Before this, he had been hiding with her under a tree, too afraid to move while she was unconscious. Huatong raised her hand and pushed the boy away, her voice cold and commanding. "Stay there and don't move." The boy was her cousin, Huayang, 3 months younger. Though still feeling unwell, Huatong moved quickly. She leapt into the air and kicked a scar-faced bandit. The man immediately doubled over in pain, his body flying backward and crashing into a tree. He fell heavily to the ground, dead. Huayang's eyes nearly popped out in shock. She punched another bandit in the chest. The man spat out blood. It felt like her heart shattered. The bandit's body was flung out and crashed to the ground with a loud bang, never moving again. A middle-aged man swung his knife at Huatong fiercely. She instantly teleported, snatched his weapon, and stabbed him in the chest. Even at such a young age, her moves were fast and ruthless. In an instant, she had killed several people around her. The remaining 3 bandits were stunned and knelt down with a thud. A scream of terror. Before they could beg for mercy, all 3 fell to the ground. Huatong's knife sliced through their necks, blood pouring out. Her bright eyes turned cold, and her decisive, ruthless look surprised everyone present. Everything was over. The bandits were all dead. The danger was gone. Suddenly, Mo Hunter's legs buckled, and he half-kneeled on the ground. He had injured his arm, and half of his clothes were soaked with blood. Because his clothes were dark, the blood was not very obvious. Losing blood made him dizzy. Fortunately, the children were unharmed. He relaxed and then collapsed. "Dad!" The children shouted in alarm. His wife, Mrs. Wang, rushed over crying loudly while holding him. Huatong carried a bloodstained knife and approached some women and children nearby. As she got closer, those women and children all knelt down with a thud. They trembled with fear. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Huatong's fierce presence scared them. She had blood on her face, but it was not her own. There were only women and children here, probably family members of the bandits. "You must eliminate the root cause." Huatong spoke coldly. "They are all dead. What's the point of you surviving? A family should stay together and reunite peacefully." One woman cried, "Fair lady, please see clearly. They are not our family. They are bandits. They killed our family and kidnapped us." The others nodded anxiously. Yes, that's true. She was not one to kill innocents without reason. Huatong looked at them carefully. There were 8 women, aged around 13 to 20. There was also a little boy about 6 years old. Their clothes varied, some simple, some fancy. She pointed at the girl, whose clothes were dirty and torn but still made of fine silk and satin, and asked, "Tell me, why are you with these bandits?" The girl bravely replied, "Respectful lady, I live in the imperial capital. My father is Marquis Jing'an." We were visiting my sick younger brother in Jingzhou when I and my younger brother, about 6, got bored and gave the bandits a chance. If you can us home, my father will thank you very much. The woman holding the little boy spoke. They had also told the bandits the same, but the bandits wouldn't surrender willingly. The bandits hated wealthy officials, and the officials hated the bandits. The little boy must have been very scared during the journey. Now, he looked with big, frightened eyes, large, round, bright, like a cat's eyes, looking pitiful and adorable. He stared at the girl with the blood-stained knife, afraid she might strike. After questioning, Huatong confirmed that these people had all been kidnapped by the bandits. She then released them all. Only the woman who brought her younger brother refused to leave. She knelt on the ground, crying and begging her, "Heroine, please, leave me and my brother. If you agree to us home, my father will thank you greatly. Otherwise, if I take my brother out and we encounter bandits, we will be captured. They have no food and might even eat children." The girl looked delicate and pretty, and the little boy was also soft and tender, which made it easy for people to have bad thoughts. Huatong threw down her knife and turned to leave, her cold voice sounding, "Leave her for now." She then went to see Mo Liahu. Mo Bei was trying to treat his father's wounds, but was helpless. The bleeding wouldn't stop. Wen Go was young and scared, clinging to her mother, and they both kept crying. Huatong frowned slightly. If only her space was still there, inside it, she had her medical supplies. With a thought, she felt a change in her palm. It turned out her space was still there. "Step aside," Huatong told the Mo family. Her tone was cold and commanding. The Mo family looked at her with different expressions. In her hand, a medical kit appeared out of nowhere. She said, "Let me handle Uncle Mo's injuries." Mo Bei quickly stood up, pulling his family back. Huatong knelt down, opened the medical kit, and ordered, "You're blocking my light. Everyone, step back." The Mo family gradually regained their senses and started to understand what was happening. Huatong had woken up. Huatong had changed. How did she become so capable of fighting? She had killed so many people without hesitation, her eyes cold, her hands unsoftened. She looked like a habitual offender. How could Huatong possibly know how to treat injuries? She opened the medical kit, which contained various medical supplies. She quickly stopped Mo Nian's bleeding, gave him anesthesia, disinfected the wound, and stitched it up. The wound was deep. The whole process took about 20 minutes. She came from a world after the apocalypse. In that era, there were endless famines, plagues, earthquakes, and wars. She never expected to be reborn into such an ancient time, especially during a famine. Fortunately, she had her space. Everything she needed was inside. She had been a doctor before, so she brought her medical equipment with her, which proved useful now. Lying on the ground, Mo Liahu gradually regained consciousness, looking at her with confusion. Huatong remained expressionless and said, "Uncle Mo, because the anesthesia hasn't worn off yet, you can't feel pain now. Once it wears off, you will feel some pain. Rest well tonight." The Mo family members looked at her nervously, though they couldn't see much. First, Huatong was turned away from them, and second, she did not allow them to get close. Instinctively, they dared not disobey Clem's orders. Huatong approached them, and the Mo family members' eyes were all fixed on her, showing complex emotions. She seemed to walk in the light, calm and confident, with strong steps. She put away her fierce aura, and her gaze became clear. Huatong looked at them, her voice cold but gentle. "Go see Uncle Mo." The Mo family members immediately ran over. Mulbird is the eldest son of the Hunter family, 17 years old. The young man has a tall figure, as if he has endless strength inside. After a recent fight, he didn't look tired, but more like a young animal caught in a trap. Although he is just a rural kid, his delicate face and worn-out clothes reveal his special aura, like a pearl hidden in dust. He has 2 brothers and a sister. Second brother Wenan is 14, third brother Washi is 12, and younger sister Wengirth is 10. Huatong turned her eyes to him. Through his face, she seemed to see another person. the one whose face matched perfectly with the boy's. GMO, Huotong called out this name. Is it you? I really hope it is. The boy's expression didn't change. Lulu, I am here. Hearing the call, Huoyang quickly stepped forward, his eyes wide open. His name is GMO, a name given by Huotong's father when he was alive. When her father was still alive, he was a scholar and a cultured man, so he named him carefully. She inherited all the memories of the original owner, and after hearing Wang's reply, she remembered these things. I will go wash my face, she said, walking to the river. After 2 years of drought, this water source still hasn't dried up. Just yesterday, the 3 brothers from the Mo family came out of the village to find water. If they can't find water again, their family will have to leave and flee. The Mo family are hunters, and in the past, they earned some silver by hunting. Compared to other families in the village, they were doing quite well, but they couldn't withstand the water shortage. When there is no way out, they finally found this water source. The 3 brothers turned back to bring good news about the water source. On the way back, they encountered Huotong, who had fainted on the ground. At that time, Huotong was also out looking for food. She was frightened by a snake, and while running away, she fell down the hillside and fainted. After the Mo brothers kindly sent the person back to the Huo family, they received no gratitude. Instead, Huotong's grandmother falsely accused them, claiming that men and women should not touch each other. She said that because they held Huotong, they must marry her. Huotong's mother brought the whole family to their house, crying, causing a fuss, and even threatening to hang herself. The Mo family, not as unruly as the Huo family, finally settled the matter with 5 taels of silver. Huotong then became the eldest son, Mo Bei's wife. After accepting the money, Huotong's mother led the family to escape from hardship the next day. That night, Huoyang came looking for her. He refused to go with his grandparents to escape, but insisted on staying to take care of her. They had a close bond since childhood, like siblings. In the past, this boy often teased Huotong, tricking her into eating and drinking. When Huotong's father was alive, he was a scholar who earned some income by teaching writing. The entire Huo family relied on him to support the household. Things didn't last long. When Huotong was 11, everyone in her family died, leaving only her. As an orphan, she was like A, and her grandmother's attitude changed. She scolded her harshly, blaming her for causing her brother, sister, father, and mother to die. The 13-year-old boy, sweating and panting, carried her all the way. They thought they had found a water source to solve their immediate problem, but when they arrived, bandits had already taken it. Seeing that only Mo Hunter and some children were there, the bandits grew violent, intending to attack both men and women. Unexpectedly, Huotong, who had just woken up, fought back with a decisive move. Huotong washed the blood off her face and approached again. The Mo family members watched her with wide eyes. Mo Hunter rested against a big tree, and the whole family sat nearby. The brother and sister from the imperial capital were now sitting and talking with the Mo family. They quickly learned their identities. The sister was named Wei Zisu, 13 years old. The brother was Wei Zisu, 6 years old. Mo Wenj had calmed down from earlier panic and started chatting with Wei Zisu. She told him about her family. Her father was a marquis, and her eldest brother had become a top scholar last year. Their family was very wealthy and noble, which made Mo Wenj very envious. Wei Zisu said that once they returned home, she would invite her to stay for a while, and her father would thank them properly. Being from a noble family in the imperial capital, she was very good at understanding people's hearts. Because of her admiration for wealthy families, Mo Wenj was very happy. Mo Nan and Mo Shi, the 2 brothers, stared wide-eyed at the girl from the imperial city, their eyes filled with hidden admiration. Both boys blushed. Mo Bei looked calm and indifferent, keeping his gaze fixed on the water source, and He-tong over there. 6-6, Hyung called out as he approached her, watching her eagerly. He knew something was wrong with He-tong, but he dared not ask. It seemed that once he asked, Tong would change and no longer be Tong, and he would be left behind. Tong responded with a simple nod and then walked straight to the Mo family, saying, "Everyone get up and work. Dig a hole over there and bury these people." Mo Bei, sitting on the ground, stood up and shouted at his distracted brothers, "Mo Nan, Mo Shi, get up." He went to find a shovel, a common tool they used for digging. Mo Nan and Mo Shi hurried to follow him. Hyang looked at Tong, wanting to say something but hesitating. Tong said, "What are you standing around for? Go help Mo Bei with the bodies." Help with the bodies. Hyang quickly ran over. Meanwhile, Tong asked Mrs. Wang, "Auntie, where are the rice and flour?"
"Follow me," she replied.
Tong followed her. All their pots, bowls, utensils, firewood, rice, oil, salt, and even their tents for sleeping were piled together. They hadn't even had time to use them before they were attacked by a group of bandits. At this moment, they were truly starving. Tong said, "You go light the fire and boil some water." She took some rice and flour, planning to wash the rice and make some pancakes with the flour. There were also potatoes, tomatoes, and eggs. The woman looked at her with a strange expression and cautiously said, "Tong, your grandmother has already promised you to Mo Bei as his wife." She felt that Tong no longer seemed like herself. Since they were from the same village and she often visited, she knew Tong and remembered how she used to be. When her parents were alive, she was pampered. Her father died 2 years ago, and she was left to be treated harshly, losing her temper. Tong looked at the woman and nodded slightly, saying, "I understand." Although she had been unconscious before, her consciousness was still there, and she could hear the conversations around her. The woman said no more and turned to start the fire. Although she knew Tong was her daughter-in-law, she didn't show any respect or caution. Instead, she seemed a little afraid of her, listening to her commands. Tong found a chopping board and carried a basket of food to the water source to wash rice and vegetables. The water was still very clear and unpolluted. However, staying here for long was not a good idea. If bandits could find this place, others might find it too. There were only children here, with little fighting ability. If more bandits came, it would be very troublesome. While Tong was rinsing rice, Wei Zisu ran over, speaking in a young, soft voice. His big eyes sparkled like a cat's, making him look both cute and sweet, which softened everyone's heart. "Lady Hua, let me help you wash the vegetables." He had already learned just now that this lady was the wife of Mo's eldest son. Hearing this new title, Tong blinked and said, "Wash the potatoes clean." Wei Zisu squatted beside her, his small voice full of determination. "I promise to wash them very clean." "Lady Hua, you're so impressive. Can I become your apprentice?" Children raised in noble families tend to be very clever. Knowing that this kid was trying to flatter her to get better protection, she saw his innocent, soft, and sweet look and found it hard to refuse.
"Okay."
Wei Zisu immediately stood up. "Master, I'm here. Please accept my bow as your disciple." He stepped back and knelt down to bow to her. Tong said, "Wash the tomatoes too." "Understood." Wei Zisu quickly crouched beside her again and started washing carefully. Although he was a noble child who hadn't suffered much, washing vegetables was no trouble for him. Suddenly, Tong asked, "Are you afraid?" Wei Zisu honestly replied, "Yes. These bandits even eat children," he said, having seen them kill a young boy and then roast and eat him. That event left a shadow in his heart. Wei Zisu then added, "I'm not afraid anymore."
"Why?"
The little boy proudly said, "Because I have a master to protect me." This small child was very clever, with 100 thoughts in his mind. Tong didn't mind this at all. She liked smart children. After rinsing the rice, she poured it into a pot of boiling water. Her mother-in-law, Wang, saw how much rice she rinsed and looked worried. Wang didn't dare scold her, afraid she might anger her. After waking up, Tong seemed to have changed completely. She carefully asked Tong, "Do you think I rinsed too much rice?" "It's all gone now. What will we eat later?" Tong didn't mind and said, "I'll think of a way later." Wang asked, "What kind of way?" Even if they had to steal or rob, someone would have to attack them, right? In these deep mountains and forests, there was no one around. Huotong casually replied, as long as no one goes hungry. Turning around, she went to cut vegetables and knead dough. Wei Zisu squatted beside her, watching closely. Not far away, a few of her brothers were digging a big hole with effort. After everyone calmed down, Emonen questioned, Huiyang, is this still Huotong? Huiyang asked back, if not Huotong, then who? Although he had many doubts in his mind, he still chose to support him. Emo, she said, sister-in-law is so strong. Are you afraid, big brother? In the village, there are also strong women who, when angry, fight so fiercely that their husbands end up missing teeth. Mobe kicked him and said, dear work. Emo, she fell into a pit. After the 4.5 young boys finished digging the pit, they went together to collect the bodies. The ground was full of corpses, which was quite frightening. Some were killed with a single cut across the neck, others stabbed in the heart, or had their stomachs cut open. The knife work was precise. Some died with their eyes wide open, unable to believe what had happened. Huiyang's legs softened, and he nearly fell. He grabbed Emo Nan's arm quickly. Emo Nan scolded him, they're all dead. What are you afraid of? They're no different from dead animals. They often went hunting with their father and skinned the prey. They were much braver than Huiyang. Emo Bei and a few young boys were cleaning the bodies. Once they finished, they went to gather the items left by the bandits. There was quite a lot. About 3 jin of oil, a bag of rice and flour weighing around 50 jin, carrots, potatoes, and pumpkins, each weighing over 10 jin. There was also a small dining table. Many silver coins were hidden on the bodies. Since it was their first time encountering such things, they had no experience and didn't think to search the bodies for valuables. Huotong finished cooking, and Wang Shi added fire to the pot. Seeing that Huotong had prepared a lot of food, she felt heartbroken. Wang Shi decided to wait until everyone was together before mentioning anything. At this moment, Wei Zisu came over and asked if she could help. Huotong said, go call them to eat. Wei Zisu immediately replied, Master, I'll go call them. He ran over quickly, shouting loudly, Master is calling you all for dinner. Wang Shi looked a bit puzzled and asked, Zisu, why do you call him Master? Huotong casually said, he's a newly accepted apprentice. Wei Zisu smiled and said, Madame Hua is truly a remarkable woman. Huotong modestly replied, I don't dare to claim that. While they were chatting, Emo Bei brought over a small low table. Wang Shi was surprised and asked, where did this table come from? Found it, Emo Bei replied. He set down the small table for everyone to use during the meal. Huotong told Wei Zisu, bring the dishes over. Wei Zisu helped carry the food. Huotong also served rice into bowls. She cooked several dishes and made a pot of soup. Wei Zisu was very happy, feeling like his mouth was watering. He was very hungry. When the boys arrived, everyone sat on the ground around the table. Looking at this rich dinner, everyone was quite surprised. Mrs. Wang cleared her throat and spoke softly. As the daughter-in-law, she felt she should say something. She couldn't let her family's food be eaten carelessly, or they would run out quickly. Huotong, the food isn't prepared this way. You should be more careful in the future. She decided to let this meal go, just to comfort the children. Emo Bei said, when I was packing earlier, I found plenty of rice and flour, enough to last a while. Mrs. Wang replied, even if it's enough for now, we need to save it. We can't waste food or forget about the next meal. These children didn't understand how expensive firewood, rice, and oil were, especially now, when they were fleeing from danger. Huotong didn't say anything. She planned to find a chance to give them more rice and flour, so they could eat without worry. Hunter Emo said, eat up. The boys immediately started eating eagerly. They thought it was just an ordinary home-cooked meal, but it turned out to be surprisingly delicious. Wei Zisu excitedly said, Master, this is the best potato dish I've ever had. Even though it was just a simple dish, he felt it was a taste of heaven. In truth, Huotong had added her own seasoning and poured her spiritual spring water into the cooking. Mrs. Wang was busy tending the fire and didn't notice her. After everyone tasted the food, They all agreed with Wei Zisu's words. Wei Zisu praised enthusiastically, "Master, it's so delicious. I want to cry. Master, come with me to the capital. You don't need to do anything, just cook for me." Hu Tong thought he was just joking like a child. After all, he was a clever kid with many tricks. Mo Wen-go immediately asked, "Zisu, what about me? What should I do?" The boy grinned. "Of course, you'll stay with fourth sister." Wei Zisu looked down on him inwardly, but smiled outwardly yes. Mo Wen-go was very happy. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted casually. Hu Tong said, "We can't stay here long. First, we might run into bandits again. Second, wild animals could appear." This was deep in the mountains and forests. After the recent slaughter, even though the bodies had been disposed of, it could still attract fierce beasts. Her gentle yet firm voice made Mo Bei look at her several times. Thinking about the hunter's injury, Hu Tong said, "Let's rest here for the night. Tomorrow we'll set out." Mrs. Wang hesitated. "His injury? It's the arm." She was worried it wouldn't be good to travel far. Hunter Mo said, "It's just an arm injury, not a leg. This indicates she is leaving tomorrow." Mr. Wang had to say, "After we eat, prepare more water. It's a pity about this water source. If they could stay here, it would help them survive the tough year." While listening to the Mo family talk, Tong slowly ate her meal. Her gaze lingered on Mo Bei for a moment. Looking at his face, she felt like it belonged to a different world. As soon as Mo Bei looked up, he saw her and felt a bit confused. The girl's eyes were gentle and focused on him. It was as if she was looking at him, but also not. Her eyes seemed a little distant. Noticing Mo Bei looking at her, she quickly looked down and ate her food as if nothing happened. Tong ate less and was the fastest to finish. After finishing, she put down her bowl and chopsticks. "Take your time eating," she said, then stood up and left. They only had some plain vegetables, no meat. Mo Bei was growing taller and needed balanced nutrition. She planned to set a net in the water, expecting to catch a good amount by morning. When she reached a quiet spot, Tong slipped into her space. Her space's time is frozen. Any food inside won't spoil. The space covers over 50,000 square meters, stretching as far as the eye can see. It's filled with all kinds of supplies, millions of pounds of rice and flour. Grain, oil, vegetables, and various meats are stored in different warehouses, looking like a big supermarket. The spiritual spring water flows endlessly. Drinking it regularly keeps her young and beautiful, even more than herbs or birds' nests. There are also precious herbs like lingji, ginseng, birds' nests, deer antler, and other rare ingredients. In this era, she could sell just one of these items to wealthy and powerful people and earn 100 or 200 taels of silver. Some of these supplies are hers, and some were left to her by her grandparents who raised her. She took a fishing net from her space, slipped off her shoes, and went downstream. "Tong, what are you doing?" Mo Bei arrived. She looked at his face and spoke softly, "Come help me." Mo Bei also took off his shoes, rolled up his pants, and went over. Together, they opened and fixed the net. Tong said, "I'll cook fish for you tomorrow." Mo Bei asked, "Where did you get the net?" "Found it," she replied. Mo Bei thought she meant the bandits had left it. Tong said, "I'm going to take a bath here. Help me bring my bag, then watch for the wind, so no one comes over." When he heard she wanted to bathe here, the boy quickly agreed and ran off. Where Tom watched the young boy run away, then turned around and took off her dirty clothes. In June, the water was not cold. She took a mirror from her space to look at her face, wanting to see what it really looked like. She felt strangely that this face looked somewhat familiar. As she looked closer, she remembered. Isn't this face just like her appearance in her youth? Her presence here was already strange, and since she looked the same, could it be her past life? She put away the mirror and took a set of shampoo made from polygonum. Her long hair spread out as she carefully washed it twice. Mo Bei quickly found her bag and brought it over. When he saw she had already taken off her clothes and half her body was in the water, he didn't see anything inappropriate, but still blushed. He turned around, sat down with his back to her, and kept watch. After Hua Tong finished her bath, she called out, "Throw me my clothes." Mo Bei stiffened, stood up, and without turning around, said, "I'm afraid I might throw them into the water, so I'll leave them here. Come and get them yourself. I'll watch over here." The boy set down his bag and ran off. Hui Tong came over, put on her clothes, and headed back. Mo Bei quickly followed, thinking about resting at night, and directed a few boys to set up the tent. Mo Wen-ge and Wei Zisu helped Wang Shi pack the dishes and utensils. Mo Wen-ge said, "Mother, from now on, these chores should be done by Hui Tong. These tasks are what a wife should do." In their village, all the women did the work, while the mother-in-law rested. Wang Shi thought that Hui Tong was still young and didn't understand how to be a good wife. She needed to teach her slowly. But, remembering how she had killed someone, she felt scared inside. She didn't dare to teach her. While it was still daylight, Hui Tong washed her clothes by hand and hung them on a tree to dry. She wandered around and found many wild fruits and herbs to pick. Red ginseng, white nuts, everywhere, clearly still undiscovered. She decided to gather them all into her space. She picked mountain oranges, bamboo shoots, wild gourds, and a few chestnuts, about 10 jin, and planned to wash them and give them to Mo Bei. She stored the extra fruits and herbs in her space. After washing the wild fruits, she returned and called the boys who were busy setting up the tent.
Montag bei.
Her gentle voice was like a breeze in June, refreshing and soothing. Her demeanor was far from cold and ruthless. The boy turned around. Her hair was already dried by the wind, loose and flowing, gently lifted by the breeze, brushing her face and making her look charmingly playful. The scent of her hair invigorated him.
Montag bei quickly weiket over.
The girl had bright, clear teeth and looked at him with gentle eyes. The boy had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, tall and strong. He was already sweating lightly on the tip of his nose. "I picked some wild fruits. Would you like to try them? They're tasty." Hui Tong placed the basket on the ground and peeled some wild tangerines. "Squat down." The girl called out to him, raising her face.
Montag bei Huritli squatted down.
Hui Tong put the peeled tangerine into his mouth and asked, "Is it sweet?" After she made him blush deeply, Mo Bei replied, "Yes, it's sweet." Huiyang also ran over, giving her a jealous look. "Lulu, why do you only think about Mo Bei? Don't you want to call me too?" He took a tangerine without asking, but unfortunately, he picked a sour one, making a sour face. "Lulu, where did you find these wild tangerines? Your teeth are going to be sour." Hui Tong also took a bite. Hers was indeed sweet. It's just that he had dirty hands. Mo Nan, Mo Shi, and Wei Zisu also came running over. Seeing them eating, Mo Wen-ge brought Wei Zisu over and exclaimed, "Hui Tong, where did you find these wild fruits?" "Over there," she replied. Mo Wen-ge also wanted some. "Quick, take us to pick some too." Hui Tong stood up, and everyone followed her. She had already picked some earlier, so she didn't do it again, just told them, "Some wild fruits can be poisonous. Don't pick too many. Also, don't pick too much. We need to leave tomorrow, and carrying too many will be heavy." But the boys didn't listen. They were leaving tomorrow, and wanted to pick more. Wei Zisu took the opportunity to praise, "Master, you know so much." He looked proud. However, he didn't pick any himself. His sister was picking, and with the master present, he felt no need to get hungry. He stood straight with his hands behind his back. His dirty, ragged clothes couldn't hide his noble air. Everyone returned happily, each carrying a half-full bag of wild fruits. The boys put away their fruits and went to take a bath together. Wei Zisu followed them, shouting, "Master, Master, wait for me."
Montag bei suddenly Torneta rund.
Because of his sweet talk, he picked him up and even helped him wash. Wei Zisu, full of pride, was very satisfied. His master called him more often. At bedtime, Wei Zisu sneaked into Mo Bei's tent, planning to sleep with him that night. Mo Bei pulled him out. "This tent is for your master to use." Wei Zisu was taken to Mo Nan and Mo Shi's tent. The appearance of Wei Zisu and Huiyang made the already small tent feel even more crowded. Huiyang had no choice but to leave the tent and find a place to sleep for the night. After settling Wei Zisu, Mo Bei came out and looked around. He saw Huatong sitting by the river. The moonlight in the mountains was cold, but beautiful. Huatong sat there for a while, recalling some past memories.
Huatong, Montag bei Approachet her.
There's another tent over there for you. You can rest there. Huatong sat still, looking up at him. The moonlight shone on the boy's face. Even simple clothes couldn't hide his beauty. Flaws couldn't hide his shine. Mo Bei's face warmed slightly under her gaze. The girl's eyes were too direct. Even though she was his wife, he still felt a bit shy under her stare. Mo Bei lowered his eyes slightly. He wanted to ask, "Are you still Huatong?" He knew the person in front of him was no longer Huatong herself. The thought was strange and bold, but he couldn't understand why. He didn't ask the question out loud. Suddenly, Mo Bei realized something serious. If he said this wasn't her Tong, then she wouldn't be his wife anymore. Huatong stood up and walked away. Mo Bei followed and took her to the tent, saying, "You sleep in this tent." "Where will you sleep?" She had already promised him. She was his wife, and they should be together. But since she was no longer Huatong, he didn't know what the girl was thinking.
"I'll stay outside and keep watch," she said.
Huatong agreed. "I'll spray some insect repellent on you to prevent bites." She took out a bottle from her bag and sprayed him all over. It smelled nice, and the darkness of the mountain hid all the boy's emotions. The next morning, it was bright. Huatong woke early to collect the fishing nets. Inside, she caught quite a few big and small fish along with eels and loaches. Some she put in a bucket to raise. Others she slaughtered and cooked. People gradually got up. Huiyang ran over excitedly and shouted, "Lulu, did you catch all these?" "Of course. I'll cook them for you soon." Wei Zisu took the opportunity to praise her. "Master, you're amazing." She was cutting fish by the river with scissors, and the boys, still sleepy, came over to watch. Mo, she felt his mouth watering.
"I'm hungry."
"Sister-in-law, when can we eat?" Some clever little ones changed how they called her, calling her sister-in-law instead. Very soon, Huatong washed the fish, and the boys gathered around her. Huatong ordered, "You guys pack up the tents first." After eating, they would set out on their journey. Mo Bei immediately sent everyone away to pack up their tents. Each person folded their clothes and bedding and placed them in their backpacks. The air was filled with the smell of rice and fish. After washing up, the boys set the table and eagerly waited by the pot. Huatong fried small fish in the pot, making them crispy, fragrant, and crunchy. She also cut eel into pieces and stir-fried it. Larger fish were cut into chunks, coated with flour and egg, then fried in oil. She also made soup with the small ginseng she dug up yesterday. Mrs. Wang helped her add firewood, watching her pour oil with a worried look. "Huatong, be careful with the oil." Huatong responded with a simple "hmm." She also cooked another pot of rice. "What are they doing?" Mrs. Wang felt helpless and almost cried. When the food was ready, the boys ate quickly, still wanting more. There was still a lot of rice left, mainly because the boys were full from the meat and vegetables, so they ate less rice. Huatong formed the leftover rice into rice balls, filled them with some egg, and sprinkled sesame seeds on top. She silently put the rice balls into her space, saving them for when they were hungry on the road. Before leaving, everyone carried a bamboo basket on their back. Emolia, who was injured. After being anesthetized at midnight, the pain returned, and his face looked very bad. The Mo family naturally didn't let him carry anything. Huatong helped carry some rice and flour, and Wei Zisu also helped with some clothes. Wei Zisu was too young, so it was good that no one asked him to carry anything. Led by Mo Bei, the family set off with their big and small bags. If the mountain path hadn't been difficult, Huatong would have taken the opportunity to bring out the cart from her space for them to use. After walking and stopping for most of the day, they finally reached the mountain. Mo and Ge called out that he couldn't go on and sat down to drink water. Wei Zisu also took the chance to sit and rest. Wei Zisu was so tired he lay on the ground and shouted, "Master, if we go any further, we'll be in real trouble." Huatong put down her basket and said, "Then let's rest for a bit. First, eat some rice balls to regain strength." She turned around and pretended to do something, taking rice balls from her basket and casually pulling out food from her space. She also took out some washed fruit and shared it with everyone. Huatong distributed the food. She then reminded them, "I'll go ahead to look at the road.
Rest here for a while."
She ran ahead, and the others didn't think much of it, assuming she needed to go to the bathroom, so they all sat on the ground waiting. Looking ahead, there was a small path, and occasionally some thin, haggard refugees passed by. It was clear they were fleeing from hardship. Although the master was not present, Wei Zisu couldn't help but praise, "Why is my master so amazing? This is the best tasting food, rice balls, that even the mansion can't get. Look at this family eating happily. It makes me so jealous." Suddenly, a small child rushed over. No one else, just him, snatched the rice ball from Wei Zisu's hand. It was very unexpected. Wei Zisu was stunned. The boy who took his rice ball ran away quickly. He had only taken one bite. Wei Zisu cried out in anger, "I only had one bite of this delicious rice ball, and now it's gone." He had suffered too many hardships on this journey. Wei Zisu hurried to comfort him. "Don't cry, don't cry. I'll give you half of mine." The three boys from the Mo family immediately stood up, ready to chase after the boy, but Mo Liahua called out in a deep voice, "Don't chase him." A few passing refugees stood by the roadside, all watching them with eyes that clearly said, "I want some too." They were thinking about whether they could the food. The Mo family only had one seemingly strong Mo Liahua, but his arm was clearly injured, wrapped in bandages and hanging around his neck, so his fighting ability was obviously weakened. Only Mo Bei looked aggressive, but he was just a young boy. The refugees quickly made a decision. After exchanging glances, three stronger adult men stepped forward quickly, planning to fight and their food. The three men acted in perfect harmony, each rushing toward one of the Mo boys. However, they misjudged. They didn't expect these boys to be both wild and fierce. When one of them approached Mo Bei, his long leg shot out, sweeping like a mighty army, kicking the man away. He didn't take ordinary refugees seriously. After all, he grew up hunting with his father. Mo Nan was also not weak, punching the man in the face. The man, overestimating himself, staggered and fell down. How could someone so weak think he could learn to rob? Mo Nan looked down on him. The youngest, Mo Shi, quickly pulled out a hidden knife from his basket and aimed to cut. The knife was from a bandit. He had kept it in his bag when packing. As he swung the knife, the opponent was startled and hurriedly dodged, not expecting him to have a knife. The knife nearly reached the man's neck, but suddenly stopped. It was caught tightly by Huatong, sister-in-law. Mo, she was very surprised. Huatong held the knife that was about to strike, then punched the man away and asked, "What's going on?" Ma Shi confidently said, "They were the ones who started it. So, what's wrong with him killing them?" Huatong glanced at the people over there, 3 adult men and 3 women, probably a family. One woman was holding a 1-year-old baby, who cried when he saw the fight. Next to her was a small boy, about 5 or 6 years old, hiding close to her, looking very worried. Wei Zisu also felt wronged and complained, "Master, they took my rice ball. I only took a bite." Not far away, the boy who took Wei Zisu's rice ball saw things weren't going well and suddenly ran back. He was only about 11 or 12 years old. "I don't want this rice ball anymore." He hurriedly returned the half-eaten rice ball. "Don't trouble my family," the little boy said, clearly scared when he saw his family being hit. Huatong shot him a cold look and said, "I know you're hungry, but have you thought about others? If you steal their food, they will go hungry too. Stay away from us, or you might get hurt." Sometimes, poverty can make people numb and hopeless, even lose their sense of right and wrong. They're just poor villagers, not vicious or evil. She stopped there. "Here's your rice ball. You can go now." The other side looked at her. She was just a little girl smaller than him, but somehow it made people feel scared. The men who had fallen on the ground hurriedly got up, didn't dare say much, and left with their families in a hurry. The small boy who had taken Wei Zisu's rice ball looked at her with bright eyes but didn't say anything. He turned around, wiped his tears, and left with his family. Ma Shi was unhappy with this result. Sister-in-law, why did you stop me from killing them? She had already killed before. Huatong seemed to understand his thoughts and said calmly, the ones I killed before were ruthless bandits who didn't hesitate to kill. They deserved it. These people are just starving refugees, unarmed, and shouldn't be sentenced to death. It seemed to be true. Huatong then gave Wei Zisu another ice ball. The little kid was easy to please and immediately looked happy. Huiyang had found something new. Lulu, where did you get that cart? Huatong said, I just found it up front. The cart had 30 pounds of rice and flour and a big barrel of water. Of course, all taken from her space. In her time, after her mother died, Huatong lived with her grandmother in the countryside for 10 years, gaining lots of rural experience. This cart was left by her grandmother. The cart was somewhat new but not too old, enough for them to use. Wei Zisu shook off the sadness of having her rice ball snatched away. Master, you are truly my lucky star. She became happy and ran over, climbing onto the cart with her hands and feet. She was the youngest and couldn't move the cart, so she sat on it while others pulled. Huatong directed everyone to work. Don't just stand there. Quickly put everything on the cart. Uncle Mo is injured and resting on the cart too. Mo Bei was busy helping to pack, and others helped load things onto the cart. Mrs. Wang approached and asked her, Where did you find this? Over there, she replied casually. Besides Mrs. Wang, no one asked more questions. Zijing, you also sit on the cart, Mo Nan politely invited. Mo Shi eagerly wanted to help and reached out to assist. Wei Zijing smiled gently and got on the cart herself. The cart wasn't high. Mo Wenj also immediately climbed on. Since there were too many bamboo baskets, a few more people sat on the cart. Not enough space, so Mo Bei carried a bamboo basket with lighter clothes inside. Mo Bei moved the front part of the cart to make space and called out, Huatong, sit here. Adding one more person on the cart increased the weight, making it harder to pull, so she said, I won't sit. Since she refused, Mo Wenj called out, Mother, mother, you sit. Old-fashioned ideas from ancient times were deeply rooted in their minds. It was natural for a wife to take care of the whole family. All right, I will sit, Mrs. Wang said bluntly, and sat down. Mo Bei looked a bit displeased. Mo Wenj, get down. Mo Wenj pretended not to hear and shouted, Second brother, third brother, hurry up and pull. Mo Nan asked sister-in-law, Are we leaving now? Huatong waved his hand, signaling them to go. The cart was pulled away. Huiyang's face darkened instantly, and he angrily said to Mo Bei, Is your family too unkind? This cart was found by Lulu. Mo Bei blurted out, Tong Tong, I'll carry you. Huatong was stunned for a moment, but quickly shook his head. I'm not a kid. Let's go. Huiyang was not convinced and, walking away angrily, said to Huatong, Lulu, their Mo family never truly cared for you. When our grandma went to their house to cause trouble, she begged and threatened with her life, and only then did they agree to take you. Although he spoke the truth, it was true that the Hor family was ungrateful. During the famine years, people couldn't even feed themselves, and no one wanted to spend 5 taels of silver to buy a person who was unconscious and unknown whether alive or dead. When leaving, because you were unconscious, their family didn't want to take you. I ran over to find you and insisted on carrying you to leave with them. Although Huatong was unconscious at the time, she was aware. This young man, in anger, probably exaggerated the story. The situation was that, facing a person who was unconscious, Mo Wenge couldn't help but curse Huoja people harshly. Wang Shu and Mo Liehu are considered honest people. The family looked at each other, unsure of what to do. They had no water at home, and staying in the village meant they couldn't even get food. Later, Huoyang arrived, and Huowenge took the opportunity to have him carry Letong on the road. Huoyang told Huotong, if you regret now, we can part ways. Huotong understood clearly and only asked, do you have 5 taels of silver? Her grandmother had asked for 5 taels of silver as a bride price. Huoyang was stunned. He had no silver at all, but to cut ties with Huojia, he had to give up 5 taels of silver. Let's go, Huotong said, patting the young man's shoulder, and left. Everything she did wasn't for Huojia people. Mulberry silently followed behind her. Huoyang, unwilling to give up, quickly caught up and walked beside her, repeatedly saying, "Lilu, I carried you from home to the mountain alone," and Mulberry didn't help at all. Mulberry didn't argue or explain, only said to Hutong, "Tong Tong, I was wrong. I can carry you now." Hutong was amused and said, all right, let's not talk about the past anymore." Seeing Mulberry feeling awkward, she didn't want Huoyang to keep making things difficult for him. Along the way, they saw many people fleeing from famine. Because they couldn't find food, many had died. On the roadside, they often saw people crying loudly, holding their dead loved ones. Passers-by looked indifferent and numb. In these 2 years of famine, everyone had seen too many such scenes. Life and death, cruel and cold. Because the wolf family had a cart, traveling was much easier. The cart was very noticeable. Many people didn't have one, yet their cart clearly carried food. Several times, some refugees glared at their family, eager to steal their cart, but Hutong drove them away. After passing through a few villages, the Wu family encountered a large fleeing group of about 100 people. Hutong asked, "Auntie, where are you headed?" "Ma'am, where are you going?" She asked several people, but everyone walked away coldly, seeming too exhausted to respond, ignoring her. A thin voice said to her, "We're going to Jingzhou. There's also a trip to Yenzhou." These 2 cities are close to each other, about 300 or 400 miles apart. The boy looks to be about 8 or 9 years old, very thin. Hutong directly handed him a rice ball as a thank you. The little boy's eyes lit up. When he opened it, it was fragrant white rice. Before he could take a bite, the rice ball suddenly flew out of his hand. A young man snatched it quickly and ran away. Hutong was annoyed and hurried after him. She grabbed his shoulder, took back the rice ball, and threw him aside. Passers-by nearby looked over, afraid of trouble, and quickly crossed the street. The young man fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Hutong scolded him, "You're hungry. Isn't a child hungry too?" The young man sat up, looking at her, a little surprised that a young girl had thrown him aside. Hutong turned to go back, but suddenly the young man angrily lunged at her, throwing a punch sneakily. "Tong Tong, watch out." A loud shout came from Mo Bei, who rushed over and grabbed her. The young man's punch was fast and fierce, hitting Mo Bei's back, making his face turn pale, and he accidentally bumped into Hutong. Hutong was furious. She held Mo Bei's waist, quickly moved, and kicked the young man in the chest, knocking him flying. The young man fell to the ground, pale, and couldn't get up for a long time. Hutong ignored him and looked at Mo Bei, noticing his brows were furrowed from pain. "Where are you hurt? Let me see." Her concern made him feel better.
"I'm fine."
Hutong advised, "People like that can't really hurt me. Next time, don't rush over like that." Her words seemed to say she didn't need to be reminded or protected. Mo Bei looked a little uncomfortable. He felt useless, unable to protect her, and only caused trouble. The small boy whose rice ball was stolen also caught up and called to her, "Big sister, are you okay?"
"I'm fine."
"Here, take this." Hutong handed him the rice ball. The boy's parents arrived and kept thanking her, saying, "Young lady, you're such a kind person, a living Buddha." They never expected the boy to answer her question, and for her to be so kind as to give him food. Hutong smiled, feeling a bit shy from the praise. She wasn't a living Buddha. Everyone introduced themselves. The boy's name was Lin Shan. After Hutong told her name, Mo Bei unexpectedly said to the others, "This is my wife." "Oh, Lady Hua." A chasing Huoyang scolded him, "You have a strange sense of presence." Mo Bei didn't bother to respond to this annoying kid. A small episode ended here, and everyone continued their journey. At night, there was nowhere to stay. The refugees gathered in small groups, resting in the dried bushes by the roadside. When they stopped, they knew these people didn't have tents, to avoid making others jealous, so the Mo family didn't bring tents either. Mo Nan and Mo Shi, who had been pulling carts all day, lay on the ground to rest, exhausted. After a day of walking, Hutong was also tired and sat down by a tree to rest. Wang's voice came over. "Hutong, come and prepare the meal." Some families had gathered firewood, dug pits in the ground, and roasted sweet potatoes, and pumpkins to eat. Hudong closed her eyes to rest and responded with a but didn't move. Seeing her only respond passively, Wang looked a bit upset. She couldn't get her daughter-in-law to move, nor dared to scold her loudly. Thinking of how Hudong had killed at the water source, she felt a bit afraid. She felt Hudong had changed, as if possessed by something, but with her simple mind, she couldn't figure out why. Mo Wenj was also hungry and wanted to eat the meal Hudong would make. She walked over and called her, "Sister-in-law, I'm hungry. Make what you want to eat yourself." Mo Bei suddenly pulled Mo Wenj aside and pushed her away. After pushing her away, he said to Hudong, "Ignore them. Rest for a while. What do you want to eat? I'll make it." Hudong looked at him, smiled slightly, and asked, "Can you?" "I can learn." Mo Bei quickly ran to set up the pot. Mo Wenj, pushed aside, was quite angry. She didn't know how to cook. She angrily turned back to her parents and loudly said, "Dad, Mom, did you hear? Sister-in-law doesn't want to cook." It's not surprising she said that. In the village, chores like laundry and cooking were usually done by the daughter-in-law. No mother-in-law would cook herself. Wei Zisu came over and said, "My master has been tired all day. You've been resting on the cart all day. Please, be kind and help my master's legs." Mo Wenj didn't dare to scold him. She was hoping to go to the Ho residence. Since the daughter-in-law was unruly, Wang couldn't directly scold Hudong, but Mo Wenj dared to. Feeling defiant, she said, "I paid 5 taels of silver to buy her back. She's not here to enjoy life." Hudong secretly shook her head. The young girl was still young with sharp words. Her gaze fell on Mo Bei, as if Mo Wenj had just farted. Huiyang had already stood up and said, "Lulu, I'm going to gather firewood." Wei Zisu's childish voice also came over. "Master, I want to go gather firewood too. This is something he can do himself. He wants to help with some chores so that the master doesn't get tired." Wei Zijing quickly grabbed him, looking a bit scared. "There are people everywhere here. Don't run around. What if a bad person takes him away?" Hudong also thought about this. "Sit still and don't move." She got up to fetch rice from the cart. The fish caught earlier are still there. She plans to make fish soup, braised fish, and stir-fry 2 vegetable dishes. Because she didn't have much stored water, Hudong didn't use the water from their water source, but instead used the spiritual spring water to wash vegetables and fish. Mrs. Wang looked up and saw that her eldest son, who had never taken the initiative to light a fire for her, was now actively helping to cook and chop firewood, like a pendant hanging from his wife's waist. She had never seen a man work over a stove before. Mo Wenj was happily chatting away, joking with Wei Zisu. "Zisu, when you're outside, you must stay close to us at all times. Otherwise, if you get lost again, things won't go as smoothly next time." Wei Zisu was unconcerned. "I definitely won't get lost this time." He was about to hold onto his master's leg for protection. There's food, drink, and safety. Wei Zisu immediately stood up and went to find Hudong to help her wash vegetables. The moonlight was cold and clear, and smoke rose from each household. The aroma from the Mo family was everywhere, especially when the smell of fish floated over. It was really tempting. Some people secretly tried to find out which house the delicious smell was coming from. The Mo family sat on the ground around a square table in the middle. Hudong ate half a bowl of rice and half a bowl of fish soup, then went to rest. The Mo family's ideas were still rooted in old-fashioned thinking. Wives had to work hard and sacrifice everything for the family. This mindset was deeply ingrained and hard to change. Hudong's gaze lightly swept over Mo Bei's face. Although he was a Mo family member, he looked nothing like the Mo family. His appearance and personality were different. He was a good boy and resembled GMO, but he was ultimately not GMO. It seemed he noticed Hudong was looking at him, and Mo Bei suddenly looked over. The moonlight illuminated the girl's face, calm and beautiful. Seeing her, he felt very safe and secure. After a while, Mo Bei put down his bowl and chopsticks. "Wenj, later you and the others can clean up the pots and bowls." After saying this, Mo Bei stood up and left. Mo Wenj looked unwilling. Mother, look at big brother. He has a wife now, and he doesn't need his mother or me anymore. Wei Zisu did not have a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, so he used his sleeve instead and said, Master is right. To avoid laziness, we need clear roles. After speaking, he immediately ran over to his teacher. Mo Bei sat down beside Huatong. Neither of them spoke. Wei Zisu, who had come over, sat on the other side of Huatong and smiled warmly, saying, Master, can I sleep next to you tonight?
Why?
There are too many people here. I'm afraid I might fall asleep and be taken away by bad people. The third sister couldn't protect him at all. The safest place is still with the teacher. Huatong thought about it and agreed, all right. The little boy immediately hugged her arm affectionately and said, Master, you're so good to me. Huatong didn't have much resistance to this child's closeness and didn't dislike his affection. Mo Bei, standing nearby, watched with envy. Mrs. Wang didn't call Huatong over to do chores like washing dishes. She cleaned the pot herself. There was still a lot of rice left in the pot. Huatong had intentionally cooked extra rice, which she made into rice balls, ready to eat whenever hungry. Once everything was cleaned up, the tired people around finally rested. Mo Bei brought blankets and laid them on the ground for Huatong to sleep on. Wei Zisu also rested nearby, sleeping in the middle, with the master on either side. Huiyang went to squeeze in with Mo Nan and Mo Shi. Mo Nan and Mo Shi, who pulled the cart all day, were exhausted and fell asleep after eating. Considering that the area might not be entirely safe and worried that some bold people might steal while they were asleep, Mo Bei decided to stay awake. He lay on the ground, eyes open, gazing at the starry sky, his mind wandering freely, thinking many thoughts. Wei Zisu had a nightmare, kicking and struggling wildly. Huatong and Mo Bei both turned over at the same time, trying to hold the child in their arms to comfort him. When Huatong saw Mo Bei's hand reach out while he was awake, he quickly pulled it back. Huatong gently patted Zisu's back and softly said, Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Wei Zisu calmed down and continued sleeping. Mo Bei looked at the girl so close to him, her black and white eyes full of tenderness, completely different from the decisive person he knew. Huatong glanced at him and softly said, Sleep now. Mo Bei said nothing and lay back down, unable to fall asleep. Huatong was very gentle with Zisu. He wondered what she thought of him. Would she like someone like him, who had nothing? Suddenly, his thoughts drifted far away. Then, Mo Bei sensed someone moving. Someone accidentally stepped on a branch on the ground, making a noise. Mo Bei slightly stood up and looked around. Sure enough, someone was quietly walking in his direction. They probably thought everyone was asleep and wanted to steal some food. Mo Bei got up, intending to make the person give up and leave. The person looked at him again, then stood still. Their family was pushing a cart with several bamboo baskets, which looked very noticeable. The wandering people would think their baskets were filled with a lot of food. They originally planned to sneak over and scout the area, but didn't expect this family to be so alert, with someone on guard. Doesn't this prove they have good things in their baskets? In the dark, the person waved to his accomplices. Soon, 4 men stood up quietly and tiptoed over. They had already calculated that Mo family only had one adult man who was injured in his arm. The other young men were not a threat. Mo Bei was tall and looked strong, but he was still just a teenager. The attackers had a clear goal, to first take down Mo Bei, then handle the others easily. As they approached, Mo Bei quickly grabbed a tool, a flat pole used for carrying things. He also had some knives and swords hidden on his cart, but he didn't take them out because there were too many people here. The other side wasn't afraid of him having weapons. They believed that with more people, they had the strength. However, before they could reach Mo Bei, a figure suddenly darted forward. They didn't see clearly how she moved, but she leapt into the air and kicked them with a powerful sweep, knocking the men far away and into a ditch by the roadside. Everything happened so fast and suddenly that it didn't even wake the other wandering people. Mo Bei looked at the girl standing in front of him, pursed his lips, feeling inferior. In front of her, he felt useless. Huatong softly said, You go rest. I'll stay on watch. Her fierce aura instantly faded, and she looked like an ordinary girl. Mo-Bei suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He looked at her, then turned and walked away. Huatong was stunned for a moment, unsure what he meant. She hurried after him, softly calling, Mo-Bei, what's wrong? Mo-Bei stepped out of the crowd and stopped. The moonlight was cold and lonely, making the boy seem even more isolated. He turned his face away from Huatong, not knowing what to say. Huatong suddenly felt a little amused. This childlike behavior was so strange. She walked up to Mo-Bei and looked at his close-up face. Seeing his face, her heart softened a little. The boy suddenly asked her, "Do you still need me?" His tone carried a hint of sadness. Huatong was taken aback, not expecting the boy to ask such a question. "You don't need my protection anymore, and I can't protect you either." Actually, they needed her. This made him seem even more helpless and worthless. Huatong reflected carefully and realized it was her oversight. The boy is proud and has his own ideas. When she offers help, he doesn't take it for granted like others might. Suddenly, she felt that the boy looked a bit pitiful and helpless. To comfort him, Huatong said softly, "Who says I don't need your protection anymore? The world is chaotic. If a girl doesn't have a man by her side, it's not easy. Once we find a safe place, I'll send you to a school. Study hard, take the imperial exam, and become an official. Then you can protect us even better." She always felt that someone with a face like Jimo's shouldn't be just an ordinary person. Mo-Bei didn't expect her to have such high hopes for him and felt much happier. In reality, Mo-Bei's father is a hunter who only takes his son hunting. Years ago, Mo-Bei visited the town school and listened to people reading outside the door. He seemed to have learned those characters already, as he could recognize them without anyone teaching. He could write well and even had good handwriting. The teacher noticed his talent and wanted to take him as a student, even offering to waive his tuition, but his father refused. Studying won't interfere with work. Since his father didn't agree, Mo-Bei secretly went to the teacher, bringing rabbits and wild chickens he hunted as gifts. The teacher was happy to teach him and gave him many books. To avoid his father finding out, Mo-Bei didn't take these books home. He went out early and returned late, and his father never knew what he was doing, only thinking he was out hunting. He set up hidden traps on the mountain, and his father never found out. When the time came, he just went to collect his prey. Many years passed, and his father never noticed. At dawn, the 5 people who were kicked out last night by Huatong crawled back and approached her eagerly, calling, "Boss, boss." Huatong was annoyed. "Don't shout randomly." The Mo family members looked over and saw several rough men surrounding Huatong, all acting very eager to please. One of them said, "Be our boss." Another added, "Boss, I want to follow you." Huatong sarcastically replied, "Thinking I'd lead you in robbing houses and bullying the weak."
No, that's not what we mean.
Are we also being forced? Last night was definitely the first time, and we won't dare again. A few men spoke one after another, trying to clear their names. "Boss, look at your family, so many kids, and carrying so much stuff. You're too obvious on the road. Where are you headed? Will you?" Huatong didn't look kindly at them and spoke in a calm tone. "With me escorting, that's enough." She turned around and took a rice ball from her bag. These rice balls were made last night while she kept watch, inside her space. They had cucumber, egg, and meat slices inside. "Take it and eat." She threw a few into their arms. The 5 men looked surprised. Huatong warned again, "Don't let me see you bullying the weak again, or I won't hold back. Let's go, don't follow me." She didn't act heroically. She wasn't the leader of the refugees. They looked at each other, but didn't bother her anymore. They bowed. "Thanks, boss. We won't bully the weak again." The men quickly ran off. When they saw the food she gave, they found the rice white and fragrant. The Mo family was a bit shocked by her overly generous act. Mrs. Wang carefully advised her, "Huatong, even if we have some rice and flour now, we shouldn't waste it like this." Huatong looked at her calmly and said indifferently, "I won't let everyone go hungry." Mrs. Wang cautiously reminded her, "There's only half the rice and flour left. Their family had many members, and Huatong always cooked a big pot of food, which couldn't sustain such eating and drinking. Not letting her cook was frustrating. Letting her cook was also frustrating. Wei Zisu came over to protect her, saying, "My master said as long as everyone isn't starving, they won't go hungry. So, you all don't need to worry." Huiyang also came to support, doing good deeds and still getting criticized. That's the world we live in. Seeing the big and small, singing and talking together, Mo Wenj also hurried over to defend his mother. Taking our rice and flour to do good deeds is really interesting. Huiyang reminded her, "Your family's rice and flour are already running out." All of this was brought by Lulu. After Huatong killed the bandits, she took their food. Later, she found a cart and brought more food and water. Mo Wenj dismissively said, "Huatong is our daughter-in-law. Everything she is belongs to us." So, what she said wasn't wrong. Mo Bei saw that a fight was about to start and quickly walked over to pull Mo Wenj away. Sharp-tongued, "Go quickly." He was really worried that his younger sister might upset Huatong, so he hurriedly said to her, "Tong Tong, go sit in the cart. I'll pull you." Seeing Mo Bei acting a bit cautious and even trying to please, she felt a little pity in her heart. "I won't sit. I prefer walking. You think pulling a cart is easy? Pulling a whole carriage of people is tiring." She wouldn't let Mo Bei carry so many people. "Let's go." She turned and walked away, and Mo Bei quickly followed her. Huiyang was angry about what happened earlier and was still nearby, stirring trouble. Our grandma used to say that Mo's family are honest people. If you marry into them, you'll be happy. Now, it seems they're not much different from our grandma. Can he avoid talking badly in front of others? Tong Tong, he couldn't make Huiyang shut up, so he gently tugged on Huatong's sleeve. Huatong looked at him. He looked aggressive but also weakly looked at her, almost like a young animal. Huatong couldn't bear his puppy-like eyes, so she gave him a comforting look. Huiyang sighed, "Lulu, you're just too kind and good-hearted." Because she was kind over the years, he could easily coax her into sharing tasty treats. Huatong was amused by him. This kid acted mature, saying, "After experiencing a lot, I've realized that kindness can be taken advantage of, and good horses can be ridden." No one truly appreciated her kindness. "Are you thirsty? Want some water?" Huatong handed him her water bag. Huiyang took a gulp and was surprised. "Lulu, this water tastes pretty good." It was cool and sweet. He used to drink water from the source, but this bag contained Huatong's spiritual spring water. "If it tastes good, drink more." There was also spiritual spring water in the cart. If someone was thirsty, they could take half a bowl from there to drink. Wei Zisu liked drinking this spiritual spring water. Seeing everyone laughing and talking, he secretly took some water when no one was watching. Everyone in the cart saw him, but no one said anything. He was a young master from the Ho family, and the Mo family still hoped that after Wei Zisu reunited with his family, he would repay them. Besides, he was just a little kid, so how much water could he drink? The group chatted, and time passed quickly. Some weaker, older, sick, or even younger children were gradually left behind. The sound of children crying came from behind. Huatong felt a heavy weight in her heart. She was supposed to ignore all this, it was so common. She could help one person, but not everyone. Along the way, she knew most of the refugees were simple, honest people just hoping to reach the city ahead, where the officials would take care of their needs. Huatong slowly stepped back. She was not only a doctor, but also an excellent spy. Once, her duty was to protect her country's safety. Now, in this different world, her mission was over, but her passion still burned inside her unquenched. Suddenly, Huatong turned and ran back quickly, so fast that Huiyang and Mo Bei didn't notice her, only seeing her fall behind a little. When they looked back, she had already run far ahead. Huatong made a pretend move to take food from her bag, pulling out a rice ball from her space. As she handed it out, she said, "The city is just ahead. Keep going for a few more days and you'll be able to eat well and keep moving." A dozen or so tired refugees sat helplessly by the roadside, looking hopeless and sad. When they received her gifts, they opened them with surprise and joy, too excited to thank her, and took a bite first. Huatong saw a little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, with a red face. She was sick. She took out medicine and told her parents nearby, "Give this medicine to the child, once in the morning and once at night. The illness will heal." Everyone received a rice ball from her. After their surprise, they all knelt down and bowed repeatedly. "Living Buddha, you are truly a living Buddha," they said. But she wasn't a living Buddha. Huatong turned and ran away, just as Mo Bei and Huiyang were standing not far off, watching her. They saw her give food to those refugees. "Let's go," Huatong said simply. Neither of them mentioned her giving out the rice balls. She quickly caught up with the main group ahead. The Mo family, noticing their absence, had stopped and waited. When they caught up, Mrs. Wang asked, "What were you doing?" Huiyang had a mischievous idea and said straightforwardly, "Lulu felt sorry for the refugees and gave all the rice balls to them." The Mo family members gasped, their faces showing different reactions. Mo, she couldn't help but say, "Sister-in-law is truly kind-hearted and beautiful." He wasn't praising her. It was sarcasm. "Thanks for the compliment," Huatong said, acting as if she took it as praise, and walked on. The Mo family was too angry to say anything. As they moved on, the number of refugees traveling with them kept growing, and more groups from various villages joined. Before dark, the group passed a small village. Someone suggested stopping there to rest and continue the journey tomorrow. After the people from the Mo family settled in, Huatong told Mo Bei, "I'm going to check the village. Stay here with everyone. Master, can I go with you?" Wei Zisu felt safest when she was nearby. She was afraid if she left. Huiyang was also worried and tugged her sleeve. "Lulu, what if bad people come? What if they can't handle it?" "Don't worry, they can handle it," she replied. Even many bandits hunters could hold out for a while with their sons, so ordinary refugees could do even less. Refugees' fighting strength was much weaker than that of bandits. After giving instructions, Huatong ran off quickly. Some refugees saw her heading toward the village, thinking she wanted to beg for food, and bold ones immediately gathered in groups and followed her. The village was dark and quiet. Every household had no yards, and the doors were all open. It was clear that some refugees had passed through earlier and searched the place. Later refugees, not satisfied, lit torches and searched again but found nothing. Huatong rubbed her forehead and turned back, carrying 3 bags. 2 bags contained rice and flour, and one had hearty vegetables like potatoes that could be stored easily. Seeing her return with supplies, Mo Bei and Huiyang hurried over, eager to help carry the bags. Huiyang was very excited. "Lulu, why so much?" "Well, maybe something happened and they left these behind," she said. Unless they were attacked, it was unlikely anyone would leave such vital supplies behind. Huiyang felt even more proud and straightened his back. He placed the rice and flour on the cart and said proudly, "Our Lulu is truly lucky. She can find rice and flour just walking around." Mo Nan, Mo Shi, and Wei Zisu all came over to look. Sure enough, it was white and beautiful rice and flour. Mo Wenj looked hungry and said, "Sister-in-law, I want to eat rice balls and pancakes." Mo Bei calmly responded, "If you want to eat, go knead the dough and wash the rice." No siblings, only a sister-in-law. But she couldn't really expect the 10-year-old Mo Wenj to do all that. She needed to keep the rice and flour safe. Huiyang went nearby to find some firewood. Mo Bei set up the stove, and she took the rice and flour. Wei Zisu followed her around happily, excited to taste the delicious food her master was making. Once Mo Bei set up the stove and water was boiling, Huiyang returned, lit the fire, and started boiling water. When the water boiled, Huatong put the rice in. Mo Bei watched her calmly, feeling peaceful and happy, like a quiet, beautiful moment in life. It was very charming. Suddenly, a young boy softly said to her, "You are the sister-in-law, the eldest sister-in-law who is like a mother. So, she can always teach Mo Wenj a lesson when he misbehaves." After Mo Bei suddenly said this, Huatong was stunned for a moment, and then understood. She knew Mo Bei was protecting her, and her heart softened a lot. Yes. Next to her, Wei Zisu immediately assured her confidently. Master, don't worry. When I see my dad, I'll ask him to give you lots of silver. He was young but quite clever, using money to tempt Hutong. Mo Bei glanced at him and asked, Are you sure you'll see your dad in your lifetime? Of course. Master will find a way for me to meet him. This kid was very confident in her, which made Hutong happy. Is there anything I can help with? Wei Zijing's sweet voice came, and she asked shyly. Wei Zisu, like a little lord, asked her. Then tell me, what can you do? Her sister usually doesn't do chores at home. She just eats, and of course, she still likes to eat. Wei Zijing awkwardly said, When the food is ready, I can help make rice balls. She looked at the rice balls and thought they didn't seem too hard to make. Hutong, I'll call you when I start. Wei Zijing didn't say anything else, and went to sit aside and wait. With nothing to do, everyone sat on the ground. Mo Nan and Mo Shi saw Wei Zijing coming over and surrounded her, one on each side, wanting to talk. The girl from the capital was lively and elegant, and the rural boys couldn't help but like her. Mo Shi asked, Zijing, how many people are in your family? Counting the servants, there are probably about 100 people. That many?
Montagnan was surprised.
The country bumpkins who hadn't seen much couldn't imagine how big a house needed to be to hold 100 people. Mo Shi looked at her with envy and said, Your house must be very big. Yes, when I get to the capital, I'll invite you to my house to play. It was just talk. That was impossible.
Great.
Both of them were very happy to talk to the young lady from the Ho family. Meanwhile, the smell of food wafted over, making everyone's mouth water. Someone approached Hutong, a little timid but trying to gather courage to flatter her, and said, Miss, I have some yams here. Can I exchange them for some of your rice? A woman led a 6 or 7-year-old boy over to ask. The boy looked thin and hungry, with big eyes watching her, and politely said, You look so pretty, sister. He was such a talkative child, and Hutong was immediately pleased. She smiled and asked his name. The boy's name was Zhan Shi. Hutong stood up and went to the cart to bring rice and flour. She took 2 sweet potatoes from the other person, accepted their bowl, and replaced it with a big bowl of plain rice. The woman kept thanking her, saying, Thank you, young lady. Thank you, young lady. You are such a kind person. The child was well behaved, followed the family, and also kept thanking her before leaving. After starting the rice exchange, people nearby who knew about it whispered among themselves, feeling envious that the Zhan family could get rice. An elderly woman, about 60 years old, led a 3-year-old boy and brought 2 potatoes to exchange for some food, probably sent by her family to gain sympathy. It was clear she thought Hutong was a kind and easy-to-talk-to girl. Under her family's guidance, the child timidly called out, Hello, sister. The old woman also smiled kindly and said, Young lady, please help us. It's been a month since we last had rice. Please exchange some rice with us. Whether sincere or not, they were trying to flatter her by offering their own things in exchange. Unlike some people who would rush to, Hutong was happy to trade rice and flour with them. People who came to exchange for her rice and flour offered eggs, cucumbers, winter melons, and pumpkins. Many hadn't eaten rice or flour for 10 days, half a month, or even longer. Soon, more and more people gathered around Hutong. Naturally, this did not escape the notice of the Mo family. Mo Wenj was sitting beside his parents, feeling upset. Dad, Mom, aren't you going to do something about her?
He asked.
Mo Liahu responded, Your sister-in-law is kind and honest. You should stop bothering her. Mo Wenj was not happy. But she's trading our rice and flour away. That rice and flour are also from her. If she wants to trade, let her. You won't go hungry. Why are you so anxious? Mo Liahu said calmly.
Montag Wenger snorted.
She only knows how to pretend to be good. Mrs. Wang also looked worried and whispered, If this keeps up, she'll run out of rice and flour to exchange. Being kind-hearted is good, but there should be a limit, she added. Mo Liahu's expression grew cold.
Stop worrying about it.
He had many doubts about his daughter-in-law, but overall, she was harmless and beneficial to the family. Mo Wenj's eyes flickered, and he suddenly got up and ran over, shouting at the people exchanging rice and flour. That's enough. That's enough. Stop it already. We only have this much rice and flour. We're about to run out of everything. They were asking for too much. He raised his voice, as he wasn't very shameless himself, mostly honest people. Mo Wenj drove the others away. Then he looked at his own rice and flour and found that almost half was gone. He was so angry, he felt stomach pain. Hu Tong, why are you pretending to be a good person now? Because she was angry, she no longer called her sister-in-law. Hu Tong ignored her. Mo Bei raised an eyebrow and said sharply, Mo Wenj, none of your business. If she were a boy, he would have kicked her already to teach her a lesson. Mo Wenj looked upset and said, Why are you scolding me? You should control her. Our family is falling apart. Wei Zisu suddenly shouted loudly, Fourth sister, come quickly and make rice balls. Wei Zijing ran over. Mo Bei, Hu Yang, and others started learning how to make rice balls, ignoring Mo Wenj. Seeing no one paying attention to her, Mo Wenj felt bored. Many people working together made the rice balls quickly. Each person got one, and the leftovers were saved for breakfast tomorrow. Wei Zisu ate happily, loudly exclaiming, Master, this is so delicious, I almost cried.
Hu Tong was amused by him.
Before going to bed at night, Wei Zisu usually lay down beside Hu Tong. Master, I'm going to sleep now. Please protect me. Don't let anyone take me away. No problem. Wei Zisu looked at the stars blinking in the sky. After a while, he fell asleep. After a day of walking, Hu Tong was tired too and lay down beside Zisu. When Mo Bei came over, he looked around, confirmed Wei Zisu was asleep, then quietly picked him up and moved him to Hu Yang's side to sleep. Hu Tong looked at him with some surprise, watching him quietly send the person away. When he returned, Hu Tong quietly asked, Why did you take Zisu away? Mo Bei explained softly, He's already 6 years old. Men and women shouldn't be close. Hu Tong was speechless. After a moment of silence, she said, Old-fashioned. What? Nothing.
Sleep now.
Mo Bei lay down beside her and closed her eyes, with one person between them. She didn't know what kind of bath or shampoo Hu Tong used, but she always smelled faintly of a cool, refreshing scent. That pleasant smell made him quietly take a deep breath. Morning came. Wei Zisu was surprised to wake up and find himself sleeping beside Hu Yang. He quickly sat up and woke Hu Yang, who was still sleeping, then asked angrily, Why am I sleeping next to you? Did you carry me over? Hu Yang woke up at dawn and didn't realize someone had been beside him all along. Faced with the question, he was confused but quickly reacted, You little brat. Stop spreading rumors. You must have sleepwalked here. No way, I never sleepwalk. Wei Zisu was angry and felt wronged as he went to find Hu Tong. Hu Tong was brushing her teeth. She took a toothbrush from her space, brushed her teeth, then put it away. Mo Wenj just happened to see her. Seeing the water in front of her, knowing she was rinsing her mouth, he immediately stared at her in surprise and said, Hu Tong, do you know how precious water is now? Is there anyone who wastes water like you? Hu Tong replied indifferently, If I don't rinse my mouth, it will smell bad. Her voice was soft, but her family nearby heard her clearly. Mo Wenj was so angry that his face darkened, and he turned away. There wasn't much water left, and he didn't even bother to rinse his mouth. Mo Bei silently exhaled on his hand, not feeling that his breath was bad. Whether his breath was bad or not, he quietly turned around and rinsed his mouth. While everyone was busy checking if they had bad breath, Wei Zisu ran over to ask, Master, last night I clearly slept next to you, but when I woke up, I was over with Hu Yang.
Why?
To avoid making Mo Bei jealous, Hu Tong had no choice but to ignore the little guy's sad and helpless expression and said, I was asleep too, I didn't know. Mo Bei suddenly spoke, You're already a man now. Men and women should keep their distance. You should be more careful. Wei Zisu firmly replied, No, I'm still a kid. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and asked, Master, did you take me away? Mo Bei raised an eyebrow. Why would it be me? Because you're jealous of me. Mo Bei gave him a dismissive look. Huiyang ran over at this moment. Mo-bei, do you think my breath smells bad? He wanted to a puff of air toward Mo-bei, but before he could do it, Mo-bei kicked him away. Huiyang fell to the ground, feeling wronged and angry. Why did you kick me? Did I find you disgusting? Huiyang snorted. I just rinsed my mouth. Whether he rinsed or not, it was none of Mo-bei's business. Mo-bei went over to ask his father about his condition. By today, his arm no longer hurt and was healing well. Huitong also took out the rice balls stored in her space, each giving one to everyone. Yesterday, she kneaded dough and cooked some pancakes, all stored in her space. Just then, 5 more refugees came together, holding their own potatoes and sweet potatoes, looking a bit shy, but trying to be friendly. Miss, can you trade some rice and flour? Their family had already collected a lot of potatoes and sweet potatoes last night. Mo Wenj was annoyed and shouted at them without politeness. Are you done? No more trades. Go away. She hurriedly drove them away, worried that her tongue would try to be kind again. Mo Liahu also called the children onto the cart and continued their journey. Mo-bei still carried a bamboo basket and followed Huitong, with the cart leading ahead. When Mo-bei, Huitong, and Huiyang walked together, Huiyang asked, Lulu, are you tired? Should I carry you? I'm not tired, Lulu replied. Mo-bei asked, Want me to carry you? Huiyang bluntly responded, Don't imitate me when you talk. Mo-bei held back his urge to kick him and stayed silent. He hadn't copied him. Seeing Mo-bei's awkwardness, Huitong felt sorry and explained, I'm not a 3-year-old child. She's not that fragile. She really didn't want to sit in the cart. If she sat in the cart, Mo-bei would have to pull it, making him more tired. Huiyang said, Aren't I showing you I care? This kid, although annoying, is quite sweet-tongued. Since he and Huitong had played together since childhood, he said whatever he wanted. Behind them, a few people quickly caught up, those 5 who had earlier wanted to exchange rice and flour with Huitong. As they got closer, 2 on each side reached out to grab Mo-bei's bamboo basket. It looked heavy, probably filled with good things. Having been robbed so many times on this journey, Huiyang was used to it. He quickly moved aside, standing far away to avoid getting hurt in a fight. Because these people were aggressive, Huitong was bumped by one of them. She was a bit speechless and punched back, causing the attacker to let go and be lifted by Huitong, who threw him out. Another person was choked by Huitong, his eyes rolling, nearly fainting, and he was also thrown out, landing on the first person. The last 3 didn't expect such a fierce little girl and rushed forward, trying to control Huitong. The street people didn't even get close to her before she punched and kicked them to the ground, knocking each one out and throwing them aside. All this happened in just a few seconds. Many people didn't understand what was going on until they saw the group fall to the ground groaning. It was truly eye-opening. Some young boys who knew Huitong clapped and cheered, Sister is so amazing. Sister beat up the bad guys. The children's families, grateful to Huitong, started criticizing, These people are wicked. They have no conscience. When they have nothing to eat, they steal from others. They only bully the weak. When bandits come, they run faster than anyone. Exactly, bullying the soft and fearing the hard. Poor lady, which town and village are you from? After a change of rice, some people learned about Huitong's identity. She was already married. Some took the opportunity to talk to her, asking how old she was. She was only 13, with a bit of baby fat on her face, clearly a young girl. Huitong started chatting with them. After exchanging names, the adults called her Lady Hua, and the children affectionately called her sister. Huitong saw a 1-year-old child in his mother's arms, head resting on her shoulder, coughing a little, looking tired and thin, which made her feel pity. She took medicine and gave it to the woman, saying, Make sure the child takes the medicine 3 times a day, morning and evening. In a few days, the cough will go away. She also gave the woman a bag of water, advising her to give the child more to drink. The woman gratefully thanked her. An older woman warned, Lady Hua, people are never satisfied. Be careful on the road. The people from Mo's family looked like children. The old woman was worried that others might be jealous of their food and might resort to sneaky tricks. Huatong smiled and said, I will be careful. Ordinary refugees are not a big threat. By noon, they reached a fork in the road, and some people decided to go their separate ways. One path led to Yenzhou, the other to Jingzhou. Mo's family was taking the children, Su Jia and her brother, to Jingzhou. Most people chose to go to Yenzhou because they heard it was wealthy. Fewer people went to Jingzhou, about 70 or 80 in their group. Those who talked to Huatong all silently chose to go to Jingzhou. Huatong asked with a smile, Everyone says Yenzhou is rich. Why didn't you choose to go there? They were probably shy to say, wanting to stay close to her for protection. A clever person replied, Just rushing to Yenzhou isn't necessarily a good thing. Huatong thought so too. Too many refugees rushing into one city would be a burden on the local people. If they met a fair and just local official, it might be okay, but otherwise, throughout history, many officials refused to serve the people. After traveling 4 more days, more people joined their group along the way. Some tried to take advantage of Mo's family, but after Huatong warned them several times, everyone knew that lady who was not to be underestimated, despite her young age. No one dared to bother her family anymore. Fortunately, Lady Hua is beautiful and kind-hearted. If someone can't stand it and wants to exchange something for some food, she's easy to talk to. Usually, a potato can get her a big bowl of rice. Mo Wenj is very fierce and good at scolding, which is quite frightening. That afternoon, a strong wind blew, making people sway and almost unable to stand. Huatong looked at the sky, sensing that heavy rain was coming. She called out to her companions, A heavy rain will come soon. Everyone, hurry up and keep moving. See if we can find a place to take shelter. Although she was young, no one doubted her words. Mo Hunter's arm has healed quite a bit. Now he got off the cart to lighten its weight. Mo Nan and Mo Shi, the 2 young boys, pulled the cart hard. They wanted to find a place to hide from the rain before it started. Sure enough, after running a short distance, they saw an old temple ahead. The Mo family members were the first to rush inside. To avoid getting wet, they carried the cart inside together. They found a good spot further inside. Others followed, rushing in one after another, looking for a place to sit and rest. By evening, thunder and lightning arrived. Along with the fierce wind, heavy rain poured down, hitting the temple roof with loud splashes, and the doors and windows rattled loudly. The sky darkened, and inside the temple, it was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Everyone stayed together, feeling both excited and scared. They were excited because it finally rained, but scared they might get struck by lightning. Wei Zisu was squeezed between Huatong and Mo Bei. He held his master's arm, trembling a little. In the dark, he couldn't see anything and worried that bad people might suddenly come over. Huatong gently wrapped her arms around the boy and whispered soothing words, I'm here, don't be afraid. Those words gave Wei Zisu great strength, and he gradually stopped trembling. Don't take my things. Suddenly, a woman shouted loudly, her voice trembling with tears. In the darkness, no one could see each other clearly, and someone started causing trouble.
Huatong suddenly remembered something.
She took out a thick, red candle from her space. When she was young, living with her grandmother in the countryside, every New Year, every household would light this candle. Later, when she moved to the city, they didn't light candles or set off firecrackers for the New Year anymore. These candles, kept in her space, became a kind of memory. She quietly lit the candle, and the whole room suddenly brightened. Huatong looked at the troublemakers and walked over, her cold voice carrying a command. Tell me, what's going on? This is a story about a widow with a 6-year-old son. A man tries to steal her bag. The child is very scared because he cannot see what is happening. Huatong looks at the man holding the bag. He is strong and quick. Huatong orders, let go. The man is caught. He feels nervous and angry. He asks, what does it have to do with you? Huatong kicks him gently in the chest. The kick is not hard, but it makes him lean back. He gets very angry and jumps up, shouting, you coward, showing off. Suddenly, he pulls out a small knife and tries to stab her. Huatong quickly raises a candle in one hand and grabs his wrist with the other. She presses his hand and he screams. The knife falls to the ground. She says coldly, "If anyone dares to bully the weak in front of me, they will face the same fate as him." She throws the man out. With a loud bang, he hits the door hard. Huatom orders, "Immediately, crawl out of here." The temple door is tied shut. Mobe quickly walks over, and Huiyang helps open the door. When the door opens, they throw the man outside. They think he is hungry and just desperate, so they forgive him a little. But he pulls out a knife again, trying to hurt someone, so they cannot let him stay. They close the door again. Inside the temple, everyone is crowded and watching Huatong. The children are the first to recover. A boy named Zhan Shi praises her. "Sister Tong Tong, you are so brave." Lin Shan loudly says, "With Sister Tong Tong protecting us, we are no longer afraid of bullies." Qi Yan offers her an egg, saying, "Sister Tong Tong, this is my egg. You can have it." The girl is 5 years old. Huatong accepts her kind gift and says, "Thank you. I have something to eat." Mobe comes to take her candle and finds a place to put it. Zhan Shi says, "Sister Tong Tong, when I grow up, I want to be like you, protecting the weak and helping others." Huatong smiles and says, "That's a good goal. When you grow up, study hard and make something of yourself." The children gather around her, talking happily. She stands inside the broken temple, like she is shining with light. She is just an ordinary girl, like them, but somehow, everyone sees hope in her. She shines brightly. Mobe feels a little confused and suddenly thinks he might be worthy of her. She is so ordinary, yet so dazzling. Seeing her, people feel her kindness and sense of justice are rare and precious. He thinks, "I must work harder to deserve a girl like her."
Montag bei Silently wetchet Huotong, feeling suddenly comforted.
He was so lucky to meet such a girl. The rain kept falling, loud and steady, nourishing the dry land and giving hope to the refugees. When rain falls, it might mean the drought is ending. All things begin to revive, and everything can start anew. After talking for a while, everyone ate some dry food. When hungry, Huatong continued to sit by the wall, while Wei Zisu sat beside her, nibbling on scallion pancakes and drinking spring water, feeling satisfied. That night, everyone rested inside the temple. Although it was dark and quiet, there was no more trouble. In the morning, the rain stopped. So many people had spent the night in the temple, with no space to stretch their legs and sleep comfortably. When they opened their eyes, they all started to leave, moving their muscles. The Mo family had a cart to carry out, so they didn't rush to leave, waiting for others to go first. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from outside, one after another, approaching from afar. Those who could ride horses were either rich or noble. No one knew what kind of officials or important people might pass by. After a while, the horse hooves stopped in front of the temple. 5 or 6 strong men, armed with swords, dismounted and shouted at the refugees, "Stop right there, don't move." Huatong quickly went to the door to see what was happening. The refugees outside were frightened by these men. The Mo family also thought some bad people had arrived, so they all ran to the door to see. The strong men, each looking powerful and sturdy, examined the refugees carefully, taking out portraits and asking, "Have you seen anyone like this?" The refugees, already scared by their presence, didn't look closely and hurriedly replied, "No, we haven't." Uncle Liu, Wei Zisu suddenly ran out, calling out happily and surprised. This was Lu Cheng, her father's close guard. The middle-aged man looked over and studied Wei Zisu, nearly not recognizing her. Uncle Liu, I'm here." Wei Zisu also recognized her people and ran over immediately. Finally, their family had come to find him. He was so happy and excited. All these people were their family's guards. The men who came carefully looked at the group in front of them. Wei Zisu and Wei Zisu looked nothing like the noble children from the mansion, dirty, worn out, with torn clothes in several places. They woke up early, but hadn't had time to comb their hair, which was wild and unkempt, looking just like street beggars. Although they had become so unrecognizable that even their parents might not recognize them, They were indeed the young master and young lady of the family. The young lady and young master from the mansion were separated, and the guards sent multiple groups to search everywhere. Today, they met here, and both the servant and the young master were full of surprise and happiness. Lu Cheng knelt down and said, "Young master, you've suffered." In recent days, he had been eating and drinking with Huitong, almost forgetting the original hardships. Wei Zisu hurriedly said, "Uncle Lu, it was the master who saved us. Please, take out all the silver on you." The young master spoke up, and Lu Cheng then took out a bag of broken silver from his body, making a gesture to others to take out their silver. The others also took out silver from their pockets and handed it all to Lu Cheng. It added up to about 100 taels. Lu Cheng explained, "Young master, this is all the silver we have for now." Of course, they couldn't give everything at once. Wei Zisu carefully handed over the silver bag, stuffing it into Huitong's arms, and said, "Master, keep this silver for now. When I see my father, I will ask him to give you more silver." His master saved him, so he naturally wanted to repay him. He was not ungrateful. Nearby, Mo Wenj felt heartbroken and angry. This ungrateful person, who was raised poorly, actually gave all the silver to Huitong. Shouldn't it have been for her? Huitong was not polite. She needed silver now. The young master and young lady of the Marquis' estate were worth more silver. She turned around and pretended to reach for her bag, but secretly, the silver was stored in her space. She also took out rice balls and cakes, giving them to Wei Zisu. "Your family must be hungry too. Eat some rice balls first to fill your stomach." Wei Zisu immediately shared the rice balls with the guards and praised, "Master's rice balls are the best in the world." Everyone hurried to thank her. Lu Cheng bid farewell to the Mo family members, saying, "Thank you all for taking care of my young master and young lady. When I return, I will report to my master and thank him properly." Although he said this, he didn't truly believe it. He had already given 100 taels of silver, which was enough to repay them. He clasped his fists politely and said, "We will part here. See you again." Wei Zisu quickly said, "Master, come with us." Emoliahu responded coldly, "Let's part here. Young master, take care." Lu Cheng was eager to leave and said, "In that case, we won't stay any longer. Young master, let's go." He carried Wei Zisu and turned to leave, mounting his horse quickly. He was afraid the young master might cling to him and cause trouble, so he took him away. The Marquis' residents didn't need to establish connections with a group of common folk. Seeing them about to leave, Mo Wenj hurriedly called out, "Zijing." Only then did Wei Zijing remember she should say goodbye. She politely said, "Thank you all for your kindness these days. If fate allows, we will meet again in Jingzhou." With that, she turned and left. The sound of hooves quickly disappeared from their sight, as if they had never been there. They arrived quickly and left just as fast, leaving no trace. As the daughter of the Marquis' house, Wei Zijing naturally didn't look down on these common folk. She endured Mo Wenj's constant chatter, as well as Mo Nan and Mo Shi's annoying admiration. Some of these common folk even dared to have feelings for her. Just thinking about it made her feel sick. All her patience was just to protect her brother and sister.
It was all just a temporary plan.
Today, she was finally leaving this family, no longer having to listen to Mo Wenj's constant chatter or endure Mo Nan and Mo Shi's foolish flattery. Wei Zijing felt incredibly happy inside. Mo Wenj watched as Wei Zijing and her brother and sister disappeared, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. She hadn't gained any benefits. They had promised to visit their Marquis' residence, but that didn't happen. Mo Nan's eyes suddenly turned red. He couldn't bear to see the Marquis' young lady leave and asked, "Father, why don't we go with them? Wouldn't it be good to go to Jingzhou with these people?" The young master had already invited them. Why was his father refusing? Mo Nian spoke harshly. "Who do you think they are? Who are you? Do you really think they want to take you along? Be realistic. When you save someone's life, they already repay you." His words sounded unpleasant, almost implying they shouldn't expect too much. Mo Nan and Mo Shi looked pale and uncomfortable. Mo Liren's words also reminded Mo Wenj. Her reward was in Hu Tong's bag, and she clearly had no intention of handing it over. Mo Wenj reached out to grab Hu Tong's bag, trying to take the silver. Hu Tong dodged, preventing her from touching it. Mo Wenj loudly said, "Sister-in-law, you should give the silver to mother for safekeeping." Hu Tong replied without turning, "I'm afraid Aunt might take it and have it stolen." Mo Wenj's face puffed up with anger, and she shouted, "Father, mother, look at her. She clearly wants to secretly keep the silver." Mo Liren said, "Quiet." Mo Bei said, "It was Hu Tong who saved us. The silver belongs to her." Mrs. Wang didn't say anything. Mo Liren called his son to help carry the cart outside. After the rain, the air was fresh and clear. After a night of heavy rain, everything seems to have absorbed enough water to fill the past 2 years of thirst. The soil emits a special smell. The refugees continue their journey in small groups. With Wei Zisu and her brother gone, the cart suddenly has 2 empty seats. Mo Bei comes over and says to Huatong, "Tong, do you want to rest on the cart for a while?" Huatong replies, "I've rested all night. I'm not tired." She quickly walks away. Mo Bei hurriedly places his bamboo basket on the cart and follows her. Today, Mo Liahu is responsible for pulling the cart, while Mo Nan and Mo Shi still walk on their own. On the road, Mrs. Wang softly says to Mo Liahu, "Have you noticed? This wife of ours is a bit hard to manage." Mo Liahu dismisses her. "Why do you care about her? As long as there's food and drink, that's enough." Since she can't get her husband's support, Mrs. Wang feels a bit stifled and defends herself, who's trying to control her. No one can really manage her. Mo Wen-go whispers, "Mother, don't worry. I will get that silver back someday." Hearing this, Mo Liahu warns, "I advise you not to do anything reckless. Taking something without asking is stealing." Mo Wen-go doesn't take her father's words seriously and replies, "Getting our own silver back isn't stealing." Unable to persuade them, Mo Liahu gets angry. "I don't want to deal with this. Mo Nan, come here and pull the cart." He hands the task of pulling the cart to his 2 sons, not wanting to deal with their complaints while also attending to others. Huatong had saved 2 children from wealthy families and earned quite a bit of silver, which became known among the refugees. Everyone was just jealous, but didn't dare to think about taking her silver. In the evening, when the refugees rested in a deserted area, Mo Wen-go took the opportunity while Huatong was cooking and quietly opened her bundle. She wanted to take the silver Huatong had stored inside, but it was completely empty. With so much silver, she couldn't have kept it on herself. There was no sign of anything unusual on her. Mo Wen-go felt angry and impatient, running over to question her, "Huatong, where did you hide the silver?" She was so angry she no longer called her sister-in-law. Huatong was chopping potatoes and pretended not to hear her. Mo Wen-go raised her voice, "Huatong, I'm asking you, where did you hide the silver? Did you lose it?" Seeing her continued harassment, Huatong's brother came over and scolded her, "Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself here." Mo Wen-go was also stubborn and immediately started arguing back. "Huiyang, if anyone should leave, it's you. I see you've been having a comfortable few days and forgot where you came from. It was my family who took pity on you and gave you shelter. Yet, you dare to shout and yell at me? Have you lost your conscience? Ungrateful scoundrel. Are you insulting yourself?" Huiyang argued fiercely, standing his ground. "If it weren't for Lulu, your whole family would have died on this journey. Your entire family is ungrateful. Look at all the food and drinks, they're all made by Lulu. Did any of you lend a hand? You lazy pigs have no right to shout so loudly here." Mo Wenj was angry from being scolded. She rushed forward to hit Huiyang. Although she was just a young girl, she was fierce. She lunged and scratched Huiyang's face, making him slap her hard across the cheek. Seeing their sister being bullied, Mo Nan and Mo Shi immediately rushed over to help beat Huiyang. In no time, they were all fighting, which was unexpected. Huatong quickly put down what he was doing and rushed over. He grabbed Mo Nan and Mo Shi with both hands and threw them away. As for Mo Wenj, if she hadn't been just a 10-year-old girl, He would have kicked her away long ago. Instead, he gently pulled her back, causing her to stumble back several steps and sit on the ground crying loudly. The scene became chaotic, attracting nearby refugees to come and watch. Huiyang didn't get any advantage either. In just a moment, his face was scratched, and he was punched several times by the brothers. He couldn't beat them one-on-one, let alone 3 against 1. If Huitong hadn't protected him, he would have been beaten to death. Their mother, Mrs. Wang, looked extremely angry. She hadn't expected Huitong to fight. Mrs. Wang came over and scolded, "Huitong, what are you doing?" Because of Mo Bei, Huitong had been trying to get along with this family. But when the 3 siblings beat Huiyang, he couldn't just stand by. Huitong said calmly, "I'm teaching them a lesson." Mrs. Wang was mainly upset because Huitong had refused to hand over the 100 taels of silver he had. She had been holding a grudge about that. Now she saw a chance to vent her anger. They still have their parents alive. It's not your place to teach them a lesson. But do they discipline this child? Huitong's voice was cold. "I won't let anyone bully Huiyang." Bullying her was tolerable, but bullying Huiyang was unacceptable. Huiyang felt very touched and straightened his back even more. "Liuli, they never considered you one of their own. Before you get married, you should withdraw from this engagement." Throughout the journey, Huitong never once sat in a cart, even though it was his own choice not to. He was still angry. Because he was angry, he spoke without thinking. Huitong responded with a simple, He felt he couldn't fit into this family. After so long, she had long accepted a simple truth. Mo Bei was very good, but he was not GMO. Besides his face, he showed no sign of GMO. Treating Mo Bei as a replacement for GMO was unfair to everyone. GMO is GMO. No one can replace him.
Montag bei Luoket Absit.
Huitong's single, felt like a knife stabbing his heart, causing real pain. Mo Wen-go, who had been thrown to the ground, angrily got up and shouted, "You are the one we bought with 5 taels of silver." Huitong held the silver tightly. "This is 10 taels." She threw it into Mo Wen-ji's arms with interest. Mo Bei didn't expect this to happen. In just a moment, they fought, and now his marriage was called off. Mo Bei rushed over and snatched the silver from Mo Wen-go, wanting to return it to Huitong. It seemed that if he did this, she wouldn't break off the engagement with him. Huitong looked at the silver he took back, but didn't take it. Seeing the worried look on the young boy's face, she felt a bit sorry. That was GMO's face. She couldn't be cruel to GMO, nor could she say harsh words to that face. Her tone was as gentle as possible. Mo Bei were not suitable for each other. Besides GMO, she couldn't accept anyone else in her heart. "Don't worry, even if we break off the engagement, I will see you safely to Jingzhou before leaving." Because of GMO's face, she was always more gentle and patient with the boy. The boy's eyes turned red. He looked at Mo Wen-go with a sharp gaze and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Mo Wen-go was so scared, he didn't dare speak. Everyone from the Mo family looked at each other, suddenly silent. They hadn't expected her to really call off the engagement and go through with it. People watching quietly dispersed, murmuring among themselves. On this journey, everyone and Huitong had grown familiar, all calling her Lady Hu. Now, no one knew what to say. How could they just break off the engagement so suddenly? Mo Bei quickly stepped in front of Huitong, like a wounded beast with tears in his eyes. "I don't agree to break off the engagement." They fought, so how could that affect his marriage? Huitong remained silent. Mo Bei accused her. "Didn't you say before that once I found a safe place to settle down, I should study hard, take the top exam, and become an official? Are you abandoning all that now?" Aren't those just empty words to comfort him? The young boy was naive and actually believed it. Huitong didn't speak, not knowing what to say to him. She was afraid that if she said something casually, he would take it seriously. She ignored him, and the boy, with red eyes, ran away. He didn't want to break off the engagement. When he heard she wanted to leave, he felt so sad he couldn't control himself. Huiyang was also a bit confused. Although he was angry that Emojia's people bullied Huitong, He didn't feel good inside when he saw her finally agree to end the engagement. He walked over quietly and said to her, "If you're having second thoughts, you don't have to break off the engagement. I don't regret it." "Do you regret it?" Huiyang quickly shook his head. "I don't regret it. I just feel sorry for Mo Bei." It looks like he was crying. Huiyang was also conflicted. If Huitong really ended the engagement, he wouldn't be very happy. He could see how much Mo Bei cared for Lulu, almost wanting to tie himself to her. Of course, he also wanted Lulu to have a good husband. Huitong was stunned for a moment and then said, "Go gather firewood." Mo Nan heard and quickly said, "Sister-in-law, I'll go gather firewood." He hurriedly ran off, and she also said anxiously, "Sister-in-law, I'll fetch the pot." Their sudden interruption of their brother's marriage plans made both of them very nervous. The earlier quarrel just passed like that. Today, everyone felt the food didn't taste as good as usual. After a while, Liu spoke up. "Huitong, this isn't Mo Bei's fault." Mo Nan and she quickly apologized. "Sister-in-law, it's our fault." They didn't want their older brother to lose his wife. They weren't fools. They knew their sister-in-law was really good. Liu solemnly said, "If when go, Mo Nan or she don't listen, as the sister-in-law, you should teach them a lesson." The two boys nodded in agreement. It's a bit hard to manage a daughter-in-law. She had flaws and was difficult to control, but she also had good qualities. Besides being hard to manage, she was good at everything else. Huitong said, "Uncle Mo, I have made up my mind. No need to say more. Don't worry, I will you to Jingzhou." Once in Jingzhou, she would part ways with the Mo family. Liu was choked and had nothing more to say. It was clear that this girl had a rebellious streak. Mo Bei didn't come to dinner that night. He sat alone, sulking far away. When Mo Nan went to call him, he ignored him. Huitong felt sorry for him starving, so she brought a bowl to find him. "Eat your meal." When she spoke, Mo Bei, though angry, looked at her a little longer. "I don't agree to break off the engagement." He didn't take Huitong's bowl, as if she wanted to break the engagement, he would fast to show her. Huitong looked at him, softening her heart a little. The young boy was like a hurt young animal, struggling. Better to face the pain quickly. Huitong made up her mind and softly said, "Mo Bei, I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to keep pretending you're someone else's shadow. That's not fair to you. It's also a kind of disrespect to GMO." She was only satisfying her own selfish wishes. Mo Bei was stunned for a moment, understanding her words. She was truly heartless, as cruel as when she raised her hand to cut someone. Mo Bei stood up from the ground. The boy was taller than her by a head. He suddenly stood up, making her feel an inexplicable pressure from the young boy. The boy seemed angered. "I don't care about fairness or unfairness at all." Huitong shoved the bowl into the boy's hand and turned to leave. The stars twinkled faintly on the horizon. The Mo family was very quiet tonight. Later, Mrs. Wang moved closer to Huitong and softly said, "Huitong." Huitong was lying on the ground, silent. "Look, everyone's family has their noise, but I've never seen anyone break off an engagement just because of a little quarrel. The kids just play around a bit. As the eldest daughter-in-law, you've already scolded them, so don't take it to heart." Mrs. Wang thought it over and still believed the marriage shouldn't be broken. Huitong was very capable and also blessed. She either found a cart or rice and flour. Since Huitong arrived, the whole family had no worries about food or drink. Most importantly, Huitong was not difficult to manage and was a good daughter-in-law. It would be perfect for Mo Bei if she stayed. To keep Huitong, Mrs. Wang had to be shameless and plead for her. Huitong ignored her completely, closed her eyes, and pretended to sleep. Mrs. Wang was disappointed and could only retreat to her side. After this, Huitong continued as usual. Every day, she prepared food for them, and Mrs. Wang also came to help. She cooked, and Huitong fried the dishes. Mrs. Wang spoke to her in a somewhat flattering way, trying to persuade her to change her mind. But Huitong was firm in her decision to part ways. She no longer stayed with Mo Bei during the day, nor did she lie with him at night. Her obvious distance from the Mo family was clear to see. Under Mrs. Wang's persuasion, Mo Wen-gu came to apologize to Hu Tong. It was all her fault that caused the trouble. Older sister-in-law, I was wrong before. Please forgive me this once, and overlook my mistake. Hu Tong ignored her. Even if you don't forgive me, please care for my brother. Look at how sad he's been these past 2 days. My brother usually protects you a lot. He truly likes you. She said a few more words to Hu Tong but received no response, only disappointment. The whole family tried to intervene one after another, but nothing worked. Finally, the Mo family turned their attention to Huyang, with Mrs. Wang trying to comfort him. Mrs. Wang said, Huyang, what good does it do to make Hu Tong break off the engagement? Hu Tong has no parents or relatives. If she breaks off with Mo Bei, her reputation will be ruined, and no one will want to marry her. If Hu Tong marries our Mo Bei, at least Mo Bei genuinely cares for her. If she misses out on Mo Bei, she might never meet someone so kind again. Although this made sense, Huyang was not convinced. As a rebellious youth, he had his own ideas. Liuli is so beautiful, kind, and capable. After going to Jingzhou, many young men will like her. Mrs. Wang sneered. Are you planning for her to become a concubine for some wealthy young master? The main wife wouldn't even consider it. Huyang was furious. Liuli will definitely become a young lady of a wealthy family. In his mind, Hu Tong was both beautiful and capable. A poor boy like him didn't understand much, and Mrs. Wang stopped talking to him. It was like talking to a wall. Nothing could be explained clearly. Is it really so easy to become a young lady of a wealthy family? 3 days later, groups of refugees flooded outside Jingzhou City. The city gates were tightly closed, and about 500 or 600 refugees sat waiting outside. It was said that every morning and evening, some wealthy families' ladies and young masters would distribute porridge, and the refugees could come to receive porridge and steamed buns. Some people took the opportunity to sell things, shouting, 10 taels for boys, 5 taels for girls. Families with many children, regardless of whether they were boys or girls, some actually sold their children. Some children refused to leave their families and cried as they were taken away by the people offering to buy. After Hu Tong and her group arrived, they temporarily stayed outside the city gates. Once everyone was settled, Hu Tong planned to go to the city gate to check the situation. Huyang immediately followed her, and Mo Bei silently trailed behind them. The 3 of them walking toward the city gate looked very noticeable. In a hidden corner of the crowd, the Hu family elders and relatives were also waiting there. They had been here for 2 days, some for 5 or 6 days. Every day, morning and evening, they waited for food, barely enough to fill their stomachs. Suddenly, she saw a few people, including Hu Tong. Old Lady Zhao from the Hu family opened her eyes wide in surprise. This was Hu Tong's grandmother. Her eldest daughter-in-law said to Old Lady Zhao, Mother, isn't that Hu Tong? She looks much healthier now. Could it be that her life at Mo's house was very good? Old Lady Zhao immediately told her eldest daughter-in-law, Li Xiu, and second daughter-in-law, Zhang Mei, to go and check. Hu Tong went to the city gate to find out how to get inside. The guards at the gate looked at them coldly. They said the gate couldn't be opened. Allowing a group of refugees into the city was impossible. There was no such order from above. Of course, they didn't say it so bluntly to avoid causing trouble among the refugees. The soldier at the gate said coldly, entry fee, 20 taels per person. Most refugees could hardly even come up with 2 taels. Saying 20 taels was just to scare them away. Knowing it was meant to make things difficult, Hu Tong didn't ask further and turned to leave. The 2 daughters-in-law of the Hu family came over and looked at Hu Tong and her group. Among them, Zhang, the second daughter-in-law, was Huyang's mother. When she saw her son, she was so angry she tried to kick him. She had raised him herself. He didn't follow her, his mother, but ran away with Hu Tong. That day, during the escape from famine, Zhang discovered her son was missing. She wanted to find him, but her mother-in-law, Old Lady Zhao, said, no need to find him. He went to find Hu Tong. He won't come back with us. That was true. When Huyang ran out, Old Lady Zhao saw him and asked, Huyang, where are you going? He angrily replied, don't think I don't know. You all want to escape the famine yourselves and don't want to bring Lulu with you. If you don't want her, I want her. Old Lady Zhao was so angry she nearly fell backward. Hui Yang ran off quickly, refusing to go with her. Old Lady Zhao couldn't stop him and decided not to bother. Her children and grandchildren were many. Missing one didn't matter. Zhang, the second daughter-in-law, now wanted to hit her son. Hui Yang dodged and shouted, "Mother, why are you hitting me? Why do you think I'm hitting you? You little brat. All these years I've raised you in vain." Honestly, she knew he went to find Huatong and thought the Mo family was honest, so she wasn't too worried. But she was more angry because she felt he cared more about Huatong than about her as his mother. Meanwhile, Huatong kept walking quickly, missing Li Xiao and Zhang Mei who were coming toward her. Li Xiao was stunned and reached out to pull her. "Child, why didn't you call out when you saw us?" Huatong looked at her indifferently and asked, "Who are you?" Pretending not to recognize her, Li Xiao rolled her eyes in frustration. "Huatong, even if you marry into the Mo family, you are still a girl from our family. You don't recognize me, your elder aunt, but surely you won't ignore your own biological grandmother and grandfather? Your grandmother asked me to call you over. You have mistaken someone. It's actually them who have turned their backs on her. They don't even consider her their granddaughter. The moment she was sold for 50 taels of silver, she and the Hor family had nothing to do with each other." Mo Bei told his family about the situation at the city gate. 20 taels of silver per person are needed to enter. Even if they took all their 100 taels of silver to pay, it wouldn't be enough. Besides, who would be willing to spend 20 taels just to get into the city? If they had that much silver, 100 taels would be enough for a whole family to live on for a lifetime with careful saving. Mrs. Wang asked, "What should we do now?" Emoliahu said, "Let's wait and see. There are so many refugees coming to Jingzhou to beg for food. The officials will have to find a way to help them." Listening to the Mo family's discussion, Huatong stood quietly by the cart, watching some men pulling small children towards the city gate. They had already paid in advance, so these people easily entered the city. When the gate closed, it was as if a barrier separated them from the outside world. From then on, it was like they were worlds apart. After a while, Grandma Zhao came with 2 daughters-in-law. Seeing that it was Huatong's grandmother, the Mo family turned their faces away, not wanting to acknowledge her. The Hor family was full of unkind people. Grandma Zhao glanced at the Mo family and saw the cart behind them, loaded with a few bamboo baskets. She snorted and first looked coldly at Huatong, then, acting as the head of the family, said, "Huatong, what are you doing? Marrying into the Mo family and now planning to cut ties with our family?" She looked at her daughter-in-law, who seemed to have gained weight and looked healthier, probably because she had been well fed. Meanwhile, the others in the Hor family looked pale and thin, clearly malnourished. Thinking about Huatong's recent distance, Mrs. Wang couldn't help but mock. "Your daughter is now quite something. We in the Mo family can't compare. She's already broken off the engagement." Grandma Zhao was surprised and looked at her in shock. Mo Wenj immediately chimed in, "Your Huatong is now rich. She's carrying 100 taels of silver. She doesn't even look down on us Mo family anymore." 100 taels of silver? Grandma Zhao's eyes lit up, and even the people around her looked surprised when they heard this. She quickly pulled Huatong's arm. "Since she's broken off the engagement, then go back with your grandmother." Huatong pushed away old Lady Zhao's hand coldly and said, "I am no longer the Huatong of your family. At least, not in her heart. Stop talking nonsense." Old Lady Zhao thought she was just angry with herself and tried to pull her again. Huatong suddenly stood up and warned, "Don't touch me. She isn't someone who can be close to everyone easily." Old Lady Zhao's face darkened with anger. If it weren't for the 100 taels of silver on her, she would be willing to bother with this unlucky star who seems to ruin everyone's life. She looked at the bundle on Huatong's back, thinking that the 100 taels of silver must be inside it. She exchanged a glance with her 2 daughters-in-law. The 2 daughters-in-law immediately understood and pretended to want to get close to Huatong, but their hands had already reached into her bundle. Huatong held tightly onto her bundle and refused to let go. As the women pulled and tugged, Huatong suddenly lifted her foot. Ouch! Li Xiuhe and Zhang Mei both cried out in pain and fell to their knees. Hu Tong had kicked them in the knees. "Stay away from me, or I won't be polite," she warned again, her face showing boredom and annoyance. Hu Tong turned and walked away a bit, clearly not wanting to get close to this family. In her mind, she also started to think that now that she was in Jingzhou, the Mo family didn't really need her to continue escorting them. The local officials in Jingzhou would have to find ways to settle these refugees. She could quietly withdraw now. Hu Yang hurried after her. Hu Tong glanced at him and said, "Go back with your mother. Liu Li, I want to stay with you and take care of you. You know I don't need care. Actually, it was them who needed her. Then I will stay with you too. I won't leave you." Among all the people in the Hu family, he was closest to Hu Tong. Even his parents and grandparents couldn't compare to her. Hu Tong didn't say anything more and let him be. She slowly walked among the refugees, thinking that after giving 10 taels of silver to the Mo family, she still had 90 taels left, enough to take Hu Yang into the city. While she was thinking about this, Mo Bei also caught up with her. Hu Tong had been distant from him these days and hadn't paid him any attention. He felt incredibly sad inside. Hu Tong thought for a moment. She had to leave soon, so she should say something to him. "Mo Bei, I've brought you this far. Let's part here." Her gentle tone carried a sense of detachment. "Do you really not want me anymore?" The boy's eyes reddened, like a young animal abandoned. "I told you, this isn't fair to you. I don't care." The young boy's voice was low and a little hoarse. Even if he cared, he would hold back and pretend not to care. "I care," she said firmly. Hu Tong stepped closer and softly said, "There are 40 taels of silver here.
Keep it well."
She forcefully pushed the bag of silver into his arms. "I'm going to the city. Wait here. The officials will have arrangements for you." After giving her instructions, she turned and walked away without looking back. Mo Bei watched her cold and determined figure with wide eyes. Suddenly, he felt as if something inside him had broken. Hu Yang glanced at him, but had nothing to say. He quickly followed Hu Tong to the city gate. Hu Tong returned to the gate and said to the guard, "This is 40 taels for the entry fee." The guard was surprised that a young girl from the countryside could really have 40 taels of silver. Although she was a refugee, she looked pretty and charming, different from ordinary refugees. The guard didn't make things difficult for her. He took the silver and registered her quickly. The Hu family saw them wandering near the city gate from afar. They were worried she was about to pay the fee and enter the city. Grandma Zhao was so angry her blood was boiling. These ungrateful little brats, once they had money, only thought about entering the city themselves, ignoring their family. Grandma Zhao hurriedly sent her 2 sons to see what was happening and told them to bring Hu Tong back. They absolutely couldn't let her take the 100 taels of silver into the city. But when they ran over, they were stopped by soldiers who shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Stop! Go back and wait." Being from the countryside and seeing soldiers with swords everywhere, they were quite scared. Hu Zhao and Hu Shu, Grandma Zhao's sons, trembled at the soldiers' shouts. Hu Shu quickly pointed at Hu Yang and said, "That's my son and niece." Hu Tong and Hu Yang were walking into the city through the open gate. As they entered, the gate closed behind them. The heavy gate separated the inside from the outside, making it feel like they were in 2 different worlds, even though only a door was between them. Outside the gate, Hu Shu stared in shock. Mo Bei also stood silently from a distance, watching the disappearing figures. He knew she was ruthless, but he always thought he was different to her. After all, she spoke softly to him. They had lain side by side. He thought they were very close, but he was not the same. Now it seemed he was even less important than Hu Yang. She took Hu Yang away. He was left behind. He of course knew that he was not worthy of her. She was so good. The young man's mind went blank and felt confused. Although it was a clear June day, it felt like winter. On the other side of the city gate, Hu Tong's steps slowly stopped. He had been walking so freely, but now that they were truly separated, she felt a strange sense of loss inside. She wondered how the government would settle them and how long it would take. She heard that the refugees had been waiting outside for several days. "Lulu, what's wrong?" Hu Yang asked, stopping his horse.
"Nothing, let's go," she said.
She couldn't let go, but she knew she had to. She didn't want to see the young man as a replacement. She also didn't want to spend her life living with that kind of family, where all her efforts were taken for granted. There was a huge gap of thousands of years between her and these people, and some differences were hard to bridge. On the road in Jingzhou, Hu Yang asked, "Lulu, where are we going now?" "Find a place to stay." After paying 40 taels of silver, she still had 10 taels left. Right now, finding a place to stay was the most important thing. She carried a space with her, so she didn't worry about food or drink. "Lulu, Jingzhou is really lively. I like it here. Let's live here from now on." Hu Yang had only been to a small town outside his village, so Jingzhou looked like a paradise to him. Hu Tong smiled. "Are you satisfied just with Jingzhou?" "Yes," Hu Yang said happily, running ahead and looking around. He was just a country boy seeing the city for the first time, so he was easily amazed and excited. Hu Tong was thinking she still wanted to visit the imperial capital. She wanted to see the beautiful mountains and rivers everywhere. Maybe GMO was also alive somewhere in a different time and space, living well. Perhaps one day, they would meet again. But these thoughts didn't make her feel very happy, because she knew hope was slim. Move aside, move aside.
Get out of the way."
Suddenly, the sound of hooves approaching from afar startled the pedestrians. Just as Hu Tong was lost in her wild thoughts, she saw the carriage coming closer. The young man driving the horse probably didn't expect her to stand in the middle of the road, so he shouted angrily, "Are you looking for death?" Before he could stop the horse, it charged toward her. Hu Tong quickly snapped out of her trance, spun around, grabbed the reins, and forced the carriage to turn. The carriage made a sharp turn and almost tipped over, and she heard loud shouts from inside. Once the carriage stabilized, a young voice shouted loudly inside, "Fifth brother, fifth brother." The voice sounded familiar, like Wei Zisu's. Wei Zisu was in Jingzhou. Hu Tong immediately jumped onto the carriage. Sure enough, Wei Zisu was shouting inside, and beside him was a delicate 13-year-old boy with a pale face, looking like he was about to run out of breath. He was having an asthma attack. Wei Zisu looked at him and exclaimed happily, "Master, you finally came. Master, my fifth brother is sick again. Please help him." This weak fifth brother couldn't take care of himself. He just went out and already got sick. What should we do? Wei Zisu looked worried and distressed. Hu Tong thought quickly, and a salbutamol inhaler, which can treat asthma, appeared in her hand. She opened the bottle and sprayed it a few times on the boy. She checked the boy's chest. Her black pupils briefly turned golden, revealing the unusual condition of his chest clearly. Her eyes naturally had X-ray vision. She could see bones and blood vessels clearly once activated. Hu Tong comforted Zisu, saying, "He's having an asthma attack. I've already sprayed medicine on him, so he's okay for now." She handed the inhaler to Zisu and advised, "If it happens again, have him spray this." Zisu looked at the inhaler. He had just seen Hu Tong use it, and it looked very magical. "Master, where are you going?" Seeing Hu Tong turn to leave, Zisu was anxious and shouted. Hu Tong ignored him and jumped down from the carriage. The young man outside, who was driving the carriage, stared at her in surprise. This young master always called her master. Could she be Hu Tong? After Zisu returned, he started to idolize Hu Tong. People close to him had heard of her name even if they hadn't seen her. Hu Yang was also looking for her anxiously. When he saw her jump out of the carriage, he hurried over and asked, "Lulu, where did you go? You scared me to death. I thought I lost you." Zisu also jumped out of the carriage, eager to have wings and fly, stomping his foot. "Master, where are you going?" "Master, my fifth brother wants to run away from home. Come with us." With a master to accompany him, he wouldn't be afraid. He was worried about leaving with fifth brother, who was delicate and often got sick. He was just a child. How could he take care of him? Hu Tong, upon hearing that Wei Zisu wanted to run away from home, turned back. Why do you want to leave home? Zisu looked aggrieved and said, Fifth brother doesn't want to go back to the imperial capital. Father insists he go back, and even said he would tie him up if necessary. In a fit of anger, Brother 5 was about to leave home. The young boy called Brother 5 was gradually calming down. When Wei Zisu kept calling him master, he knew who it was. He was not unfamiliar with the name Huatong. After Wei Zisu returned, they talked for a long time. They said Huatong was the most beautiful girl in the world, kind-hearted and beautiful. They also said she had killed many bandits alone, almost like a war hero. They praised her cooking, claiming it was the best in the world, better than the palace chefs. He didn't think much of it at first, just feeling that after being hungry outside for a long time, even a plain bun would taste good. The boy slowly got out of the carriage, looked at Huatong, and paused slightly. Huatong also looked at him. The boy had a noble air, a finely carved face, extremely handsome. Perhaps because he was sick for a long time, he still seemed delicate and fragile. I often hear Zisu mention you. My name is Wei Zisu. The boy's voice was cool and pleasant. As a young master raised in a noble family, he naturally carried a deep sense of dignity. As a son of a marquis's house, he didn't show any disdain for the peasant girl. Instead, he was polite and courteous. For some reason, the peasant girl in front of him felt strangely familiar. He felt a sudden sense of closeness, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Maybe because Zisu's lifesaver, he felt a liking for her? Huatong also felt a strange familiarity with the boy and inexplicably liked him. She said, Young Master Wei, there are many refugees outside the city gate now, and it's inconvenient to leave the city. You should go back. Suddenly, the boy said, I heard Zisu say you're very capable. Be my guard. She didn't want to be a guard. In this life, she wanted to live freely and happily, doing as she pleased. I'm sorry, I can't agree. I have other matters.
Goodbye. She turned and left.
Wei Zisu was a bit disappointed. Wei Zisu quickly asked Brother 5, Are we still going to run away from home? Wei Zisu felt a little frustrated. Of course. No matter what, he didn't want to return to the imperial capital. In the marquis's house, no one welcomed his return. Why go back and make people dislike him? Wei Zisu had to follow him. This was his weak and sick older brother, and he didn't want to leave him alone. Not far away, a group of soldiers was coming, heading toward the city gate. Huatong stopped and looked back. The delicate young master from the marquis's house didn't seem to realize the dangers outside. A boy in his teens, with a 6-year-old child and a guard, wanted to leave home. With their delicate appearance, if they fell into the hands of the bloodthirsty bandits, they might be eaten alive. Watching the departing people and soldiers, Tong felt a slight shock in her heart. She had a vague premonition of trouble. She immediately took out the remaining silver and handed it all to Yang. Wait here for me. I'll be back soon. 6-6, where are you going? I'm going to check over there. If you're hungry, buy some food yourself. After giving her instructions, she turned and ran quickly away. With so many soldiers sent out, it didn't seem like they were there to help the refugees. Instead, it looked more like they were trying to drive them away. The world is dark and unjust, which is common in any dynasty. But no one expected that the government wouldn't even take in these few hundred refugees. At this moment, the refugees outside the city gate had started to become restless. A few days ago, porridge was served morning and evening. When the time came, people arrived. Today, it was almost noon, but no one came to serve porridge. The refugees had been waiting here for days, and were getting impatient. The officials in Jingzhou had no intention of letting them into the city. Now, they even wanted to cut off food supplies. There was a commotion in the crowd. Some people began to incite the refugees to cause trouble. Young and strong men gathered at the city gate shouting. Just as these people were making noise, the city gate was suddenly opened. Hundreds of soldiers with swords came forward. The leader, the guard captain, loudly commanded, "There are people with the plague among them. Kill them all, no one is to be spared." At his order, the soldiers swung their swords at the surrounding refugees. The refugees, hoping to be comforted here, were terrified. Before they could run, they were cut down. These were unarmed civilians living on barely enough food, no match for the soldiers with swords. Suddenly, there were cries and screams. The family, including the elders and children, were so frightened they desperately tried to escape. But the soldiers' horses were faster, and they quickly surrounded everyone. Among those trapped was the Mo family of 6. Mo Wenj was so scared he cried again. Since they couldn't escape, his mother grabbed him and hid under the cart. Seeing this, the others also hid under the cart. Mo Nyen's father and son pulled out knives they had hidden in the cart. They fought back fiercely. These knives were picked up from bandits, and they never thought they would be useful one day. Everyone felt hopeless after such an event. The refugees who could fight tried their best, but most were like eggs hitting a rock, futile.
Drive.
A girl rode in on a fast horse, galloping wildly and kicking up a cloud of dust. After seizing a horse, Huotong rode quickly toward the city gate. When she reached the gate, a soldier tried to block her with a spear, but she snatched the spear away. Outside the city, there was chaos and loud wailing, and Huotong felt cold inside. First, they offered porridge to show kindness. Now, they used the excuse of a sick refugee to drive everyone away and kill them all. Holding her spear, she stabbed at the soldiers who were supposed to protect the weak and old. Since the officials were unfair, she decided to stand against their injustice. There were people she wanted to protect, and she wouldn't let them be harmed. Her appearance was like a blessing to the refugees, giving them hope. A child who knew her cried out, "Sister Tong Tong." Huotong, she thought she couldn't really leave him behind. He was like a trapped young animal, trying his best to break free and run to her. He wanted to be with her and never be apart again. A few soldiers moved to block Mo Bei, surrounding him. After a few attacks, someone behind him struck him the head with a spear. With a loud bang, Mo Bei saw darkness and his head throbbed painfully. Mo Bei, a gentle call sounded. Suddenly, a silenced gun appeared in Huotong's hand, and in an instant, several soldiers near Mo Bei fell to the ground. They were shot by the silenced gun in her hand. As a special agent, her shooting was precise and perfect. Huotong stabbed her spear, creating a quick escape route. The spear seemed alive, whistling through the air in her hands. In just a few moves, the soldiers around her fell one after another. She leapt into the air and landed beside Mo Bei, grabbing the boy who was about to fall and holding him protectively. Softly, she said, "I'm here.
Nothing will happen to you."
The boy's head was pounding, and he was almost fainting. His whole body leaned on her, and he whispered, "Tong Tong, do you still want me?" Huotong didn't answer him. She held her spear in one hand and him in the other, fighting fiercely. Blood was splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Wei Zisu hurried over with Wei Zisu and the guards Tianji. They had seen Huotong take someone's horse and ride toward the city gate. Sure enough, they saw her wielding a spear, full of fighting spirit. Wei Zisu was worried. "Brother Wu, my master is over there. What should we do?" Wei Zisu was calm. He held his badge high and loudly declared, "I am Wei Zisu of the Jing'an Marquis' household." But the chaos was so loud that no one could hear him. Princess Wei Zisu looked wide-eyed at the girl surrounded by soldiers. Her face was covered with blood, but it was unclear whether it was her own or someone else's. She was both anxious and angry. She shouted to her guard, "Tianji, go help her immediately." Tianji obviously didn't move and quickly tried to stop her, saying, "Young master, we can't get involved in this." Princess Wei Zisu glared at him in frustration. A young man noticed Princess Wei Zisu and realized he was a noble from the imperial capital, so he approached carefully. He was the Commander Gua, known for attacking refugees. "Young Master Wei, this is not your place. Please leave quickly, so you don't get blood on your feet." The young man looked angry and ordered, "Tell them to stop immediately."
"Stop now."
"This is an order from the higher-ups." "I cannot disobey," the guard replied. "They are killing innocent people," Princess Wei Zisu said. "But what if they are killing?" "He's just following orders." Soon, Commander Gua noticed something alarming. Not far away, he saw a large group of people approaching. The sound of hooves grew louder. Before long, a group of over 200 soldiers surrounded the city gates. Among them, a young man dressed in elegant moon-white clothes pulled his bow and arrow. His calm voice carried a cold tone, yet it also held great strength, reaching everyone's ears. "Everyone stop. Put down your weapons." As he spoke, the arrows flew, hitting the arms of 3 soldiers holding knives. These soldiers' blades were aimed at some children, including a pregnant woman. The children were innocent. The soldiers' duty was to protect the country, not to harm unarmed refugees. Everyone noticed the extraordinary visitor. All the soldiers suddenly stopped their weapons. Guo was stunned and quickly stepped forward, asking, "May I ask who you are?" The young man in blue silk held a token, exuding a calm but commanding presence that made others feel a bit afraid. Seeing the token, Guo immediately knelt and said, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." This person was the king of the imperial capital, Jingzhou, the younger brother of the current emperor, with immense power. The king's voice was icy and cold. "Why are you killing these refugees?" "To your Majesty, these refugees have contracted malaria. I was ordered to send them outside the city, but they try to break through the gates," Guo explained. "You are lying," a cold voice rang out. It was from a girl named Huatong. "These refugees fled here, yet you not only failed to comfort them but also want to use malaria as an excuse to kill them all. You are ignoring the lives of the people first. Since ancient times, those who win the people's hearts win the world. I hope your Majesty can see this clearly." A good saying, winning the people's hearts means winning the world. Wei Zisu ran over and said, "Huatong only acted bravely to help others. I hope your Majesty can see this clearly. He has been in Jingzhou for many years and does not know this young emperor from the imperial capital. But he is the son of Marquis Jing'an, and he understands the power of the emperor well. Life and death are all in their hands." The emperor's gaze fell on Huatong. The girl was young, but she looked calm and steady beyond her years. Now, she had reigned in her killing intent, and she looked like an ordinary girl. The emperor asked her, "Aren't you afraid I will punish you for causing chaos?" Huatong sneered, "Life and death are already beyond my control." The emperor's expression darkened, his emotions hard to read, neither happy nor angry. "What do their lives have to do with you? Here are the people she wants to protect." Unconsciously, her life is now linked with theirs. There are many innocent children. She cannot just watch them die at the soldiers' blades. If they haven't broken the law, they shouldn't be killed. As soldiers, your duty is to defend the country and serve the court, not to bully the weak or slaughter civilians. Think carefully. Can what you're doing today be justified to the court and worthy of your salaries? The girl spoke coldly and with righteousness. Though she was just a young girl, at that moment, she seemed to have the power to shake the mountains. The emperor looked at her with an inscrutable expression. "Well said." He shifted his tone. "I was sent here to Jingzhou to inspect the disaster. I didn't expect the soldiers here to slaughter refugees. You really have some nerve. Take him away from me." He pointed at Commander Guo, his eyes full of sternness. The soldiers around the emperor immediately stepped forward and seized Commander Guo. The soldiers present were shocked and trembling, their legs weak. Commander Guo was also startled and shouted, "Your Majesty, please see clearly. I am only following orders." The emperor said solemnly, "I will investigate this thoroughly myself." He then ordered, "Junlin, you handle the matter here." The young man called Junlin was holding a bow and arrow. He was noble-looking, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome and impressive. He was the eldest son of Marquis Jing'an, Wei Junlin. When Wei Zisu heard this name, his face turned pale. Wei Junlin seemed to ignore him and did not recognize him. Prince Wang Jiheng led a group of soldiers to Jingzhou, leaving some behind to handle the city gates for Lord Wei Lin. He came secretly, and the officials in Jingzhou did not know he was there. His arrival caught the local officials off guard. Jingzhou was about to change. Lord Wei Lin looked around and saw that many people had been injured or killed in the recent fight. He ordered that the wounded refugees be treated immediately. Only 2 doctors came with him, which was not enough. He quickly sent people into the city to ask for more doctors to help. Mo was also hurt, bleeding a little from the back of his head. His injury was not serious, but it was enough to make him faint. After Hu Tong treated his wound, she told him to rest on a cart for now. Mo Go was crying in his mother's arms, trembling. He was only 10 years old and was overwhelmed by the threat of death again. Hu Tong told him, "Mo uncle, I will go see what's happening over there. When Mo Bei wakes up, just let me know." Many refugees had been hurt by swords and knives, and some of them were people she knew. She wanted to help. They had traveled together for many days, and she knew most of them were honest people just seeking safety in Jingzhou, hoping to find food and survive the hard times. Many children had died, some she recognized. Their families were crying loudly, holding their bodies. One small child tried to hide under Mo Wenji's cart, but because there were so many people, he couldn't get in and was killed outside the cart, his body almost torn apart. Many children had lost their families and sat crying beside their loved ones. Hu Tong was busy helping other refugees with their wounds. One pregnant woman was so frightened she went into early labor, crying out in pain. The scene became chaotic. Hu Tong quickly had someone carry her to the side of the road and set her down. She secretly took out her medical kit and gave the woman an injection. The baby was in a difficult position. Meanwhile, Lord Wei Lin had given out orders. The refugees who were not injured were gathered in one place, and people went to count, register, and comfort them. The injured were taken to the medical clinic for treatment. When he heard about the pregnant woman about to give birth, he ordered someone to quickly find a midwife. The midwife hurriedly boiled water and prepared scissors. Not far away, Wei Zisu watched the chaos from a distance, his eyes full of shock. The young nobleman had never experienced such suffering and perhaps didn't understand the hardships of the world. Just as Wei Zisu was about to leave, he unexpectedly met his parents coming toward him. Fifth brother. It was Wei Zisu who brought his parents together. His father, Marquis Jing'an, immediately pointed at him and scolded, "Rebellious son. Enough. Isn't everything okay now?" Lady Mo Yu quickly pulled at his sleeve to smooth things over. Wei Zisu, to escape going back to the capital, stubbornly decided to leave home with Zisu, leaving a letter behind. The family quickly found the letter and immediately went out to look for him. Just then, at the city gate, they met Wei Zisu, who was returning to bring help. Fortunately, it was just at the city gate, or the consequences could have been serious. Marquis Jing'an calmed his anger and looked at Wei Junlin. This was his eldest son. "Junlin, what are you doing here?" Following orders, Wei Junlin replied simply. "Did you come with Prince Yu?"
Yes.
"Zifeng, come here," Marquis Jing'an called his name. Wei Zifeng stood still, and his mother hurriedly pulled him over, politely addressing Wei Junlin. "Junlin is also here." Wei Junlin nodded politely. "This is your older brother, Junlin," he said, as the heir of the Marquis' estate. Zifeng, call someone. Marquis Jing'an thought the boy was just being stubborn and naive. Wei Zifeng responded coldly, with disdain, "Tell him to call me brother? Does he deserve it?" They hadn't seen each other in 5 years. Marquis Jing'an intended to introduce them so they could get to know each other. Wei Junlin looked at the young boy with a blank expression, while Wei Zifeng stubbornly turned his face away, refusing to look at him. Marquis Jing'an knew they hadn't gotten along well as children, but that was over 7 or 8 years ago. Could he still remember? Could he still hold a grudge all these years? Besides, his eldest son Junlin was now a 19-year-old young man, no longer the little boy he once was. Marquis Jing'an thought it would be a scene of brotherly harmony. Marquis Jing'an was momentarily stunned, so rebellious. He held back his anger and tried to establish authority for his eldest son. "Zifeng, I've tolerated your unreasonable behavior before." Before he finished, Wei Zifeng turned and walked away. He was very disrespectful and very stubborn. Marquis Jing'an saw his rebellious look and turned pale with anger. He reached out to grab Wei Zifeng, raising his hand to hit him. Wei Zifeng's sharp eyes immediately turned red, and he raised his delicate neck defiantly, saying, "Go ahead, hit me if you dare." The scene became very awkward. Marquis Jing'an didn't dare to strike him. This boy was so fragile that he might die from a slap. The key point is, if he dares to lay a finger on this boy, his wife will fight him fiercely when they return. Mou didn't expect to see them again after 5 years, and the scene was so strange that no one knew what to say. Wei Junlin pulled away his father's hand, which hadn't struck yet, and broke through the crowd. He stood in front of Wei Zisu, looking at the stubborn young face. Because of anger, his fair neck was flushed red. His phoenix eyes seemed to suffer a great insult, full of anger, frustration, and resentment. Wei Junlin reached out and gently patted the boy's head. His indifferent tone carried a hint of warmth as he said affectionately, "Zifeng, are you still angry with your brother?" Wei Zifeng looked at him coldly, showing clear annoyance. He thought that Wei Junlin was no longer the same person he was 5 years ago. He had also learned to be more tactful in his words. Wei Zifeng took a step back. After 5 years apart, everyone felt strange. Much had changed in those 5 years. Wei Junlin had become more cunning. He was acting like a loving brother in front of their father. But Wei Zifeng found these tricks disgusting and didn't want to play along. All his hatred, anger, and resentment had turned into cold indifference. He looked directly at his older brother and sarcastically said, "There's no need for such false kindness. It makes me sick to hear it." The Marquis of Jing'an was so angry he nearly fell backward. His eldest son was giving him an easy way out, but he refused to take it. He had never seen such a vengeful child. The Marquis of Jing'an, Wei Jingtian, had married twice. His first wife was Wei Junlin's mother, who died of illness, leaving Wei Junlin and 2 younger brothers. 3 years later, Wei Jingtian married his current wife, Mou, as his second wife. Mou gave birth to twins Wei Zifeng and Wei Zijing, and later another son, Wei Zisu. After marrying into the Jing'an Marquis estate, Mou never managed to win the hearts of her 3 stepsons. Their relationship was naturally not very good. It wasn't that they didn't want to get along. The 3 stepsons simply didn't accept her. 5 years ago, Mou took Wei Zifeng out for a walk to relax and left the capital for her hometown in Jingzhou. Since then, Wei Zifeng refused to return, and the estate could only claim he was recovering from illness in Jingzhou. As the children grew older, the Marquis and his wife wanted to bring Wei Zifeng back to the capital to live. But he was very unwilling. This time, because his parents insisted, he ran away from home in anger. Wei Zisu, loyal to his brother, helped him run away together. The Marquis hadn't even settled these accounts with him yet, but he threw a tantrum. Seeing the situation, Wei Zisu quickly grabbed his father's hand and said, "Dad, Mom, let me take you to meet my lifesaver." He had already seen it. Hu Tong was rescuing someone. He was thinking about the person who saved him, and since they were here, Wei Jingtian and his wife decided to go meet them. Wei Zisu ran ahead to find Hu Tong. The couple followed behind, along with Wei Zifeng and Wei Zijing, who also hurried to catch up. "Master, Master," Wei Zisu called out to the busy Hu Tong. Hu Tong was sweating all over, and when she heard the voice, she looked up at the well-dressed people in front of her. Based on their looks and appearance, she guessed who they might be. Wei Zisu quickly said, "Father, Mother, this is my master." The Marquis of Jing'an was quite speechless about his son recognizing a commoner as his master. He thought that the guards had given money before, so they would meet again, and it was unlikely that this person would become his son's master. But unexpectedly, they still met. In front of everyone, the Marquis of Jing'an maintained his composure and said, "Lady Hu, I will remember your life-saving kindness. Later, I will send a gift to thank you." Wei Zisu hurriedly said, "Father, give her more silver." They had just arrived in Jingzhou, and what they needed most now was silver. With silver, they could have food and a place to stay. The Marquis of Jing'an happily agreed, "All right." He was thinking, isn't it enough to give her 100 taels of silver? "Master, where do you live now?" Wei Zisu planned to visit her later. "Not settled yet," Hu Tong replied. "We live at Zaiwai Shanzhuang. After you finish your work, you must come find me." If you have nowhere to stay, you can stay at our mountain villa. The Marquis of Jing'an wanted to tell her to shut up, but since she was a lifesaver, he couldn't say it directly. His wife echoed, "Yes, come to Zaiwai Shanzhuang later." Hu Tong answered, "Once I finish my work, I will visit." There were still many injured people to treat. These injured were refugees, soon to be arranged into the city and placed in the refugee camp. Wei Junlin was handling these matters. The Marquis of Jing'an said, "Then we won't disturb you. Lady Hu, you should get busy." Wei Zisu reminded her, "Master, you must come find me." Hu Tong nodded softly. Wei Zisu then followed his family to leave. Meanwhile, Hao Yang also came over. It was said that the pregnant woman, due to breech presentation, was in severe pain and couldn't give birth. The midwife who was called over was also sweating nervously. The pregnant woman's baby was in the wrong position. Hu Tong had already given her an injection earlier. Periodically, she would come to check on the pregnant woman's condition. Seeing that the baby's position hadn't corrected, Hu Tong ordered the people around her to leave, leaving only a young doctor to assist her. She needed to perform surgery on the pregnant woman to deliver the baby. She took a needle and medicine from the medical kit, anesthetized the woman, and tied her limbs. She softly comforted her, saying, "I'm going to do a small operation now. The baby will be born soon. Please hold on a little longer." The pregnant woman was tearful but tried to hold back her tears, saying, "Miss, please save my baby. I will do my best." Once the anesthesia took effect, Hu Tong took out a blood-cutting knife and began the incision. The young doctor probably didn't expect the surgery to be like this. Despite feeling a bit dizzy, he kept his eyes wide open. After a while, he couldn't handle the bloody scene and almost vomited and turned away. Some doctors from Jingzhou could perform minor surgeries, like stitching a large wound, but such procedures had a high risk of infection. She made a cut on the woman's belly. The young doctor was initially curious, but as he watched, he started feeling dizzy. Hu Tong had hoped he could help a little, but seeing his reaction, she immediately ordered, "You, go outside and call the midwife quickly." The midwife was quickly called over. Hu Tong, worried about frightening her, didn't let her come close and simply instructed, "Don't come in. Wait outside." The baby was soon delivered, and the midwife came in to wrap her in cloth. It was a girl, and both mother and daughter were safe. The entire surgery took about half an hour. After Hu Tong finished, it was already late, and she hadn't even had a chance to drink water. Everyone was settled in the refugee camp, and she went to see Mo Bei. Mo Bei was still asleep. She asked a few times, "Has he woken up?" Mo Liahu replied, "He woke up once, but then fell back asleep." Hu Tong sat beside Mo Bei. Huiyang brought some food. "Lulu, do you want a steamed bun?" Hu Tong took one and took a bite. It was made from coarse flour and a bit hard to swallow. She forced herself to eat. Seeing that the Mo family members were all sitting nearby, Hu Tong said, "It's getting late. Everyone should rest." Mo Wench suddenly moved closer and whispered, "Sister-in-law, it was my fault earlier. Please don't break up with my brother, okay?" Wang Shi also lowered her voice and said, "Hu Tong, don't be angry with Mo Bei because of us. All our fault, all because of us." Hu Tong said, "I will stay here to take care of Mo Bei for now." This was a softening of her stance. The Mo family members didn't say anything more and quietly moved back. Huiyang was also pulled away by Mo Nan, who told him not to keep bothering them and to give them space. Mo Bei lay quietly on the prepared bedding, a hint of emotion on his face in the darkness. He had some strange dreams. Sometimes he dreamed he was born into a wealthy family. When he was 7, he went out with his parents to see lanterns, but a servant tricked him into leaving the city. The servant wanted to harm him, and he ran and ran, eventually falling off a mountain. In the dream, he struggled to wake up. Mo Bei, he seemed to hear a girl softly calling him and tapping his face. After a while, Mo Bei opened his eyes. The person in front of him was Hu Tong, which made him pause. He remembered something. It was Hu Tong, she was back. "Tong Tong," he instinctively reached out to grab her arm. Hu Tong asked, "Does it hurt?" He didn't answer but asked back, "Are you going to leave again?" Huatong said, I will wait until you grow up before I leave.
Montag bei was surprised.
Did she really mean to leave? Tong, I don't want you to go, he said, feeling upset and close to tears. Huatong didn't want to upset him further, so she quickly said, I won't go now, I won't leave for now. Mo Bei looked up at her. The surroundings were dark, and he knew it was late at night. He asked, Where are we now? In the refugee camp. Are you hungry? Let's have some porridge first. Huatong gently helped him sit up. At least she wouldn't leave right now. Thinking she might stay a little longer, Mo Bei's expression softened a bit. As the night deepened, some people had fallen asleep, while others couldn't. There were whispers around. Huatong used an excuse to go out for a while. Outside the camp, everything was quiet again. She went to wash herself in the space. Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhao from the Hor family was lying on a straw mat on the ground, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Today's events had shocked her entire family, especially one person, Huatong, and also the noble guests at the city gate who had spoken with Huatong. When Mrs. Zhao saw them, she was surprised for a moment, then quickly went to find out more privately. It turned out they were the Marquis Jing'an from the imperial capital. Mrs. Zhao's sharp eyes immediately showed great greed, as if she saw gold and silver treasures beckoning to her. Meanwhile, that night, there was a big commotion at the imperial palace. After imprisoning Commander Gua and subjecting him to harsh interrogation, he was the first to be dismissed from his position as provincial governor for neglecting his duties. He took out the emperor's royal sword to handle matters. No matter how high-ranking the official, he had the authority to act first and report later. Other officials who failed in their duties were also warned or punished accordingly. The next day, Huatong woke up early and first checked Mo Bei's head injury. She applied some medicine and bandaged it. The injury was not serious, and he could rest for a couple of days. At this moment, Mo Liahu led his whole family over, and they had already lined up to receive breakfast. Mo Nan cheerfully called out to her, sister-in-law, have a bun. His tone was more affectionate. The whole family was now polite to her, and Huatong shared a bowl of porridge and ate a bun with them. When the king's son arrived, the wealthy families of Jingzhou immediately came forward to offer porridge, and the food was even better than usual, vegetable buns and meat buns. Mrs. Wang also kindly said, Huatong, from now on let's all live happily together and stop fighting. After experiencing this, she began to understand that her daughter-in-law was not simple. Since waking up at the water source, she felt as if divine help was on her side. Along the way, they often found food, and her luck seemed incredible. Mo Liahu also said, Huatong, if they are ever again unreasonable, just scold them. She had nothing to say. After eating, she stood up and said, I'll go check on the patients over there. Mo Bei, you rest well and don't wander around. The young man obediently nodded and said, Don't tire yourself out. Huatong smiled gently and turned to leave. Huiyang quickly followed her quietly and asked Lily, Are you still staying with them? Huatong nodded. Maybe we should just make do for now. Meeting someone like GMO in another world made it hard for her to give up on him. What could Huiyang say? Huatong went to check on the injured along the way. She encountered many people, many she didn't know, but others recognized her. As soon as they saw her, they warmly greeted her. Lady Hua, good morning. Good morning, Lady Hua. Many of the injured had been treated by her. Yesterday, doctors had been called from the medical clinic, but their skills were limited. They couldn't treat severe cases. They wouldn't sew up large wounds. Most of these things she handled herself. Moreover, she had rushed out of the city gate alone yesterday and risked her life to save them. Many of the refugees knew her, and now everyone knew her. Overnight, her fame spread not only in the refugee camp but also in the medical clinic. Everyone now knew that there was a skilled healer named Lady Hua in the camp. She could perform complex surgeries and even reattach broken limbs. At this moment, Grandma Zhao and her two daughters-in-law came to see Huatong. The old lady asked suspiciously, Huatong, when did you learn medicine? It's none of your business, Huatong said directly, and walked away.
老太太赵气地倒退几步，狠狠骂道：“ 他活该一辈子当个普通人。大儿媳妇问，霍童现在怎么变得像个人一样？二儿媳妇问，他哪来的医术？谁教他的？老太太哼了一声，谁知道他走了什么好运，像是被鬼附身一样。霍童继续在难民营里走动，询问伤者的情况。需要换药的，他帮忙换药。几个小孩跑过来围着他喊，姐姐。霍童没时间陪孩子玩，只打招呼，把带来的糖分发给他们，每人一颗。拿到糖的孩子们都高兴地说，谢谢童童姐姐。霍童又去看望孕妇，孕妇的伤口长得不错，小孩也很健康。在他巡视的过程中，医馆那边又来了不少人，他们知道霍娘子很厉害，想结交她。都是昨天晚上一起工作的，霍童都认识，便不客气，让医生帮忙给伤者换药。680个难民中，重伤的有37人，轻伤的有160人，死了70人。据统计，官兵的死亡人数也达到了57人。医治结束后，许多医生都追着霍童说话。那位目睹他包袱救人的年轻医生也来了，直言，霍娘子，我叫庄伯，是回春堂的人，我欢迎你随时加入我们回春堂。他已经了解，霍娘子也是流民之一，既然是流民，就意味着没有固定住所。他想先下手，把他争取过来。昨天他目睹了霍童为人包袱救子，这样的手术在整个景国都是第一次。如果能把他带走，他家医馆的生意就不用担心了。他说完，其他医生也纷纷表态，霍娘子，我们是寄生堂的人，欢迎你加入我们。霍娘子，我们是妙手堂的人，欢迎你加入。霍娘子，我是仁心堂的，只要你加入，我们的价格由你决定。庄伯气笑了，这些人都在和他争夺。你们可以了，这话是我先说的，得看谁先到。一时间，霍童变成了众人争相邀请的对象。这些医生纷纷请求他加入。霍童看了看身边的医生，有老有少。
She politely said, "Thank you all for your kindness. I will think carefully about this matter. Once I have made my decision, I will let you know." "Take your time, Lady Hua," they replied. Since so many people invited her to join, she needed to consider her options carefully. Everyone, including her colleagues, understood. Zhuangbo also understood. After finishing her conversations, Huitong went back and saw Imo Bei already waiting at the refugee camp entrance. Clearly, he had seen a group of doctors talking to her. Huitong quickly walked over and asked, "Aren't you supposed to rest?" Imo Bei suddenly reached out and held her wrist. "Tong Tong, are you tired?" "I'm not tired. Let's go inside and talk," she replied. Someone in the refugee camp called out that it was time to line up for food, so the Mo family took bowls and queued up. Huiyang also hurried to join them. Huitong stood up and went to the cart, pretending to pick up something. Last night, while everyone was asleep, she went into her space and made some herbal soup. Huitong thought Mo Bei's head was injured and needed nourishment. The soup was made with spiritual spring water. Mo Bei asked her, "When did you make this?" "When you couldn't see," she replied. Mo Bei said, "It's delicious." Seeing only one bowl in his hand, he was surprised. "Why aren't you drinking?" Huitong smiled gently and said, "I've already had some." "I don't believe it. Try some more," Mo Bei insisted, holding the soup out to her. To drink the soup, she needed to be coaxed, so Huitong patiently said, "This is for your health. I'm not hurt, so I don't need it. You must finish it all, no leftovers." Mo Bei didn't argue anymore and obediently drank it all, like a little puppy. Meanwhile, the Mo family also brought lunch, which was no longer plain white bread and porridge. They had noodles with some greens and slices of meat, filling and satisfying. Huitong also ate a bowl. This showed that the king was a good ruler, and the emperor might also be a wise leader, which greatly comforted the people in the refugee camp. In the afternoon, Huitong planned to visit Zaiwai Shanzhuang. She whispered to Mo Bei, "I'm going out for a while. You rest here." Hearing she was leaving again, Mo Bei instinctively became nervous and quickly held her hand, asking, "Where are you going?" To find Zisu, she replied softly. Although her voice was quiet, Mo and Ge still heard her. Knowing her destination, Mo Bei felt relieved and gradually let go of her hand. Huatong also told Huiyang to stay and take care of Mo Bei. Huiyang wanted to go too, but politely declined her request. Mo Bei doesn't need anyone to look after him. There are plenty of Mo family members here to take care of him. Mo Bei said, I need your care. Huatong turned and left. Huiyang glared at Mo Bei, who looked pleased, and ground his teeth. Mo Wenj saw Huatong leave and quickly chased after her, smiling softly, saying, Sister-in-law, I'll go with you. Huatong also smiled slightly and said no need. She ran quickly and disappeared from Mo Wenj's sight. Mo Wenj was angry and stomped his foot, then ran back. Yesterday, she also saw Wei Zisu, but at that time, their family was being arranged by the officials to go to the refugee camp, so she didn't get a chance to say hello. She returned to her parents and said unhappily, Sister-in-law went alone to find Mr. Wei and Miss Wei. I offered to go with her, but she refused to let me. Clearly, I've been with Zisu all along, but now she's taking all the benefits for herself. Mo Bei said, if Miss Wei really thinks you are her benefactor, she wouldn't need you to find her. She will come to thank you herself. Mo Wenj still felt upset and said, I'm worried she might come to find me, but sister-in-law might stop her. Huiyang was annoyed and said, Lily isn't that kind of person. Don't speak badly of her. Mo Bei warned her, if you make Tong Tong upset and leave, I won't have a sister like you. Mo Wenj felt wronged. She was only a 10-year-old girl, so she threw herself into her mother's arms and cried. Thinking about the shiny silver money, she also wanted some. Mrs. Wang felt distressed and quickly comforted her, saying, all right. The hunter said sternly, don't always get upset over trivial things. It hurts feelings. It's more important for the family to be together and happy. Besides, if your sister-in-law truly benefits, she won't forget to treat you well. Throughout this journey, he had figured out a bit about Huatong's personality. One thing was certain, this girl had no ill intentions toward their family. She was still a lucky girl, blessed with good fortune. He also wanted to keep such a good daughter-in-law. Having a daughter-in-law nearby meant no worries about food and drink. Wasn't that nice? Over Jingzhou, the sky was clear again. Huatong arrived alone at Ziwei Villa, reported her name at the gate, and said, Huatong comes to visit Marquis Jing'an. Please inform him. The Marquis Jing'an had already given instructions. If a girl named Huatong came, she should be allowed in. Entering Ziwei Villa was like stepping into a paradise. Flowers bloomed along the path, their fragrance filling the air. Huatong was invited into the front hall to sit. A maid quietly glanced at her, signaling her to wait a moment. She was dressed so plainly that she was even less elegant than the maidservants at Ziwei Manor. Naturally, she was often looked down upon and not even served a cup of tea. After a while, Marquis Jing'an arrived. He had expected her to come and was well prepared. He placed a box in front of Huatong, opened it, and inside were silver coins. Marquis Jing'an said, This is 200 taels of silver, as a thank you for saving Su and Jing's lives. After accepting the silver, they were even. Huatong glanced at the calm but commanding Marquis Jing'an. He was a middle-aged man, successful in his career and family, living happily. The Lord's attitude was proud and distant. Huatong then said, In that case, I will accept your kindness. She took the silver without hesitation and put it into her bag. Honestly, she thought Marquis Jing'an was a bit stingy. Was the lives of the two children worth only this much silver? Of course, her initial rescue was not for money.
Huatong said, I also have something to discuss today.
Please, Lady Hu. Yesterday, I met young Master Wei. He had an asthma attack. I have a good remedy and would like young Master Wei to try it. Lady Hu, I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own good remedy for Zifeng's illness. In truth, after many years and visiting many famous doctors, they still couldn't find a cure. Any slight stimulation could trigger his attack. Lord, let Lady Hu try, said the Marquis's wife, Mou, walking quickly in and examining the girl. She said, I heard from Zisu, that lady who is very skilled in medicine. Zifeng also said that yesterday, when he had an attack, he used your medicine and recovered immediately. Yesterday, Hu Tong's face was dirty and bloodied, making it hard to see her clearly. Today, she had washed her face and changed into clean clothes. Though she was a farmer girl, her appearance was pleasant and refreshing, making people like her more and more, feeling strangely familiar. Marquis Jing'an was worried Hu Tong might be greedy. When she accepted the 200 taels of silver, she didn't refuse or hesitate. He had heard that she was already given 100 taels before. Lady Hu, come with me. The Marquis's wife was still kind to her and quickly took Hu Tong away. Marquis Jing'an looked a bit helpless, his expression darkening. He hoped she wouldn't take more silver. When the Marquis's wife took Hu Tong outside, she smiled and asked, May I ask where you are from, young lady? She casually gave a false name, Tianmen Mountain. The Marquis's wife had never heard of it. Master, master. Wei Zisu saw her from afar and waved vigorously to greet her. Master, please come and see brother with me. He's been upset since he returned yesterday and won't eat properly. Wei Zisu naturally took her hand and led her to find Wei Zifeng. Madame Ho's eyes flickered. Zisu isn't usually so warm to everyone. She thought he was just joking outside about recognizing a master. Or maybe, she thought, he was just trying to fool others. Brother Wu, Brother Wu. Before Wei Zisu even entered, his voice was heard first. Get out of here. A pillow was thrown. There was no loud sound as expected. Hu Tong caught the pillow and said, So, young Master Wei is angry. When he's done being angry, I'll come back. Stop right there, the young boy said angrily, his tone sharp. His face, usually as white as jade, was now red like a ruby from anger. Since seeing Wei Junlin yesterday, he had been very upset. He had so much anger inside but nowhere to release it, so he was smashing things at home. Hu Tong entered Wei Zifeng's room, placing the pillow on his bed and said, Your illness has lasted 6 or 7 years. You've suffered a lot to treat it, right? But today you met me, and I can help. The young boy snorted, talking big. No one dared to make such a promise. As long as it hasn't developed into emphysema, the chances of relapse can be reduced. At least for a few years, or when triggered, it won't flare up. But you mustn't delay treatment, or your condition will worsen. As he got older, his resistance decreased, and episodes would become more frequent, with the illness growing more serious. So, treatment should start early. Madame Ho hurried over and said, Thank you, Lady Hua. Hu Tong nodded and said, Young Master Wei, open your mouth.
Why?
I need to collect some phlegm for analysis, she said, already holding a cotton swab. It was quite disgusting. But she looked calm and gentle. Wei Zifeng opened his mouth. Before he felt any discomfort, she had already collected the phlegm. Hu Tong suddenly asked, Are you afraid of pain? He hesitated for a moment, then firmly said, Of course not. He was a man, so he couldn't be afraid.
Good.
I'll also take some of your blood for testing, she said, holding a needle. It didn't hurt much, just a tiny pinch like an ant bite. Wei Zisu and Madame Ho watched with wide eyes, not knowing what kind of test this was. A chest X-ray is one of the most important tests for asthma. When she saw him yesterday, she noticed his chest condition. We'll skip this step of the examination. Madam, please give me a room so I won't be disturbed. She needs to use her medical equipment for analysis. Madame Ho quickly said, Lady Hua, come with me. She arranged a room for Hu Tong. While Hu Tong was doing her analysis in the room, Lord Ho arrived. He was very worried, afraid that Hu Tong was a fraud, tricking his innocent wife and children. Wei Zifeng was lying on the bed, and when he saw his father, he immediately turned away in frustration. Seeing him like that, Marquis Jing'an couldn't help but laugh and walked over, saying, Wei Zifeng, don't think that because you are sick, you can do whatever you want. You ran away from home and even took Zisu with you. Do you really think I won't scold you? Young Zisu quickly said, Father, it's not Brother Wu's fault. I wanted to go with him. We are brothers, and we should share happiness and face difficulties together. Are you saying I am in the wrong? There are no parents who are truly in the wrong. Father is right. His anger was softened by his younger brother's words. Marquis Jing'an still looked serious and said, Wei Zisu, have you thought about what might happen if you run away with him and encounter bandits? You might not be so lucky next time. Then don't force Brother Wu to return to the capital. But the key point was he wouldn't go back, and his wife also wanted to stay here to take care of things. His wife had been living here for half a year. As a man in his prime, he also needed his wife by his side to care for him and ease his longing. If he could endure no longer, he wouldn't insist on forcing his son back to the capital. He was willing to stay here his whole life. While Marquis Jing'an and his son were arguing, Wei Zisu came over with food, smiling. Fifth brother, I made this bird's nest porridge especially for you. Do you want to try a bite? She said she made it herself, but actually she just told the servants to get the ingredients and watch the fire. When the bird's nest was ready, she personally brought it over. So, it counted as her making it herself. Young ladies from noble families never touch spring water with their fingers. Wei Zisu ignored her. He had lived here for 5 years. Even though she was his biological sister, they weren't very close because they didn't see each other often. Moreover, Wei Zisu had only visited him once before. This was the second time. Wei Zisu wanted to show sisterly affection, so she brought the bird's nest porridge to him, acting like a child to coax him. Fifth brother, try a bite. Sniff. Wei Zifeng's nose was suddenly tickled, and he sneezed unexpectedly. When he sniffed again, he realized the pleasant smell was coming from Wei Zisu. A young lady from a noble family liked to apply rouge and powder on her face and body, making herself look very glamorous. Wei Zifeng's beautiful face immediately darkened, and she covered her nose with a handkerchief. It's too strong. Go away. Wei Zifeng's face paled slightly, and she quickly stepped back. The scene became awkward for a moment. The Marquis was quite angry, pointing at him. Can't you speak without stabbing others in the heart?
No.
Since seeing Wei Junlin, his tone had been tense. He felt stuck, unable to go up or down. Anyone who came near him could become his target for frustration at any moment. Get lost, everyone, just get out of here. He didn't want to see anyone. The Marquis of Jing'an was so angry he turned to leave, and Wei Zisu hurried to follow. The Marquis's wife quickly went over to comfort her father and sister, telling them not to be angry with Zifeng. Wei Zisu bit her lip, feeling wronged, and said, Fifth brother doesn't seem to like me. This wasn't the first time. You are my firstborn. How could he not like you? Then she changed the subject, saying, Zifeng treats everyone the same. It's not aimed at you. She's not feeling well, and often in a bad mood, so don't take it to heart. Mother, don't worry. I won't take it to heart. The Marquis of Jing'an was angry as he said, if it weren't for his illness, I would have scolded him to death. But he relied on his illness to act without restraint. As a father, he felt helpless about him. Wei Zisu smiled gently, slowed her steps, and after her father walked a bit farther away, she said, Mother, should we also go and give out porridge? Her older brother had already made a contribution. They shouldn't let only their family take all the credit for good deeds. Mou nodded. Yes, that's fine. Then I'll go and have someone prepare it. Rice, flour, and meat. They weren't lacking these at Ziwei Mountain Villa. Her parents always brought a lot of supplies whenever they visited. At that time, Huotong had taken Wei Zifeng's blood and saliva for testing, then prepared some medicine from her own space's pharmacy. Her space had a magical feature. The medicines were inexhaustible. After taking a box, the space would automatically replenish the previous medicines. Because of this, she had plenty of medicine to treat many injured people. After leaving her space, Huotong went to Wei Zifeng's side. Outside, she could hear Wei Zifeng and Wei Zisu laughing and chatting inside. Wei Zifeng was trying to show off her cleverness and wisdom to her younger brother by spinning a flying fish in a basin of water. Wei Zisu was clearly very proud and admired her greatly. Fifth brother, you're so amazing. The boy was proud. Of course. I am a true disciple of the Mo family. Since you like it so much, I'll give you this flying fish. As they spoke, Hu Tong walked in and looked at the flying fish swimming in the water basin. This flying fish was made of wood, and after installing a mechanism, it could swim in the water like a real fish. Seeing Hu Tong approach, Wei Zisu immediately boasted, "Master, look at the flying fish made by fifth brother. Your fifth brother is really talented," she said sincerely. The praised Wei Zifeng also looked a little proud. "If you like it, I can make one for you later." Hu Tong happily accepted, "Thank you in advance." She also took out her prepared medicine, placed it in front of Wei Zifeng, and explained the dosage. After listening carefully, Wei Zifeng stood up and went to fetch a box filled with silver notes. He took out a few silver notes and handed them to Hu Tong, saying, "Here you go." Hu Tong refused. When I arrived, the Marquis already gave me 200 taels. Wei Zifeng rolled his eyes disdainfully. 200 taels for 2 lives? That's not enough. He then pushed the silver notes into Hu Tong's hand. "I know you need money, and I happen to have plenty. This is your payment for treating me. Once I recover, I'll give you the rest." Wei Zisu also advised, "Master, just take it." He wanted to give Hu Tong more silver, but he was just a child and didn't have that much. There were a total of 500 taels in silver notes. Hu Tong didn't hesitate anymore. Wealthy young masters didn't lack money, and she just needed some. A young master's life was worth this much. She stored the silver notes and said, "Take your medicine on time. I'll come back in a few days for a checkup." Hu Tong turned to pour water and took more medicine, handing it to the boy. "Eat this first." The boy obediently took it. "I'll keep this bottle of water. For future medicine, use this water." This was spiritual spring water from her space, which could enhance beauty, heal, promote blood circulation, and more. The water had a cool, sweet taste, different from the water he usually drank. After Wei Zifeng finished his medicine, Hu Tong prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Wei Zisu reported on his older brother. "Master, fifth brother hasn't eaten yet." Hu Tong was surprised. "No food? Do you want to become an immortal?" Wei Zifeng glared at his younger brother and asked Hu Tong, "Do you have a rice ball?" Wei Zisu boasted that his rice ball was the best in heaven and earth, which made Wei Zifeng curious. Hu Tong touched her pouch and took out a rice ball for him. The rice ball was stored in her space. She just made a quick gesture, and with her mind, the rice ball appeared in her hand. To others, she seemed to appear out of nowhere. All the rice was made with spiritual spring water, so it tasted very special. Even when cold, it was still delicious, and it was warm when served. Wei Zifeng didn't expect her to carry it with her. After tasting a bite with a curious mind, he looked surprised. "It's not just Susu bragging. How did you make such delicious rice balls? If you like it, I can make more for you later and give them to you."
Deal.
Hu Tong raised her hand, clapped him on the shoulder, and took her leave. Wei Zifeng wanted to see her off. As they left the house and hadn't gone far, Lady Jing'an hurried over. "Lady Hua, please wait." Hu Tong stopped and looked at the elegant lady from the noble family. "Lady Hua, how is Wei Zifeng's illness?" "Rest assured, madam. I have given young Master Wei medicine. As long as he takes it on time, in a few days, you'll see improvement. At least he won't have frequent relapses triggered by minor stimulations anymore." Lady Hua looked relieved and quickly added, "Lady Hua, Zisua and Zijing have been outside for a while. Thank you for taking care of them. This is a small token of my gratitude." She held a few silver notes, totaling 500 taels. Hu Tong felt embarrassed to accept more and hurriedly declined. "The Marquis has already thanked us. You don't need to give more." The lives of the 2 children weren't worth that much money. Lady Hua thought the amount was too little. Only 200 taels, and the Marquis was truly generous. "Master, you should keep it," Zisua said, handing the silver notes to Hu Tong. "Master, don't feel embarrassed. When I have silver, I will also personally show my respect." Wei Zifeng said, "You don't need to be polite. Just keep it." Both children were eager to get close to Hu Tong, which surprised Lady Hua. Hu Tong found it hard to refuse, saying, "Then I won't be polite." Lady Hua smiled and said, "No need to be polite. When Zifeng's illness is cured, I have more thanks to give." Huatan felt a bit shy. She was touched by their sincerity and didn't want to accept more. Wei Zisu said, "Mother, I will see Lady Hua off." Lady Hua agreed with a nod. Zisu also ran along, calling, "Master, wait for me." 7 or 8 guards immediately followed. To prevent Wei Zisu from acting out again, the Marquis Jing'an increased the number of guards to watch him carefully. Lady Hua watched their figures leave, her thoughts deep. She knew her own son very well. Wei Zisu was not easy to get along with. Most people couldn't handle him. He not only relied on his illness to bully his family and spoke harshly like a knife, but also used his status as the son of the Marquis to look down on outsiders. Young noblemen from noble families are usually proud. Now, however, he showed excessive kindness to this peasant girl. Madame Jing'an Marquis felt her heart skip a beat and was frightened by her own thoughts. Could Zifeng have fallen for Huatong? Her son has always been temperamental, with unpredictable moods and a bit rebellious. Now that he is at the age of first love, it wouldn't be strange if he liked a peasant girl. Moreover, Huatong is really good-looking. Although she is a runaway peasant girl, she looks lively and beautiful, clearly a natural beauty. There's no way a runaway would look pale and thin. Madame Jing'an Marquis was scared by her own thoughts and decided to go back and give him a good talking to. Huatong is quite good, but she is already engaged to someone else, so she must not act recklessly. Regarding Huatong, Wei Zisu felt an instant connection. Originally, Wei Zisu planned to see Huatong to the door, but ended up sending her all the way to the refugee camp. As soon as Huatong stepped into the camp, many people greeted her happily, calling her Lady Hua. Huatong is now a popular figure in the refugee camp. Everyone knows her. It was her who saved everyone during the city gate incident. Today, more displaced people arrived and were settled in the camp. Today, several families started offering porridge. When the king arrived, he issued an order, and many wealthy families immediately took turns serving porridge, not daring to delay. Everyone wanted to show their goodwill in front of the king. Wei Zisu, representing the Jing'an Marquis household, also came to serve porridge today. After being scolded by Wei Zisu, she came out using her identity as the daughter of the Marquis of Jing'an. Mo Wenj saw her and wanted to flatter her, saying, "Zijing, you look really good now. Did you see Huatong when she said she was going to your house?" Of course she hadn't. Wei Zisu frowned slightly and replied unhappily, "Why would Huatong go to my house? She had already given her silver. Could she be trying to take advantage again?" These common folks only helped because they had ulterior motives. Otherwise, they wouldn't genuinely help. Mo Wenj noticed her attitude was bad and awkwardly said, "I don't know." Wei Zisu snorted and looked at her with disdain, saying, "I know. She probably went to extort my parents." Mo Wenj's face turned red. Although she was young, she knew about shame and felt embarrassed. "None of this is my business." She shyly said she needed to step back and couldn't stay any longer. Wei Zijing's gaze made her feel very uncomfortable. Turning around, her face turned pale, and she muttered angrily that she was ungrateful. She didn't think about who had saved her in the first place. If it weren't for her family's help, Wei Zijing might have been taken advantage of by bandits. The little girl thought fiercely. Perhaps she had already lost her innocence, or maybe not. Mo Nan and Mo Shiyuan watched from afar and quickly approached Mo Wenj, asking what she had said to Wei Zijing. Mo Wenj snorted and said, "She is now a proud young lady. Why would she bother with us, common folk? Look, she's surrounded by 4 servants. It's not easy to even speak to her." While feeling admiration, Mo Nan and Mo Shiyuan also quickly realized the truth. There is a big difference. One is high, the other low. She clearly looks down on them and doesn't want to speak to them at all. At this moment, King Yu and Princess Hung personally came to check on the situation here. He spoke a few words to calm the refugees' emotions. Since King Yu was genuinely investigating the situation of the refugees, everyone trusted him and believed he was here to help solve the problem. Wei Junlin stood beside him. The 2 young men looked handsome and impressive, attracting many women's admiring glances as they walked by. Wei Zisu watched the handsome King Yu intently, secretly admiring him. Joining the royal family was a goal many noble girls desperately wanted to achieve. When Huotong led Wei Zifeng and others over, he exchanged glances with King Yu and Wei Junlin. King Yu naturally remembered Huotong. Such a woman was hard to ignore. He stopped walking, his gaze cool and commanding, with a sense of authority. Lady Hua.
King Yu.
She was still unfamiliar with the local etiquette and bowed with her fists clasped in front of her. Where do you plan to settle in the future? Not sure yet. If you need help, just ask Junlin. If she wanted to go to the imperial capital and settle there, she would need someone to assist her. Having help would be best. Huotong politely thanked him, saying, "Thank you, King Yu. From now on, it will be young Master Wei's responsibility." King Yu didn't say much more, and left with his people. King Yu was well aware of Huotong's background. She was sold to the Mo family for 2 silver taels and was engaged to the eldest son of the Mo family. Rumor had it she had tried to break off the engagement, but now it seemed they had reconciled. No matter how you looked at her, she didn't seem like an ordinary daughter of the Hua family. She had undergone a complete transformation. Everyone has their secrets, and King Yu does not pry. As King Yu, he could only speak to an ordinary peasant girl like that because he admired her abilities. Her medical skills are excellent, which is well known in the refugee camp. She risks her life for some refugees, showing she is very loyal and caring. When Huotong returned, Mo Bei, who was standing at the camp entrance watching, quickly ran over, with Ho Yang following closely. "Tong, you're back." Since she left, Mo Bei has been restless. Even knowing she wouldn't really leave, he still felt a bit anxious inside. Huotong gave him a comforting look. "Didn't I tell you to rest well?" His head was injured, not seriously, but it still hurt, right?
Ho Yang snorted.
"He's afraid you'll run away." Wei Zisu saw the bandage wrapped around his head and knew he was hurt. He asked, "Master, does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't." A few children from the refugee camp, recognizing Wei Zisu, ran over to look at him. "Are you Zisu?" Wei Zisu confidently admitted, "Yes, I am." "Wow, Zisu, you're so pretty. Your clothes are also very nice. Come on, I'll treat you all to good food." Flattered, Wei Zisu waved his hand and strode off confidently, with a group of children following behind. 2 guards hurried to follow them. Mo Wengo also ran over. She had never seen such a handsome young boy like Wei Zifeng, and she couldn't help but stare. This made the boy slightly frown and give her a sharp look. Startled, Mo Wengo quickly looked away. "Huotong, I'm leaving now," Wei Zifeng said farewell and turned to leave. It was his first time visiting such a lowly place as the refugee camp, and everyone around was watching him. He felt a bit uncomfortable in this chaotic place. There was also a very unpleasant smell, probably because these people hadn't bathed for many days or even years. How could Huotong live here? As Wei Zifeng left, Mo Wengo asked Huotong, sister-in-law, "Is that Zisu's older brother?" Mo Bei reminded her, "Don't think too much." Mo Wengo felt wronged. "I didn't mean anything. I just asked, is that okay?" Such a handsome young boy. Why could Huotong know him, but she couldn't? Hua lady, a woman hurried over, almost crying, calling her, "Hua lady, come quickly and see my dog boy. He's unconscious." Huotong quickly turned and followed the woman. Dog boy was a 3-year-old boy. During the battle at the city gate, he was injured in one arm, almost breaking it. Huotong caught him in time. He was also overwhelmed by shock and had a high fever last night. When she checked him this morning, the fever had gone down, but now it was back. Huotong measured his temperature, 38.3 degrees Celsius. She immediately took a needle, gave him an injection, and prescribed medicine, telling the woman to give it to the child. While busy with the child's matters, other family members had gathered around her, waiting and calling, "Mademoiselle, please go see my second son. He's crying because he's in pain." The second son was injured in the abdomen yesterday. After anesthesia, he was still in pain. Meanwhile, Zhao Laotai, who was in the refugee camp, had been watching Wei Zisu for a long time. Several times, she tried to approach Wei Zisu, but her maid stopped her and scolded, Go away. That old woman's eyes were very uncomfortable to look at, feeling like snakes crawling over her. Zhao Laotai shouted loudly, Miss Wei, Miss Wei. Wei Zijing looked at the dirty old woman but ignored her. She was a young lady of the Wei family, and many people wanted to flatter her. But some refugees didn't know their place. They thought a little charity meant they could speak to her. Zhao Laotai was anxious. The woman was right in front of her, but she couldn't get close enough to talk. Her 2 sons and their wives came over quietly and asked her, What should we do? The old lady decided to wait and pursue her later. Because her maid was blocking her, she could only shout loudly, Miss Wei, I have something to tell you. This crazy old woman wouldn't give up. Wei Zijing was being chased by a refugee, and if she kept shouting, it would affect her reputation and her good deeds. To maintain a friendly image, she endured her dislike and gently said, Madam, if you have something to say, just tell me. Zhao Laotai looked around cunningly and lowered her voice. I want to speak to you alone. Wei Zijing thought to herself, she was just a rural old woman, one of the refugees. She had just come to Jingzhou and hadn't offended anyone, so there shouldn't be any trouble. After considering, Wei Zijing walked over, waved her hand to her maids, and signaled them to step back. Once everyone had retreated, Zhao Laotai smiled slightly and lowered her voice. You called me grandma just now, and that was quite good. I am indeed your real grandmother. Wei Zijing frowned, unsure what she meant. That year you were born was also a year of famine. Our whole family was fleeing to survive. That day, there was heavy rain. We took shelter in a temple, along with a woman who was very pregnant. Her clothes looked wealthy, so she was probably a rich lady. On that day, she also went into labor and gave birth to twins, a young boy and a girl. I was the one who helped deliver her. Old Lady Zhao remembered the past and smiled strangely. Although many years had passed, she still recognized Wei Jingtian and his wife Mou when she saw them at the city gate. She also noticed that Wei Zijing looked very much like her late third daughter-in-law. From this, Old Lady Zhao guessed Wei Zijing's true identity. She was their family's daughter. What a coincidence. You were born on the same day, she said. We are poor, and you were born during a famine. I thought about it and decided to switch you with a girl from a wealthy family. Wei Zijing's face turned pale when she heard this. She didn't believe a word of this crazy woman's story. The woman who gave birth to the twins was exhausted after delivery and fainted. Of course, the wealthy lady didn't know about the switch. At dawn, her husband came looking for her. As I guessed, they were from a rich family. When they found out Old Lady Zhao helped with the delivery, the man immediately gave them 50 taels of silver. This man was the young Wei Jingtian. Wei Zijing glared at Old Lady Zhao. If you dare to say one more word of nonsense, I'll kill you. Old Lady Zhao chuckled and said, Zijing, the blood in you is from our Ho family. I changed your fate. If I hadn't swapped you into a wealthy family, you'd be living like Ho Tong now. Wei Zijing gasped. She wanted to kill that old woman right away. Old Lady Zhao seemed to know what she was thinking. This secret isn't known by just me. Killing me is easy, but killing everyone in the Ho family isn't. If everyone in the Ho family died now, it would raise suspicion. She looked proud when talking about the past. After I swapped you out, I told your parents. Sadly, they were unlucky and died before they could enjoy your good fortune. Zijing, you are part of our Ho family. Now that your relatives are suffering from a famine, shouldn't you help? I don't believe a word you say. I wouldn't give you a single copper coin. Grandmother Zhao squinted her eyes. You have a birthmark on your mouth, shaped like a plum blossom. I wonder if it has grown a bit now. Wei Zijing's face paled even more. How could a rural old woman know about the birthmark on her body? She was right. She did have such a birthmark. You are my granddaughter. I hope you live a wealthy life. I just wish that once you're rich, you can help everyone. You wouldn't want your uncles to get anxious and go to the Wei family to reveal your background, leading to a destructive conflict, right? Wei Zijing gasped. I don't have any money with me. Give me some time to think. Grandmother Zhao looked greedy. Come back tomorrow with the money. Just give us 2,000 taels first. How could I have so much? Wealthy families certainly did. Some guards casually gave Huitong 100 taels of silver. Grandmother Zhao didn't bargain with her, but gave a meaningful look toward her son and daughter-in-law. She said, "Don't let your uncles wait too long. If they get impatient, they might tell the truth to Huitong. If you are exchanged back, you'll have to face the hardships she endured." Wei Zisu also glanced over, feeling like she was being watched by a pack of wolves. She said nothing and hurriedly turned to leave. This old woman suddenly approached her with such a story, which shook her deeply. Her mind was in chaos. She was both shocked and frightened. She didn't believe a word, but the old woman's words sounded convincing. She decided to go home and ask her mother where she was when she was born. At this moment, Huitong and Zhuangbo, who had finally finished their busy work, came out together. Zhuangbo quietly asked her when no one was around, "Dr. Hu, are you accepting apprentices?"
我 don't reply, no.
Zhuangbo looked disappointed. He really wanted to learn medicine from her. If he could be as skilled as she was, he wouldn't worry about his clinic having no patients. Not far away, Mo Bei was standing at the refugee camp entrance, hoping to see when she would come out after finishing her work. She was now quite popular. Even some doctors from Jingzhou kept talking to her, asking her to see patients and handle other matters. Finally, she finished her conversation and returned. Mo Bei hurried over, walking quickly. He looked like a young wife waiting at home for her husband to return, day after day, longing for him. When they sat in the shelter they had set up, Mo Bei handed her warm water and asked with concern, "Tong Tong, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders." "I'm not tired. Your main task now is to take good care of yourself. I'm not in pain anymore." The medicine she received worked very well. After resting for 2 days, she felt completely fine. "I'll massage you." Mo Bei was eager to take care of her, so Huitong had to agree. "All right, just a shoulder massage." Huiyang teased him from the side. "Now you see how great our Lulu is, and you're finally afraid." Mo Bei ignored his teasing, pretending not to hear. Mo Wenj came back feeling unhappy and sat down on the ground, saying with frustration, "I really misjudged her. Wei Zisu is really a snob. When we were with her, she acted so gentle, even promised to visit us at our place. Now, she acts like she doesn't know me." Huiyang bluntly hit her. "People should know their place. You, a country bumpkin, still dream of being friends with a noble lady from the mansion. Just keep dreaming. Then why doesn't Zisu act like that?" Wei Zisu was still playing with the children at the refugee camp. Huiyang said, "Zisu is still young and doesn't understand much. In a few years, you'll see if he still wants to play with the refugees." He understood some social manners. Huitong couldn't help but speak up for the child. Zisu is different. She believed that even when he grew up, he wouldn't be like Zisu. Huiyang immediately agreed. Yes, Lulu's apprentice is definitely different. Mo Wenj scolded him. Flatterer. Huiyang didn't mind and glanced at Mo Nan and Mo Shi lying nearby, smiling again. It was clear they were also feeling down. He mockingly said, "Mo Nan and Mo Shi, why don't you go find Wei Zisu to play? Maybe she's waiting for you to flatter her." Mo Shi glared at him. "Are you trying to get beaten again?" Huiyang challenged. "I'm not afraid of you." He had Lulu to protect him. He was feeling a bit proud now. Huitong calmly said, "Shut up, stop rubbing salt into the wound." Although she protected Huiyang, she was reasonable. If Huiyang was wrong, she would say so. "All right, I'll listen to Lulu." Huiyang immediately became obedient. A gentle breeze blew, and the bright sun shone over Ziwishan Villa. Wei Zisu waited for a while at the Marquis Jing'an's wife's place. When she learned her mother had gone to Wei Zifeng's side, she lost interest in going along. Lady Zhao's words kept her awake all night, leaving her feeling exhausted and unwell. Until the lady of the mansion came over, she quickly went out to greet her warmly. "Mother, didn't you go to serve porridge today?" "She just wanted to chat with you, Mother." "My daughter, if you don't want me to stay, I will leave now." She pretended to leave, but Lady Ho reached out and held her back, smiling. "Let's talk a bit." The maid brought tea and snacks, and Wei Zisu started chatting about the refugees in Jingzhou. As they talked, she subtly shifted the conversation to Lady Ho. "Mother, I remember you said before that I and fifth brother were born here in Jingzhou?" "Yes," Lady Ho replied. "Jingzhou is also her hometown. Her family is from a county outside Jingzhou." "Mother, where exactly in Jingzhou was fifth brother and I born?" Wei Zisu looked interested, and Mou thought for a moment before smiling. "In an old, broken temple." Wei Zisu suppressed her nervousness, but still asked in disbelief, "You are the wife of Lord Ho, and you still had me and fifth brother born in a broken temple?" Talking about the past, Lady Ho became more interested and said a few more words. "When Mou first met Wei Jingtian, he wasn't yet Lord Ho, not even the heir. Wei Jingtian was also born in the Ho family estate. Conflicts between elders often lead to injuries and death. Later, the political situation became unstable. Wei Jingtian was falsely accused by his eldest brother and sentenced to exile for a year. His wife, already weak, couldn't handle and died. After the exile, Wei Jingtian didn't return home immediately. Instead, he did some business around Jingzhou, secretly serving King Chu Xiang, who is the current emperor. The bloody struggles among princes have always been shocking. It was during this time that Mou met the handsome Wei Jingtian. At that time, she didn't know his true identity and thought he was just an ordinary merchant, an orphan with no parents, alone in the world. Even though he was alone, the Mou family didn't look down on his humble background and was willing to marry their daughter to him. That year, just before she was about to give birth, there was unrest in the imperial capital. Wei Jingtian wanted to take her back there, and King Chu Xiang was also going. It was then that she vaguely realized her husband might not be just an ordinary man. On the way back, King Chu Xiang was attacked. Wei Jingtian protected her and told her to go ahead. He couldn't abandon King Chu Xiang, so he had to leave her behind. Knowing he couldn't be loyal to both, Mou escaped. During the escape, she went into labor prematurely. She hid in a broken temple, and her water broke again. Alone and frightened, she was lucky to meet some fleeing villagers. Thanks to them, she safely gave birth to twins. When dawn arrived, Wei Jingtian came and gave some silver to the family, then took her away. Because she was born prematurely, Wei Zifeng's health was relatively weak. After returning to the imperial capital, King Chu Xiang successfully overthrew the previous ruler and took the throne smoothly. Wei Jingtian naturally rose quickly with him. The elder brother who had once betrayed him was exiled, and he became the Marquis of Jing'an. She briefly told her daughter about these past events. Wei Zisu felt very cold inside, tears fell, and her last hope was shattered. She couldn't accept this truth and choked up. "Mother, you've suffered so much. You risked your life to give birth to me and my younger brother. I will always be filial to you." The Marquis's wife smiled and patted her head. Good. Her daughter was always obedient, but she was surprised to see her cry after hearing her story. Wei Zisu swallowed her bitterness and said, "Mother, since Jingzhou is also your hometown, and there are so many refugees outside who need help, why don't we give some silver to them to show kindness? If the emperor hears of your good deeds, he will surely remember you." The Marquis's wife smiled. "What do I need credit for? She was already a noble lady and didn't need more honor. It's my daughter who needs it. Do whatever you want, just use your reputation." "Thank you, mother. I'm going, but I don't have that much silver." She was only 13 and had some New Year's money given by her parents or friends. "I'll go get it." The Marquis's wife went to fetch her jewelry box, opened it, and saw many silver notes inside. "How much do you need?" "Let's start with 2,500 taels." The Marquis's wife handed her the silver notes. "If it's not enough, ask me again." "Thank you, mother. You are so kind." After saying farewell to her mother and leaving the house, she felt cold and numb. She calmed her emotions a little and instructed her maid to exchange the silver notes for copper coins at the moneylender. Each household would receive a certain amount of coins. She planned to use this silver to build a good reputation for herself. Although she was not her biological daughter, as long as her good reputation spread, She could ask her father to speak well of her in front of the emperor when she returned to the capital, possibly earning some rewards. From now on, she needed to plan carefully for her own future, just in case. When Wei Zisu arrived with people to distribute the silver, the refugees cheered loudly, shouting, "Living Bodhisattva! It's a gift from heaven!" While other families only distributed porridge, their family was giving out silver. Wei Zisu stood to the side watching. When Wei Junlin and his men approached, she took a step forward to greet him happily, calling out, "Big brother, today we are giving out silver to the refugees here." Although her older brother was cold and distant, she felt a bit nervous. Now, she had to muster her courage to speak to him. Wei Junlin was very aloof, showing clear distance. He nodded slightly and responded with a simple but did not speak further. This was not directed at her. Meanwhile, they were counting the number of people returning home. Those willing to go back received 50 jin of rice, flour, and vegetables, and each household was given 10 taels of silver. All these supplies, rice, flour, silver, were taken from the treasuries of wealthy families in Jingzhou. Last night, Princess Hiheng, the king's sister, used swift and strict methods to force officials in Jingzhou to open their wallets. In just one night, they raised over 1 million taels of silver, along with rice, clothing, and other supplies. With abundant rice, flour, and silver, the refugees naturally wanted to return home. Wei Junlin had urgent matters to attend to, so Wei Zisu could only watch him leave sadly. After a while, she went to the entrance of the refugee camp, her eyes fixed on Huatong, who was busy working. Huatong was the chief doctor of the refugee camp. Now anyone with issues came to her. She was a woman, unguarded about her modesty, spending all day with a group of men without concern. Inside the tents of the camp, there was a smell of unwashed bodies from long days without bathing. She couldn't help but cover her nose and mouth with a handkerchief. "Miss Wei, you've arrived. You're really like a living bodhisattva." Old Lady Zhao smiled warmly and came forward to greet her, her dull eyes shining brightly. Seeing Wei Zisu, it was as if she saw a mountain of treasure beckoning her. Wei Zisu also forced a polite smile and said, "Grandma Zhao." Her maids had already distributed the silver and supplies, so when no one was around, Wei Zisu lowered her voice and said to Old Lady Zhao, "The silver you want is too much for me to gather all at once.
Give me some time.
Before you leave Jingzhou, I will get the silver for you." Although she said this, she secretly sneered. With so much silver, what couldn't she do? Old Lady Zhao was greedy and wouldn't give her any silver. Otherwise, she would cling to her like a poisonous snake. Old Lady Zhao was a little unhappy. "So, you can't get the silver now?" Wei Zisu comforted her. "What are you afraid of? Do you think I wouldn't give you the silver?" Old Lady Zhao thought her words made sense. She believed Wei Zisu wouldn't play tricks, and with a warning, she said, "Just remember that, or there will be consequences." Wei Zisu remained calm inside, refusing to be threatened. She said firmly, "If I am unhappy, you won't survive either. Your whole family will die. Do you think my parents will let you go?" Old Lady Zhao was caught off guard. Wei Zisu looked at her with disgust and said, "Go away." She turned and walked away quickly. Old Lady Zhao was so angry, she almost fell backward. This was her own granddaughter, yet she dared to tell her to leave. It was very disrespectful, very disrespectful. Wei Zisu hurried to the place where she usually prepared porridge. After a while, her maid came over. "Miss, the green bean cakes are here." "Good, distribute them all." People said the young lady of the Marquis's house was like a kind goddess. Today she was giving out money and treats. The refugees were very happy. The Mo family also received some. Because Huatong was busy talking with several doctors, she didn't come to eat. These doctors were mainly checking the injured with her over the past few days and trying to win her over, hoping to invite her to work at their clinic. Mo Bei was waiting at the refugee camp entrance for her to return. Watching her busy figure, he sometimes smiled brightly. His almond-shaped eyes were fixed on her and couldn't look away. When Huatong turned around, she saw him and felt her heart skip a beat. No matter what he wore, His outstanding aura and delicate face couldn't be hidden, especially those almond eyes, full of countless feelings, with an irresistible charm. Brother Bei, waiting for your Huolady, the children at the refugee camp giggled around him. He responded softly, his voice clear, gentle, and magnetic. Sister Tong Tong, Brother Bei is waiting for you. The children's cheerful voices reached her ears. Hu Tong felt a little shy. She quickly ran back, a smile on her face, and said to the children, "Go play somewhere else." The children ran off happily, and the two of them moved to the side of the road to talk. The boy took out 2 pieces of green bean cake wrapped in green paper and offered one to her.
Try it.
He deliberately left her 2 pieces of green bean cake, and he had never eaten one himself.
Hu Tong took a small bite.
It tastes good. You should try it too. This is for you. I don't want to eat alone. Hu Tong picked up the other piece and fed it to him. After taking a small bite, they looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, both of their faces turned red. After eating the cake, Hu Tong asked about their next plan. Are you going back home? The boy looked at her seriously. Wherever you go, I will go too. Hu Tong found it hard to resist his gaze. Mo Bei's almond-shaped eyes seemed to pour a deep ocean of affection, surrounding her tightly. She looked up at the sky and said, I just don't know what Uncle and Auntie are thinking. They've lived in Hua Village all their lives and might not want to leave.
I'll go talk to them.
Let's go together. The people returning to their hometown had already lined up outside to register. Because there were too many people, Emoliahu planned to register a bit later. At this moment, he was sitting on a straw mat talking with his family. After Mo Bei and Hu Tong returned together, the young man walked over and sat down beside him. He asked, Dad, are we returning to our hometown too? Mo Nian replied, Of course we are. If there's nothing urgent, we can leave in the next couple of days. Hu Tong said, I have an idea. She originally wanted to go to the capital city, but because of Mo Bei, she decided to slow down and change her plans, wanting to experience the joys of rural life again. She had also lived in the countryside for 12 years as a child. Hu Tong said, I heard that in the past 10 years, Hua Village experienced 2 bad harvests, which shows the location isn't very good. Maybe we should settle in a village outside Jingzhou? At least if there's a natural disaster, being close to Jingzhou makes it easier to get help. It's also convenient for everyone to go to the city to buy things. She really didn't want to go back to Hua Village. First, because Grandma Zhao lived there. Once they returned, she feared Grandma Zhao would keep bothering her endlessly. Her current situation also wasn't suitable for returning to Hua Village. Everyone in the village knew her, and she wouldn't be able to practice her medical skills there. Many people knew her, and she couldn't explain everything clearly. Not everyone was like the Mo family, who seemed to pretend nothing had happened and didn't ask questions. Emoliahu thought for a moment and said, Your idea is good, but without someone to introduce us to a good village, we might not find a suitable place. Prince Wei once promised to help. I can ask him to see which nearby villages are good. After the family agreed on this plan, Hu Tong took Mo Bei to find Prince Wei, telling him her idea. They didn't want to return to their hometown, but hoped to settle in a village outside Jingzhou. Prince Wei summoned an official to handle the matter for Hu Tong. He knew which nearby village was the best, and with Prince Wei's support, the local people wouldn't neglect them. Besides, Hu Tong was well-loved here. In the end, they chose Chinguan village in Ping'an Town, Yuta County, about 80 miles away. The village had about 100 households. When Hu Tong mentioned this matter, Grandma Zhao and her 2 sons and daughters-in-law silently came over and overheard everything she said. They decided not to return to their hometown and instead settle somewhere else. Was this their way of trying to cut ties with her so they wouldn't see each other again? Grandma Zhao snorted coldly. Hu Tong saw her, but chose to ignore her. After she finished her work, she turned around with Mo Bei and left. It was already late today, and tomorrow, officials would send people to take them away. Once everything was settled, Emoliahu and his family brought back the food, and everyone happily ate together. As night fell, the men went to wash in the river behind the refugee camp, and Hu Tong also went out for a while. She was about to leave and wanted to say goodbye to Wei Zisu. She was worried about his health and planned to send him some medicine again. She felt guilty for not having time to make him rice balls. When she learned that she was staying in a village dozens of miles away, Wei Zisu was very happy and said, "Huatong, this place is nice. I will come find you later." Wei Zisu watched her eagerly and asked, "Master, when will we see each other again?" He was a bit reluctant to part with Huatong, having spent some time with her. Huatong smiled and said, "If it's meant to be, we'll meet even if we're 1,000 miles apart. If not, we won't meet face to face. Just wait and see." As they said goodbye, the sky was full of stars. Huatong suddenly felt very happy. When she returned to the refugee camp, she saw Mo Bei waiting outside. The moonlight shone on his handsome face, making it shine brightly. Huatong looked at his face, which seemed to overlap with another, and at that moment, he looked like he had come from the Moon Palace, making her heart flutter.
Tong Tong.
Mo Bei quickly ran over, hugged her tightly, and looked a little worried. "You went somewhere?" He had just come back from washing in the river and was anxious when he couldn't find her. Although he knew she wouldn't leave him without reason, he was still very scared. Huatong was stunned for a moment, her heart melting. She instinctively reached out and gently wrapped her arms around his waist, speaking softly like water. "Xiao Bei, I went to Ziwei Mountain Villa to send some medicine to Zifeng." Hearing her call him Xiao Bei, he paused. She was younger than him, after all. But that one word Xiao Bei carried so much tenderness and affection. Mo Bei's heart was immediately warmed and healed. The next day at dawn, after counting the people returning to their hometown yesterday, the refugee camp began distributing grain today. Early in the morning, the displaced people lined up happily, receiving rice, flour, and silver money. Those who received aid can return home directly. Some injured people cannot walk right away, so they are allowed to stay in the refugee camp for a while, and medical staff come daily to help them for free. Today, Mo Hunter's family also queued to receive food and silver. The number of people in the refugee camp is decreasing. Those leaving come to say goodbye to Huatong. The children in the camp are very reluctant to part with her. A young girl runs over and hugs her, saying, "Sister Tong Tong, I will miss you. Brother Bei, you must take good care of Sister Tong Tong." The children give her many words of farewell, worried and caring.
Montag bei Felsveri tuchet.
His eyes shine with hope as he touches the children's heads and says, "I will take good care of her." It's shameful to admit that Huatong has been the one caring for him. Huatong hugs each of them. The older boy, Lin Shan, 9 years old, blushes when she hugs him and says, "Seriously, Sister Tong Tong, I want to be like you someday, helping sick people and saving others." That's a good goal. You can do it. The children all say, "Sister Tong Tong, I also want to help sick people and do good deeds." Huatong encourages them with a smile. "Remember what you said today. One day, if fate allows, we will meet again." She watches as they leave the refugee camp, waving goodbye to her with their families. Wei Zisu sees this scene when he arrives. He came to see her off. Meanwhile, Mo Hunter also loads rice and flour onto a cart, pulling it himself and calling everyone to get on. Mrs. Wang quickly says, "Tong Tong, sit here." Mo Bei comes over to help her onto the cart. In the end, only Mo Wenge and Huatong sit on the cart because there are too many things on it, and Mrs. Wang chooses not to squeeze in. 2 guards them. "Goodbye, Huatong," Zifeng suddenly calls out to her. She looks up and quickly waves her hand at him. He came specifically to see her off, and her concern warms his heart. As they pass by, they see King Yu and Wei Junlin outside the refugee camp. Both are high-ranking officials. Facing these refugees, they show no disdain but instead work hard to help the people and arrange things properly. Their actions to serve the people earn respect. Huatong waves at them from the cart. King Yu and Wei Junlin see her, and both look at her together. King Yu asks, "Is she returning home?" She's settled outside Jingzhou, in Chinguan village. Wei Zisu watches them leave, then suddenly steps a few paces behind. As they walk farther away, he feels a tightness in his chest, mostly because he feels reluctant to part. "Although I haven't known Huatong for long, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity and happiness upon meeting her. Huotong's family arrived in Qingchensen that evening, escorted by 2 officials. The village is near mountains and water. From afar, the wheat in the fields is already ripe, and the villagers are harvesting crops, preparing to plant the next season's wheat. In the distance, more people are approaching. Experienced villagers can tell at a glance. They're likely newcomers planning to settle here. Initially, everyone in Qingchensen had the surname Li. It was a Li family village, where everyone belonged to the same clan. Later, people with different surnames moved in, but the Li family remained the most respected. A few strong men with hoes ran over and blocked the road, calling out, "Big brother official, where are these people from?" One official, standing tall with a serious expression, replied, "No matter where they come from now on, they are residents of Qingchensen. Someone come here and lead us to the village head." Someone chuckled. "Looks like they're fleeing from hardship, huh? They're torn. Old clothes were even worse than theirs." The villagers looked at Zatong's family with some disdain. A skinny, dark boy ran over and said, "I'll take you there. Follow me." He waved his small hand and happily ran ahead. Behind him, a woman shouted, "Erwa, you little brat. Are you trying to run off and avoid work again?" Erwa ignored her and kept running. Mulberry pulled the cart and followed behind. The road was uneven here, so Wulanan and Oshuoyang helped push the cart. Huotong and Owenger didn't sit in the cart. They walked along the path. During the walk, she gave Erwa 2 colorful candies. The boy immediately grinned happily and asked, "JJ, what's your name?" Huotong told him her name and smiled, asking back, "What's your name?" "I'm Li Feng because I'm the second oldest at home, so my mom calls me Erwa." Erwa is 8 years old. He was talkative and cheerful, delighted by the sweet candy, and kept chatting with Huotong. As they traveled, Huotong asked him about the village. He first told her about the family of the village head, and then mentioned who the village bully was. He warned her not to provoke them and to stay away if they saw them. Along the way, many people saw them. The fields on both sides were full of crops, and many people were working and talking to each other. Seeing it was getting late, some villagers, including children and adults, carrying hoes and baskets, followed along, curious to see what was happening. Living in Qingchuan village, 80 miles outside Jingzhou, the conditions here are much better than in Hua family village. Hua family village is full of simple grass houses, but here, a few families live in brick houses. The village head's house is a brick house. The village head is the leader of the village, named Li Quan. He is in his 50s, a farmer, strong-looking, and handsome. When he saw people coming, he hurried out to greet them, saying, "Sir, please come inside." 2 officials from the government entered and sat down, and the village head quickly poured tea for them. After tasting the not-so-delicious tea, one of the officials said, "This family has settled in your village. Please arrange something for them." Of course, of course. After escorting the people into the village, the 2 officials stood up to leave, saying, "Lady Hua, if you need anything, come to the government office." Even without the protection of Wei Junlin, Lady Hua is a person worth making friends with. Good, definitely. Safe travels, gentlemen. After seeing them off, the village head came over to ask, since they've settled in our village, they are now part of our community. If you need help, just ask. Right now, what you need most is a house. I just don't know what kind of house you want. Huotong replied, "Village head, our family is large. We need a bigger house, so everyone can have their own room." The village head was surprised. Having everyone live separately in one house? That would require a very big yard. Their family only has 8 people. Are these refugees really so wealthy? While thinking, the village head quickly said, "There is indeed a yard that big, but the house is a bit old. I'll take you to see it first. If you like it, you can live there. If not, I'll show you others, but none are very big." Immediately, the village head took Huotong's family to see the house. Some curious onlookers asked, "Village head, where are you taking them?" "To see the house." "Which house?" The village head ignored them, and a group of people followed, wanting to see clearly. When they saw the village head leading them into that courtyard, everyone looked at each other and then stopped following. It was getting late, and they didn't want to stay around any longer, fearing bad influences, so they all dispersed. This location is at the very west end of the village. The village had opened the gate of the yard and led them into the main house, saying, "This is the yard.
Take a look and see what you think."
The yard was truly very large, more than enough for their family. Although it was old and worn out, it could be fixed up later. "Let's do it here," Hu Tong decisively said. The village had looked at her with some confusion, wondering why everyone was speaking when she was the one talking. She was clearly just a girl around 10 years old. Shouldn't the middle-aged man be the one making decisions? Of course, he couldn't ask about her private matters. Living in the village, he would naturally find out over time. "Village head, how much silver do we need for this house?" 100 taels. He knew the refugees had been given some subsidy when they were sent back. He had simply quoted a number, waiting for them to bargain. But Hu Tong agreed immediately. She took out a silver note worth 100 taels that Wei Zisu had given her before and said, "This is 100 taels. Please take it first and help us register the household later." The village head was a bit surprised. These were just refugees. He didn't expect them to have money. He started to regret, feeling he might have asked for less. He quickly promised to handle the household registration the next day. Hu Tong then said, "We will also need some farmland in the future. Please keep an eye out for good land around here." The village head replied, "The best land here is already taken, but at the back of your yard on the mountain, there is still land that can be cultivated. If you want, I can charge 15 taels per mu." They just needed to decide how many mu they wanted. Hu Tong said, "I'll go take a look tomorrow. After I see the land, we can discuss it." The village head agreed, "All right, I'll come back tomorrow. You can go ahead with your work. Goodbye, village head." Throughout the conversation, Hu Tong was the one speaking. After the village head left, he shook his head. Is it really okay to let a little girl run the household? Is this family full of useless people? There's a middle-aged man, after all. And if not, isn't there a teenage boy? It's really embarrassing for the men. The village head muttered to himself, but he couldn't help but feel pleased that they paid quickly. Who wouldn't want money? As the village head left, Wang Shi hurriedly said, "Tong Tong, why didn't you bargain a bit with the village head?" She was careless. She was used to spending freely and never bargained when buying things. Wang Shi thought that since they had already given 100 taels of silver, they would need to buy land later. Although the money wasn't from her, she felt distressed enough to cry. Mo Wen's focus was on something else. "Sister-in-law, tell me, how much silver do you really have? Did the Wei family repay us by giving you all their silver?" Mo Bei said, "Hurry inside and tidy up the room." Hu Tong immediately left, and several people pushed open the doors of each house. As each door was opened, a wave of dust hit their faces. Mo Bei said, "I'll go get some water." Erwa quickly responded, "I know where the water is. I'll take you to get some." The busy people almost forgot about Erwa. Mo Bei found a bucket, called Huyang, Mo Nan, Mo Shi, and others with basins or buckets, and they followed Erwa to fetch water. Not far from their home courtyard, there was a water ditch. After a recent rain, the ditch was full of water. Li Fang led them and explained where the water was. Usually, the village only has 2 wells, one in the east and one in the west. For laundry, they go to the river behind the house. There is a river not far from their home. So even though they live at the very west end, near the mountains and water, this is the best location. Meanwhile, Hu Tong looked around each house. It was just a small space, with no bed left behind. No table, no chairs, everything needed to be rebuilt. Mo Yen didn't worry about this at all. As the head of the family, he just needed to relax and let others handle it. His daughter-in-law would arrange everything properly. He wandered around the yard, while Wang Shi unloaded things from the cart, calling out, "Head of the family, come help.
Bring down everything."
Mo Yen came over to help carry rice and flour. Hu Tong went to check the stove. There were no pots left in the kitchen, only some firewood stacked up. Fortunately, they had a pot, so Hu Tong went to get it. Many things would have to wait until tomorrow to be sorted out. After a while, Mo Bei and the others returned with water. They took cloths and sprinkled water on the ground. Finally, they found an old, worn-out broom and managed to sweep and wipe everywhere. Since it was early July, the weather was hot and full of mosquitoes. Huatong went to wash rice and started cooking. She could only cook a pot of rice first and then make rice balls. Cooking rice over the fire in this season made her sweat a lot. Since she chose to stay, she had to learn to adapt to this difficult life once again. Thinking of Mo Bei's face, she felt more at ease. He could endure these hardships, and she could too. She wanted to walk forward with him. At night, she took out her candle and lit it, illuminating the entire kitchen brightly. Jie Tong Tong, what are you cooking? It smells so good, Li Fong, who had been busy helping around, ran over to ask. Huatong smiled and said, soon I'll make rice balls for you to eat. Come, help me light the fire. Li Fong didn't know what a rice ball was, but since the young lady gave him 2 candies, he was happy to help. Huatong took out an egg and cut it, then placed it in the rice ball. She sprinkled some sesame seeds and cucumber on top. Once they finished packing everything, Huatong also prepared the rice balls and placed them all on the cutting board to carry out together. Li Fong held a candle and followed her to the main hall. This candle, clearly used only by wealthy families, made Li Fong look at it with great curiosity. The family sat on the ground, and although the house was simple and empty, everyone was very happy. It was Li Fong's first time eating a rice ball. After taking a bite, he excitedly said, Sister Tong Tong, your rice balls are so delicious. I've never had such good rice in my life. He was so moved he almost cried, feeling overwhelmed by how tasty it was. Most villagers ate coarse rice, and good rice was rare in their daily life. The truth was, their family was very poor and had never eaten high-quality rice. Huatong smiled and said, if you like it, eat more. Looking at Li Fong, she thought of Zisu. Li Fong was playful and lazy like others his age. He was also genuinely kind-hearted. He was bold and loved to eat and drink, but none of that changed her liking for such a child. Kids are clever in their own way, as long as they don't break important rules. Soon, they heard calls for Li Fong outside. One after another, voices called him. It was his mother calling for him. Li Fong suddenly remembered he needed to go home. He quickly stood up and said, Sister, my mom is calling me. I have to go now. Take a rice ball with you. Huatong quickly handed him another one. Li Fong was surprised. He didn't expect her to bring one for him. He hurriedly accepted it and ran out, shouting, I'm coming, I'm coming. He bit into the rice ball again, feeling so happy, he almost cried. Why is Tong Tong so kind? His grandparents never treated him this well. Hey, you little rascal, don't you look at the time? Don't you know to go home when your mom calls? His mother scolded as she came over. She was working in the fields, but then ran off to scold him for being lazy. Li Fong quickly said, I forgot the time. Mom, try this rice ball Tong Tong made. It's really delicious. His mother took a bite and was surprised. They have such good rice? Are they quite wealthy? Of course. Buying that courtyard cost 100 taels, Li Fong replied. His mother's expression suddenly changed slightly. She grabbed her son and hurried away, saying, It's better not to come here too often from now on. No, that won't do. I have plans to play with Sister Tong Tong tomorrow. You naughty boy, listen to me. I told you this place is not clean. This house is haunted. I heard that the whole family was killed here. Such a terrible story. The officials still haven't found the murderer. I'm not afraid. There are so many people in that family, they can handle it. Besides, I haven't heard of any ghosts here. The mother and son argued and complained all the way home. The rice balls they made were really delicious, but neither of them finished theirs. There are still 2 people at home, and they want to leave some for the family. At this time, Ho Tong and the others had also finished eating. Mrs. Wang said, Ho Tong, go take a bath in the back? Since she was new here and it was dark, she didn't dare go alone. She was a woman after all. Mo Wenj could keep her company, but she was still young. Because they had been acting fairly well recently, Ho Tong agreed to go with them to take a bath. They each found clothes to change into, and Mo Bei took them to the water drain in the backyard. After seeing them off, Mo Bei stepped aside and they continued. Ho Tong also got some water in a basin and wiped herself down. When everyone returned, Mo Liahu and a few boys went to wash up. At night, they all laid out mats to sleep. Mo Bei spread a straw mat in a room in the west house for Ho Tong, while her parents slept in the east house. Ho Tong closed the door, entered her space, and washed her clothes by hand inside the space. The next morning, dawn broke. Everyone in the house got up one after another. Mrs. Wang saw Mo Bei come out of another room and was a bit surprised. She quickly said, Bei, come here.
Montag bei Walket over.
Why did you come out of this room? Did you sleep separately from Ho Tong? At that moment, Ho Tong's door also made a squeak sound as it opened. Mrs. Wang looked at her and said, Ho Tong, come here. Ho Tong also came over. Mrs. Wang said seriously, you're now married. How can you sleep apart? We used to be on the road, and it was inconvenient. But now it's different. We have a house, right? Mo Bei quickly said, Mother, haven't I officially married Ho Tong yet? He vaguely knew that this Ho Tong was not the same as before, and he couldn't expect to share a room with her now.
Mrs. Wang was a bit stumped.
In her view, the day Ho Tong was sold to their family, she was already his wife. He could sleep with her any time he wanted. Mo Bei added, Ho Tong is still young, so it's not urgent. Besides, we just arrived here. Nothing is settled yet. There's plenty of time in the future. The son said this, and Wang Shi had no choice but to reply, all right, once things settle down, I will arrange your marriage. They officially held the wedding, set up a banquet, and the whole family enjoyed a meal together. The young men gradually came out, and Mo Bei went to fetch a bucket, saying, I'm going to draw water from the well. As he spoke, Li Fong jumped up and called out, Brother Bei, I'll take you all to the well. Hu Tong said, let's go, I also want to see. Hu Yang, Mo Nan, and Mo Shi all followed. Since there was only one well on this side of the village, people from the west would come here to draw water. When they arrived, a few people were already waiting in line. Li Fong led Hu Tong and the others over, pointing out the way. They queued up behind, with Hu Tong standing at the front and the others behind her. Some people who didn't recognize them looked at them a few times and asked, did they just move here? Li Fong cheerfully introduced, we just moved here yesterday. Following the local custom of making good relations, Hu Tong smiled and said, hello, sister-in-law. My name is Hu Tong. Just as they were talking, they heard someone shout from behind, move aside, move aside. Two boys rushed over, pushing to the front of Hu Tong, directly pushing a boy who was drawing water aside, nearly causing him to fall. When he turned around and saw it was him, he didn't say a word and obediently stepped aside. Li Fong was startled when he saw the newcomers and quickly stepped back. The two were rough-looking teenagers, about 16 or 17 years old. Li Fong greeted them with a smile. Brother Wang, Brother Xiong. You're cutting in line. Hu Tong suddenly patted the person in front of her, whose name was Li Wang. Li Wang looked back at her, didn't recognize her, but thought she looked quite lively.
Who are you?
Where are you from? Hu Tong replied, we just moved here yesterday. Li Wang seemed to realize something and said, Li Fong, tell her who I am. Li Fong introduced, sis, this is Brother Wang, and this is Brother Xiong. He had told her about them yesterday. Hu Tong understood. They were the village's 3 main bullies. Now, 2 of them had arrived. Hu Tong stepped back a little. Since she was new here, she still had many things to do. It's better to avoid trouble. The village bullies looked at her, and they didn't expect that this young girl who just arrived was quite pretty. None of the local girls looked as good as her. After the village bully poured water, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood to the side and asked, little girl, are you new here in the village? Hu Tong replied, yes. Are you married? Yes, I am. The other person asked a question, and she answered each one seriously and clearly. The village bully was surprised. She's so young, and she's already married? Who is your husband? The village bully looked at the several young men behind her, guessing which one might be her husband. Mo Bei said, it's me. The 2 village bullies looked him over, noting he was taller than them by a head. They were many and strong, so they probably couldn't fight against so many people. Shrugging, the village bully walked away. Li Fang quietly said, "Sister, the village bully has taken a liking to you. You should be careful." Hu Tong simply hummed in response. He's interested in her? If he's dreaming about something impossible, she'd teach him a lesson. She didn't want trouble, but that didn't mean she was afraid. Mo Bei suddenly said, "They're not good enough for our Tong Tong." Looking around, he thought only he was truly suitable for her. Huiyang also smiled and said, "My sister has someone now." Amid the laughter and chatter, Mo Bei stepped forward to help her Tong put the wooden bucket into the water well to fetch water. After filling it, they poured water into each person's basin or bucket. Once they finished filling the containers, they happily headed home together. In the morning, Wang Shi washed rice, then started a fire in the stove to make porridge. Hu Tong mixed flour, added some chopped green onions, and fried a few pancakes. That's how breakfast was prepared. Li Fang enthusiastically helped guide the family members and then, shamelessly, stayed to eat and drink. He even told them, "I took the rice balls home yesterday. My dad, mom, and brother all said they're delicious. They've never had such tasty rice balls in their lives." Mo Wen-go rolled his eyes at him. Hu Tong smiled and said, "If they're so good, then eat more." Li Fang happily ate his fill. He had never eaten so well before. After they finished eating, the village chief came again, saying he wanted to take them to see the land on the back mountain. The whole family went together. At the foot of the back mountain, the land hadn't been cultivated yet. Hu Tong looked around and thought planting flowers and plants there would be a good idea in the future. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. She looked around and asked, "Village chief, how many acres is this?" 10 acres. I want to take all of it." He knew right away that this family was wealthy. Just like the family who once lived in this house, they also settled here under the pretense of fleeing famine, and it turned out they were quite influential. Based on a price of 15 taels per mu, Tong paid him 150 taels. The village head once again felt the price was too low. They were so rich that he should charge more, but he was soft-hearted and worried that if he asked for too much, they might not be able to pay, so he hesitated and bargained for a long time. After settling the land deal, Tong and her group returned. She continued talking with the village head. "This house is quite old, especially the roof. When it rains, the rain inside is worse than outside. I plan to repair the roof first. Please help find some workers. I will pay each person 50 coins a day, but no food included. The house is built with bricks and it looks solid without cracks, but the roof needs fixing. Later, they will repaint the inside." The village head quickly calculated in his mind. He could earn 1,500 coins in a month. He readily agreed and asked when to start, what materials were needed, and if he could help. Since Tong was new here and unfamiliar with everything, she needed a lot of assistance. Her house needed a bed and tables and chairs, which meant she needed a carpenter and wood. They had no firewood at home, so they needed firewood for cooking. Once everything was settled, Tong, as she was leaving, handed the village head a 10-tael silver ingot and said, "Please take care of the remaining matters." The village head politely declined, saying, "It's just a small effort. You shouldn't give me this." Tong pushed the silver into his hand and said, "Take care, village head." He took the silver and left, feeling happy but also sighing. He realized that this young girl was actually in charge of the household. He never expected that such a young child could be the head of a family. Since she had taken the money, he was determined to do his best. After a while, a family came to call out, "Madam, madam." Tong quickly came out. The woman smiled and said, "I heard from the village head that you need firewood. Come to my house and take a look." Tong called out to a young man, "Come on, let's go gather firewood." Mo Bei loaded a cart, and they went together. In a short while, the cart was full of dry firewood, which made passers-by jealous and envious, saying, "Madam, you need firewood. I also have a family. Come buy for me." Tong smiled and said, "All right, send me another cart." While everyone was busy, Mrs. Wang collected the children's clean clothes to wash. When they all returned, she called Mo Wenge and said, "Gower, go with Mom to wash the clothes." Okay, she replied. Although she didn't want to wash, she still went. On the way, she said reluctantly, Mom, washing clothes is something you can ask sister-in-law to do. Didn't you see she's busy? You're just sitting around. Help me with some chores.
Montag Wenger snorted softly.
In the morning, they collected 2 carts of firewood. The young men helped carry the firewood into the kitchen, and she also went to help. Mo-bei called her. Tang Tang, take a break. Huiyang said, Lulu, we can finish these ourselves. You don't need to help. Emonen added, That's right, sister-in-law, just rest.
Montag 11 grinned.
He never imagined they would live in such a big yard. Their house in Hua village was just a simple grass hut made of mud and grass bricks. Huitong also decided to rest since there was no place to sit, so she sat on the doorstep. Seeing the family busy and lively, the head of the family, Mo Nian, came out and left. After the 2 carts of firewood were unloaded, Huitong brought water for them to drink. The well water was pure and natural, not polluted. The boys took bowls to fetch water and gulped down large sips. Huiyang asked Lulu, What are we doing now? Right now, we're just waiting for someone to come and help us finish the tables, chairs, and beds and repair the roof. Huiyang suddenly had an idea. Didn't you buy a field? Let's go cultivate it. He felt full of energy and wanted to work. He hadn't worked in a long time. Huitong smiled and said, There's no rush. It's 10 acres, so we'll ask the villagers to help later. She couldn't rely on just a few children. She didn't want to tire them out, especially little Bei. He mustn't get exhausted. Huitong looked at the young boy, and she noticed tiny beads of sweat on Mo-bei's nose. After fleeing and coming here, nourished by her spiritual spring water, the boy, who already had a good foundation, was getting whiter and more handsome each day. At 17, he was at the age of growing taller, and Huitong thought he had grown even taller. Indeed, boys change a lot at 18, and he was becoming more handsome. Seeing this, she felt happy and sweet inside. No matter how busy or tired she was, it all seemed worth it. Noticing Huitong looking at him, Mo-bei immediately came over, sat beside her, and looked at her obediently, like a little puppy. Her heart melted instantly. Huitong knew what she needed to buy. Li Fang, does anyone in this village have a cart to go to the town? Uncle Li Wang at the east end has a cart. He goes to the town every morning and returns before noon. They should have already left now. The distance to the town is not far, about 5 miles. When she first arrived, Huitong asked about the route carefully and chose a village close to both the town and the county seat. She thought about it. Today she has many things to do, and her family will come later. She doesn't have time to fuss with trips in the morning. She plans to go to the town mainly to buy clothes for Mo-bei. Actually, everyone's clothes are so old they're almost falling apart. Huitong shared her plans for tomorrow, and everyone looked forward to it. Just as she was talking, Mo Nian hurried back with his wife and daughter. Everyone's faces looked unhappy. Mo Nian quickly asked, Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Mo Wenga said, I was just with my mother washing clothes when some shameless people bullied me. They pushed me when my dad happened to see and tried to push them away. He didn't do much to them, but those boys wouldn't leave him alone and started to circle around him. They were young, yet they dared to hit him. Mo Nian, trying to avoid trouble, was pulling his daughter to leave, but after learning that the boy had just moved here yesterday to escape hardship, he thought their family was easy to bully. They insulted him with words, and he couldn't stand it anymore. He fought back and hit the person, then returned home with his wife and daughter. Li Fang, who was sitting nearby, said, Could it be those guys from Li Wang and the others? They often wandered around the village, teasing pretty girls. All the girls in the village avoided them. They had a bad reputation, known throughout the 10-mile radius. Because of this, many people couldn't find wives. Huitong said, As long as we don't lose our temper, whether they're village bullies or town bullies, it doesn't matter. Since she was new here, she had many things to do and didn't want to cause trouble. But this situation had to be dealt with because it involved personal matters. Her words reassured Wang Shi. However, she looked around but couldn't find a place to hang clothes. Huitong went to the kitchen to find firewood. She cut a piece with her knife, sharpened it, and stuck it into the sunny wall of the courtyard. She said, "For now, hang the clothes here to dry. Later, someone can make a proper clothes rack." The courtyard wall was made of mud bricks, and over the years, chunks of earth had fallen off. Some parts were shaky and could collapse with a kick. After they finished hanging up their clothes, they heard shouting outside the yard. Soon after, someone pushed open their door and came in. It was the village's 3 bullies. Li Wang, Li Xiong, and Li Qing, each with about 16 or 17 peers of the same age, came over carrying sticks. Seeing this aggressive group, Emonen asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" He naturally knew they were after his father. Earlier in the morning, he had seen 2 of the bullies when fetching water. Li Wang glanced at the people in the yard and his eyes lit up when he saw Hutong, but he had also heard that the new young wife in the village was very beautiful. She was so young and already had a husband, who was also quite handsome. Without asking more, just one look told him who she was. This family had 2 incredibly good-looking teenagers. But Li Wang was here on serious business. He carried a stick and stood there like a big brother, full of authority, and said, "Third brother, who hit you?" It was him, this old man. Li Qing pointed at Emo Nian. Old Emo Nian gritted his teeth. As the head of the family, and having caused trouble, he couldn't just stand by anymore. He walked over and said, "You should fight." Hutong quickly stood up and asked, "Why did he hit you?" Li Wang replied, "No matter why, hitting my brother is not okay." Li Xiong then ordered, "Brothers, come on, break his hands." At his command, the others shouted loudly and charged forward with sticks. Hutong and Mo Bei rushed together. Suddenly, the yard was filled with loud shouts. Hutong kicked one of them away, spun around, and punched another in the chest. After grabbing a stick from someone trying to hit her, she started using her dog-fighting stick technique. The troublemaker, Mo Dongjia, didn't stay idle either. After fighting, he also stormed in, grabbed a stick, and mimicked Hutong's move of closing the door to fight the dog. Both of them handled everything, leaving no chance for Mo Bei to show his skills. He had to step back and watch Hutong fight with full focus. How could a girl be so brave? In a fight, she was fierce and ruthless. But he knew that when she was obedient, she was also very gentle. When he looked at her, she would blush. In just a short while, many people were lying on the ground. The 3 village bullies were also on the ground, groaning and unable to get up. Hutong held a stick and pointed at them, saying, "Listen up, my family members. No one is allowed to touch them. From now on, remember my family.
When you see them, walk around them.
If even a single hair falls from their heads, I will hold you responsible, and you will face serious trouble." Li Qing, lying on the ground, said, "You brat, do you know who I am? She is a village bully. Does she really fear a village bully? What a joke." Li Qing, enduring pain all over his body, said, "The village chief is my uncle. Believe it or not, I can tell him to kick you out of the village with just one word." Hutong sneered and said, "I don't believe it." Li Qing swayed as he stood up and pointed at her, saying, "You, just wait. I will go find my uncle now." He turned to leave, and the others, afraid to stay, painfully got up and followed him, forgetting to bring their sticks. Hutong said, "This stick is good. It can be chopped for firewood." Huiyang ran over and picked up one, saying, I want to use it." He also mimicked Hutong's fighting stance, pointing and poking with his fingers. Mo Nan and Mo Shi also went to pick up sticks, thinking they could use them as weapons at home. Hutong let them do as they wished. The village bullies went to find the village chief, but he was not home. He had gone to handle some matters for Hutong. Just as the bullies left, a carpenter named Li Gao arrived. Li Gao was in his 40s. His family had been carpenters for 3 generations. He entered the yard and looked at the family sitting there, asking, "Who is Hutong?" "I am," she replied. The village chief told him he was here to find Hutong. He thought she was a man. To his surprise, she was a young girl. Li Gao looked at her in astonishment, then glanced at the others and said, "My name is Li Gao. The village chief asked me to come because your family makes tables, chairs, beds, and so on. Yes, she replied. What kind of furniture do you want to make? Huotong thought for a moment, took out a small notebook and a charcoal pencil, and drew in the notebook.
There are 8 people in her family now.
If someone comes to eat at their house in the future, like Li Fong, the table should be longer, a short one wouldn't be enough. The chairs should be separate with backs. With her artistic talent, she easily drew a set of tables and chairs. Uncle Li, look, this is how it should be, Huotong explained the length and width. Li Gao looked at her in surprise, such a young girl, yet she could draw furniture so realistically. Huotong asked, is there any problem? No problem, no problem. Huotong said, I will draw the beds and drying racks we need and give you the drawings. Just follow my plans to make them. Of course, that's fine, Li Gao said excitedly. He asked, Miss, did you come up with the tables and chairs on the drawings yourself? Yes. In her time, these tables and chairs were very common. She couldn't explain, so she just said yes. Can I use these drawings for others? I'll pay you silver. No need for silver. If you like them, just take and use them.
Thank you, miss.
When you make these things, I'll give you a better price. Huotong smiled and said, all right. When you need to start work, just send someone to tell me. Huotong agreed. As Li Gao left, someone else came in and asked, is Huotong here?
I'm here, she replied.
The person looked surprised, then said, my name is Li Shuang. The village chief said you need some wood to make tables and chairs. He was in the timber business. Huotong and Li Shuang talked about the wood. Mrs. Wang saw it was getting late and went to wash rice. After sending the person away, Huotong still admired the village chief's ability to handle things. However, after lunch, the village chief came over again. Li Qing had already told him about the beating. He knew what kind of kids were in the village. He didn't believe it was the new Mo family member who started the fight. Seeing these troublemakers get beaten, he was quite shocked. He increasingly believed these people were not ordinary refugees. He wasn't sure if their settling in the village was good or bad. The village chief looked troubled and decided to have a serious talk with them. The door was locked from inside, and the village chief called out, Huotong. Huotong was inside, sitting and drawing the beds they would sleep on and the drying rack for the yard. Mo Bei sat beside her, watching and openly admiring her, saying, Tong Tong, you're really amazing. It seemed she knew how to do everything. Huotong smiled gently and said, I heard the village chief's voice. He also heard it. Mo Bei stood up and went to open the door. Huotong closed her small notebook and went outside. She smiled and said, Village chief, please come in. The afternoon sun was just right, hot enough to give a headache. Inside was too crowded to sit, but the village chief went in first. A few people stood inside talking, and Mo Bei leaned by the door watching. The village chief looked around and asked, where are the family members?
Time to rest.
The village head, Dao Ming, came to talk. I heard about today's events. I believe you are not troublemakers. Huotong smiled and said, of course not. We are good citizens. The village head asked just one more thing. Why didn't you think about returning home? Most people don't easily settle far from their hometown. Our old land isn't good. It often suffers from natural disasters. We thought about moving somewhere else. I heard this place is very lucky, so we came here. The village head chuckled. This place being called a lucky spot was a bit too much. The Li family has some talented people who can do real work without going to the town. Villagers can help with chores. They talked for a while. The village head thought she probably wouldn't tell the truth, so he couldn't find out much. It felt strange to have a child in charge of a household. But surprisingly, the child acted very mature, making it hard to underestimate her. She handled tasks and paid money quickly and directly, never bargaining, which pleased him. The village head said he had taken care of everything she asked for, and some materials would arrive tomorrow. If she needed anything, just tell him. Huotong thanked him repeatedly and, with Mo Bei, saw him out. All afternoon, Huotong was busy meeting visitors. Word quickly spread in the village about the roof repairs, and people knew she was hiring villagers for 50 coins a day. Everyone was very jealous. Those who heard about it went to the village head, hoping he would arrange for someone from their family to help out and earn 50 coins a day. The workers he used were all from the Li family. Outsiders were not hired. Later that afternoon, a woman from another family came and called outside the yard, "Lady Hua?" Hua Tong was sitting on the doorstep and replied casually, "The door isn't locked."
Come in.
A woman in her 30s, smiling, entered and said, "Lady Hua, I heard you need workers. I happen to be free. Can I help you with anything?" Hua Tong looked her over. She was a housewife. Since it's hot and physical work, she might not be able to handle heavy tasks. After thinking, she said, "In a few days, we will start working on the 10 acres of fields in the back. When that time comes, please ask Mistress Su to come help." The woman immediately smiled happily. "Lady Hua, you are so kind." "My name is Su Tian," the woman said. "Honestly, our family also moved here from somewhere else and has lived here for over 10 years. She looked around to the left and right. Since a yard blocked her view, she couldn't see if anyone was outside. She deliberately lowered her voice and said, "Lady Hua, I know you're a good person. I just want to quietly tell you that in this village, there are 153 households, and 100 of them have the surname Li. The Li family is very exclusive and unkind by nature. Please be careful not to be tricked by them." No matter whether what the woman said was true or not, Hua Tong still stood up seriously and said, "Thank you, Lady Su." Su Tian then quietly said to her, "I also heard that some young troublemakers in the village bullied your family today?" Hua Tong nodded softly. Su Tian immediately whispered, "All those troublemakers are from the Li family. They are very bossy in the village and often bully neighbors. Many young girls are scared of them." She started chatting with Hua Tong at the door. At that moment, someone else arrived outside. A woman stood at the door and asked, "Lady Hua?" Hua Tong nodded and invited her in. The woman was Lu Yunyang, the mother of Li Fong, a young woman about 27 or 28 years old. She glanced at Su Tian and smiled, calling out, "Hello, Lady Su." Lu Yunyang then turned to Hua Tong and said, "I heard that our family's Li Fong ate 2 meals at your house last night and today. I feel a bit guilty. Lady Hua, since you're new here, if you need any help, just let our second son pass the message." Su Tian looked at Hua Tong in surprise. She was quite generous. Nowadays, everyone was having a hard time, and she even let that young man eat 3 meals at her place. Hua Tong smiled and said, "Second son is very cute and has helped with many chores." Lu Yunyang said, "I heard from second son that you bought the 10 acres of land behind. When you need to cultivate it, just call me. I can help out with some physical work." Hua Tong replied, "Then I'll thank Lady Lu in advance." Lu Yunyang politely said, "I should be thanking you." Seeing that Su Tian had no intention of leaving, Lu Yunyang decided to take her leave first and said, "I'll go to the fields now." Hua Tong agreed. After she left, Su Tian immediately whispered to her, "I just realized that Lady Lu is quite good at pretending. Actually, she's quite fiery." She was driven out by her in-laws. They chatted about gossip for a while, but since there was some work in the fields, they didn't stay long and also took their leave. Unconsciously, the sun was setting, and dusk was approaching. In the evening, fireworks floated in the sky, and Hutung cooked a few dishes to treat everyone. From afar, the aroma of her cooking spread out. Li Feng's son ran over during dinner time. As soon as he smelled the delicious food, he drooled eagerly. Once Hutung finished cooking and brought the dishes out to the main hall, everyone sat on the ground. Lu Shi sincerely said, "Sister-in-law, your cooking is so good. I've never had such tasty food in my life." Li Feng immediately added, "Me too, sister. This is the best meal I've ever had." Everyone kept praising her, and during the meal, the compliments about her cooking filled the air. They were all villagers, not used to seeing much of the outside world, and it was normal for them not to have tasted many good things. Plus, in this era, not many seasonings were available. She used her own spices and added spiritual spring water from the space. The flavor she created was very special. Seeing everyone praise her, Moengra's eyes twinkled, and she had nothing to say. After the meal, Wang Shu went to wash the dishes, and Li Feng and the men from his family went to the river to bathe. The water channel in the backyard was too shallow, and they found it boring. When no one was around, Huotong went into her space to wash herself. When she came out, Mo Wenge looked at her long, flowing hair and asked in surprise, "When did you take a bath?" "Just now," Huotong replied. Mo Wenge studied her carefully and asked, "Why does your hair look so dark?" It looked shiny, smooth, and black. Of course, it was because she used Hisho Wu to wash her hair, and she drank spiritual spring water every day, which was very nourishing. Huotong couldn't tell her the real reason, so she just said, "It's natural."
Mo Wenge sneered, not believing her.
Throughout this journey of escaping hardship, she hadn't become uglier. In fact, she looked more beautiful. But she didn't have a mirror and couldn't see her reflection clearly. Sometimes, she looked at herself in the water and thought she wasn't ugly. If she were, the village bullies wouldn't tease her. Huotong didn't know that the Wenge was secretly comparing herself to her in her mind. She instinctively touched her hair, feeling it wasn't smooth at all. When Mangshi finished washing the pots, she came over to take Huotong to their backyard to bathe. That land belonged to them, and at night, no one would come. For safety, Huotong also went along but kept a distance. When they finished bathing and returned, the men at home hadn't come back yet. Huotong tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "Auntie, I want to go see Wobuli and the others." Mo Wenge called out to her, "People are bathing in the river. What are you doing here?" Huotong ignored his words and ran out quickly.
Of course, she was worried about them.
Sure enough, before she could reach them, she saw Li Fong running over from a distance. Huotong hurried to meet him and asked, "Li Fong, why are you alone? Where are Mo Bei and the others?" "Big sister, it's not good." Brother A Bei and the others ran into the village bully again by the river and started fighting in the water. Huotong ran quickly. Although it was nighttime because of her special eyesight, she could see the path clearly, even the people in the river. Many people were standing on the shore, shirtless, watching the scene. "Big sister." Over there, Li Fong led her to find the others, forgetting that she was a girl and should stay away from trouble. Huotong ran without hesitation. Before she got close, she saw several shirtless people fighting with Mo Bei and the others in the water. Huotong took out a slingshot from her space, loaded it with marbles, and shot them one by one. Each hit precisely on the opponent's head, causing them to shout in pain and touch their heads. In a short while, the water was filled with cries of pain. At home today, they had been too lightly punished, so they dared to look for chances to bully others again. The marbles hitting people fell into the water, and because it was dark, it was impossible to see who threw them. Soon, Mo Yang and Mo Shi were rescued from those people. Mo Bei grabbed Mo Yang and pulled him ashore, while Mo Shi was pulled out by his father. Huotong turned around and stepped back, hiding. With so many people and chaos, no one noticed she had been there. She waited outside the river for a while, and Mo Bei and his group came out dressed. Li Fong hurried over and said, "Brother A Bei, you finally came out. You scared me to death." Luckily, sister came. Mo Bei looked ahead and quickly walked over, saying, "Tong Tong, why did you come here?" Huotong replied, "Let's talk while walking." Huiyang also hurried to catch up, looking upset. "Tong Tong, you finally arrived. You scared me to death. I thought I was going to drown here." Not long after they arrived, a group of village bullies came and surrounded them. He was the weakest and was easily caught. Even if Mo Bei wanted to help him, facing so many people in the water, he was helpless and couldn't fight back. Huiyang swallowed a lot of water because of this. Mo Shi's situation was similar. In short, being surrounded by these people in the water, they didn't gain much advantage. Both nearly drowned. Huotong listened to the story and said, "These guys really need a lesson. They don't understand that there is always someone better." She has made an enemy of this person. Mo Hunter heard what Huotong said earlier. When he entered the yard, he told her, "Let's just forget about it this time." They had just settled here and couldn't afford to offend everyone. Huotong didn't say anything else. She took some insect repellent and sprayed it on Mo Bei, saying, "Spray this, and you won't get bitten." During the day, she saw a few red spots on Mo Bei's neck, probably from mosquito bites. Mo Bei had seen her use this spray before, at the water source, and she had sprayed it on him then. Huiyang ran over and said, "Spray some on me too." After she sprayed him, Mo Nan and Mo she also wanted to be sprayed. Huitong sprayed them, then told them to spray themselves. Once everyone was done, they went back inside to rest. The next morning, at dawn, right after breakfast, Li Shuang, who delivered firewood, came over. Soon after, carpenter Li Gao arrived. The village chief also brought a group of people. Huitong said she wanted to find someone to repair the roof, so she brought 20 young men. To avoid conflicts over resources, the village chief selected 20 families, with one worker from each family. More people meant more strength, so the work would be finished faster, but their income would be less. That wasn't something the village chief worried about. The village chief said, "Lady Hua, I brought 20 people for you. Is that enough?" Huitong smiled and asked, "That's enough." "Who's the foreman?" "Lady Hua, I am. My name is Li Liang." The foreman's daily wages are much higher than ordinary workers. She explained how she wanted the repairs done and discussed it with the foreman. After removing the roof, she also wanted to raise the house a bit. To prevent the heat, the roof needed insulation with some space in the middle. She had already drawn the plans and showed them to Li Liang, asking, "Can you do this?" Li Liang looked at her in surprise and said, "Lady Hua, no problem." Everyone was watching her with wide eyes, mostly feeling amazed and surprised. Could the head of this household really be a young woman? After Huitong finished giving instructions, she told them to start work. The yard was big enough for everyone to work separately without interfering with each other. The carpenter brought his 2 sons to do woodworking. Those fixing the house began dismantling the old roof. After a while, the brick and tile delivery arrived, and they kept bringing in supplies one load after another. Huitong asked Wang to prepare some mung bean soup for them to drink, as it was hot and they needed to prevent heatstroke. Nearby village women came over to see, all surprised. They thought it was just a group of refugees, but it turned out they had mistaken them. "Look at all these bricks. Only a few houses in the village are made of bricks." One woman, unable to hide her jealousy and envy, quietly asked Huitong, "Madam Hua, did you really buy this place?" Huitong smiled and replied, "Yes. Madam Hua, let me tell you secretly, this house is haunted. Over 10 years ago, the whole family was killed here. They were murdered." Huitong just responded with an "oh." Since she had already bought it, she didn't care if it was haunted or cursed. At that moment, the village chief came over to greet her, saying, "Madam Hua, I'll be leaving now. If you need anything, just ask me." Huitong nodded and saw him off. The village chief hurriedly said, "Madam Hua, stay a moment. No need to see me off." Everyone continued working. Seeing that it was still early, Huitong approached Mo Nian and said, "Uncle Mo, Abe, and I are going to town." So, she needed to keep a close eye on the household chores. Of course, she could handle that. "Go ahead." Huiyang ran over and said, "I want to go too." Mo Nan and Mo she also wanted to go, but Mo Bei said, "You two stay at home and watch things." Huitong said, "If you need anything, I'll buy it for you." Mo wouldn't go. A girl who couldn't help much at home was brought along. Li Fong took them to sit in a bullock cart, but when they arrived, the cart had already left. Huitong suggested, "It's not far. Shall we walk?" Li Fong said, "I know the way, I can lead." He jumped and ran ahead happily. Huitong called him, "Li Fong, come here." "Big sister," he immediately bounced over like a monkey. "I have candy for you." Li Fong happily unwrapped the candy and put it in his mouth. "Six, I want some too." Huiyang tugged at her clothes. Huitong gave each of them a piece of candy. No one knew when she bought it, but that didn't matter. For people who had escaped famine, having something to eat was the most important. Everyone talked and laughed as they traveled the 5 miles, reaching their destination quickly. Huitong took them to a clothing shop, where each selected 2 outfits. However, no one noticed that she had secretly brought 2 extra outfits for Mo Bei. Huitong asked the shopkeeper to prepare 2 outfits based on Li Fong's measurements. Li Fong was surprised to find he also had new clothes, and he was so touched that his eyes welled up with tears, and he almost cried. He had never been treated so well before in his life. The clothes he wore were mostly leftovers from his older brother or old, worn-out clothes from adults. His mother would cut and alter them to fit him. Even during festivals, he didn't have a proper new outfit. Once everyone chose their clothes, each person put on their new clothes. People say that clothes make the person, and it's true. After everyone changed into clean, new clothes, they looked completely different. Especially Xiaobei, who looked like a shining pearl, glowing brightly. When walking on the street, several women and girls would turn to look at Xiaobei. Of course, she also looked good, but she was still very young in her early teens. Her appearance was fresh and inexperienced, not yet having the mature charm of a woman. Huitong took them to buy 2 new pots. The family's buckets also needed replacing, so they bought 2 new ones, along with a water jar, a broom, and a few new straw mats. Because they had so many things to buy, they couldn't carry everything at once. Huitong hired a bullock cart to help deliver the items back to the village. By the time they returned, it was noon. The people working at home had finished and gone back to their own houses for lunch. Wang Shi had prepared the meal and was waiting for them to come back and eat. Seeing they had bought many things, Nian helped move the water jar to the wall to store water in. Wang Shi came out and saw the children all dressed in new clothes. She paused for a moment and then said, "You really are spending so much money again. Aren't the old clothes still wearable?" Moenga quickly said, "Mother, I also got some for you. Look, I picked out 2 for you. Try them on." Although Wang Shi liked the clothes, she didn't want to wear them now. There's a lot to do at home recently. Wearing these clothes might get dirty or torn. Let's wait for now. Moenga didn't care about that. She just wanted to wear new clothes. Although they weren't made of fine silk or satin like the girls in Jingzhou, she was happy just to have new clothes to wear. However, the house was under renovation and the roof had been taken down. It looked like they would have to sleep outside in tents tonight. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do, the young men in the family went to fetch water and filled a large water jar. Huitong sat by the wall, drawing and sketching. She wanted to design the furniture they needed so the carpenter could make them. They needed wardrobes, shoe racks, and other essentials. A bathhouse and a sitting toilet were also necessary. Since they were starting work, they planned to do everything at once. "Hunyangzi, are you here?" Lu Yunyang smiled and came over to greet everyone. Her family's Li house had new clothes, and she brought another set. When asked, she learned they were bought by Huitong. "Today I spent a lot again. Did Li house ask you to buy these? How much silver did that cost?" Thinking about it made her feel pain in her heart. She couldn't afford it. She knew they wouldn't want her silver, but since they had given her son so many good things as a mother, Lu Yunyang still wanted to come and thank them. Huitong smiled and said, "It's not worth much silver. Sister-in-law, don't worry about it." "Oh, Lady Hua, you're quite talented. That painting looks very real." She immediately recognized that Huitong had painted a wardrobe which only wealthy families could afford to have made. Huitong smiled, put away her paper and brush, and said, "Sit, sister-in-law." Since the house was under repair and there was nowhere to sit, Lu Yunyang said, "I won't stay long. I have some work in the fields, so I need to get going. Lady Hua, if you need any help at home, just call me. I'll come to help, no need to pay." Her son's clothes were worth quite a bit of silver, and she felt embarrassed to ask for payment again. Huitong smiled and said, "If I need help, I'll definitely call you." Lu Yunyang then left. Mrs. Wang boiled another pot of mung bean soup, went to invite everyone to rest and have some soup. Everyone could see that this family was not only wealthy, but also generous. In the evening, as it got darker and there were no lamps, they couldn't work anymore. Those who had been busy in the yard all day also left. Huitong's family cooked again in the open-top kitchen, preparing a few more dishes. Li House didn't stay for dinner, mainly because he was scolded by his mother. He had thought he could just go to someone else's house to eat, since there wasn't much at home anyway. Now that he had even borrowed clothes back, he felt too embarrassed. Huitong had already bought a small table, and the cooked dishes were placed on it. The family sat around the table on the ground. Huitong quietly took out some fruit wine from her space and poured it into a new bowl, as a celebration of starting a new life together. In short, they wanted to drink. Ho-young took a sip and said, "What is this?" "It's very good."
Hu-tong replied, "Fruit wine."
No one asked where she bought it. Maybe she bought it in Jingzhou. Anyway, she was someone who liked to spend money freely. After dinner, Mo Nian said, "Today, don't go to the river to bathe. Just wash with some water." He was worried about what happened yesterday when he bathed in the river and was afraid of another accident. Hu-tong asked, "Go?" "Why not go? You all go ahead. I will go with you too." Mo Bei disagreed, saying, "Tong-tong, that's where men take baths. You better not go." Hu-tong quickly replied, "I won't look. I'll just stand far away." Mo Nan said, "Then go ahead." Since his sister-in-law was there, he wasn't afraid. If they didn't go, the troublemakers in the village might think they were scared and bully them more. So, encouraged by Hu-tong, everyone went. As night fell, only the village moon lit the way. The village men went into the water and took off all their clothes. Hu-tong didn't want to get her eyes wet, so she hid under a tree. From a distance, she saw Li Fong jumping over happily and called out to him. Li Fong ran over when he heard her. "Sister, why are you here?" "I'm waiting for Xiao Bei." "Li Fong, watch over that side. If anything happens, come tell me quickly." Li Fong promised and ran quickly to that side. He shouted Brother A Bei and waved. Seeing no one else nearby, he felt safe and jumped into the water, taking off his clothes. In summer, village children love to play in the water, and everyone knows how to swim. Not far away, some village bullies had been watching them. Li Xiong said, "Let's go."
"Come on."
One of his younger brothers said, "Second brother, I feel like these kids are not simple." His head was slapped by the third brother, Li Qing. "Stop dreaming big and ruining your own reputation. We're village bullies. We're not afraid of a bunch of dirty refugees." His words made sense. Li Wang walked out of the water and said, "Come on. If we don't beat them today, we don't deserve our nickname." Li Fong, who had been watching the surroundings, saw they were really coming again. He was so scared he shouted and ran away, yelling, "Sister! Sister! They're coming again." Hu-tong had already climbed a tree closest to the water. At night, no one would expect someone to hide in a tree. She looked toward the river and saw the village bullies trying to bother her family again, taking advantage of the water. Hu-tong took out a slingshot she had prepared earlier, loaded with a marble. She pulled back and aimed at the leader in front. "Ah!" Li Xiong screamed painfully, covering his head, feeling dizzy. He couldn't hold on and fell into the water. The people nearby were startled and hurried to save him.
Li Xiong fainta.
The village bullies quickly carried him to the shore and stopped bothering Mo Bei and the others. Someone in the village was knocked out. Others just looked and found it interesting, but no one else showed concern or asked what happened. The village's wild children are not only avoided by girls, but also intimidating to men. They dare to bully not only children but also the elderly. Many people hate them. After a while, Li Xiong was carried away by a group of village bullies and taken to the village doctor's house. Hu-tong snorted softly. If she couldn't even help the village bullies, then her life was pointless. The people from Mo Bei didn't stay in the water for long. After washing for a while, they came out. Hu-tong jumped down from the tree and waited at the road ahead. She saw that he didn't come close, so Huyang quickly ran over and said, "Lulu, I have good news for you." He told her about one of the village bullies who had fainted. No one knew why he suddenly fainted. Hu-tong said, "It's karma." Mo Bei quietly asked her, "Tong Tong, was it you?" Hu-tong looked at him with a sly smile and said, "Guess." If she said yes, Mo Bei would be sure it was her. Hu-tong quickly ran away. She had been busy all this time and now wanted to go back and take a bath. The tent at home was already set up, just like when they were at the water source. Hu-tong slept in a small tent with Mo Bei. The others squeezed together and slept. Lying alone in the tent, Hu-tong drifted into thought. The village night was very peaceful. Not even a dog's bark could be heard. She was slowly blending into this new life. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, Hu-tong woke up and got out of the tent. She realized she had been too careless. After a few peaceful days, She had let her guard down. They had just arrived and were repairing the house. The yard wall was only about 1 meter high. What if someone shameless and jealous came to steal? Huatong decided to check the perimeter. As she approached the yard wall, she heard sounds from outside. She quietly moved closer. Sure enough, there were voices. A few people were whispering. Someone had brought a ladder and was trying to climb over their wall. After a while, one person climbed up first and looked down. Huatong was standing below with a stick in her hand. When the person started climbing, she suddenly stabbed him hard. He let out a scream and fell down. The person who fell was none other than Li Wang, the village bully's eldest brother. From the other side, Li Qing's voice was heard. "What's going on? Why did you fall?" At this moment, Huatong had already climbed over the wall and said, "Coming to climb over our wall in the middle of the night. Tell me, should I turn you over to the authorities?" A few people caught in the act froze for a moment. Li Qing quickly responded, "Which I saw us climbing your wall. We were just passing by, just passing." A few younger brothers who came with them immediately echoed, "Passing by, definitely just passing." Knowing that the girl in front of them was capable of fighting, they didn't want to confront her directly and quickly ran away with a ladder. Huatong snorted coldly. She thought, what kind of village bully is this? Just a bunch of cowards who pick on the weak. Cowards. She was about to turn back when she saw Mo Bei's head peek over. What happened? His height was enough that he didn't need to climb the wall. Just sticking his head out was enough to see what was outside. Huatong looked up at the boy's face, which was only visible, and her breath caught. She felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. This face was flawless. His lips, just the right thickness, seemed made for kissing, and she found herself endlessly captivated. She looked at him, and he looked at her. The girl looking up at him with her face tilted back was so beautiful that it made his heart race, and an inexplicable warmth spread in his belly. Huatong quickly snapped out of it and said, "It's nothing. Go to sleep." She turned around and ran back quickly. It seemed that tomorrow they needed to strengthen the surroundings to prevent shameless people from coming to steal. When she reached the yard and locked the door, Mo Bei hurried over and asked, "Did someone come?" "Yes, those village bullies again. Don't worry. After a few scoldings, they'll be obedient. Tomorrow we'll go up the mountain to look around, cut some bamboo, and set traps." That was Mo Bei's specialty. He often went hunting and was especially good at making traps. Finally having a chance to show his skills, Mo Bei said, "I'll handle this." "Okay. Go to sleep. Why are you just standing there watching me?" After pushing him, Huatong heard him say, "You look good." Although it was just a simple compliment, her heart stirred. She looked back at him and smiled. "You look good too." Even though her admiration was because he looked like someone else, hearing her praise made him smile happily. The two of them each went back to their tents to rest. Early in the morning, before anyone got up, they first heard the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs. People in the tents gradually woke up. Mrs. Wang went to cook a pot of porridge. Huatong also went to prepare dough, planning to make some egg pancakes later. After they finished eating, everyone else from each household came to start working. Huatong showed her drawings to Carpenter Li Gao and said, "Uncle Li, look. Everything I want is drawn here." Li Gao took the drawings and looked at them carefully. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. He said, "Madame Hua, you are truly talented." Anything she touched turned out to look very real, and she even noted the length, width, and height. Huatong smiled and asked, "Can it be made?" "Yes, of course," he replied. "Since your drawings are so clear, if I can't make it, I would be embarrassing myself." "Madame Hua, how about this? Why don't you sell these drawings to me?" "Sell? If you like them, just take them and use them." She was so straightforward that Li Gao felt a bit shy. "Aren't I taking advantage of you? If these furniture designs were made and sold in Jingzhou City, they would definitely earn a lot." He had never seen such styles before. They looked very beautiful. Rich people love new and interesting things. Suddenly, Li Gao became more motivated and said, "All right, Madame Hua, I will help you make all these pieces of furniture for free. If you need any furniture in the future, I will make it for free. These drawings now belong to me." Huatong smiled and said, "Uncle Li, do whatever you think is best." Just make sure you don't lose out. All right, then it's settled. Huatong agreed. Mo Bei came over and called her, Tong Tong, I'm going to the mountain. I'll go with you. Huayang also wanted to go, but Huatong didn't let him. The others stayed behind to watch the house. After Huatong and Mo Bei left with their bamboo baskets, Li Gao's two sons quietly came over and whispered, Dad, what did you mean earlier when you talked to Madame Hua? How did it become free? Li Gao showed them the drawings and explained. His sons looked at the drawings again and again with wide eyes. Dad, are you sure you can sell these later? Definitely. Madame Hua is very clever. I think she still has a lot of good stuff. We should work hard and make these furniture pieces look nice. Later, I'll ask her for some more. This girl seemed straightforward. After taking so many drawings from her, he couldn't keep taking advantage of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't want to draw for him again. For now, he was just helping her with physical work. Seeing his confident face, his sons believed in his judgment and worked even harder. Mrs. Wang was also busy as usual, boiling a pot of mung bean soup to serve with their tea. The children's clothes at home need washing. She called Mo Wenj to go to the river with her, but was worried about encountering the village bully, so she also asked Mo Nian to accompany her. A few boys stayed at home to watch over the house. Huatong and Mo Bei also went into the mountains. They cut some bamboo and tied it together. Nearby, there were also patches of bamboo shoots waiting to be dug up. There are really good things in this mountain. Huatong saw patches of mushrooms waiting to be picked, but some mushrooms are poisonous and cannot be touched. She started digging some bamboo shoots and put them into a bamboo basket, but didn't touch anything else. Because the house was being repaired, after cutting the bamboo, they went back home and didn't stay long in the mountain. As they approached the house, they saw someone leading a group of people coming over. Huatong looked carefully and recognized Zhao Laotai. She was about to curse. Could Zhao Laotai be deliberately coming over to stay with her? They had already sold everything and didn't want her around, so why was she still trying to get close? Zhao Laotai also saw her and immediately happily waved, saying, Tong Tong. Huatong's face grew cold. She didn't want to show her kindness. When the village chief saw Zhao Laotai, he knew they were family. Zhao Laotai had told him that her granddaughter also settled here, and she wanted him to find her a house nearby. So, he brought her over. There was no large yard like Huatong's at the village, but in front of Huatong's house, there were 2 empty houses enough for Zhao Laotai's big family to live in. The village chief was here to show them the houses. Zhao Laotai looked unhappy and said, What's wrong with you? Don't you know how to greet people? Are you stupid? Zhao Laotai was technically her grandmother's mother, but Huatong didn't want to bother with her. It was not good to cause trouble in front of others, so she said, I have something to do. I need to get going. She turned and went into her yard. Zhao Laotai's face darkened with anger, and she said, This girl is still so rude and ungrateful. If I hadn't arranged this marriage for her, she'd have starved to death on the run. The village chief didn't know about their family matters. Now that they were selling the house, he took Zhao Laotai into a small yard. This yard is a bit small, but it's enough for 5 or 6 people to live in. The next door yard is bigger, enough for 7 or 8 people, he said. Zhao Laotai looked around the empty house, with no furniture or tables, all of which she would add later. She was satisfied and said, This yard will be for the second son's family. I'll stay next door with the oldest. After the village chief showed them the neighboring yard, Grandma Zhao asked, How much are these 2 yards worth? 150 taels. These 2 yards are not as big as Huatong's yard. The village chief had already taken 100 taels from Huatong and felt he had lost money. When he came to Grandma Zhao, he wanted to charge more to make up for the loss. Since they're all his own people, he thought they must have a lot of money. He couldn't underestimate these displaced people. Grandma Zhao frowned, then changed her expression and immediately looked pitiful. That's so expensive, village chief. We are just a group of displaced people. We don't have that much silver. Please lower the price. The village chief was surprised. He didn't expect her to bargain and thought she would pay quickly like her granddaughter. Grandma Zhao started to act pitiful, wiping her tears. Village chief, look at my family. We have mouths to feed. You ask for 150 taels, that's almost asking for my life. Suddenly, she let out a loud cry and pretended to be about to weep. The village chief's brow twitched. He sensed she was difficult to deal with, different from her granddaughter. He wanted to finish the matter quickly, so he asked, just tell me a price. What's fair? Grandma Zhao stopped crying and thought for a moment. She named a price, 80 taels. The village chief's heart ached. This woman was really good at bargaining. 100 taels. No less. Grandma Zhao gritted her teeth. 90 taels. No more. She was about to cry again, but the village chief waved his hand. 10 taels. After leaving Grandma Zhao's yard, the village chief exhaled. Everyone here is a woman in charge of the household, which is quite unusual. Nothing like this has ever happened in their village before. Grandma Zhao also arranged for someone to carry the things into the house. They set out early in the morning and had been traveling until now. She was tired and thirsty. She called out to her family, I'm going to Huatong's house to find something to eat. Grandma, I want to go with you, said Huaru, Grandma Zhao's granddaughter, who was 14 years old. The oldest child in the main house, Huamu, was 18. The second son, Huaming, was 16, and Huaru was the third daughter. Huamu was a scholar and the best student among the children of both households. But because of the famine, her studies had been delayed. Grandma Zhao took her granddaughter Huaru and went to Huatong's house. Their house was being repaired, and usually the door was wide open. Now it was noon, and everyone had gone home to eat. At this time, only Huatong's family was in the yard. Mr. Wang prepared the meal, and Hutong was helping to stir-fry the dishes. Once the food was ready, they set the table. Several young boys sat around, waiting for Hutong to finish cooking so they could start eating together. Old Lady Zhao entered and immediately smelled the delicious food. She licked her lips eagerly and said, Oh, what are you all eating? I could smell the rice from our house. The Mo family didn't expect to see Old Lady Zhao here. Except for Hutong and Mo Bei, everyone else looked at her as if they saw a ghost. Old Lady Zhao didn't act like an outsider at all. Seeing the dishes on the table, she eagerly inhaled and kicked Huyang. You silly boy, are you stupid? Why don't you give me some space? Huyang was afraid of her and quickly stood up, looking confused. Why are you here? Stupid boy, what nonsense are you talking? Since you're here, how could I not come? She immediately tried to sit in Huyang's seat. Hutong suddenly stepped in front of her and said, It's mealtime now. We can talk after we eat. Please go back first. Old Lady Zhao glared at her angrily. Just because it's mealtime, I came here. I've traveled all day. Your granddaughter doesn't even offer me a cup of water. Hearing this, Hutong couldn't help but speak up. Xiao Bei, take her back home. Mo Bei stood up and said, Grandma Zhao, please. He gently took her arm and led her out. Old Lady Zhao had no strength to resist and could only shout angrily, Hutong, you're so disobedient. How can you treat your own grandma like this? Huru, who had come along, also looked upset. She hadn't expected to be driven out before, even sitting down. She glared at Hutong, feeling that she looked especially beautiful now. Suddenly, she turned around and left. At the door, she glanced at Mo Bei, feeling surprised and a little impressed. Is that really Mo Bei? Although they lived in the same village, she had never seen Mo Bei before. He was either out hunting in the mountains or visiting a teacher's house. Her impression of Mo Bei was from the refugee camp, where she had seen him a few times. He had been waiting at the camp entrance for Hutong. Back then, she thought he was quite handsome, but because his clothes were old and torn, and they were all villagers, she didn't pay much attention. Today, Mo Bei was dressed in new clothes, and he seemed to have changed completely. Seeing him like that made Huru's heart race. She awkwardly said, Mo Bei, don't be angry. My grandma means no harm. Mo Bei didn't even look at her and turned away, locking the door behind him. Huru only felt a burning pain on her face. The elderly Zhao, who had been pushed out, was so angry she tried to kick the door, but she hurt her own foot and let out a loud cry. Huru quickly helped her and said, Grandma, forget it. Let's go back first. Reluctantly, Grandma Zhao returned, cursing all the way. These stubborn girls, none of them are kind-hearted. I should have killed them all when I had the chance. She was angry at Huotong and Wei Zisu, feeling they didn't respect her. She wanted to ask Wei Zisu for more money, but Wei Zisu was not easy to deal with. She only gave her 500 taels of silver and scared her a bit. Grandma Zhao wasn't foolish. She wouldn't reveal Wei Zisu's identity, as that might bring trouble to her whole family. Seeing that the refugees had all left, she had to make a choice. Knowing Huotong was nearby, she clenched her teeth and decided to settle here too. She had 2 granddaughters, and she had to hold on to at least one. As long as Huotong was here, Wei Zisu wouldn't refuse her benefits. In the afternoon after lunch, more people came to work. Huotong sat down to carve bamboo. Mrs. Wang used the bamboo they brought to make 2 brooms. Mo Bei also made some clips from bamboo, and Mo Nan, Mo Shi, and Huiyang came to help. With more people, they could work faster. Li Fong ran over and asked Sister, "What are you doing?"
"You'll see soon," she replied.
She made a bow and some arrows from bamboo, so she could go hunting in the mountains later. She tested it by pulling, and the strength was good. The bamboo arrow shot into a nearby mud wall. At that moment, Grandma Zhao arrived with members of the first and second households. As long as they didn't come close and talk to her, Huotong pretended not to see them. Grandma Zhao didn't come directly to her. She entered and greeted others. "I am Huotong's grandmother. From now on, we're all neighbors." Did she have another grandmother now? Someone curiously asked her questions, and Grandma Zhao loudly chatted, "Huotong is my real granddaughter, no doubt about it. I remember when she was starving and almost died. I found a hunter's family to marry her, and that saved her life." Mo Wenj didn't like her at all and said angrily, "Why is this old lady here again?" Mrs. Wang also had no choice. She decided to handle it herself, since Huotong's grandmother was here. Grandma Zhao was a difficult person to control. Hua Yang's mother, Zhang, came over to greet her. "Huotong, look at you, little troublemaker. When you see me coming, don't you know to say hello?
Or are you mute now?"
Mrs. Zhang stepped forward and tried to grab Ho Yang's ear. Ho Yang's ear hurt, and he quickly shouted, "It hurts, it hurts. If it didn't hurt, you wouldn't remember. You little troublemaker, you're like a piece of meat that fell off my body. I haven't even repaid your kindness, and now you run off without a trace." His father, Ho Zhu, also came over to scold him and kicked him on the backside. "Our house needs repairs. Go home and help out. Don't just wander around outside like a wild kid with no mother." Suddenly, Mrs. Zhang cried out in pain and let go. Ho Yang's father also held his leg and shouted,
"Who hit me?"
Mrs. Zhang saw her hand was swollen and shouted loudly. Ho Zhu also sat on the ground, rolling up his pant leg to check. His leg was swollen, and he yelled in anger, "Who hit me?" He felt something hit his leg, but he didn't see where it came from. The yard was being repaired, and there were broken bricks everywhere. Huotong had just casually picked up a piece of brick and threw it. Hoyong took the chance to run away and hide next to Huotong. Hoyong has an older brother and a sister. His older brother, Ho Xian, is 16 and looks more mature and steady than Hoyong. His sister, Ho Mei, is 11 and is curious, looking around the yard. The yard is very big, bigger than both their families combined. All the houses are made of blue bricks, but their family's house is a mud house. At this moment, Ho Xian said, "It was Huotong who threw the brick. I saw her pick up a brick and throw it." Ho Zhu and Mrs. Zhang immediately looked at Huotong. Mrs. Zhang sternly said, "Huotong, why did you hit me? Did I offend you somehow?" Huotong denied it. "I didn't hit anyone.
Don't falsely accuse me."
Ho Xian looked at her in surprise. She actually denied it? Huotong also looked at him and asked, "You say I hit you, but which eye saw me do it?" Ho Xian replied, "Both my eyes saw it." "You say you saw it, but that's not proof. Why don't you ask your eyes if they saw it? If they say they saw it, then it proves you're not lying." Ho Xian was stunned. Eyes can't talk. So, just because you have a talking mouth, you can say whatever you want? Who is really lying here? He clearly saw Hotong pick up a brick and hit someone. Hua Xian couldn't argue with Hotong and looked anxious, his face turning pale. At last, his gaze fell on Huiyang beside her. He hadn't seen him in a while, and Huiyang looked very different, more fair and handsome, with a more charming appearance. Hua Xian felt his forehead pounding and said, Huiyang, you've studied for a few days. I won't argue about the big truths with you. As a son, do you really want to forget your father and mother? Hotong interrupted, Hua Xian, you're mixing up right and wrong again. You've only studied a few days with my father, and now you think you can teach others big truths? Hua Xian was silenced by her words. The few days he studied were with Hotong's scholarly father. Hotong said, it's obvious that you didn't want Huiyang before. Now that the family needs help, you suddenly remember how good he is? Huiyang is now part of our family, and he's no longer connected to you. When they registered the household, they used Wei Junlin's influence, so Huiyang was registered under her name. Therefore, on the household register, Huiyang was no longer considered part of their family. Mrs. Zhang angrily shouted, Hotong, how can you talk like that? Huiyang was born from my pregnancy. He's been my son all his life. Do you really think he's not related to us just because you say so? Mo Bei put down his work and said, we're busy here. Are you leaving on your own? Or should I invite you out? Everyone paused, realizing he was probably trying to chase them away. Grandma Zhao suddenly came over and said, Mo Bei, you shouldn't forget kindness. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have married my beautiful granddaughter. While they were talking, more people arrived in the yard. There are many visitors every day, some bringing materials, others coming to see how their house repairs are going. Grandma Zhao took advantage of the crowd to make a fuss, wanting everyone to know how mean-spirited this family was, rejecting their own grandmother. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Li Xiao, also chimed in, why don't we call everyone to judge? See if there's a family like yours. You married our girl as a daughter-in-law, but now you refuse to acknowledge us. Even coming here to ask for water is impossible. It seemed they were planning to cause trouble at their house. Having gone through many such experiences, everyone's courage and resolve had grown. Mo Nan stood up and said firmly, you're talking nonsense. There's water everywhere here. If you want to drink, just do it. Mo Wen-go is also someone who likes to argue. She came over with her hands on her hips and said, your whole family is ungrateful. It was my brother who saved Hotong from the mountain and brought him back to your home. You didn't thank us and even repaid us with betrayal. You insisted that my brother marry Hotong and falsely accused us of taking 5 taels of silver as a wedding gift. If they didn't argue, the villagers wouldn't really know about this family's private matters. Things look fine on the outside, but inside, everything is just as rotten. This is probably the case in every family. Everyone has their own troubles. She stood with her hands on her hips and said, you all are just jealous. You see our good days and want to come and eat and drink for free. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You're taking advantage of us. Old Lady Zhao looked at the 2 young men taller than her and spat in frustration. Bah, I don't need your family's food. I've never even had a sip of water from your house. That was true. Mo Bei looked cold and said, if you don't intend to freeload, then go back home. Don't bother us. Old Lady Zhao pointed at them angrily and said, you all are too cold and heartless. Hotong sneered and said, not letting you cause trouble means we're too cold and heartless? Are we causing trouble? What trouble are we causing? Hotong, think about it. Who did you grow up eating? Your parents died early. I raised you. Huiyang quickly gathered his courage and said, Grandma, don't talk nonsense. Lulu's father only died 2 years ago. When he was alive, he earned money by teaching and writing, and he handed all the money to you. After he died, you treated her badly and made her do all the dirty and hard work. Several women watching nearby couldn't help but laugh and said, look at these people. Old Lady Zhao was so angry she pointed at him and said, Huiyang, go home and stay there. From now on, you're not allowed to be with Hotong. Being with her will ruin you. Huiyang refused to go back with her. Who's this old woman talking nonsense here? If Huatong isn't good, then there are no good people in this world. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from nearby, and it was Li Fang's mother coming over. As soon as she entered, she heard someone talking about Huatong and couldn't bear it. Lu Yunyang said, "Since Lady Hu arrived, our family has been staying at her house every day, eating and drinking there. No one in her family has said a single bad word about us. They even bought 2 new outfits for our second boy. If such a person is bad, then please can you be a bad person like that? Is such a thing possible?" The women around were very jealous and envious. They hurried to touch the second boy's clothes and asked if it was true. The second boy confidently said, "Of course it's true. I haven't worn such new clothes even during the new year. Tong Tong's sister bought them for me. She even gives me candy every day." Su Tian was one of the onlookers. She couldn't help but smile and said, "Yunyang is right. If such a person is bad, then please you be a bad person like that." Everyone burst into laughter. Old Lady Zhao was so angry her face looked terrible. She waved her sleeve and left. Her family members, feeling embarrassed, quickly followed her. Lu Yunyang came over and said, "Lady Hua, who is that old woman? Why is she bullying you?" Huatong sighed and honestly said, "That's my grandmother." Lu Yunyang understood and told the people watching, "All right, everyone stop watching." Some people left, while others, feeling dissatisfied, said, "We like watching, and it's none of your business." Lu Yunyang looked serious and said, "Try saying one more word, and I might just tear your mouth apart." Immediately, no one spoke, and the crowd dispersed. Lu Yunyang then grabbed the second boy's ear and warned, "If I don't see you home before dark, I will break your leg, understand?" The boy covered his ears and shouted, "I understand." Lu Yunyang left. As everyone was leaving, Huatong said, "Li Fang, your mother is quite busy." She looked at the many women who didn't seem as busy as her mother and wondered how they always had time to wander outside. Li Fang replied, "My father broke his leg a few months ago. He was lying in bed and couldn't move. My grandmother then divided our family. So, she had to do all the chores herself. As for him, he was just a young boy who hadn't yet settled down. He ran around the village playing all day. When asked to work in the fields, he couldn't stand it and would sneak away again." Huatong was a bit surprised and said, "Tomorrow noon, I will come to your house to see your father's leg. Tell your mother, and wait for me at home." Li Fang was very shocked. "Sister, can you treat the illness? Can you cure my father's leg?" "Let's see then," she replied. She hadn't seen it herself, so she couldn't say for sure. Li Fang felt hopeful and was excited all afternoon. At this moment, after the Zhao family had returned home, they looked at the backyard, which was so empty that there wasn't even a stool left. Old Lady Zhao said, "This repair has cost quite a bit of silver." Huashu, Huashu. Thinking about giving that shiny silver to others made her feel sad. She then looked at the open roof and didn't want to spend more silver, saying, "In the next few days, you all should find a way to fix the roof." The old man Huajian, who felt he didn't have much presence in the family, said, "It might be good to invite the people from Huatong's family to help out." Old Lady Zhao snorted and told her husband, "That costs silver. Do you think they will fix it for free? Or maybe Huatong would pay for the silver?" Huajian didn't say anything and just sat on the doorstep. The women in the family were fierce, like mother tigers, and he was used to just doing as he was told. "I'll go talk to the village chief about buying some land. You all check what the house needs and buy it quickly." After giving these instructions, old Lady Zhao left with a stern face. When she reached Huatong's door, she thought about her big yard and hummed to herself. She felt she was only fit to be a simple villager. Thinking this, she felt much more at ease. She just wanted to live next to Huatong, watch over her, and be close. The rural atmosphere filled the air over Chinguan village. By evening, as it was getting dark, the workers all went home. Li Fang finally listened to his mother and stopped staying to eat for free. Mo Bei, taking advantage of the house being empty, buried the prepared trap around the wall. Huatong felt a bit uncomfortable in her stomach and stood up, touching her belly, then went to the outhouse. The former owner of this place was also particular and the outhouse was designed as a sitting toilet. After using it, Huotong looked at the blood on the toilet paper and was stunned. She suddenly realized that her period had started. But she wasn't worried. She thought to herself, and a sanitary pad appeared from her space, landing in her hand. As a girl, she naturally kept these necessary items ready. When she came out, her face looked a little tired, probably because it was her first period, and she felt quite uncomfortable. Tong Tong, are you feeling unwell? Mo-Bei saw her clutching her stomach and hurried over. My stomach hurts. I'll lie down for a while, she said, looking like a wilted eggplant, and went into the tent to lie down. Mo-Bei quickly followed. Tong Tong, should I get you some medicine? Make me a cup of red sugar water, please. Okay. Mo-Bei stood up to go out but paused again. At this time, where could he find red sugar? Xiao Bei Huotong called from inside, I have some brown sugar here. Mo-Bei didn't know when she bought the brown sugar, so he decided to just cook with it. His mother, Wang, was starting to prepare the meal. Seeing Mo-Bei come over to light the fire, she asked surprised, What are you doing? Tong Tong has a stomachache, so I'm boiling some brown sugar for her. Wang, experienced and quick to understand, immediately smiled. A woman having her period means she can have children in the future. She hurried over and said, Your wife is having her period. It will be over in a few days.
Montag bei Pauset, so preist.
He had never seen a woman on her period, but he had heard about it. Wang then advised him a few more words, telling him that women shouldn't eat cold foods during their period because it would make the pain worse. Mo-Bei silently remembered this. After he left with the brown sugar water, Mo-Wen-Ge came over and asked, What did the older brother take away? Brown sugar water. I want some too. Are you on your period? Mo-Wen-Ge shook his head. He was only 10, so of course not. Wang gave her a look and said, If you're not on your period, there's no need to waste the brown sugar water. Big brother isn't on his period either, so why can he drink it? She felt it was unfair. Wang gave her a look and said, This is for your sister-in-law to drink. Mo-Wen-Ge had nothing to say. Meanwhile, Mo-Bei had already brought the brown sugar water to Huotong. She found it too hot and asked to let it cool for a bit. Mo-Bei gently blew on it, and after a moment, said, Tong Tong, it's ready. Huotong took a sip, but still found it too hot. She lay back down and refused to drink more. Mo-Bei said, Brown sugar water should be drunk hot. When you drink it, your stomach will warm up and you'll feel better. These days, don't drink cold water anymore. I'll heat some hot water for you. If you're thirsty, drink warm water. Huotong looked at him curiously and asked, Do you know why I have a period?
Yes.
Huotong was even more puzzled. How do you know so much? He was from an ancient time. Mo-Bei replied, Mother told me. All right, she was overthinking. Get up. Mo-Bei reached out to help her. Huotong had to sit up again. After a few sips, she didn't want to drink anymore because it was too sweet. Did you put the whole bag of sugar in? Mo-Bei said, I put in half a bag. Be good and finish it. He softly coaxed her, gently patting her head. She endured the super sweet taste, closed her eyes, and after gulping it down, said, It's way too sweet. Next time, put less sugar. Although she liked eating sweets, they were too sweet for her, and she couldn't handle it. Is it too sweet? He seemed to doubt and licked her bowl. Huotong watched him and felt a bit dizzy. His tongue looked so nice. What was she thinking about? Huotong turned over and lay down, trying to clear her mind. Mo-Bei looked at her and saw she was still holding her stomach when she lay down. He leaned over and asked, Should I cover your stomach? His hand was very warm, much warmer than hers. He placed his hand on Huotong's belly. Maybe it was the sugar water or his warm hand, but she felt much better. Huotong still thought he wasn't applying enough pressure and said, Press a little harder. Mo-Bei pressed a bit more. Move a little, she said, lying flat and holding his hand like holding a hot water bag. She felt much more comfortable. The boy's gaze on her was full of affection. Her stomach had no extra fat, but it was very soft to touch. Huotong closed her eyes and enjoyed the moment. She was so relaxed, she drifted off to sleep, until Mo-Wen-Ge burst into the tent and lifted the flap. Time to eat. He called several times, but she couldn't hear him. They both woke up suddenly. Mo Wen-ge snorted and turned to leave. Are you still feeling unwell? Hui Tong came back to herself, looked at her hand still on her stomach, and said in surprise, You've been here all along?
Yes.
She thought he was silly, and her heart softened. I feel much better now. She sat up, and Mo Bei reached out to help her. Hui Tong smiled and said, I'm not so fragile that I need help to sit up. He had never seen her so exhausted, with no energy at all. To him, it seemed she needed someone to take care of her. When Hui Tong came over, everyone in the family looked at her with concern. In just a short time, everyone knew she was having her period. Of course, Mo Wen-ge was the one who spread the news. After dinner, Huyang told her, Lulu, don't wash with cold water today. I'll boil some hot water for you later. Today, the family didn't go to the river to wash, worried that Hui Tong might insist on going. Mo Nan and Mo, she went to fetch 2 more buckets of water. It got dark, and no one was waiting in line at the well. They carried water back and forth twice and filled the water jar. Hui Tong watched them run back and forth, carrying water, and thought about asking someone to dig a well at home so they wouldn't have to go out every day. However, she had limited silver money. Zifeng and Lady Ho each had 500 taels, and Jing and Marquis had received another 200 taels. Although they spent quite a bit on buying land, houses, and repairs, digging a well was still possible. Huyang came over and called her, Lulu, I've prepared the water for you. Go inside and wash. Hui Tong went in first to bathe. When she entered, Mo Wen-ge also rushed in, but the room was dark and noisy, so she couldn't see anything. It was better to wash in the nearby ditch where it was clearer. Saozik, why didn't you light a candle? She knew Hui Tong had one. She didn't need to light it. Even on such a night, she could see clearly. Mo Wen-ge found it too dark and couldn't see anything, so she ran out again. After she finished washing, she lit a candle inside. Because tonight, Mo's family didn't go to the river, and the village bully waited there for a while. One of his younger brothers said, Big brother, they definitely wouldn't dare to come. They must be scared. A group of refugees still want to boss us around. They're just unruly. Amidst the curses from the younger brothers, the village bullies waited until the people didn't come and had to leave. Thinking that these refugees were finally too scared to come, the village bullies felt quite proud. At that moment, after washing up, everyone, having worked hard all day, went to sleep. Outside Hui Tong's courtyard wall, a few people sneaked up to the gate again. Someone quietly fiddled with the latch, but it wasn't locked. When pushed, the door opened. 3 people tiptoed inside. In the dark night, a painful scream sounded. There were 3 traps at the door, similar to the ones Mo Bei used before, when setting traps for prey. What's going on? The people outside were frightened and retreated. A scream of pain. Got my leg caught. This girl, no wonder she doesn't lock the door when she sleeps. Turns out she set traps at the door. The girl scolded as a troublemaker, standing at the door and looking at the people in front. The person caught in the trap was old Lady Zhao's eldest son. He came with Hui Yang's father and brother, along with old Lady Zhao's husband. They thought they would meet the village bully, but it turned out to be them. This was also unexpected for Hui Tong. Go back to sleep. Mo Bei came over, pulled her away, closed the door, and locked it. They didn't bother to pay attention to them. The few people outside looked at each other in confusion. Were they caught? Did they scold them? What does this mean? Could it be that they were afraid of them? However, Hui Shu's foot was badly injured and in great pain, so he hurried back to bandage it. After returning, Hui Tong went to change her sanitary pad. When she came out, Mo Bei was waiting outside for her. Tong Tong, does it still hurt? Seeing how nervous he was, she almost thought she had a serious illness. She quickly said, It's better now. Do you want me to cover your stomach? Hui Tong was surprised and quickly said, No need. You should go to sleep now. All right. Mo Bei and she returned to the tent together, watching her go inside. Actually, he really wanted to help cover her stomach. Lying down, Hui Tong turned over. Since it was her first day of her period, the flow was not heavy. Even if it was heavy, she had night-use sanitary pads, so she wasn't afraid. Suddenly, she had an idea. In this era, women don't use sanitary pads. If she could popularize this item, it would be a way to help women. As a doctor, she knew the early prototypes of sanitary pads, and making them wasn't complicated. But one person couldn't accomplish such a big task alone. It would need many partners to help. She thought about it for a while, then her drowsiness took over, and she closed her eyes again. In a daze, she suddenly heard a loud scream. She was too tired to get up and check. She was sure it was another fool falling into Mo Bei's trap. Yes, the village bullies had arrived. One of them had just jumped in from outside and stepped on a bamboo stick, which pricked his foot. He screamed in pain and hugged his foot, afraid of waking the others, and after calling out once, he immediately shut up. Mo Bei came over at that moment, holding a stick, and started hitting the person fiercely. The person's screams echoed again. People outside the tent were startled. Clearly, someone had been caught. After a while, Mo Bei threw the beaten person out of the door. Third brother. Third brother. A shout came from outside the tent. The person being beaten was Li Qing, who is said to be his uncle. Soon, a few village bullies hurriedly carried the person away. Inside the tent, everyone was sleeping soundly, unaware of what had happened. The next morning, at dawn, everyone woke up as usual to wash and get ready. Hu Tong was about to fetch water to wash her face when Hu Yang ran over to stop her. Lulu, don't use water yet. I'll boil some water for you to wash with. Hu Tong was amused and said, it's not that serious, just washing my face is fine. Hu Yang looked serious and said, don't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? All right, Hu Yang relaxed a little. Mo Bei glanced at him. He wondered if he was paying too much attention to a girl's private matters. This kid's concern was a bit excessive. Meanwhile, Wang also cooked a pot of porridge, and Hu Tan went to fry some egg pancakes. Just after finishing breakfast, the village chief arrived with a group of people. It was Li Qing's parents, carrying their injured son, who came to complain to the village chief, saying that their son had been badly beaten by someone from his family. As the village chief, since there was a disturbance, he had to step in and resolve the issue. He led people over, and workers who had come to do small jobs also gathered nearby. Since Hu Tong was the head of the household here, the village chief called out, Hu Tong. Hu Tong approached him. Did Li Qing come to your house last night? Hu Tong replied, no. Why would he come to our house?
We don't know him well. Still not admitting it.
Li Qing's mother cried and shouted, Hu Tong, my son was beaten so badly by you. You have the nerve to hit him, but you won't admit it? Hu Tong looked helpless and said, Auntie, please be reasonable. Why would I hit your son? We have no grudge or quarrel. We just arrived here and have been busy fixing things, and we haven't even left this yard. Suddenly, someone from the crowd stepped forward and said, it was obviously you who did it. I can testify. The speaker was Hu Yang's father, Hu Zhu. Since Hu Zhu also testified, it made the story seem more credible. Mo Bei then came over and said, we really didn't hit him. But last night, some thieves came to our house. One thief climbed over our wall, and it was so dark we couldn't see who it was. I did chase him away. Now, looking closely, he does resemble the thief from last night. So they were trying to steal from us. That's your fault. Serves you right for getting beaten. Many workers who came to do chores at Hu Tong's house, earning 50 coins a day and drinking mung bean soup, listened and understood the truth of the matter. Some were willing to speak up for Hu Tong's family. The village chief's face darkened, and he scolded, nonsense. Why are you running into someone's house in the middle of the night? Take him back and stop embarrassing yourselves. As the village chief, he had to be fair. Although he was from Li's family, he knew many in that family were unreasonable. He couldn't control them in daily life. Li Qing's father was fed up and shouted loudly, brother, we are your real family. Why are you turning away from us? Did they give you something good, and that's why you're siding with them? The village chief was furious and shouted, shut up. As the village chief, I cannot favor you just because you are my kin or belong to the same clan. That would disappoint others. It's not his biological brother, but someone from the same clan and family line. I have said many times, once you settle in our village, you are one of us. You should unite and support each other, not bully newcomers. The village chief spoke with a strong sense of justice, looking very righteous. Huatong said, "The village chief is wise. We need a leader like you. Village chief, I have something to discuss with you. It concerns the prosperity of the whole village. If we do it well, everyone can earn money in the future." Everyone around looked excited when they heard this. Someone called out, "Madam Hua, tell us, what kind of good news could bring wealth to the whole village?" Huatong smiled and said, "I need to discuss this with the village chief first. Everyone, stay calm and go about your work." The village chief waved his hand. "Everyone, disperse now." Huatong changed the subject. "I want to do an experiment with some cotton. Just a little, enough for 1 or 2 tests. I can pay for the silver needed." Lu Yunyang happened to come over with her son. Hurriedly said, "Madam Hua, I have some at home. I'll go get it for you." She turned and ran home to fetch the cotton. Huatong's family had nowhere to sit, so they spread straw mats on the ground. Huatong asked them to sit down and said, "Village chief, please wait a moment." She returned to her tent and prepared a pair of leather gloves. Their house was being repaired, and they had spare quicklime and soda ash. Mixing these creates a strong alkali. When Lu Yunyang brought clean cotton, Huatong performed an experiment in front of the village chief. She mixed the quicklime and soda ash, added water in the right proportions, stirred, let it settle, then soaked the cotton for about 10 minutes. Finally, she took out the cotton with gloves, spread it thin to dry in the sun. In July, drying was easy. After soaking in strong alkali and drying, the cotton became medical absorbent cotton, which absorbs water very well. Huatong then went back into her tent and brought out a watermelon. She told her son, "Huiyang, go to my tent and get the watermelon. Slice it up for everyone to eat." Huatong didn't realize that watermelon was a luxury for ordinary people. In this era, it was a rich person's treat. Huiyang didn't know what a watermelon was either, but when he saw her holding it, he understood. Of course, he had never seen one before. Just follow her instructions. Besides the family members busy with chores, only Lu Yunyang and Su Tian stay behind. Su Tian watched for a long time but didn't understand what she wanted to do or what she was holding. He hurriedly said, "Lady Hua, stop teasing us. Tell us, what exactly are you trying to do?" Huatong said, "Patience is a virtue. Wait a little longer. First, have a piece of watermelon." The village chief, who had seen this rare fruit before, looked at Huatong with some surprise, picked up a piece, and ate it. It was so sweet it warmed his heart. He didn't even want to throw away the watermelon seeds and carefully spat them into his hand. He asked, "Lady Hua, can these watermelon seeds be used for planting?" Huatong was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, "Yes, they can." The village chief happily said, "Then can I keep some?" "Yes." The village chief was even happier. Hui Yunyang and Su Tian immediately understood and kept the watermelon seeds they had eaten. The village chief became more cautious and specifically told the villagers working near Huiyang, "Don't throw away the watermelon seeds. Keep them for planting." Later, when they planted the seeds in the field, they could grow watermelons to eat or sell. Some people had seen watermelons before, but Lady Hua truly surprised everyone with her generosity. No one had ever seen someone so generous. Old Lady Zhao circled the door and peeked through She wanted to come in but couldn't because the door was locked, preventing outsiders from entering. Huatong, who had just arrived here, didn't expect her to quickly win over the village chief's favor. After beating someone so badly, she just let it go like that. She had initially wanted to use this chance to seek justice for her eldest son and tarnish Huatong's reputation. At that moment, Huatong served everyone some mung bean soup to cool off, sweetened with a little rock sugar. Everyone was happy with the food and drink. The village chief liked her straightforward attitude. Despite being a woman, she had no airs or pretensions. Even men felt ashamed in comparison. After eating some watermelon, Lu Yunyang asked her, "Lady Hua, is what he told my second son yesterday true?" Yes, I will come to your house at noon and wait for you. Su Tian, who loved gossip, hurriedly asked, What is it? Lu Yunyang looked at her tongue, unsure whether to say it. Li Fong said, My sister said she would help my father check his leg. Su Tian was shocked. Lady Hua, you can do medical work? I know a little. Su Tian smiled. Wow, you really hide your talents well. Mo Bei then brought over some sugar water for Huatong to drink. She came on her period and didn't eat watermelon anymore because it's cold. Huatong took the brown sugar soup, which was a bit hot. She wanted to wait a little before drinking, but Mo Bei took it and blew on it for her, encouraging her to drink more. It's best to drink it while it's hot. Under Mo Bei's watch, she sipped it slowly. Su Tian smiled and said, Lady Hua, your husband is really thoughtful. Any woman could tell from the red sugar water that she was on her period. They chatted and passed the time. Mrs. Wang also kept a close eye and collected the watermelon seeds from her family. Her daughter-in-law was careless and took things out freely, which made her worried, but she couldn't say anything. After the cotton dried in the sun, Huatong took it and did an experiment with water. She poured water on it and showed everyone, asking, Can you see anything special? Li Fong asked, Does the cotton absorb water? Huatong replied, Yes, it does. The cotton made this way absorbs water very well. We can use it to make menstrual pads, which will help women during their periods and also help everyone in the village get richer. It would also give her a stable place in the village. This was a very good idea. She even mentioned the word period, which made everyone a little shy. But since Lu Yunyang and Su Tian were women who had children, their shyness was only for a moment. Su Tian quickly became happy and said, This is great. Lady Hua, what should we do? I want to join you. She was very excited. Since they were outsiders in the village, she believed Huatong would include her. Huatong smiled and said, Don't worry. She brought some white cloth and needle and thread, sewed the cotton inside to make it look like a menstrual pad, then poured water on it. One side was clean and waterproof. Lu Yunyang understood and said, This is truly helping women. Su Tian sincerely said, Lady Hua, you're amazing. Huatong said, My idea is to promote these menstrual pads so more people know about them. I want everyone to get richer together. Village head, what do you think? The village head's expression showed his opinion clearly. He said excitedly, Lady Hua, you're truly a genius. Tell me what to do. From now on, all the cotton produced in the fields will be kept, and no one will sell it outside. The village head agreed, without hesitation. Huatong thought for a moment and said, We need to buy some lime and soda ash ourselves. I hope everyone in the village, whether outsiders or your own people, can participate. Of course, I won't force anyone who is unwilling. The profit sharing can be based on ownership shares. Whoever invests more money will receive a larger share of the profit. These prices are set for now and can be adjusted later if needed. Village Chief, Madam Hua, I have a question. When we sell the product later, how much silver should we set as the price? Sell to wealthy families, young ladies or women, set at 1 or 2 silver coins. For now, we keep this price, and if we need to change it, we will discuss again. Girls from ordinary families won't be able to afford it. Once it becomes popular among the common people and they earn enough silver, the price can gradually go down. The village chief was very happy. He silently calculated the profits, as if he saw shiny money waving at them. He was full of joy. Madam Hua, I will now gather the villagers to join in. Lime and soda ash are not cheap. With many people, the work is easier. Now that we have the capital, we just need to sell the products. Rich families' young ladies will rush to buy it eagerly. Huatong added, For everyone's better future, we must keep the process of secret. Later, I will select some trustworthy women from the village to learn from me. This knowledge is passed down to women only, not men. I will sign a confidentiality agreement with them. Even their own families can't tell others, or they will have to pay compensation. The village chief's face darkened. He said, Anyone who tells outsiders will be expelled from our clan and village. Su Tian was startled and quickly raised his hand to swear, I definitely won't tell anyone. or may I be struck by lightning? Lu Yunyang also swore she wouldn't tell. The village chief pondered for a moment and then asked, why do women come to learn? Women learn skills secretly, even from their families. If women gain skills, they might go beyond expectations. Huotong replied, women learn skills, men focus on farming. Everyone has their role, working together for mutual benefit. The village chief thought this made sense. He immediately went back to gather the villagers to discuss this matter. Su Tian, happy, returned home and brought some eggs, saying, Madam Hua, we don't have much to give, so I'm giving you these eggs as a small gift. Huotong quickly declined, Mrs. Su. Please don't. If I accept your eggs, I'll feel guilty. If you really want to give something, wait until you earn some money, and then send me some food. She said this, and Su Tian no longer insisted. Her eyes slightly reddened. She said, to be honest, over 10 years ago, our family fled from hardship and settled here. We had few workers at home, and the little grain we grew wasn't enough to eat. Now, it's good because I can learn skills with you. I believe soon we will have enough to eat and drink and live a good life. She said a few more words, then left without staying long, holding her eggs and returning home. After Su Tian left, Huotong asked Li Fong, who is in Su Madam's family. She doesn't have many people. She's a widow, and she has a daughter. Girl, you must not be fooled by her. Widow Su is very fierce. Huotong smiled and said, got it. A widow with a daughter either is tough or patient. Being a bit fierce isn't a big problem. Just be reasonable. Wang Shi brought over some sweet soup and said, Lulu, do you want some more sweet soup? Huotong didn't want to drink anymore. Auntie, I just had a big bowl. I'll wait and drink later. Wang Shi looked at her with some kindness in her eyes. Everyone in the family heard what she said earlier. How can this daughter-in-law be so capable? Mo Wenj came over and took her bowl, saying, I'll drink. She had been craving it for a while, so after grabbing the bowl, she ran to the side and drank it. Wang Shi was speechless and couldn't do anything about her. After finishing the sweet soup, Mo Wenj still felt unsatisfied. Wang Shi then asked Huotong, can I learn that skill you mentioned earlier? Of course. Anyone can learn it. Since she's Mo Bei's mother, she definitely can. Wang Shi couldn't help but rub her hands together. Now she could make money. This is a skill passed down to daughters, not sons. She suddenly felt more confident. Li Fong suddenly asked, Sister, why is this skill passed down to daughters and not sons? I'm a boy too. I just saw it earlier. What should I do?
Almost got stumped by a child.
Huotong smiled and said, You're not a man yet, little boy. All right. Li Fong looked at the time and decided to go home first. Wang Shi also prepared the meal and called her husband, Hubby, stop wandering around and come help me start the fire. Mo Nian looked at her in surprise. Over the years, he rarely did these chores. Now she was busy herself and even called him to help. Despite his reluctance, Mo Nian went over to help start the fire. Wang Shi was rinsing rice and chopping vegetables while chatting with her husband. At first, I thought she coming to our house would be a burden. Now I realize we married a treasure. People finishing work here come over and laugh, saying, Wow, your family is really strange. Mrs. Wang is surprised, asking, What's strange about it? They usually have wives cooking and doing chores, but your family is different. Isn't that enough to be strange? Mrs. Wang's face stiffens, then quickly says, Our wife is a person who handles big things. Other daughters-in-law can't do such big tasks. The other person is stunned but then smiles and agrees. Mrs. Wang feels she has regained her dignity and feels a bit better inside. She quietly tells her husband, These people can't go a day without causing trouble. Everyone seems eager for chaos to break out. Mo Hunter is very surprised, asking, Why have they suddenly become so smart? Mrs. Wang grits her teeth. Was she really that stupid before? Actually, Huotong does cook sometimes and comes over daily to prepare meals. Huotong is busy now. When the carpenter finishes work, he comes to her and says, Lady Hua, if you have any good drawings, please share them with me. If I make money in the future, I will repay you. Huotong smiles and says, All right, I'll give them to you when I think of them. Then I thank Lady War in advance. The people here finish work and go home to eat. Wotong also gets up to bring the chopped vegetables to stir-fry. After dinner, she goes to Li Fang's house. Mo Bei is worried and wants to stay with her. Huoyang also goes along. Mrs. Wang calls Mo Wenge to clean up the dishes, grumbling unhappily. It's so strange. Why is it always me washing dishes now? Sister-in-law is getting lazier. Mrs. Wang scolds, shut up.
Don't talk about your sister-in-law like that.
If her daughter heard this, it would sound terrible. She might think her daughter-in-law is unfilial. Huotong's reputation would be ruined. Mrs. Wang explains she's gone to see the doctor for Mr. Li Fang. She's busy. Mo Wenge snorts and says, I've noticed you're becoming more and more supportive of sister-in-law. Are you scolding me for her? Who's really your daughter? Mrs. Wang also snorts, if you weren't my daughter, I'd break your legs for saying that about my daughter-in-law. Mo Wenge gets angry and feels upset. Her mother no longer cares for her because of that little money. Is it because Huotong can make money? Huotong, who can make money, brings Mo Bei and Huoyang to Li Fang's house. Li Fang's home is just a simple 3-room mud house. Knowing Huotong was coming, the family had been waiting for her. Seeing her approach from afar, Li Fang quickly runs over and calls out, Sister, sister. He happily welcomes her inside and shouts, Mother, mother. Lu Yunyang hurriedly came out and said, Lady Hua, please come in. Inside the room, a child was sitting, Lu Yunyang's eldest son, Li Luo, who is 12 years old. He glanced at the visitor with a blank expression. Growing up in such a poor family, not every child can grow up healthy and happy. Lu Yunyang's husband, Li Mu, was lying weakly on the bed. When he saw the visitor, he also looked expressionless. His leg couldn't move. As a man, being a burden to the family made his life feel almost worse than death. He already knew that Lady Hua was coming, but he didn't hold much hope. He didn't think a woman could cure his leg. Besides, it would cost a lot of silver, and their family had no silver at all. Lady Hua approached, and Lu Yunyang quickly brought a stool for her to sit on. Lady Hua looked at his left leg and said, The bone isn't properly aligned. It needs to be reset and regrown. I will do a small operation. In about 2 months, you should recover normally. If everything goes well, he could walk in a month and a half. Her spiritual spring water has enhanced medicinal effects. Normally, it would take 3 months, but it could be shortened to a month and a half. She spoke seriously, and Li Mu's face gradually showed some hope, as if he saw a light in the darkness. He asked, Really? Lady Hua nodded. Li Mu hesitated and asked, Then, how much silver will it cost? It was clear that their family was very poor, almost destitute. Lady Hua said, The silver is not a problem.
You don't need to worry about that.
Lu Yunyang was happy to hear this and asked quickly, When can we start?
Tomorrow, she replied.
She needed to prepare, but also, she had just finished her period and still felt a bit unwell today. Li Mu was a little excited, as if a blind person in darkness suddenly saw a bright light. Lu Yunyang was overjoyed at the hope of recovery and asked, Lady Hua, do we need to prepare anything? Lady Hua smiled and said, Just keep a good mood, don't be nervous, and don't get overly excited. Li Mu responded, Okay, I will. Same time tomorrow, I will come again. Lu Yunyang sent her out and asked once more, Lady Hua, how much silver will it cost? She wanted to prepare everything, sell everything she had, to gather enough money for the treatment. Lady Hua said, Since you are my first patient here, it will be free. Li Mu, who was inside, heard this and was stunned. Free? Such a good deal? Lady Hua looked at their humble home and truly couldn't bear to take even a few coins of silver from them. That's settled. I'll go back first, Hu Tong said as she turned to leave. Lu Yunyang hurriedly saw her off, saying, Lady Hu, take your time. After seeing her off, she stood in the yard, lost in thought. She couldn't believe such a good thing had happened to her. She almost couldn't believe what she had heard. Her eyes reddened, and she quickly wiped them with her sleeve. Turning around, she said, Li Fang, go check if there are any eggs in the chicken coop. Collect them and send them to Lady Hu. Li Fang replied, My sister doesn't charge you for medicine, so she probably won't take your eggs. You brat, just because she doesn't charge you doesn't mean she won't take them. Hurry up, she urged. Li Fong had no choice but to go into the chicken coop to look for eggs. After they separated from their family, the mother hen gave him 1 chicken, but he surprisingly managed to find 2 eggs. He happily ran to Hu Tong's house, saying, "Sister, my mother asked me to bring you some eggs. They just laid them, still warm." Hu Tong said, "Keep them for yourself." "No, if I eat them myself, my mother will scold me again when she finds out." Hu Tong blinked, feeling a bit impressed by Lu Yunyang's character. Despite the hardships, she still wanted to give her 2 eggs. She understood how difficult it was for this woman, taking care of her husband with a broken leg and 2 sons alone. Naturally, she wouldn't accept the eggs and said, "Then keep them for your father to nourish his health." Li Fong hesitated and said, "But my mother asked me to bring them to you. Our family has eggs. If you really want me to have them, wait until your family earns some money, then buy me some good food," she replied. Hearing this, Li Fong agreed. He happily took the eggs back home. In the afternoon, the village chief brought some villagers, both men and women, to visit. Hu Tong's proposal was very appealing to them, but they still had concerns about sales. The women who were brought over asked Hu Tong, "Lady Hu, if we make that product well, will it really sell?" They found it hard to say the words directly. Hu Tong nodded and said, "Don't worry about the sales. I will tell you what to do later. If you're willing to join, let's discuss how to share the profits now. The more silver and cotton you invest, the more you will share in the future." It sounded very promising. They were initially hesitant to trust a newcomer like her, but seeing the houses they were repairing, the new furniture in the yard, and the village chief's guarantee, they couldn't help but feel tempted. Hu Tong paused for a moment, then said, "I only joined your group this year to teach you how to sell your products. I can invest 200 taels of silver first." When she mentioned her plan to invest 200 taels, everyone present was very surprised. They never expected these refugees to have so much silver. Many of them had never seen what 200 taels looked like in their lives. Of course, they quickly understood. A refugee who could come up with such a good plan and had 200 taels of silver was definitely not an ordinary refugee. Look at her. She's clearly a girl around 10 years old, speaking and acting like a head of the household. Who in their family could have a girl so young become the main person in charge? Now she wants to help their village become rich. Many people present felt ashamed of themselves. Hu Tong continued, "I will only take a share of this year's profit. After this year, all the profits will belong to you. How to run things in the future will be entirely up to you." Someone raised a concern. "Since this is such a good opportunity, why don't you earn the silver yourself and let us earn?" "Lady Hua, are you trying to trick us?" It was hard to believe. Hu Tong smiled and said, "If I wanted to trick you, I wouldn't have invested 200 taels of silver first. This year, all the cotton we buy will be managed by the village head, and all the money from sales will be kept by him. In the end, the profits will be divided among everyone." All right, if you want to doubt her intentions, that's not a problem. She only provides the skills and sales methods. Everything else is managed by their own people. The village head said, "Since everyone has decided to follow Lady Hua, you need to trust her. If you doubt her, better to withdraw early." He immediately stated, "Lady Hua, whatever you decide is fine with me. I have no objections." Since the village head had no objections, others also had no issues. After discussing for a while, Hu Tong told everyone to go back home and to count how much silver they wanted to invest. They would tell her later. When the people left her side, Hu Mei quietly ran in and called out, "Huiyang, Huiyang." Huiyang looked at her, reluctant, and said, "Why are you calling me?" "Come here." Hu Mei pulled him along and whispered, "What are all these people doing at their house?" "None of your business." Huiyang turned to leave, but Hu Mei grabbed his arm. "What's wrong with you? I'm your sister, not your enemy." But their relationship wasn't very close. He had nothing to say to her. "So, what do you really want to do?" "My daughter said, if you don't come home soon, I won't consider you my son anymore and will cut ties with you." Huiyang responded with an "oh" and turned to leave. Since the day he and Hu Tong ran away to escape hardship, they have depended on each other. He had long thought that his parents no longer wanted him. Now, hearing they wanted to cut ties, he felt uncomfortable but didn't care much. Anyway, he had Lulu, so he wasn't afraid. Huomei was so angry she stomped her feet and went back home. That afternoon, the village rang with the sound of a gong, and someone shouted as they walked, "At the hour of 1 o'clock, a village-wide and clan meeting will be held." Huatong, listening from inside the tent, had a slight smile in her eyes. She admired the village chief's ability to get things done. He was action-oriented and decisive. "Tong Tong, are you feeling better?" Mo Bei asked as he approached the tent door. He was worried she still had stomach pain when her period came, so he kept hoping she would keep drinking red sugar water. "Much better," she replied lazily, which made him frown and feel like half his heart was missing. Unconsciously, her voice carried a hint of charm, sounding like she was coquettishly teasing him. "Then have another bowl of red sugar water," he said, bringing her a fresh bowl. "No, I don't want any more," she said, finding it too sweet and greasy. Mo Bei coaxed her gently, "Be good. Drink it while it's hot." His voice was so tender that Huatong looked at his face and was easily persuaded. She was helped to sit up and obediently drank the water. Her waist still felt a bit sore, but after drinking the red sugar water, Mo Bei stepped outside. Huatong lay down and dozed off for a little while. At 1 o'clock, everyone in the village was going to the meeting. Even those working at home stopped their chores. After waking, Huatong took the children from her family and went to the meeting. Mo Nian stayed behind to watch the house, since there was a whole yard of belongings he couldn't leave unattended. Wang Shi also went to see what they were discussing. The meeting was held in a residential area between the east and west sides of the village. Since everyone in the village had come, there were over 1,000 people, families with children, men and women of all ages. The village chief cleared his throat loudly, speaking with strong voice. "Dear elders and fellow villagers, I've gathered you here today to share good news. Our village's Huatong, Our Lady Hua, is now leading us on a path to wealth." Many people still didn't know who Huatong was. Some asked privately who she was. He repeated the words Huatong had told him earlier about the cotton harvest season, urging everyone to keep their cotton and not sell it to outside traders. The village chief finally said, "To show our sincerity, Lady Hua has invested 200 silver coins to buy some necessary materials. These coins are now recorded with me." The villagers were surprised. 200 silver coins. "How much money is that?" The village chief said, "Of course, not everyone will have the chance to directly learn the craft. For those willing to join this path to wealth, I will choose a reliable woman from among your wives to go to Lady Hua's house and sign a confidentiality agreement." The villagers wondered, why only women learn? The village chief explained, "This skill is passed down to women, not men. Women learn the craft, while men go out to sell. They need to work together to succeed." That explanation sounded reasonable. After he finished speaking, some people expressed their willingness to join. Others were doubtful, asking, "Who is Lady Hua? She's just a wanderer. How can we trust her with our cotton? What if she can't sell it?" A clever person said, "What are you afraid of? Lady Hua dared to invest 200 silver coins. We might only need to offer some cotton. If we keep hesitating, we'll never get rich." Still, some people were hesitant. They decided to wait and see, not rushing into anything. Grandmother Zhao and her family were in the crowd. After hearing this, she quietly whispered to nearby villagers, "Don't believe her. I don't know Lady Hua well, but I tell you, she's a troublemaker. Anyone who follows her will have bad luck." Someone was curious and asked what she meant. Grandmother Zhao told them that Lady Hua had a curse on her since birth that brought misfortune to her family. She said she was a disaster star, and anyone close to her would be unlucky. Just as she was speaking passionately, Huatong came over and loudly scolded, "Grandma, is it right to say such things about your own granddaughter?" His loud voice drew everyone's attention. Mo Bei, Huyang, and Wang's children also came over, all looking angry. Huatong looked sad and said, "Grandma, you always ruin my reputation outside. Aren't you afraid that your son and daughter-in-law in heaven will be upset if they hear?" He was very disappointed. Why was his grandmother like this? How did they end up with such a grandmother? Everyone around was listening carefully, eager to hear more. Huayang angrily shouted nearby, "Nai, when third uncle was alive, he loved Huatong very much. He gave all his earnings from teaching to you. You can't just ignore her now that third uncle is gone, treating her like she's not part of the family and spreading rumors about her outside. This kid is also quite slick with words." Huatong looked upset. Old Lady Zhao was about to argue, but Huatong didn't give her a chance and said, "You always say we are a family, but do your words show you treat us like family?" Every word hit the villagers' hearts. Yeah, is a grandmother who talks badly about her granddaughter really part of the family? Huatong confidently answered the question about family. A real family should stick together. Only by unity can we succeed together. Harmony in the family brings prosperity. Look at Chinguan village. Many people here are not even related by blood, but because they are neighbors and share resources, they work together and grow rich. Many people felt ashamed under this comparison. They are not united either. They fight among themselves every day. Not a single day passes without a quarrel, often over trivial things. At this moment, Wang Shi also stepped in to support, not wanting this old lady to ruin her daughter-in-law's good reputation. Old Lady Zhao, when Huatong went up the mountain alone to find food for your family, she fainted on the way. Luckily, my son saw her and brought her back. And now you. The family started to agree and speak together. Wang Shi exaggerated and recounted the story from the past. Seeing how well Huatong and our life are getting, you got jealous. You can't stand it if she's doing better. You came here and started spreading rumors about her. How could your heart be so mean? Aren't you afraid of karma? In short, old Lady Zhao is ungrateful and disrespectful to her elders. Even Wang Shi, who isn't usually good at arguing, loudly confronted her. People around also criticized her, saying, "Exactly, you're so mean. She's your granddaughter. Don't you want her to do well? Instead, you keep bad-mouthing her and holding her back." Since moving here, old Lady Zhao has often spoken badly about her Tong outside. She talks about her at the river, on the road, anywhere she goes. Some believe her, others don't. Everyone has their own secrets. Today was the first time she openly said such things. At this moment, Mo Bei came over and took Huatong's hand, saying, "My wife, let's not argue with her anymore. They can say whatever they want. People's actions are seen by heaven. Time reveals a person's true heart. Let's go home." The young man held his upset wife and left together. The villagers looked around and truly thought that the man and woman were a good match. Then they looked at Grandma Zhao, who did not seem like a kind person. Lu Yunyang stepped forward and said, "Fellow villagers, I want to say a few words from my heart. Ever since Madame Hu moved to our village, our second child has been shamelessly going to her house every day, eating and drinking there. She never refused us. Last time we went to the town, she bought 2 sets of clothes for our child, and she didn't take a single coin. Many people can testify to this." Someone who saw this was willing to testify immediately. Lu Yunyang continued, "My husband's leg was broken, and he has been lying in bed without getting better. When Madame Hu heard about it, she came to our house and treated my husband's leg for free. She didn't take any money. Could there really be such a kind person?" Lu Yunyang had no reason to lie about Madame Hua. She added, later, "Madame Hua also sent us many delicious foods. Is such a person a bad person? Someone who tricks and cheats everyone? Do you believe that? I don't believe it. Although my family doesn't have much money, I am willing to invest all our cotton. I trust Madame Hua's character and her judgment. She said we can get rich, so we will. I want to follow her." Her husband's leg treatment by Huatong hadn't spread yet because he was still recovering. Hearing her words, some people started to ask around, "Does Madame Hu know how to treat injuries?" Lu Yunyang said she didn't know, but she knew that Huatong had healed her husband's leg. Many workers at Huatong's house spoke up in support. Li Gao stepped forward and said, "Everyone listen to me. I work at Huatong's house and I believe I have some say in this." When the most authoritative person spoke, everyone hurried to listen, eager to hear what he thought of Madame Hua. Seeing that everyone around was supporting Huatong, Grandma Zhao and her family quickly slipped away in embarrassment. Carpenter Li Gao said, I think Madame Hua and her family are very good people. Everyone working for them gets to drink a few bowls of mung bean soup and enjoy big watermelons. Have you ever eaten or seen a watermelon? They hadn't eaten one, but this guy was trying to stir jealousy and make others envious. Watermelons are only for the wealthy to enjoy. They didn't understand how a wandering person like Huitan could afford luxury items, but they knew she had them and was very generous, never arguing over money. Madame Hua is a kind-hearted person. She treats everyone kindly, unlike some gossiping women in the village. Don't criticize others for being talkative. If you praise Huitong, just praise her. Don't hurt innocent people. I believe that time shows a person's true strength and heart. Whether everyone wants to follow Huitong on this path to wealth or not, I am definitely going. I will invest 50 taels. His family are carpenters. They have been frugal for generations and have saved some silver. After he finished speaking, the workers at his house all agreed that Madame Hua is a very good person, different from others in the village. They trusted Madame Hua and were willing to follow her. Some offered 20 taels, others 10 taels. Everyone contributed, big or small. Inspired by them, even those who hesitated before became interested. It was their first time starting a business. Some were afraid and didn't want to spend their cotton, which is understandable. But when they saw that Li Zheng also invested a lot of silver, they were tempted too. Li Zheng could invest 100 or 200 taels. Why not put in some cotton? By then, Huitong's family had already gone home. Thinking about what Grandma Zhao said outside, the whole family was angry. They had never seen such a mean-spirited person. Their own granddaughter was not helping to speak well and was even spreading bad rumors about them. Just then, outside the house, there was shouting, Madame Hua! Madame Hua! It was a group of village bullies calling out. Huitong came out and asked what's going on. They didn't seem to be itching for a fight. Leading her older brother Li Wang, they said, Madame Hua, we've been blind before and offended you many times. Please forgive us. Li Wang bowed and apologized. The others also agreed and apologized together. Li Xiong said, Madame Hua, from today on you are our leader. If you tell us to go west, we won't go east. If you tell us to fight dogs, we won't fight chickens. Huitong squinted and asked, what tricks are you planning now? Li Wang hurriedly said, Madame Hua, we have no tricks. You lead our whole clan to get rich. You are our great benefactor. If we oppose you again, we'd be ungrateful. Huitong was surprised. You're so aware? All right, go back first. I'll take my time to see if it's true or not. Li Wang waved his hand and said, everyone listen to Madame Hua. Go back now. They quickly ran away from her. A little follower asked, Big brother, are we just going to accept this? Big brother Li Wang said, you don't understand anything. On the front yard, Zhao's family members came over to peek around, not expecting that a group of local bullies had been tamed by her and even came to apologize. Zhao's elderly mother was very angry and distressed. Anyway, she was not going to fund anything. Inside the yard, Mo Bei was the first to bring hot water into the house to call Huitong for a bath. Huitong thought for a moment and said, Xiao Bei, you all should go to the river to bathe. Those troublemakers just came by and said they won't bother us anymore. Mo Bei agreed with a nod. As Huitong said, if they went to the river today, those mischievous kids would still be there, but they wouldn't come to cause trouble again. After bathing, everyone went back to their own homes. Huitong also rested for the day. The next morning, Mo Bei took the bow and arrow Huitong made and his own trap devices and went out with Mo Nan and Mo Shi. He set some traps in the mountains to hunt some wild game for food. Early in the morning, the family started to get busy. Li Wang brought his troublemaker friends over again. Li Wang asked her, Madam Hu, is there anything we can help with? Really want to help me work? Of course, is there any doubt about that? Good, if you do well, this will be your test. I will believe that you are sincere and honest and not plotting anything. She stood up and let her troublemaker friends out. She pointed to the 10 acres of land she bought and said, see this? All 10 acres are mine, and they haven't been cultivated yet. If you can clear this land for me, I will trust you. I will also reward each of you with a tael of silver as thanks. Can they really get a tael of silver? Everyone's eyes widened immediately. Madam Hu, is there really silver? Whether they trust her or not isn't important. The silver is what matters. They didn't expect these refugees to be so wealthy, which made their mouths water. Hu Tong nodded. Of course. I, Hu Tong, always keep my word. I never lie. Li Wang said, brothers, go home now and bring your tools. Let's get to work. Hu Tong's eyes shifted, and she didn't expect it to be like this. Could it be that money really can make the world go round? The people went quickly and came back with various tools to help. Clearing 10 acres of land from the mountain foot was not easy, but for the sake of 1 or 2 silver coins, everyone worked very hard. Hu Tong shouted to them, work hard. Later, I will have someone bring you some mung bean soup. She turned and went home, told Wang Shi about it, and Wang Shi continued to boil mung bean soup, only calling her husband over to light the fire. She also needs to wash many children's clothes, and is very busy. Hu Tong is inside the tent, writing and drawing, checking what is missing at home, and plans to have someone print everything out later. After a while, she calls Huyang over and says, you take these 2 watermelons to the villagers working in the backyard. Huyang happily goes. Now, even the village bullies have been tamed by her, so she no longer fears them when walking around the village. Near noon, the village bullies finish work and come over to report to Hu Tong, Madam Hua, we will come back this afternoon. Hu Tong agrees and, after they leave, tells Huyang to continue delivering mung bean soup in the afternoon. It's hot, so drinking more mung bean soup helps cool down. At this time, Mo Bei also returns carrying a bamboo basket, holding a pure white wild rabbit and a bright red wild chicken. When Hu Tong sees them, her eyes light up, and she goes over, saying, they look so beautiful. The wild chicken is also pretty, small in size, with very colorful feathers, bright red cheeks, and very long tail feathers. This is a male wild chicken. The wild rabbit is also small, and it's a juvenile. It has ears much smaller than a domestic rabbit's, long and adorable. The wild chicken is not domesticated and still very fierce. Hu Tong doesn't try to touch it and first picks up the rabbit. She holds a rabbit in her arms, gently stroking it, and says, when Uncle Li comes this afternoon, tell him to make me another rabbit cage and a chicken coop so we can keep them enclosed. Mo Bei, who originally wanted to eat, pauses for a moment and quietly agrees, okay. From now on, you are members of our family, Hu Tong says, following the rabbit's fur as she walks away. The wild chicken makes a very unhappy noise. Mo Bei ties up both the rabbit and the wild chicken. Once they are taken to a strange place, they behave very differently. The rabbit is very obedient. Hu Tong cuts some cucumber and carrots to feed it, and it eats happily. The wild chicken acts very proud, refusing to eat and protesting by fasting, ignoring everything. Mo Wen-ge runs over to look and exclaims, sister-in-law, you're wasting so much. People don't have enough to eat, and you're feeding them? Hu Tong snorts coldly and says, don't you have enough to eat? Do I need to take away a bite from your food? Mo Wen-ge chokes on his words. Hu Tong tells Mo Bei, Xiao Bei, Huyang, I need to visit Li's house this afternoon. You must help me watch over them at home. With people coming and going at home, she's worried that someone careless might steal them and take them home to eat. Huyang said, Lulu, I will take responsibility for this. Hu Tong played with the rabbit for a while, temporarily ignoring the proud wild chicken. When it was time to eat, Mrs. Wang asked, Lulu, are you going to raise them? Hu Tong raised his voice and said, yes, once they grow up, I will kill and eat the wild chicken. I think the meat of this wild chicken is good and tasty. He deliberately said this to the chicken. All creatures of spirits, and it seemed to understand, as it angrily called out towards Hu Tong. Bad guy, I will bite you to death. Huyang said, Annie, my Lulu was just scaring this chicken, not really planning to kill it. Please don't actually slaughter it. Lulu wants to raise it. This kid actually understood her so well. Hu Tong smiled at him and gave him a piece of sliced pork. Mrs. Wang understood and certainly wouldn't intentionally kill the chicken she wanted to raise. Their family wasn't lacking food now. After Huatong finished eating, she sat in the tent and drew a rabbit cage and a chicken coop. Mo Wenj was called by her mother to help clean up the dishes. She complained loudly, feeling miserable. Why was her life so hard? This kind of work was meant for her sister-in-law. Meanwhile, after Huatong finished drawing the rabbit cage and chicken coop, she handed them to Mo Bei and said, "When Uncle Li comes, give these to him. Let him follow the drawings to make these two first. Other tasks could be postponed." She could go without a place to stay, but she couldn't let the two little ones suffer. Mo Bei agreed, and she happily carried her medicine box and prepared to leave. Mo Bei asked worriedly, "Tong Tong, does your stomach still hurt?" "No, it doesn't.
I'm fine."
This was her first period, and her cycle was short with little flow. Today, it was almost over. Mo Bei saw her leave looking energetic and lively. The people at the Li household were eagerly waiting. Seeing her from afar, Lu Yunyang led her two sons to greet her. When they arrived at their house, Huatong said, "Everyone stay outside. I need to do surgery, so don't come in to disturb me. It will take about half an hour. Go and close the door in the yard." They all listened obediently. Huatong entered and greeted Li Mu, asking, "Are you nervous?" He looked a bit shy and shook his head. Huatong said, "I will give you anesthesia now. You won't feel any pain during the operation. But after the anesthesia wears off, you will feel pain. If you can't stand it, take painkillers.
I will leave some for you."
She explained a few more words and then took out a needle. After administering the anesthesia, she took out a surgical knife, cut open his ankle bone, and reset it. The entire operation took about half an hour. She finally put down the medicine and said, "Take it on time." "Lady Hua, thank you." Huatong replied politely, then turned to leave. Several people were already waiting outside the door, and upon hearing the noise, they hurried over. After giving them a few more instructions, Huatong left. The mother and son were both excited and ran into the house shouting, "Dad, your leg will be able to walk soon." Lu Yunyang also looked a bit excited but didn't shout like the children. She looked at the man lying on the bed and softly asked, "Does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt. I'll go make some soup for you." There was only one egg-laying chicken at home. She turned to catch the chicken. Li Fang, feeling worried, said, "Mother, if we kill the chicken, we won't have eggs to eat. Are eggs more important, or is your father more important?" "Of course, my father is more important. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want to eat eggs, right?" Lu Yunyang, seeing his worried look, killed the chicken. When Huatong returned home, the young workers had already started working, and even the village bully arrived on time. Huatong specially went over to look. When the village bully saw her, he waved and greeted, "Sister." When did she become their sister? She was clearly younger than everyone present, just a young girl in her prime. But the truth was, she was too easy to overlook because of her age. Every move she made carried the air of a head of the family. Now everyone in the village knew that she was the one in charge of their family. Huatong just gave a few instructions, reminding them to drink more mung bean soup to beat the heat. When she was returning, Carpenter Li Gaoyuan saw her from afar and shouted, "Lady Hua, you're back." Huatong nodded in response. Mo Bei then brought her a bowl of hot soup. Huatong said, "I'm fine now. In this hot weather, you give me such hot soup. Is that polite?" Mo Bei replied, "Girls shouldn't drink cold things. It's better for your health, especially you. You can't be greedy for cold. You're quite knowledgeable." Although she found the soup too hot, the young man's concern made her accept it happily. She felt quite pleased. Under his watchful gaze, she drank the hot soup bite by bite, then went to the tent to pick some wild fruits. She had planned to have Huiyang deliver them, but when she looked up, she saw Li Fang coming happily and calling out, "Sister, I'm here. You're just in time. Take these home for your father to eat and help him recover." She originally wanted to give some other things, but seeing Lu Yunyang's expression, she worried she might feel burdened. She specifically told Li Fang, "These are all picked from the mountain, so they aren't worth much. These are some mountain oranges, bamboo, ground melons, and a few chestnuts and yams she collected earlier near the water source. She kept them in her space and didn't eat them all. Now, taking them out to give to others is a good choice. Li Fong wanted to keep some but felt shy to ask again. He said, "My mother already killed our only laying hen. If I take your food again, she'll scold me. Tell her they were picked from the mountain. They're not worth much." "She won't be angry," she replied. Li Fong happily took the items and went home excitedly. Mo Wenj saw this and angrily said, "You are good at everything, but you have this bad habit. You're so wasteful, soon we'll run out of our stuff." Hu Tong said, "Good people are rewarded." This implied she wasn't a good person and wasn't getting good rewards.
Montagwänge stompten Anna.
Hu Tong ignored her and went to see her rabbits. The rabbits and wild chickens were tied near the wall, and now both little animals were lying quietly. Hu Tong gently stroked the rabbit's fur and spoke softly, "Good little rabbit, soon your pretty home will be ready. From now on, you are part of our family." Actually, they were her rabbits now. The neglected wild chicken snorted, not interested in being their chicken. It wanted to go back to the mountain and be a wild chicken. Hu Tong ignored it too and finished stroking the rabbit before leaving. She went to see the carpenter. Li Gao said, "Madam Hua, the cage you wanted is finished. Are you satisfied?" While she was working on it, the father and son quickly built the cage, which surprised Hu Tong with how fast they worked. She went to check and was very pleased. The surface was polished smooth. She happily carried the cage away. Li Gao asked, "Madam Hua, can I have the plans?" "Yes, all yours." Mo Bei quickly came over, took her chicken cage, and carried it to the other side of the wall. Hu Tong placed the rabbit in its cage, and Mo Bei put the chicken in the other cage. The wild chicken was confined and made loud, slightly hoarse protests. No matter how loudly it squawked, it was useless. Its protests were ignored. Wild chickens are hard to tame, but Hu Tong was very patient and clever. She initially ignored it, favored the little rabbit, and slowly made the wild chicken feel jealous. Mo Bei added some tender grass to the chicken cage. Since it was given to it, it could eat or not. Hu Tong also put a few slices of cucumber and some water in the rabbit's cage. The little rabbit was well-behaved and loved eating. Hu Tong said, "You are so obedient. From now on, I will call you Little Good." "Xiao Bei, do you think the name Little Good sounds nice?" "Yes, it sounds nice." But he felt it was a bit strange. "Xiao Bei, Little Good?" Hu Tong was satisfied and decided on the rabbit's name. She then said to another wild chicken, "This wild chicken is too proud, not obedient, and not social. Let's call you Little Black." "Xiao Bei, do you think Little Black is a good name for it?" Mo Bei replied, "Yes, it suits." Suddenly, Mo Bei felt that when she called him Xiao Bei, it was like calling a pet. The wild chicken didn't like the name Little Black. Why was the rabbit called Little Good, which sounded nice, but it was called Little Black, which sounded unpleasant? Is it because it is black? It flapped its beautiful feathers, trying to fly, but it was kept in a cage. It couldn't fly out, so it just flapped its wings and called, then lost a feather. Hu Tong picked up the feather and looked at it. She said, "This feather is quite pretty. It would be perfect to make a shuttlecock." The wild chicken angrily called out to her, "If you dare to pluck its feathers, I will fight you." Hu Tong ignored it, carried the rabbit cage, and took a walk around the yard. She looked around. The roof had already been taken down, and the walls were higher. This shows that with many people, strength is greater. Tomorrow, the beams can be put in place. The workers saw Hu Tong coming and cheerfully greeted her. "Hello, Madam Hua." Everyone in the village already knew about her plan to help everyone get rich. Although a few were jealous and resentful, most people were very happy, admired her, and respected her. A young girl managing the household showed she was capable. A young girl leading the whole village to prosperity showed she was not only capable, but also broad-minded. In modern terms, she had a big vision and far-reaching outlook. By evening, the village chief brought a few more villagers over. From morning till evening, he spent the whole day counting the people interested in joining. Besides Grandma Zhao's family, Others also hesitated to join. Of course, more people wanted to join. Some contributed just a little silver 1 or 2 coins, while others contributed up to 500 coins. Of course, their cotton would definitely stay with them. Huitong looked at the list and found it a bit hard to understand. It was all written in traditional Chinese characters. Alright, she could only pretend she understood. She asked, when will the cotton be harvested? Just in the next few days. Many of the cotton bolls had ripened, and it was time to harvest. Huitong said, we need to keep a detailed record of the money collected, so everyone knows how much money is coming in and going out. Everyone should be aware of the situation. Take some time and use this money to buy the materials needed. The village chief listened carefully and memorized everything. Huitong continued, after harvesting the cotton, each family will weigh their share and record the weight. Then, they will clean the cotton and remove impurities. Later, I will teach them the next steps. After she finished giving instructions, the village chief and his people left. The workers at home saw that it was getting dark, so they finished work for the day. The village bullies also came over to say goodbye. Sister, we're done for today, and we'll come back tomorrow. Huitong waved her hand and said, all right, see you tomorrow. The workers were very surprised. Li Gao smiled and said, Lady Hua, you're really amazing. You even managed to get those troublemakers to help. Huitong replied, they're just giving me face. Once everyone in the courtyard had left, Huitong sat down to play with her little rabbit. The carpenter finished his work quickly, and by today, the tables and chairs were ready. A few young boys in the family also sat down, leaning on the long table and sitting on the newly made chairs. They felt very happy. Mo Nian was helping Wang Shi burn the stove. Now, lighting the fire was his job. His wife only called him for it. Mo Go was helping to fold clothes when he saw everyone sitting happily. He ran over angrily and said, stop sitting around and playing. Go fetch water and fill the basin. Huiyang said, what are you shouting about? The water is already full. He and Mo Nan and Mo Shi had already fetched water several times, filling a big basin completely. Come here and fold your clothes. Huiyang said, I'll fold my clothes when I take a bath later. You keep your clothes. Mo Go got angry and hit him with his clothes. The brat was eating and drinking at his house but still dared to ignore her, oppose her everywhere, and talk back. Huiyang angrily scolded her, you crazy woman, why are you hitting me? While playing with her rabbit, Huitong said, think of hitting as affection, scolding as love. Without hitting and scolding, there's no real love. Mo Wen-ge shouted angrily, who said hitting and scolding mean love. I really want to beat him to death. Loving and caring about him, dreaming. Huiyang also shivered and said, stay away from me in the future, or you'll ruin my reputation. Mo Wen-ge was so angry, he ran away. Over the sky of Chinguan village, fireworks could be heard. Huitong was over there cooking, and the delicious smell of the food drifted far away. Quietly, Huimei peeked at the door and sniffed the air. It smelled so good, and she felt very hungry. She really wanted to go inside and join them, but they didn't like her. Why are you here? A soft voice whispered. Huimei turned around and saw her cousin Huaru from her uncle's family. She quickly thought of a plan and said, Ruru, let's go in and take a look together. Without waiting, Huaru grabbed her hand and pulled her inside. Suddenly, two unexpected visitors entered the courtyard, catching everyone's attention. Mo Shi said, what are you two doing here? Our family doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Huaru blinked shyly and looked a little upset. Mo Shi, don't be so mean. Huimei quickly added, yes, we're all from the same village. Why are you so cold to us? Huaru rolled her bright eyes and said, Brother Abe, about my grandma. Please don't be angry with us. We don't want things to be like this, but you know, our family's matters are beyond us. Even Huitong can't control everything, let alone us. Huitong was cooking and had already seen these two come over. She was nearby and heard what they said. Because of Grandma Zhao, she didn't like the Hu family, except for Huiyang. That table is really beautiful, Huaru said as she ran over and sat down. Hua Mei immediately sat beside her, reached out to touch it, and said enviously, "It's so smooth." She was very jealous and really wanted a table like that. Their family didn't have one, and they had no plans to buy a new one. Emobe looked indifferent and said, "We're about to eat. Please go back." Huaru looked at him and said, "Brother, Bei." Emobe interrupted her and said, "According to our family hierarchy, you are Huatong's cousin. You should call me brother-in-law." Huatong, who was cooking, chuckled softly. The word brother-in-law sounded new and strange to her. Huaru's face turned pale like pig liver and looked uncomfortable. "I think I'll just call you by your name." She really couldn't bring herself to say brother-in-law. She stood up and turned to leave. Hua Mei didn't dare stay alone and quickly followed her out. As they left, Huaru whispered to her, "You know, we have the same parents, but why is there such a big difference?" "What do you mean?" "Mei, can't you tell? Bei looks different from Mo Nan, Mo Shi, and Mo Wenge. He doesn't look like his dad or his mom.
He's really handsome."
She looked at her so beautifully that she couldn't look away. Suddenly, she wondered why she wasn't the one married to Mo Bei. She also wanted to have such a handsome man as her husband. Just looking at his face made her feel like she wouldn't be hungry even if she didn't eat. Hua Mei is only 11 years old. She hasn't yet understood love between boys and girls, and she doesn't really appreciate men's beauty. Right now, she just wants to eat their family's food. The smell is so tempting. The gate in the courtyard has been locked. Huatong poured out the fruit wine again, giving each person a bowl to celebrate finally having a table and chairs to eat on. Mo Bei held her wrist as she reached for the fruit wine and said, "Maybe I should heat up the wine for you." "Don't worry, I'm fine. A little drink won't hurt." She quickly used her other hand to grab a bowl and drank it all in one go. It felt so good. It would be even better if there was a barbecue. Thinking about it, she suddenly had a bright idea and became energized. In the future, having a barbecue in the yard would be very relaxing. After finishing their meal, as usual, Mo Bei brought warm water into the house for her to take a bath. Using warm water on a hot day was not very comfortable, but his considerate gesture warmed her heart, and she accepted it happily. All the men in the family went to the river to bathe. Without the village bullies' harassment, they could wash happily and worry-free. After bathing, Huatong went to lie down in the tent. She turned over and suddenly sighed. She remembered the character Li and felt sad. She wanted to learn to read and write again. As a doctor, if she couldn't even write, how would she prescribe medicine in the future? She was gradually getting used to life in the countryside. No TV, no midnight snacks, no nightlife. Lying in the tent, she fell asleep. The next morning, dawn broke. After breakfast, Huatong first went to Li's house. Mo Bei also went out. Since Huatong liked rabbits, he wanted to hunt one for her to raise, so they could be companions and not feel lonely. Huatong checked on Li's condition. After anesthesia, he had started to feel pain, so he took painkillers as Huatong advised. When she came out, Lu Yunyang gratefully said to her, "Lady Hua, you are truly a great benefactor to our family. We don't know how to repay you." Huatong said, "It's fate that we meet here. Don't think too much." "Big sister, I'll walk you home," Li's family member said, running out with her. Huatong patted his head and said, "Li Fong, your father has trouble walking. During this time, you should stay at home more and take care of him." "All right, I'll listen to my sister." Li Fong decided to stay at home and watch over his father. His mother still needs to go to the fields to pick cotton, so she can't stay at home all the time. After sending off Huatong, Lu Yunyang called her eldest son and said, "Li Luo, come with me to pick cotton in the fields. Let Li Fong stay at home to watch your father." Li Mu, lying on the bed, said, "I don't need him to watch over me. Take him to the fields to help you pick cotton. More hands mean more strength." "No, let Li Fong stay at home. In case something happens, it's better to have someone nearby to take care of her." Lu Yunyang insisted and took her eldest son away. Li Fong was left alone, staring at his father. An 8 or 9-year-old child is often disliked by dogs and chickens, and now he has to sit and watch over a sick person in bed, which takes patience. At that time, when Huatong returned, he saw Huaru talking with the village bully, Li Wang. Huaru was a girl from the village, pretty and charming, at least more attractive than many other girls in the village. Village bully Li Wang was quickly attracted by her looks. Li Wang was a 17-year-old boy who dreamed of marrying a wife, but couldn't find a good family girl willing to marry him. Huaru took the initiative to talk to him, making him very excited. However, Huaru's eyes twinkled as she said, "Huatong always bullies me. If you can help me get back at him, I'll play with you." Just as she was speaking, she saw Huatong passing by and quickly hid behind Li Wang in fear. Huatong snorted, "Stop hiding. I saw you." Huaru stomped her foot in anger. Feeling wronged and almost crying, "Huatong will definitely spread what we said here everywhere. He'll ruin my reputation." The village bully was troubled. He couldn't beat Huatong. Who was Huatong? She was the big sister of the entire village. No one dared to openly provoke her. After Li Qing was beaten, didn't he get no support from the village elders? Huaru cried and ran away to chase after Huatong. In the morning, everyone in Huatong's yard was busy. Mo Wenj came out with her mother, both holding a lot of clothes in their basins. Huiyang, Mo Nan, and Mo Shi also started carrying buckets, taking turns to fetch water and fill the water jars. Their father, Mo Nian, was burning a fire in the yard to cook some mung bean soup. When free, he also helped by passing bricks. As Huaru ran over, Mo Wenj called out, "What are you doing here again?" Before Huaru could reply, Wang Shi pulled her daughter away. The people from Zhao's family were no fools. She knew better than to speak too much. At this moment, Huatong sat at the newly made table, holding a brush and drawing. She also needs a large bathtub. With a bathtub, it will be more convenient for her family to take baths when it's cold. For hygiene reasons, she plans to ask the carpenter to make a few more bathtubs. Huaru came over and sat in front of her, but Huatong didn't even lift her eyelids. She bit her lip, feeling wronged, and said, "Huatong, just now I was walking on the road, and Li Wang blocked my way. He wouldn't let me pass. I was afraid to disobey him." Huatong replied calmly, "You don't need to tell me. You're not going to tell others about this, right? The village bully has a bad reputation. If people see her talking to the bully, what will they think of her? She wants to protect her reputation." Huatong snorted, "I don't have your nosy and meddlesome attitude." Huaru looked embarrassed and said, "Swear you won't go around talking badly about me. Go see a doctor if you're sick," she snapped. Swearing? She clearly was the one who approached him. Did she think she couldn't tell? Of course, it wasn't her business, and she didn't want to bother. Huaru looked pitiful and said, "I know you hate Grandma. Grandma hasn't been kind to you, and you hate me too. But that's not my fault. I'm just a girl. Our grandma has always favored boys over girls. Living at home is really hard for me." Huatong felt tired on her behalf. She had enough of the drama. Suddenly, she looked up and saw Mo Bei returning, carrying a bamboo basket and a bow and arrow. He had caught another rabbit. Huatong's face lit up and said, "Xiao Bei is back." She didn't want to hear Huaru say anything more. Huaru was stunned. She quickly turned to look and saw that Mo Bei was indeed back. All the children in the village grew up together, and those village bullies were even worse than a single hair of Mo Bei. Huaru endured her feelings of sadness and quickly stood up. "The rabbit is so cute." She reached out to try to touch the rabbit, but Mo Bei dodged and didn't let her. Huaru felt awkward and very angry, but forced herself to hold back. Huatong went over and gently held the rabbit, petting it softly. Huaru found it extremely irritating and once again regretted giving her trust to Mo Bei. Huatong then placed the new rabbit and another rabbit together and said softly, "Little good one, I brought you a friend. Do you like him? From now on, your little friend will be called Air Good." The other wild chicken in the cage was listless and lying inside. After protesting with a hunger strike and failing, it finally lowered its proud head and ate the grass given to it. Mo Bei also added some grass leaves to the wild chicken. The chicken looked at the male owner who wasn't talking to it and quickly cheered up, eating the grass. Another rabbit in a different cage, having found a companion, quickly got along well and eagerly fought over the carrots. Ru, ignored by everyone, couldn't stay any longer. She clenched her teeth and turned to leave. As she just stepped out, she met Li Wang coming over. He was waiting for her at the door. Ru's eyes reddened, and she ran away quickly. Li Wang hurried to chase after her.
Ruru.
Don't follow me. If you keep following me, all the women in the village will scold me. Who dares to scold you? Tell me, I'll deal with her. Tong, do you dare? Li Wang was stunned. He really didn't dare. The main thing was he couldn't fight back. Meanwhile, after teasing the rabbit, Tong cut half a watermelon and placed it on the table for Mo Bei to eat. She brought the watermelon from her space. It was a good variety, sweet and juicy. Mo Bei sat and ate the watermelon for a while. Tong looked at him tenderly and asked, Xiao Bei, can you write? Yes. Then teach me to write. I don't know how to write. After surprise, Mo Bei agreed, okay. Tong took out her small notebook and pen, waiting for him to finish eating. Then she said, write my name. Mo Bei wrote her name for her to see. The traditional characters are more complex, so it seemed she really needed to work harder to learn these characters. She felt like crying. Tong looked at her own name. Not only could Mo Bei write, but his handwriting was also very beautiful. Tong tried to imitate and write her own name. Mo Bei sat next to her to watch her write. Tong then asked him to write some herbal medicine names, and since she couldn't read them, she added pinyin. Huiyang, Mo Nan, and Mo she ran over after fetching water to watch them write. Huiyang was surprised and asked, Lulu, who wrote this?
Montag Bei's handwriting is so nice.
Huiyang was very surprised, and Mo Nan's brothers were also amazed. Big brother, when did you learn to write? They didn't know. Back in her family village, their father never sent them to school. Mo Bei said, I taught myself. Tong said, I have an idea. Once everything stabilizes, we will find a private school. You all should go to school. Mo Nan said, studying costs a lot of money. Tong replied, if you study well, the money spent will come back. People who can read and write, even if not very skilled, can at least be shopkeepers. Those who can't read can only do heavy, tiring work and earn just enough to get by. Huiyang said, but I'm not cut out for studying. I can't do well in school. He had also studied with Tong's father before, but he had no interest in studying and was not as good as his older brother. Tong said, even if you don't do well, you must finish reading the beginner's books. When you learn to read and count, if our family becomes wealthy in the future, you might be able to work as a shopkeeper for me. Otherwise, I can only hope for others. Yang replied, all right, for my family's 6-6, I'll do my best. While they chatted, since the water hadn't been drawn yet, the three of them went to fetch water again. Tong continued writing, and Mo Bei was teaching her nearby. Not far away, Mo Nian brought a pot of green bean soup to cool for the household workers to drink. In the backyard, some village bullies were helping with farm work, and he also carried a bucket to the backyard. When he returned, he saw Mo Bei holding a pen and writing something, so he quietly walked over to look. Mo Bei saw him coming and immediately handed the pen to Tong, letting her practice first. Mo Nian asked, Mo Bei, can you write? He clearly hadn't sent him to school before. Mo Bei honestly replied, I knew a teacher in town before, who taught me. Mo Nian said ambiguously, you've hidden that well. He didn't know such a big thing. Mo Bei looked at him, but Mo Nian didn't say anything more and turned to leave. By noon, Tong had learned many traditional Chinese characters related to medicine from Mo Bei. She decided to start with medicine names. Mo Wengo, who had washed clothes, also returned with his mother, hanging their clothes on a modern-style drying rack that didn't take up much space and looked nice. If the weather turned bad, they could just carry it inside. After finally drying the clothes, Mo Wengo ran over, sat in front of Tong and the others, and picked up a slice of cut watermelon, eating and saying, Tong, if you marry into our family, it's definitely a blessing you've earned over many lifetimes. Look outside. Everyone washing clothes are young wives. Washing clothes every day was a pain for Mo Wengo. She was only 10 years old. Back in Jia village, Her mother never made her wash clothes, and she didn't have to cook. Now, her mother made her wash clothes every day, and her hands were all cracked. Their family was completely different from others, so frustrating, isn't it?
Tong didn't comment.
In fact, when she took a bath, she washed her clothes directly in the space. Just the outer layer of clothes, it only took 3 or 5 minutes. She didn't want to bother others to wash her clothes. Huiyang has been a child who washes his own clothes since he was young. He is not the child of the Wang family, so it's impossible for Wang to help him wash his clothes, and he certainly wouldn't trouble Huitong to do it either. When he takes a bath, he also washes the clothes he changes out of. The clothes that Mo Wenj and her mother wash are all their own families. While eating, she complains for a while, and after Wang hangs the clothes to dry, she goes to rinse the rice, call Mo Nian to cook and wash and cut vegetables. The whole family's good life depends on Huitong in the future. Wang can choose not to use her now. When washing clothes, some kind and clever young women deliberately ask her, "Oh, why is Sister Wang the one washing clothes? As your daughter-in-law, you really enjoy it, you don't even have to wash clothes." Wang smiles and says, "My daughter-in-law is busy with big things. She's overwhelmed, you see." Her words shut them up. Everyone in the village knows her daughter-in-law is remarkable and is working to help the whole village get richer. But it's impossible that Wang has no complaints at all. Huitong has done nothing so far. Her eldest son obediently stays beside her, lowering his head, writing something again. When Wang pours the rinsed rice into the pot, she mutters to her husband, "Have you noticed? Our family is opposite to others." Mo Nian nods, "Yes, it's really different. No other daughter-in-law can earn money outside and support the whole village." Mo Nian's words make Wang's hidden feelings of grievance come back. She inexplicably feels a bit angry and says, "That's not what I mean. I'm asking if I'll have to do the daughter-in-law's chores for my whole life." Mo Nian replies, "Then let your daughter-in-law stop working outside. Once the house is fixed, let her focus on cooking. You go outside and help her." No, that's not possible. With so many mouths in the family, eating and dressing all cost money. The grain they receive cannot last a lifetime. Wang quickly realizes that her husband is teasing her, and she glares fiercely. There's no way she can do Huitong's work. Her life will only revolve around the stove. Mo Nian says, "All right, stop overthinking. Other families probably envy us. If you believe those little wives gossip in the village, you're just too foolish." Wang feels a bit unbalanced inside, but what can she say? She resignedly washes and cuts the vegetables, waiting for Huitong to come and cook. She doesn't want to cause chaos at home. Seeing how Huitong comes to cook on time every day, Mrs. Wang feels a bit more at ease. At least her daughter-in-law will come to cook, even if she's busy. And the dishes she cooks are especially delicious. During her cooking, Mo Bei often stands nearby, silently remembering what seasonings she adds. Mrs. Wang can't even chase him away. Everyone says men stay away from the kitchen, but he is different. He spends every day by the stove, circling around Huitong. Wherever she goes, he follows. He seems to want to stay close to Huitong all day. Sometimes, Huitong smiles at him, and they exchange glances while cooking. Mrs. Wang feels shy to watch. When Huitong finishes a dish, Mo Bei carries it over and places it on the table. They work perfectly together, looking very loving. After cooking, the family sits down to eat. Huiyang often praises Huitong's dishes enthusiastically. He has never tasted better food than Huitong's. Mo Bei sits beside Huitong and occasionally scoops some food for her, showing care. Looking at her own husband, Mrs. Wang feels a bit sad. She has been married to him for many years, but has never been fed by him personally. She starts to envy her daughter-in-law's love. As the cotton-picking season begins, the village girls and women go to the fields to pick cotton. According to Huitong's previous words, each family records the weight of their cotton, keeping clear records. All accounts are transparent and managed by the village head. She doesn't get involved in management or bookkeeping, so no one suspects her of having other motives. During this time, some people from the county come to buy their cotton. Because they have unified the sale process, no family sells cotton this year. Even those who hesitate about whether to follow, Hu Tong decide to wait and see. Later, someone who came to buy cotton learns that a newcomer has arrived in the village, claiming boldly that he will lead everyone to wealth. He asks them to keep all their cotton and not sell outside. He first talks to the village head, who politely refuses, saying he cannot decide, and suggests they ask Madame Hu. Since she is from the county town, he doesn't want to agree or offend her. He can only push the matter away. Finally, this person comes to Hu Tong's house. In the evening, a fancy carriage stops outside the yard, drawing much attention. It's rare for a carriage to come into Clear Spring Village. Only very wealthy or important people arrive. Is Hu Tong here? A figure steps out of the carriage and walks directly into the yard, asking. Hu Tong was lying on the table, writing, while Mo Bei watched over her and taught her. Hu Yang and a few others sat at the table eating fruit. When they heard someone calling, they all looked over. A well-dressed young man entered, accompanied by 6 servants. Hu Tong glanced at him and asked, "What do you want from me?" Surprised that he was a young girl, the young man replied, "I want to talk to you about something." Hu Tong didn't know him, but out of politeness, she invited him, "Please sit." Hu Yang and the others quickly moved aside, and the young man sat across from Hu Tong. "I heard you made a decision to prevent the villagers from selling cotton?" Hu Tong responded, "Speak plainly. Only the person who tied the knot can untie it. I want to buy the cotton here. Please ask them to change their minds." Hu Tong sneered, "That's impossible." A servant standing nearby said, "Do you know who our young master is?"
Of course, she didn't know.
No matter who he was, her planned course of action wouldn't change. This is young Master Qi from the Qi family estate in Yudu County. The Qi family's influence spreads throughout Yudu. The servant beside him looked proud and spoke with arrogance. Hu Tong silently scoffed inside. She didn't want to hand over her first earnings easily. She remained calm and politely said, "Sorry, I can't help you with this. If young Master Qi wants to profit from cotton, I am willing to cooperate. Think about joining us, and maybe we can work together." Young Master Qi's eyes darkened, and his tone cooled slightly. "Lady Hua, I advise you not to refuse politely and then face consequences." A small refugee, who didn't know who gave her the courage, dared to oppose young Master Qi. Hu Tong was surprised. She genuinely wanted to cooperate with young Master Qi, since he had backing and wider sales channels. But she soon realized they didn't value the villagers at all. She straightened up and said, "Young Master Qi, we should act reasonably. Business depends on mutual consent. Forcing others is wrong." Young Master Qi's attitude was firm as he said, "Lady Hua, I will buy this cotton. You have 2 days to think it over. After 2 days, if you haven't persuaded the villagers, I will make you continue to be a refugee." Seeing his serious threat, Hu Tong responded calmly, "Young Master Qi, I advise you not to act recklessly, or your future will be ruined." She didn't want trouble, but she was not afraid of it either. Hearing these words, young Master Qi sneered. A wandering person dared to speak to him like that. He said fiercely, "In 2 days, I will come again. If I don't get what I want, then just wait and see if you keep wandering." After giving his harsh words, he stood up, dusted off his clean clothes, and turned to leave, as if her place was very dirty. Actually, it was indeed not very clean. As he left, Hu Yang hurried over and asked, "What's going on with young Master Qi? 6-6, is he trying to trouble us?" Clearly, he was trying to trouble them. Mo Bei also came over and asked Tong Tong, "Are you okay?"
Wu Tong replied, "I'm fine."
"He's just a cheap merchant." It's not that she looked down on merchants, but she despised this merchant's behavior and couldn't help but speak harsh words. Hu Yang, full of anger, said, "Exactly that scoundrel, so cheap." Mo Wenj also ran over and cursed, "He's really too cheap. Who does he think he is?" While they were scolding, the village chief hurried over. Lady Hua, young Master Qi just came looking for you." He saw young Master Qi's carriage leaving her place and hurried over.
Hu Tong said he just left. "Sit down and talk."
The village chief sat down quickly and asked anxiously, "What should we do?" "I heard that young Master Qi is not easy to deal with." Hu Tong asked,
What do you mean by not easy to deal with? Tell me about his background.
The village chief shared what he knew. The chief family is a wealthy family in Yudu, involved in many businesses. This young Master Qi is named Qi Shan, the eldest son, and naturally took over all the family businesses. Wealthy families like this often have connections with the government, known as collusion between officials and merchants. So, behind the Qi family is the support of the county magistrate of Yudu. Because of the magistrate's backing, the Qi family grew bigger and more influential in Yudu. After hearing about young Master Qi's background, Huotong said, "Village chief, you just focus on keeping the villagers calm. Don't let them be fooled by small gains. I'll handle young Master Qi. If he doesn't come looking for you, that's fine. If he does, just push everything onto me." Of course, she would do that. He would definitely blame her and come looking for her. But hearing her say this, the village chief felt a bit embarrassed. A young girl like her was so responsible. He, as a man, felt inferior. He seemed not very manly and said, "Lady Hua, with your words, I feel more at ease." Huotong replied, "Just rest assured." The young girl spoke softly, but with strength. Unknowingly, Lady Hua had become his main support. He didn't know what skills Lady Hua had, but he believed she was capable. Seeing her so calm and composed, he was sure Lady Hua could handle young Master Qi. When the village chief left confidently, Lady Hua gave him a big watermelon. After hesitating a bit, he accepted it and took it home. Her generosity was truly charming. It would be so nice if everyone was like her, the village chief thought happily. As the village chief left, others working in the yard also went home as it got dark. At this time, Mrs. Wang came over to ask Lady Hua, "Lulu, what happened?" She was busy with other things in the yard and didn't notice any problems here. Mo Wenj said, a young man came to the town to buy cotton from the village, but sister-in-law didn't agree. Mo, she added, "It seems he even threatened us." Lady Hua said, "It's a small matter. If they dare cause trouble here, I'll make sure they regret it." Huiyang said, "Lulu, I believe in you." Lady Hua thought for a moment and said, "It's hard to guard against villains. We should be extra careful these days. I think we need to take turns watching at night, starting tonight." Mo Nian volunteered, "I'll stay on night duty." He had been too idle lately, no longer needing to hunt for food, sleeping too much, and now he couldn't sleep at night. Before this, Lady Hua went to make pancakes for everyone. Mo Bei watched and learned, successfully making a nice pancake. Mrs. Wang looked on and sighed quietly. Her first pancake looked pretty good. Her son had such a talent for cooking. Now that he was learning to cook, was he planning to cook for his wife every day for the rest of his life? Thinking this, Lady Hua smiled and said, "Xiao Bei, once you learn to cook, I can happily retire."
Huh.
He didn't understand the last two words. Lady Hua said, "I can happily step down from my position." This time he understood and said, "In a few days you can retire. From now on, I'll handle the cooking." Seeing her moving around the stove and sweating from the heat, he couldn't bear to watch. He wanted her to rest more, sit and write or read when she had nothing to do. Mrs. Wang was sweating heavily, cooking over the stove and feeling very hot. She thought she would never retire in her life. Later, all the pancakes today were made by Mo Bei alone. Lady Hua stood nearby watching. Seeing him sweat too, she took a damp cloth and wiped the sweat from his forehead and nose. The closeness made Mrs. Wang blush. Mo Bei looked at her with a smile, which made her feel very happy. If she was willing to wipe his sweat, he wouldn't mind cooking and doing chores every day. Of course, even if she didn't wipe his sweat, he was still happy to cook for her. When they were eating the cake, Huotong praised loudly, "Xiao Bei, your cake is really delicious, much better than mine." From now on, he could take charge of making the cakes. Mo Bei smiled and said, "If you like it, eat more." Huiyang also praised, "Yes, it's really tasty, much better than Lulu's." From now on, let Mo Bei make the cakes. Finally, Lulu could rest. Mo Bei was happy to do this. After eating, they washed up and went to bed in their tents. Mo Nian stayed on night duty. The night was peaceful. The next day, after the workers from Huotong's house went home, They heard the wife say that someone from the county town came to buy cotton. They all came to ask Huatong, Madam Hua, was the young man from Qi County here yesterday? What did you say? Huatong replied, as long as everyone isn't tempted by small gains, there won't be any problems here. They say this Qi young man is not good. He might do something bad to our village, right? Huatong said, don't worry, I will handle this properly. There won't be any issues. She comforted everyone and kept the villagers calm. They were just ordinary people who wanted to live peacefully and make money. They didn't want trouble with wealthy families. Early in the morning, the riverbank was crowded with young women and wives washing clothes. Since it was cotton picking season, they got up early and washed yesterday's clothes. Old Lady Zhao's eldest daughter-in-law, Li Xiu, was there too. She lived with Old Lady Zhao and was responsible for washing the family's clothes every morning. After washing clothes for a while, she stood up and spoke loudly to get everyone's attention. I heard you all want to follow Huatong to get rich. You don't know her well. How can you trust her with your family's money? A young wife laughed and said, don't be jealous. Li Xiu smiled and said, what do I have to be jealous of? Huatong has been cursed to die young since she was born. Why would I envy her? Don't blame me for warning you. If you listen to her, not only will you not get rich, but she might drag you down, just like her parents. You'll regret it too late. You're not the eldest daughter-in-law of Madam Hua, right? You're all family. If you talk like that about Madam Hua, maybe you're not a good person either. The instigation failed, and Li Xiu was angry. I treat her like family, but she considers us outsiders. Her family's door is closed to us, and someone who doesn't recognize kin, do you think she's a good person? Isn't it true that you sold her for a few silver coins first? These young wives are not easy to manipulate. They are clever. Li Xiu said, who told you she was sold? Did Huatong say so herself? She's ungrateful, a white-eyed wolf. We found her a home with a hunter, and she doesn't appreciate it. Instead, she blames her family. If she hadn't married into the hunter's family, she might have lost her life. That's hilarious. In the end, it's because you only care about yourselves and don't share food. If you had given her a single meal, she wouldn't have starved to death. Li Xiu was so angry she refused to speak to them anymore. Meanwhile, Huatong was as usual, spending her free time reading and writing what Mo Bei had taught her. Mo Bei had gone to the mountains early in the morning to hunt. Suddenly, Mo Wen-go came over and shouted, sister-in-law, if you're fine, go wash your clothes. She had been drawing and painting here all day, clearly just a shenren. Huatong ignored her. Mo Wen-go patted her table and said, hey, I'm calling you. Did you hear me? Huatong replied, you're not young anymore. Wash your own clothes instead of always hoping someone else will do it for you. She shook her head and sighed. Someone who's afraid to wash her own clothes. What big task can you expect me to do? Mo Wen-ji's face turned red with anger. Sister-in-law, you need to understand. I help you wash your clothes every day. This is supposed to be your job. She really didn't want to do it anymore. Huatong, tired of arguing, stood up and said, I'm going out to see how much the fields behind have been cultivated. She left directly. Mo Wen-go was so angry her eyes widened in disbelief. Huatong didn't want to make them feel that everything she did was taken for granted, like when they were fleeing and starving. Some chores, like washing clothes, had to be done by themselves. Unless they had no hands left, she could do it for them. Behind her, Wang Shi watched her silently. She couldn't give orders to her daughter-in-law, which was true. When Huatong went to her own field, she looked around to make sure no one was watching, then slipped into her space. Inside, she cut a watermelon, placed it on a plank, and carried it out. The village bully saw her coming and immediately called out, Big sister, you're here. Huatong called back, come and eat some watermelon. Hearing there was food, everyone quickly ran over. Li Wangdao, sister, this watermelon is really delicious. You're so generous, we're a bit embarrassed. Huatong, you work for me, I give you pay, that's only right. Sister, this watermelon must have cost quite a bit of silver, right? She didn't know how much silver the watermelon cost, so she didn't say. Instead, she replied, Silver is just a material thing. It's better for everyone to enjoy eating and work happily. Sister, you're so funny when you talk. Calling me sister, isn't that a bit awkward? I'm only 13. Li Xiong, we call you sister not because you're older than us, but because you're stronger. You're truly our leader. Huatong, I don't want to be the village boss. I'm a good citizen. If you really want me to be the boss, you should put down your weapons and become good people. The village bullies laughed, finding her words interesting. Li Wangdao, sister, I trust you. From now on, wherever you point will go. Later, in the village, no teasing young girls and no bullying children.
Can you do that?
Everyone felt a bit ashamed, but Li Wangdao firmly said, sister, no problem. I can do it. The others also said they could do it. Huatong nodded. If you really want me to be your sister, and I find out you're still bullying good people in the village, I will deal with you. I will beat you as badly as Li Qing. Do you still dare to call me sister? Everyone paused. Did they just admit that Li Qing was the one she beat? Li Wangdao clenched his teeth. Dare. Huatong was pleased. From now on, I have one more task for you. Pass this test, and you'll officially be my little brothers. When my house is fixed, I'll invite you all to my place for a celebration. Sister, just tell us what to do. Huatong assigned the tasks, and a group of little brothers promised to complete them. After giving instructions, once the little brothers finished eating the watermelons, Huatong left again. On the way back, she met some young women washing clothes in the river, who called out to her, Lady Hua, that old lady is not good. She kept talking behind her back while washing clothes. Huatong said, that's just how she is. Let her say what she wants. The young women asked, you don't even want to know what she said about you? Just a lot of nonsense. Let her be. Lady Hua, you really are easygoing. Lady Hua, what's the deal with that Mr. Qi? I heard he's already come looking for you? This news spread quickly, and soon everyone in the village knew that Mr. Qi had talked to her about the cotton. Huatong once again said, as long as everyone doesn't be tempted by small gains right now, the money you'll make in the future will be much more than what you earn from selling this bit of cotton. If anyone was tempted, she wouldn't force them. There are over 100 households in the village, so of course some people worry about the future and fear they won't make enough money. Not everyone is willing to follow her lead. After talking to the young wives, Huatong turned back home. Mo Wenj had already gone out with her mother to wash clothes. She continued to sit and write. When tired, she would feed the rabbits or tease the wild chickens. The chicken had calmed down a lot and stopped calling at her. Huatong gave it some vegetable leaves. Since it was full, it turned its head away and didn't eat. Huatong said, Xiaohei, do you want me to let you out for a walk? You're black, and your whole family is black. Xiaohei didn't like that name. Huatong took it out of the cage to prevent it from flying away. She tied a string around its leg, with the other end attached to the table leg. The wild chicken, having gained freedom, flapped its wings and tried to walk away. But halfway, it couldn't move anymore. Looking back, it realized it was tied to the table leg. It looked at Huatong and called out to her, little person, little person. Huatong sat down again and continued writing.
Nianoon, Montag bei Retornit.
He was carrying a sheep on his back. He had set several traps on the mountain. When he passed by, a foolish sheep had gotten its leg caught in a trap and was bleeding loudly. So, he was carrying a live sheep back home. Huatong liked this silly sheep. She ran over and stroked its wool, saying, such a cute sheep. Let's raise it. Mo Wenj, sitting in front of her eating melon, said, no, we can't raise it. If we do, we'll have to feed it grass every day. Mrs. Wang also smiled and said, we'll kill it later, and tonight we can eat lamb. They hadn't eaten meat for a while. Mo Nan called to her, sister-in-law, let's eat lamb. Everyone was protesting, not allowing her to raise it. All right, Huatong said, unable to argue. Mo Bei said, there will be plenty of chances to eat meat later. This sheep is for Tong Tong to raise. Although he also wanted to eat, since Tong Tong wanted to raise it, she had to. He could choose not to eat meat. Mo Wenj said, brother, why are you like this? Now that you have a wife, you don't care about us anymore. Just as they were about to argue again, Mo Nian came over and said, "It's just a sheep. I'll go hunting in the mountains this afternoon and bring back some meat for you." He had been hunting for half his life, so catching meat wasn't difficult. "Mo," she said, "if we can't catch anything, we'll just kill this sheep." The sheep was trembling nearby. Huatong patted it and said, "All right for now, you've kept your little life." She found a rope and tied the sheep up. Mo Bei watched her happily, smiling at the sheep, feeling that not eating meat was worth it. As long as she liked it, that was enough. After amusing the frightened sheep for a while, Huatong went to wash her hands. Thinking everyone was complaining about not having meat, she had an idea and took out a large piece of crystal pork from her space. She peeled off the packaging, sliced it on the cutting board, and put it in a bowl. Mrs. Wang saw this and was surprised. "Lily, what is this?" "Meat, I bought it in Jingzhou." Mrs. Wang didn't ask further. She wondered how many delicious foods her daughter-in-law was hiding. It was hot, and without a refrigerator here, meat couldn't be stored for long. Plus, with many family matters lately, she forgot about buying meat. Huatong washed her hands again and cooked the vegetables. The whole family sat down to eat, and no one asked what kind of meat it was or where she bought it. Everyone just ate. That was good enough, and Huatong felt relieved. They finished a big bowl of crystal pork quickly. Mo, she was still eager. "It's delicious." "Sister-in-law, do you have more?" "Yes, I'll bring some tomorrow." Mo Wen-ge hummed, "Sister-in-law, you're really interesting. You have so much good food, but you didn't bring it out earlier. Aren't you afraid it will spoil?" Huatong stayed silent and stood up, saying, "I'm going out to cut some grass." She wanted to cut grass to feed the sheep. Mrs. Wang resignedly collected the bowls and went to wash them. "Let me do it." Huatong quickly turned back. She realized she needed to wash the dishes, or Mrs. Wang would have opinions. She quickly gathered the bowls, and Mo Bei followed her to help pour water. Mrs. Wang looked at her son and sighed. Her daughter-in-law was truly charming. No matter how many bowls she washed, her son wouldn't help. Not only did he help, but he also told Huatong not to wash anymore. He started washing himself. Huatong looked at her hands and then at Mo Bei, saying, "I'm a bit embarrassed." "No need to be. Washing dishes isn't suitable for you," Mo Bei said. Huatong was delighted inside but kept a calm face and asked, "Then what is suitable for me?" "Holding a pen." Huatong was amused and laughed softly. "From now on, after meals, you help me wash the dishes. Don't let Auntie do it." "Okay." Huatong thought for a moment and said, "You can give me your clean clothes later. I'll wash them for you, so Auntie doesn't have to." Mo Bei said, "I'd rather wash them myself." Huatong looked at him and smiled, saying, "Xiao Bei, you're really kind." The girl's voice was sweet and gentle. He immediately felt that he would happily spend his whole life washing her clothes and doing chores for her. The man who washed clothes by the river was not visible. Even farmers usually had their wives do the washing. Just like women in this era, after becoming grandmothers, they let their daughters-in-law do the work while they rested. Huatong thought for a moment and could somewhat understand Wang Shi and Mo Wen's thoughts. But she was not a product of this time. Her ideas could not be confined by this era. After tidying up the pot, Mo Bei went with her to the back mountain to cut grass. Wang Shi looked up at the sky and sighed deeply, releasing a long breath. Of course, she didn't need to do the grass cutting. Mo Bei did it all himself. After filling a bamboo basket with grass, he carried it on his back and took her along. They talked and laughed as they walked. Huatong ran beside him, jumping up to touch his head, saying, "Xiao Bei, you've grown taller again." "I don't believe it. Let's compare." They stood by the roadside measuring their heights. Huatong stood in front of him, looking up, only able to see his chin. Mo Bei looked down at her, his breath slightly tight. At this moment, she was as obedient as a little child, carefully pointing from her head to his chest. Finally, she pointed to his shoulder. Huatong felt a bit frustrated. "When will I grow taller?" People in this era were usually not very tall, but Mo Bei was extraordinary. She wasn't short, but Mo Bei was just too tall. "You've reached it," Mo Bei said, reaching out to pull her high ponytail and walk forward. Let go, let go. She playfully resisted, quickly reaching up to protect her hair. It was so annoying when her carefully tied hair got messed up. She wasn't very good at tying her hair. Usually, she just wore a high ponytail. Girls in the countryside didn't pay much attention to hairstyles. Only city girls could make many styles, and some maids even made a living doing hairdressing. Walking along the country path under a blue sky, the blazing sun seemed like fire. In the evening, as the sunset fell, fireworks circled in the sky above Chinguan village. Frogs croaked loudly by the river, and in Huatong's yard, sometimes sheep bleated, sometimes chickens crowed. Only 2 rabbits were very well behaved, silent and still. Rabbits had no vocal cords and could only make soft sounds like goo 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 and poo 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 poo. At night, everything was silent. Huatong told everyone to rest and not to stay up for the night because she had arranged for someone to guard. Her group of younger brothers stayed outside her house at night to guard. Cingzhou, who had been given 2 days by Huatong to complete his task, arrived at dusk. This time, he brought more servants with him, about 20 people. By then, the workers in the yard had all gone home. Huatong was feeding the sheep with grass when he walked straight in and said, "Lady Hua, it seems you haven't taken my request seriously." Huatong stood up and looked at him. "Please, Cingzhou, do not force me to do something I cannot do." The young man spoke confidently. "I insist you do what I ask." "Cingzhou, why are you being so harsh?" "This isn't just about Qingspring village's cotton," she said. "The cotton from other villages has already been sold," he replied. "And Qingspring village is the biggest one around, with the most cotton." Huatong said, "I am powerless." Cingzhou's smile was cold, with a hint of menace in his eyes. "Since Lady Hu doesn't want to live peacefully, I have no choice. When trouble comes, you'll regret it, but it will be too late." He made a gesture, signaling his servants. "Destroy everything here." The servants, armed with sticks, rushed in to smash and tear everything apart. The furniture, which had just been repaired, was now under attack. Everyone capable of fighting joined in to stop them. Mo Bei, holding the bow and arrows Huatong had given him, stood nearby and shot. His aim was precise, hitting every target. Wang Shi, Mo Wenj, and Huyang all kept their distance to avoid hurting innocent people. The yard was filled with screams and cries. The people Cingzhou brought were injured, some in the knees, others in the arms. No one escaped unscathed. Huatong and Emoliahu tore at the attackers with their bare hands. In the chaos, they didn't damage a single tree or grass, but everyone from their side was hurt. Cingzhou was furious and trembling. "Lady Hua, you are deliberately opposing me." Huatong replied, "Cingzhou, don't force me to fight back." What he had said was originally meant for her, but now she returned it. Cingzhou, furious, turned and left, his men crying out for their mothers as they followed. They were just a merchant's son from a county town, yet he thought he could dominate everything. After they left, Grandma Zhao and the members of the main and second branches rushed over. What happened? They live in the front yard. Since the Huatong family caused such a big commotion, they naturally heard everything. When they arrived, they saw a fight happening in the yard. They didn't dare to go over and were secretly hoping that the Huatong family members would get beaten badly. Seeing that these people didn't get any benefits, they felt disappointed and only pretended to ask questions politely. Huatong brushed off the dust on her clothes and didn't respond to old lady Zhao's words. Instead, she told her family, "Start cooking." She turned around and took out the meat again. Since no one asked about the source of her meat, she decided to give them some to eat once more. No one paid attention to old lady Zhao's family. Mo Nan and Mo Shi sat at the table as if nothing had happened, casually eating some cut-up fruit. Old lady Zhao saw this and was very jealous. She reached out and grabbed a piece, asking, "What is this?" She had never seen or tasted watermelon before. Watermelon was not common in this era, and rural folks rarely ate it in their lifetime. Moenga quickly took away the bowl of watermelon and muttered angrily, "Shameless. Ungrateful." Old lady Zhao was very angry. Since she couldn't get any benefits from this family, She turned to leave. Her family members immediately followed her. Seeing that Huotong's house was about to be built, everyone was jealous and envious. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Li Xiu, said, "Mother, look at Huotong's family. They have everything now. We should at least build a table to eat on." Until now, they didn't even have a bed, only straw mats. In the hot weather, they could at least lie down and rest. Old Lady Zhao snorted, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Xiu replied, "Mother, even for Mu Air, we need a set of tables and beds. If Mu Air passes the imperial exam and becomes a scholar or even a higher official, it would be embarrassing for others to see how poor we are." Hua Mu is the smartest among the children. Old Lady Zhao had always hoped he would pass the imperial exam and become a scholar or higher. For her grandson, she agreed, "Then let's build a set of tables and chairs." That evening, at the dinner table on Huotong's side, there was a new kind of meat they hadn't seen before, sliced beef. Only Mo Wengo rolled his eyes and said, "Sister-in-law, where did you hide the meat?" She had secretly looked in her bag and searched the tent but couldn't find it. Huotong ignored her. Mo Bei helped her by putting some sliced beef on her plate, saying, "Eat more meat, it helps you grow taller." If she didn't eat now, it would soon be gone. Huotong glanced at him, wondering if he was implying she was short. The sliced beef was quickly finished, and the remaining potatoes and cucumbers were also cleaned up. A young boy, eating so much, made her feel exhausted. After dinner, Mo Bei and Huotong cleaned up the dishes together. Huiyang immediately helped as well, not wanting his family's Lulu to wash the dishes alone. The three of them finished cleaning the pots and bowls, and Mrs. Wang took her daughter to take a bath. The water in the household water jar was filled, so they no longer needed to go outside to fetch water. The men at home went to the river to bathe as usual, while Huotong returned to her tent and entered her space. She took a comfortable bath in the water inside her space and lay there, not wanting to get out. The temperature here was just right, neither cold nor hot. July was the hottest time of the year, and outside there was no fan, making life quite uncomfortable. The children who had grown up here were used to the weather, but she was new and still couldn't adapt. Half asleep and half awake, she suddenly woke up in a panic and hurried out of her space. Despite Qu Gongzi's repeated harsh words, she was worried he might do something extreme, so she stayed alert. Although someone had been arranged to watch over her at night, she was still cautious in case the young men got sleepy. She stepped outside her tent, under the moonlight, deep into the night. Huotong looked around the yard and saw two village bullies sitting at the wall's edge, swatting mosquitoes and dozing off. When they saw her approach, they immediately perked up. "Big sister, why aren't you asleep yet?" one asked. "I woke up and came out to move around," she replied. She circled outside her yard with her two younger brothers following her. "Big sister, do you suspect someone wants to harm you? Just tell us the name, and we'll go beat him up. We'll make sure his parents won't recognize him," one said. Huotong chuckled softly. "Don't ask, just watch closely." Everything was her guesswork. She was only preparing for the worst. If the person didn't do anything extreme, that was fine. Otherwise, she would make him regret it for the rest of his life. While she was whispering with her two brothers, she suddenly heard footsteps rushing toward them, more than one person. "Go hide," she ordered her brothers quietly, then slipped back herself. Sure enough, two men in black ran swiftly toward her house. After glancing around, one quickly jumped onto the wall, flipped over, and entered her yard. The other stayed outside on guard. Their speed was so fast it was as if the first man had never appeared. Her two brothers were stunned. Someone really wanted to harm her. Huotong silently punched the man outside, knocking him out, then followed him over the wall to see what he was up to. She saw the man take out a fire starter, light a torch, and throw it onto the furniture she had prepared in her house. At the last moment, time seemed to speed up. The torch that had been thrown was quickly snatched back. I saw Huotong holding the torch, spinning around, and kicking someone in the chest. The man in black was caught off guard and was kicked away, falling to the ground. Enduring the pain, he quickly got up and tried to run, but Huotong hurried after him, grabbing his arm and punching him. Before he could fight back, he was kicked in the stomach again, causing him to bend over in pain. Huotong then stepped forward, grabbing him and kicking his knee, making him kneel. She harshly said, "Did Prince C tell you to set fire to my home?" The man in black was in great pain and hummed in response.
Huotong grabbed his neck tightly.
"Speak, or I will break your neck right now." The man in black felt the threat of death. It was clear from his eyes that she was full of anger.
He struggled to speak, yes.
"Why must you oppose Prince Ji? A homeless person like me. What can I do against Prince Ji?" Huotong punched him hard in the chest again, making him fall back. She stepped on him and said, "If you want to be Prince C's puppet and do evil things, you should have known this day would come." He screamed painfully, with the sound of bones breaking. Huotong said, "Go back and tell Prince C that since he's so ruthless, I wish him a bad ending." Did she just give him a way out? He didn't dare stay long and struggled to get up, stumbling out. Mrs. Wang asked what happened. The family was finally awakened by the screams, and all woke up. Huotong said a thief came. "It's okay now. Everyone go back to sleep. I need to go out for a moment." But it didn't sound like a thief at all. She mentioned Prince C. Huotong turned and left. Mulberry hurried to follow her. Outside the wall, someone she had knocked out earlier hadn't been dealt with yet. She went out, and her two younger brothers were still watching that person. Huotong stepped on the person's ribs, waking him up instantly. The two brothers covered their ears, terrified of their sister. She seemed so fierce, like she had stepped on their own ribs. The man screamed in pain, startled awake. Mulberry's steps paused. The man on the ground opened his eyes and saw a cold gaze from a girl. She said, "I remember you. Next time I see you, it won't be just a few broken ribs. Get out of here." She loosened her grip, and the man didn't dare stay. He hurriedly got up and ran away. He realized the situation was failing and didn't dare stay long. He hurriedly ran away, without knowing where to go. His two younger brothers were stunned and looked at her in shock, asking, "Sister, should we stay here? There's no need to stay anymore. They probably won't come back. Let's go." Indeed, they wouldn't dare to come again. If it were him, he wouldn't risk coming back either. Luckily, the boss was wise and joined her. The two of them left. Huotong turned around and saw Mo Bei standing nearby, watching her. She casually said, "A thief came, but I chased him away. Now let's go to sleep." Mo Bei responded with a simple hum and didn't say much. The two of them left together. Back at the tent, Huotong couldn't sleep. She was thinking about how to secretly kill Qishan tomorrow. She wanted Qishan to die without anyone knowing, making sure it wouldn't involve them or make others think their group was responsible. They wanted to live peacefully here and avoid trouble. After thinking for a while, she had an idea and then fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, everything at home was normal as usual. Mo Bei and his father went to the mountains early in the morning. Huotong liked to raise small animals, so he also modified some traps around to catch fresh animals for her to play with.
Montag Hunter Borot Montag beiß Aroto Hunt Rabbits.
Seeing the wild chickens, rabbits, and sheep at home that they couldn't eat, he was really craving them. Old Lady Zhao also shamelessly went to Huotong's house to find Carpenter Li Gao. They discussed the dining table and chairs, bargaining for a while before leaving. Li Gao was confused. Wasn't Huotong's mother? Why was there such a difference? Huotong seemed to see nothing, and also went out for a while. The family thought she was just checking the 10 acres of land behind the house, and didn't think much of it. Huotong left the village directly, walking quickly towards Yudi County. Back then, she could carry loads for 30 kilometers. Although her current body wasn't as agile as her old one, she had traveled quite a bit during her escape, so her legs were still strong. She ran the 20-some miles in half an hour. On the way, she entered her space and put on a disguise. Her appearance was very ordinary, just a common face that wouldn't stand out in a crowd. Yudi County was open in the morning, with no one checking at the city gates. Huotong bought a bun by the roadside, inquired about Prince Qishan's house, and then headed in that direction. She observed the Qi family's house from a distance, then found a hidden spot to wait outside. She woke up early on purpose, thinking that Prince Qishan was still at his residence. If he needed to go out again, he would surely come out. Sure enough, after waiting half an hour, Prince Qishan appeared. Huatan quickly followed behind. Prince Qishan was very angry now. The people he sent to handle matters were all useless. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He said to the servant beside him, a vagrant, and still so difficult to deal with? The servant replied, "Young master, they are probably more alert now. Maybe in a few days, when they relax, we can find a way to start a fire and burn down their home. When they all burn inside, no one will block your way anymore." Another servant said, "Young master, don't let this small matter make you sick. Why not go see Miss Luo Yen and have some fun?" Miss Luo Yen was a famous lady here. Prince Qishan went upstairs to find the lady. Huatong stayed outside, continuing to wait. After an hour inside, Prince Qishan came out, quite drunk and a bit tipsy. He staggered out, and the two servants tried to help him, but he waved his hand. No need to help. I'm not drunk. However, he needed to use the restroom. He couldn't find a place nearby, so he decided to go into an alley. He told the young servant beside him, "Don't follow me. Just stand here and wait." He found a quiet alley and was about to urinate behind a wall. "Prince Qishan, long time no see." A woman's voice suddenly called out, startling him into holding back his.
Who are you?
He asked, seeing she was just an ordinary woman. He felt very disdainful. Huatong took out a syringe and, unexpectedly, injected him. Prince Qishan was startled. "What are you doing?" She spoke calmly. "Heaven has a way, but you refuse to take it. Has no gates, but you insist on coming here. Today, you will die here, and it's not others' fault. Giving you painless death is the greatest kindness I can offer." With that, she turned and left. Since Prince Qishan wouldn't give her a place to stay and wanted to burn her house down, she couldn't give him a way to live. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. In Huatong's time, euthanasia was usually done by injecting the condemned with poison. Some people, unable to bear the pain of illness, also chose euthanasia. Prince Qishan looked at her back, feeling it was familiar. He hadn't yet remembered where he had seen her before, but she disappeared quickly. He felt his head was a bit dizzy and couldn't stand steadily. He hurriedly shouted, "Someone come here." His servant heard the call and ran over. "Young master, what's wrong?" He stared with wide eyes, wanting to say someone was trying to kill him, but he couldn't speak. His eyelids felt heavy, and all he wanted was to sleep. The house servant was very frightened and hurriedly helped him to go back home. On the way back, Huatong bought some raw meat, and the extra meat was stored in the space when they returned. Later, she went to the iron shop to get a blueprint and asked someone to make it according to the drawing. Iron was still expensive in this era. This set of things would cost her 10 taels of silver, but she was willing to spend it for her family, especially for Mo Bei. This was a barbecue grill. Huatong also went to the clothing shop to buy 2 sets of clothes for Mo Bei. Clothes in the county town were definitely more beautiful and better looking than those in the town. After buying everything and wandering around the county town, she returned home by noon. "Tong Tong, where did you go?" Mo Bei hurried over. He looked around on his way back, but didn't see her. "I went to the town to buy some food." There was no one else at home now. She took the pork out of her bag, but in fact, she only took it from the space when she reached the door. Tonight, she planned to make sweet and sour ribs and soup for them. There was also a live chicken which she could kill tonight for their meal. Mo Liahu approached and looked at her, saying, "In the future, you don't need to spend money on meat. If you want to eat meat, I'll go to the mountain to hunt." Today, he had already caught a rabbit and slaughtered it before she returned, so she wouldn't see it and want to raise it. Mrs. Wang had already cooked all the dishes and set them on the table, waiting for her to come back. Huatong washed her hands, and the whole family sat down together. After eating the dishes Huatong made, and then the ones Mrs. Wang prepared, although they used the same seasonings, they felt like something was missing. She directly asked, "Mom, did you forget to put some seasoning?" Mrs. Wang glared at him, saying, "It's good enough to have food." She was starting to be picky and complain about her cooking. The others quickly stopped criticizing her. After dinner, Ho Yang went to clear the dishes for her family's Lulu. Mo Bei let him do it, acting as a lazy boss. Ho Tong went to feed her chickens, sheep, and rabbits. To ensure they had grass to eat, Mo Bei would specially cut more grass when he went up the mountain. The family's pets were increasing. Even the wild chickens were no longer proud and would eat whatever was given. They no longer tried to fly away, obediently wandering around the yard with their legs tied to chairs. The house is being repaired, and the yard is filled with finished furniture and many blue bricks, which will be used to rebuild the surrounding wall later. It took half a month to complete the repairs, and the house was painted white inside and out. All the furniture was moved inside, leaving the yard empty. During this time, the villagers also harvested the cotton and took it home. Following Ho Tong's previous instructions, they cleaned all the weeds from the cotton. Then the local leader came to talk with Ho Tong about choosing a good day to teach everyone how to make handmade crafts. The necessary materials, like quicklime, had already been bought by the local leader, and now they were just waiting for her to teach. After setting a date, Ho Tong went to the local leader's house. The yard there was also very large, enough to hold 100 people comfortably. Because the craft was meant to be kept secret, the local leader carefully selected 50 trustworthy women from his tribe to learn from Ho Tong. Su Tian was excluded, but Ho Tong agreed to let her learn, so she was still considered part of the tribe. That morning, all the women sat in a circle, each with 2 buckets in front of them and wearing oilskin gloves. Like last time, Ho Tong added the quicklime to water, then added soda ash, mixing them into a strong acid. Everyone followed her example, mixing roughly the same proportions and soaking the cotton in the solution. After testing, they found that the cotton used for menstrual cloths no longer dripped water. With many people working together, they quickly made many menstrual cloths. Each family had to submit their finished cloths, which the local leader kept and later sold in the county or city. Even families without much money could benefit if they sold their cotton well, as they would share in the profits. They spent a whole day, taking advantage of the warm weather to dry the cotton quickly. Once the cotton was dry, the local leader sent someone to pick it up. Seeing the menstrual cloths take shape so quickly made him very happy. Mrs. Wang was also learning to make menstrual cloths with the women. Her family had no cotton, but Ho Tong paid 200 taels of silver, making her the biggest investor and the one to earn the most. By nightfall, when it was too dark to see, the women stopped working and returned to their homes. The finished menstrual cloths were packed up by the local leader's people and taken home. The next day, the women continued to come to the local leader's house to make menstrual cloths. Ho Tong also visited to help with the work and discussed future sales channels with the local leader. First, he needed to go out and socialize with officials to build good relationships so he wouldn't be attacked or robbed. Her family was also busy, with Mo Hunter overseeing the repairs to the final section of the wall. Meanwhile, her family's house was fully renovated before her monthly period ended. The people from Grandma Zhao's family came to visit, feeling jealous and upset. Since the women in her family had gone to the government office, Mo Hunter took on the cooking. He called the young boys at home to help. Mo Bei came to cook, and a few men managed to prepare the meals. After a few tries, Mo Bei quickly learned how to cook well. During dinner, Mo Shi said, "Brother, I think your cooking is better than our mother's." Hui Yang replied, "I think we should open a restaurant and let Mo Bei cook." No one responded to his suggestion, but Wang Shi suddenly asked, "Lulu, you've made so much. How will we sell it all?" Hui Tong teased, "The mountain people have their own clever plans, but didn't reveal anything yet." As a modern person, if she couldn't come up with a good idea for selling, she would have wasted her life. The next few days went smoothly. The death of Prince Qishan didn't raise any suspicion. The doctors couldn't save him, thinking he died suddenly from a hidden illness. It only took about 15 minutes from his last visit to his home. And then he suddenly died. During this time, Hortong's barbecue grill was also made, and the shop owner personally delivered the goods. She had an idea to get her barbecue grill design copied. Hortong happily agreed. Her family saw her bring back such an iron grill and asked, "What is this? It must be worth a lot, right?" Hortong said, "It will be useful for cooking barbecue in the future." She didn't tell them how much it cost, to avoid making them worry. She was very busy these days and didn't have time to use the grill, so she set it aside for now. The women were busy making monthly supplies, and Huatong discussed sales plans and methods with the village women and her family. The men immediately followed her instructions, making banners and signs. After 7 days, the people of Chinguan village set out in 5 groups. Some went to Yuta County, others to Jingzhou, and some to other counties in Jingzhou. Since relationships had already been arranged, everyone could confidently sell their goods. That day, Huatong took some young men from her family to visit Yuta County. The women chosen to do handicrafts stayed behind at the government office to continue producing supplies. Because the village had only a few ox carts, and the destination, Yuta County, was not too far away, they chose to walk. Everyone talked happily along the way, chatting non-stop, and before long, they arrived in about half an hour. Huatong's first target for selling was a girl from the city's flower house. This was the busiest place, where women performed arts and men came to buy entertainment. She had the village children hold banners to promote in the busiest streets, spreading the message. Huiyang, Mo Shi, and Mo Nen also went out to promote. Others who went out to distribute were the same. All the children who could be helpful were sent out. The women stayed behind to set up stalls and call out to sell because they were on their monthly periods and shy. If men came close, they wouldn't dare to sell. Mo Bei was sent to stand by the roadside. The main sellers were still the women, with children doing the promotion and men transporting the goods. The banners and labels mostly said, "Good news for women. Having your period? Our period covers solve all your worries. Lie flat on your side. No leaks ever. The best friend for women, guaranteed or your money back. Hurry and buy, limited stock, first come, first served." The period covers were flying off the shelves, making people both shy and curious. Soon, a crowd gathered. After testing one with water, no one doubted its effectiveness. City girls didn't mind spending a few silver coins. The wealthy even paid 100 or 200 taels or more. The period covers brought by everyone were quickly sold out. Those who arrived late asked when they would be sold again. Everyone agreed they would make fresh ones at home and come back the next afternoon. In just one morning, all 2,000 period covers were sold, earning 2,000 taels in total. Everyone was very happy. Huatong was not in a hurry to leave and went out to eat with her family. After dinner, she thought she should buy a donkey. She wanted to buy a horse, but horses were hard to find here. In ancient times, horses were limited, and even if you had money, you couldn't buy one because none were available. Horses were like cars today. Most families couldn't afford them, and owning one was a sign of status. Huatong chose a brown donkey, which cost about the same as a modern electric bike, 30 taels of silver. With the donkey, her family's cart could now be used effectively. Huatong had never ridden a donkey before, only a horse. On the road, she tried riding the donkey. It was quite temperamental, not very polite, causing trouble and refusing to move. Mo Bei came over, pulled the donkey, and jokingly said, "This donkey is stubborn. Let's take it back and have it cooked." The donkey immediately behaved and started walking properly. So Huatong rode her small donkey and happily headed back. When she reached Chinguan village, from afar, some people in the field saw her riding the donkey and felt both envy and jealousy. Many villagers still hesitated to join because they were afraid of losing money on cotton. Most of these were outsiders. After returning, Huatong first went to the village head to hand over the money she earned. All the money was kept by the village head, who then divided it fairly. When she arrived, others also came to pay their dues. The monthly earnings they brought out had all been sold, and everyone was so excited they almost couldn't contain themselves. After the excitement, everyone was full of energy, eager for night to fall so they could sell again. Seeing the shining silver, the village head was also very happy, smiling so much that his eyes nearly disappeared. While everyone was busy, Huatong said, "Since our menstrual pads are so popular, we should raise the price a bit." The village head was worried and asked, "Will anyone buy if we raise it again?" 1 or 2 silver coins already seemed expensive. Huatong replied, "Rarity, makes things valuable. Right now, menstrual pads are not widespread yet. Even if we sell higher, wealthy families will still buy them. We will target specific prices. In the county town, we can increase the price by 1 silver coin, selling for 2. In the provincial city, up to 2.5. The provincial city is much wealthier. While we can earn more now, once everyone starts using menstrual pads, it will be hard to sell at this price again. Of course, if everyone keeps the secret and doesn't share our craft, we can continue earning for the next few years. Since it's ancient times, information is limited, and their supply of menstrual pads is also small. Currently, they can only sell nearby in the county and provincial cities. Selling to other cities will be a future goal. Universal distribution across the country is impossible in a short time. After Latome explained her plan, everyone agreed and promised to keep the craft secret, not to share it with others for small profits. They also vowed not to be tempted by petty gains. After discussing tomorrow's plans, Huotong left. The local women usually worked during the day, but seeing how well sales went, they refused to leave at night, wanting to do more and sell more. To celebrate their first successful day and to test her barbecue rack, Huotong rolled up her sleeves and started slicing meat. Mo Bei and a few others went to work on the barbecue rack. Orion had been waiting for this day for a long time. He had been eager to try out his new barbecue grill. These days, he spent his free time hunting, catching several live rabbits in traps. Without hesitation, he slaughtered 2 rabbits, which frightened Huotong's 2 rabbits into trembling in their cages. In the evening, at Clear Spring Village, smoke rose from the houses. From the front yard, you could smell the aroma of roasted meat coming from Huotong's house. As a hunter, he had this advantage. No matter if he had no money, he could trade a piece of land for meat. Manhwa quietly crouched at the door, eager to come in and eat. But they ignored her, and she didn't dare to enter alone. Huotong took out his homemade fruit wine and poured a cup for each person. It was a time for hearty eating and drinking. Old Lady Zhao was so tempted, she started to drool. She came over to look and scolded Manhwa, "Stop staring. Your unkind cousin and brother wouldn't care if you were alive or dead." Manhwa looked down sadly and left. It was all thanks to her mother. If she had been nicer to Huotong, maybe she would be sitting inside eating meat now. Old Lady Zhao deliberately shouted outside, "A girl who doesn't even recognize her own mother will face consequences someday." Looking at Huotong's house, she felt truly jealous. After repairs, it looked as good as new. The walls inside and out had been painted white, making it one of the nicest houses in the village. Huotong's house was closed with a big door, and a tall wall blocked the view inside. She couldn't see what was happening inside, so she could only curse from outside. The people inside pretended not to hear her and ignored her. Everyone was happily drinking and celebrating their successful sales for the next day. The next day, because their house was closer, Huotong's group didn't leave as early. They agreed to sell in the afternoon. In the morning, she took her team to collect the monthly supplies, recording everything carefully. Some villagers refused to join in. But now, hearing that their sales on the first day were excellent, everyone was very jealous. In the morning, people gathered by the river to wash clothes and talked excitedly, all regretting their choices. Someone saw Zhao Lady's 2 daughters-in-law and took the chance to vent their anger on them. A group of women pointed at Zhao Lady's daughters-in-law and scolded, "Li Xiu, Zhang Mei, what did we do to offend you? Why are you trying to harm us? Why are you so mean? If you hadn't kept talking badly about Lady Hua before, we wouldn't have refused to work with them. Now look, they've already sold their menstrual cloths in half a day." Li Xiu was startled and didn't expect them to come at her. She quickly defended herself. "I didn't say anything. Don't falsely accuse me. You're still not admitting it? Last time, you spoke badly about Lady Hua while washing clothes here. We all heard you." Zhang Mei quietly ran away in fear. She didn't want to get involved. It was her mother-in-law's words. As a daughter-in-law, she had to listen. A group of women started scolding Li Xiu. "You're so mean-spirited. Aren't you afraid of karma? With someone like you, do you really think your son will pass the imperial exam? If he does, having a mother-in-law like you will bring him bad luck. He might be laughed at by his classmates." Mo Wenj saw this scene early in the morning when she and her mother came to wash clothes. Mrs. Wang calmly approached. When the women saw her, they immediately greeted her with smiles. "Wang's sister-in-law, you're here to wash clothes. Come over here, it's better." Someone quickly moved aside to make space for her, showing her warmth. Usually, they weren't so welcoming because they were refugees living here, often mocked, envied, and insulted. It was common for daughters-in-law to wash clothes. Suddenly being treated so warmly, Mrs. Wang felt a bit uncomfortable. A woman asked her with a smile, "Wang's sister-in-law, can we still join you now?" Mrs. Wang replied seriously, "Stop joking. I'm just a woman, I don't understand these things. They've already started selling their menstrual cloths, and you're only now talking about joining?" Of course, she didn't understand the details and couldn't make decisions, so she said nothing. No one mocked her for not knowing. After all, she's a daughter-in-law and understands how things work. She couldn't make the final decision. Someone suggested, "Maybe we should go talk to Lady Hua and see if there's still a chance to join."
They wanted to see if they could still get involved.
Their family's cotton hadn't been sold yet. They just wanted to wait and watch. A group of women immediately ran to find Huatong. Huatong was returning with Mo Bei and others from outside. They had just collected today's menstrual cloths from the village chief's house. When the women arrived, they hurriedly called out, Lady Hua, is it still possible for us to join now?" Huatong smiled and said, "There's still time, but the profit share for the first group is definitely higher. They can only sell at a high price now. You should ask the local officials about the prices. It will always be higher than what you get selling outside. They can only sell, not share in the profit." The women were very disappointed and regretted wishing they could scold Zhao Laotai's family. In the end, for the high prices, they could only hold their cotton and ask the officials. The officials had already agreed with Huatong that if sales went well, they wouldn't let more people join. They could only sell their cotton. The officials bought it at high prices to help them earn some money for daily life. It's not that they didn't want to include these people, but they gave them a chance. There aren't many good opportunities in the world, and they didn't want to risk losing it. When there was a benefit, they wanted to join. In the afternoon, Huatong led everyone to sell their goods in person. The children continued to promote with banners. The monthly cloth was almost sold out. First come, first served. Even though each piece was only 2 ounces, they were all quickly bought up. Many villagers who had been watching all came to the official's house that day. Huatong's family bought a donkey to bring back home, which meant they had made a big profit. Even if they didn't join the group, hearing that the officials were willing to buy at high prices, 20% more than outside, they decided to sell. The whole village of Chinguan was filled with happiness and harmony. At night, after returning home and handing over the daily earnings to the officials, Huatong's family celebrated with wine. She cooked some meat to add to the celebration. According to the usual rules, every morning she took people to the official's house to sell the monthly cloth. Even though each piece was only 2 ounces, they were all sold out every day. The demand was high, and the cotton supply was decreasing. Some people from other villages still had cotton and, after hearing about their success, wanted to sell at high prices too. After 10 days of selling, their cotton was almost gone, and all nearby buyers had purchased what they could. The officials counted all the money and gathered everyone to share it. The person who received the least still got at least 100 taels of silver. Huatong received a large share, earning 1,200 taels. The officials had also invested 100 taels of silver and contributed a lot of cotton, so they also got a big share, 1,100 taels. Other families received 300 or 400 taels. Overall, selling the monthly cloth made the people of Chinguan village very rich. Everyone was excited about the silver they had saved and decided to build a house with blue bricks and tiles. At this moment, the village chief asked, Huatong, should we plant cotton on all our land this year? Huatong quickly replied, if we plant only cotton, what will you eat and drink? We will still need to buy food, which costs money. If there is a food shortage, prices will go up, and even with money, you might not be able to buy enough food. The weather is unpredictable. This year is dry here, and next year might be dry elsewhere. We need to store some grain. Ancient farmers had low costs, but not saving grain could lead to terrible famine if it happened. Huatong advised them to plant cotton and also save grain. A middle-aged man said, Lady Hua is right. When we went out to sell, we met some people who said many refugees had rebelled and some places had outbreaks of disease, with many people trapped inside and unable to come out. Huatong was surprised. When did this happen? Yesterday, the man replied. If there is an outbreak, we shouldn't go there to sell anymore. The remaining goods in the nearby counties of Jingzhou are enough for us to sell. After discussing, everyone went back to their homes. Mo Hunter and Wang Shi had already cut the meat and brought the barbecue grill, waiting for her to return and enjoy the barbecue. Huatong returned with Mo Bei, Huiyang, Mo Nan, and Mo Shi. They all carried large bundles, which they placed on the table and opened. Inside were shining silver coins. Huatong said, Apart from my 200 taels of capital, there are 1,000 taels of silver here. The 500 taels will be kept by Andy, and I will keep the other 500 taels. This was splitting the earnings with Wang Shi, who had been working hard with the village women making crafts every day. Now she deserved her share. Wang Shi was so excited she dropped the meat in her hand. She looked at the 500 taels. She had never seen so much money in her life. Huatong then took out some broken silver and said to Huiyang, Mo Bei, and Mo Nan, Keep these small silver pieces as your pocket money. Mo and Ge happily took them, but Wang Shi suddenly looked worried. So much silver in my hands isn't safe. What if someone steals it?
Huatong, you should keep it for me.
Mother, I will keep it. I will keep it, Mo and Ge said, rushing to hold the 500 taels of silver close to her chest. Mo Hunter said, Let your sister-in-law keep it for safety.
I don't want to.
Mo Wenj hugs the silver tightly, refusing to let go. Mo Nan pulls her over, and Mo Shi hands the silver to Huatong, saying, Sister-in-law, you keep it. Unknowingly, everyone believes that Huatong is the true backbone of their family. Since they are sincere, Huatong doesn't hold back. She hugs the silver and goes into her own room, casually tossing it into her space. When she comes out, Huatong says, Tomorrow I will go to town to buy some meat and vegetables. In the evening, I will invite Li Wang and the others to have a meal. This was her promise to them. Once their house was finished, she would invite them for a meal. Wang Shi can only say, okay. She rolls up her sleeves, washes her hands, and starts grilling. Mo Wenj leans on the table, looking sad and whimpering. There was so much silver, but she hasn't even looked at it. Her sister-in-law took it all. She feels upset. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, she quietly slips away to Huatong's room to find the silver. So much silver. She thought she could take just a little more without being noticed. But under the bed, in the cabinet, in the wardrobe on the bed, she searched everywhere, but couldn't find where Huatong hid the silver. Mo Wenj becomes anxious and runs out shouting, Huatong, where did you hide the silver? Why isn't the silver in your room? She clearly saw Huatong go inside. Huatong ignores her and continues grilling her meat. Mo Bei also stands beside her, roasting meat together. Huiyang and Mo Nan sit at the table, waiting to eat and drinking fruit wine she poured for them. Mo Wenj paces nervously, shouting, Sister-in-law, say something. Where did you put the silver? Huatong finally says, If I let you find it easily, then the thief would come and steal everything. Mo Wenj fumes. Who's the thief? I have no intention of stealing. I just want to see what the ingot looks like. Wang Shi laughs and says, Look at you, so eager. As the smoke rises again, the night in Chinguan village is filled with the smell of grilled meat. Almost every household is eating meat. Even Lu Yunyang's family, who only invested in cotton, received over 100 taels of silver in profit. Su Tian's family also got over 100 taels. With this money, they can finally build a good house. Most families in the village still live in straw houses. Only tiled houses are seen as a sign of wealth. When the meat is ready, Huatong also sits down, eating and grilling at the same time. The long night brings some joy to rural life. When she finally rests, Huatong closes her eyes, thinks for a while, and then falls asleep. After days of busy work, she is truly exhausted. Now that she has some free time, It's about time to plant some crops on that land behind her home. The next day, after breakfast, Hu Tong loaded the donkey cart and took her family to the town to buy meat and vegetables. She originally wanted to ask Wang Shi to come along, but since there was a lot of work at home, she needed to wash the children's clothes and clean the newly repaired yard. She decided not to go. Hu Tong and her family headed to the town, envying many others. Many families who had made money were also thinking about buying a donkey. Today, many people were going to the town. Along the way, all the people were from Chinguan town. The wife and daughter-in-law of the village chief's family also came out with their children. Everyone talked and laughed, making it lively. The village chief's family already had a donkey, so they brought a donkey cart. Those without a donkey cart soon fell behind. When they arrived in town, Hu Tong first went to the vegetable market. She bought all kinds of vegetables and meat she could find, and put everything on the donkey cart. When no one was paying attention, she also secretly put some items into her space. Finally, they went to a clothing shop to buy new clothes. On the way, they met many villagers. Lu Yunyang and Li Fang also came out to buy food. Su Tian took her daughter to the clothing shop as well. Since they had money, they naturally bought some new clothes for their family. On the way back, they returned fully loaded. Hu Tong didn't expect that as soon as she got home, a stranger was waiting for her outside the yard, where a carriage was parked. Wang Shi hurried over and said, "Lu, this young master has been waiting for you here for a while. He said he has something to discuss with you." Hu Tong entered the main hall and saw a young man dressed in fine clothes. Seeing Hu Tong, the young man said, "Madam Hu, I've heard of you for a long time. My name is Qi Shi." Hu Tong looked at him in surprise. Why was he also surnamed Qi? Is there something you need? I've heard. The words about her menstrual secret were hard to say, and she didn't know how he managed to spread them all over the streets. Is the secret formula for your period management in your hands? Saying these words, he looked somewhat unnatural. I want to buy your secret formula at a high price. I wonder if Madam Hu is willing to sell it? First, young Master Qi came to buy cotton, but failed and wanted to burn his house down. Now, Qi Shi was here to buy the secret formula. If he couldn't buy it again, this indicates a willingness to compromise. Qi Shi said, "I can wait. I will give you an answer in 3 days." The other person smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I'll wait for your good news." He turned to leave gracefully. After he left, Wang Shi hurried in and asked, "I heard he wants to buy our secret formula?" Hu Tong nodded slightly, thinking it was normal for such things to happen. A group of villagers invented menstrual pads, and some savvy merchants saw a business opportunity and wanted to buy the secret formula from the villagers. When deals fall through, there are many cases where kindness and fairness are ignored. A group of villagers with no background cannot compete with merchants who have powerful connections. Corruption between officials and merchants is common, and those behind the scenes are often government officials. Even if someone is harmed, the authorities usually ignore it. Ordinary people have no way to complain. Wang Shi also couldn't say much about this. She didn't know whether they should sell or not. Because of this issue, there was a big conflict last time, almost burning down their house. Just then, the village chief ran over quickly. He had come right after seeing Lord Qi leave. As soon as he entered, he called out, "Madam Hua, Madam Hua." Hu Tong came out and invited him inside to sit. The village chief sighed and said, "It looks like we're being targeted by the Qi family." Hu Tong asked, "Is this Lord Qi's relative from before?" The previous one was the main heir, but this one is a younger son. I heard the main heir died suddenly of a hidden illness 10 days ago. Without the main heir, the younger son wants to make a name for himself and needs to show some ability. If he can get the villagers to sell the secret formula for menstrual pads, it would be the best proof of his capability. Hu Tong understood and asked, "What do you think about this, village chief?" "I trust your judgment," the village chief replied without hesitation. Hu Tong said, "The secret formula can't stay with us forever. It's only temporary. Over time, maybe before next year, others might figure out how to make it. Since we have the advantage, now I have a balanced plan. We can let the villagers sell the secret formula for a good price, and they will still benefit. The village chief was very happy and asked, "Is there such a good deal?" The secret formula can be sold to them, but they must pay a large sum of silver to get it. My estimated price is 30,000 taels. The silver will be shared among the villagers who originally joined in. Also, the right to use the formula remains with the villagers, and everyone can still do business in other counties. The village chief hesitated and asked, would they agree to that? Who wouldn't want such a good deal? They get the silver and can still use the secret formula. I will talk to him and see what he says. Whether willing or not, we have to try to understand each other. Her only goal is to fight for the villagers' best interests, helping them find a way to make a living in the future, rather than just sitting and wasting the little money they have. The village chief stood up and said seriously, Lady Hua, you are truly a great blessing for our village. On behalf of everyone, thank you. As he was about to leave, before he saw anyone, he heard Li Fang's voice. Big sister, big sister. Li Fang came with his mother, holding a piece of pork. Lu Yunyang entered and said to Huatong, Lady Hua, we are so grateful to you. This is a small token of our thanks. Please accept it. She then tried to put a silver ingot worth 20 taels into Huatong's hand. Huatong was momentarily stunned, quickly pushing it back and saying, I'll take the pork, but you must take this silver back. Lu Yunyang refused, saying, Lady Hua, this silver is for our family's Li Mu to treat his leg and buy medicine. You can't refuse it. Huatong replied, keep this silver for now. You'll need it more in the future. She pulled her outside and said, Lu Yunyang, you should go back quickly. Your husband is still waiting for you. She knew she had just returned from town and hadn't even cooked yet, but she came straight to give her pork. Lu Yunyang's eyes turned red, and she couldn't understand why such kind people existed. She didn't want the silver. Li Fang and his mother left together. As they were leaving, Huatong called out, Li Fang, come over for dinner tonight. Our family is hosting. She took the initiative to invite him, and he immediately agreed, okay. After sending the mother and son away, Huatong looked up and saw Huamei leaning against the corner of her house, watching her. Everyone in the village now knew they had earned a lot of silver and even bought a donkey. Old Lady Zhao and her family were both jealous and resentful, but had no way to do anything about it. Huamei looked on eagerly, wanting to go into their house but afraid to. Huatong pretended not to see and turned to leave. After lunch, Huatong helped wash and cut the vegetables and meat they had bought, with Mo Bei squatting in front of her, helping. Tonight, they would host a dinner, so there was a lot to do. Fortunately, she had foresight and asked the carpenter to make another set of tables and chairs. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to sit during the party. In the evening, the village bully Li Wang and Li Xiong arrived with a few brothers. They didn't bring many people, only about 7 or 8, just enough for a table. When they saw Mo Wenj, some of the bullies kept glancing at her. The young girl was more beautiful than many other girls in the village. Although Huatong is more attractive, they dare not look at her, especially since she is married. Mrs. Wang's family served them food, and hearing them call her sister repeatedly, she found it amusing. Her daughter-in-law is only 13, yet everyone is older than Huatong. Even the youngest is 15 or 16. Li Fang also came, but he didn't sit with the village bullies. Instead, he sat on Huatong's side. They ate and drank together until the moon was high. Huatong's side lit a candle, and the village bullies left. When leaving, they took all the leftover fruit wine and any uneaten food from the bowls. They couldn't understand it. Where did a group of wandering people get so many good things? As they left, a young brother whispered, Big brother, we've looked everywhere for the room, but we can't find it. Li Wang angrily cursed, it, with so much silver. Where could they hide it? Did they dig 3 feet underground to bury it? Huatong's family shared so much silver. Who wouldn't be jealous? They didn't dare to steal openly because Huatong was a key figure in the village and everyone was counting on her to get rich. So they decided to steal secretly. The village bullies initially planned to take some during their visit to her house, but in the end, they couldn't find anything. After everyone left and she washed up, Huatong was exhausted and went to lie down on her comfortable big bed. The only flaw was that the bed was a bit hard, covered only with a straw mat. Everyone in the house had gone to bed early because they were tired. The next day, it was still a bright, sunny day. Despite the hot weather typical of the dog days, it was so hot that even dogs were panting. After breakfast, Hui Yang and a few others went to the well to fetch water, filling the jars. She and Mo Bei went to the back mountain, casually looking at their 10 acres of land, which had been cleared and was ready for planting. However, they missed the planting season. The rice planting period had already passed. They could only wait until after September to sow wheat. Hu Tong didn't expect that beside their land, 5 acres had been allocated to Grandma Zhao. When she went to see, she saw Grandma Zhao, her husband Hu Zhen, and their 2 sons working in the field. From a distance, Hu Tong saw them and they immediately shamelessly called out, "Hu Tong, we're going to the mountains." Hu Tong pretended not to hear and walked straight past. Eldest son Hu Shu said, "Did you see that? They're ignoring us now." Second son Hu Zhu said, "Heartless girl." Their father, Hu Zhen, finally spoke sensibly, "Shut up. It's not Hu Tong's fault. It was you who lost your conscience first." The eldest brother said unhappily, "Can we be blamed for this? It was our mother who wanted it this way." They all listened to their mother. Old Mr. Hu sighed, "It's karma." The eldest brother still wasn't convinced. If there's karma, then it has also affected Hu Tong. Karma for her means fleeing from hardship and still struggling to make a living in this village. Even if she led the villagers to earn some money, how does that compare to the wealth of the Marquis' estate? At that time, Hu Tong and Mo Bei went into the mountains to gather grass. It was Mo Bei doing the cutting. The young boy wouldn't let her do it, telling her to wait. Hu Tong sat idly by the bamboo basket, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass, watching him work, her mind drifting far away. "Tong Tong," Mo Bei called her after finishing the grass, reaching to pull the grass from her mouth. Hu Tong snapped back to her senses. Mo Bei reached out to help her up. "Let's check if there's any prey in the trap." She followed him forward, and when they reached the trap, he said, they saw there was indeed prey. A young deer caught and struggling, but it had no wings and couldn't fly away. Hu Tong's eyes widened in surprise. Such a cute little deer. "Xiao Bei, pull him up." Mo Bei immediately jumped down and handed the frightened young deer up to her. Hu Tong caught it and gently stroked it, saying, "Good deer, I'll take care of you. Follow me." From then on, she gained another pet. The wild chicken in the yard was restless, pacing around. The lady of the house was so annoying, always chasing after new favorites. Actually, she shared her affection equally. Hu Tong picked a blade of dogtail grass to feed the young deer, which had been hungry all day in the trap. It was so hungry that it completely lost its pride, unlike the proud wild chicken, and immediately ate eagerly. The wild chicken looked down on its weakness, unwilling. It jumped onto Hu Tong and perched on her shoulder. The little lamb also came seeking affection, circling around her and bleating. Hu Tong fed it some grass too. 2 little rabbits were kept in a cage and couldn't get out. After the initial excitement of their arrival wore off, they often fought inside. They refused to give way to each other. In the afternoon, Hu Tong continued to find time for Mo Bei to teach her how to write. Mo Bei was now teaching her from the 100 family surnames. Hu Tong propped her head with one hand, watching his writing, and said, "Xiao Bei, once school starts, you should go to the county to study too. Later, I'll ask the village chief to find out which private school or academy is good in the county." "Okay." Hu Tong looked at him and smiled, ruffling his hair. "You're so obedient." Mo Bei looked at her. "You're very obedient too." Hu Tong chuckled softly, without saying a word, studying the traditional Chinese characters, based on his writing. She doesn't completely dislike all traditional Chinese characters. She can recognize some, but she doesn't know how to write them. Big sister, a shout came from outside. A few village bullies came to find her. Mo Bei stood up and went out. The village bullies were already knocking on the door. In the afternoon, everyone was taking a nap, so the door was locked. When Mo Bei opened the door, Li Wang called out, "Brother-in-law." The others also called him brother-in-law. Hearing this, Mo Bei felt very happy and replied kindly, "Is there something you need? Big sister asked us to finish all the work. What should we do next?" Hua Tong suddenly had an idea, put down her brush, and came out, saying, "I actually have something to ask you all. Now I have 2 tasks for you. Big sister, you say, even if there are 100 tasks, we will make sure to finish them. The first task is to find someone to drill a water well for my family. The second task is to find out which private school in the county teaches the best." Li Wang said, "Big sister, no problem. We will complete these tasks." He waved his hand and took the village bullies away. They are really rich. The whole village only has 2 wells, one at each end, built together by everyone. If their family wants to dig a well alone, it would definitely attract attention. Wang Shi came out and asked, "Hua Tong, are you going to drill a well for the family? That must cost a lot of money. Didn't we just earn some money?" "Money is meant to be spent. Aunt Mo, don't be too worried." "Can she not worry?" She quickly asked, "I heard you say you want to find out about private schools? Let Xiaobei and the others go to school to learn to read and write. Even if they don't take exams in the future, knowing some words is always good." Wang Shi said, "That will cost quite a bit of silver. I heard those books, paper, and ink are very expensive. And the tuition fee, when added up, is not a small amount." With her extravagant spending, earning 1,000 or 2 silver would be quickly spent. Wang Shi held back her words and couldn't help but kindly advise, "Lulu, Mo Bei's wardrobe and shoe cabinet already have more than 10 sets of different clothes and shoes. He's a grown man, why buy him so many clothes? Such waste." Other people also had 3 or 4 sets of clothes. Mo Bei looked at her. "Is this his real mother?" Hua Tong squinted and smiled. "And Mo, look how good Mo Bei looks in these clothes." Wang Shi said, "Are you planning to dress Mo Bei up like a flower? Aren't you afraid someone will pick him?" Mo Bei looked at his mother again, wanting to say, "Can you please stop talking?" Hua Tong looked at Mo Bei with a confident smile. "No one can take him away."
Montag bei Only like som e.
Saying this so directly, Wang's face turned red. Mo Bei felt quite pleased and said, "Tong Tong is right. Let's go right." He pulled her into the room. His heart only had room for her. His eyes only saw her. "That's not how you write it. The order is wrong. Like this." Inside, Mo Bei wrapped his arm around the girl's shoulders and held her hand, teaching her each carefully. Hua Tong was confused. She wasn't a little student. Did she really need to be guided by? She tilted her head to look at Mo Bei, who looked serious. "Be more focused, don't look around." All right, she was overthinking it. Xiaobei wasn't up to anything sneaky. He just wanted to help her write well. Their heads gradually leaned closer together. Hua Tong suddenly asked Xiaobei, "Do you have any dreams?" If he did, she would definitely help him achieve them. "My dream is you," he replied. "To be with you forever." Hua Tong glanced at him. The young man's eyes were full of feelings, making her cheeks hot. She whispered, "Aren't you hot? Stay a little farther away." It was already hot outside, and he seemed like a small stove. When he leaned on her, she felt even hotter. "Then I'll cut you some watermelon." Mo Bei stood up to cut the fruit. Now that the house was repaired, she took out several watermelons and placed them outside, ready to cut one whenever she wanted to eat. There were many people, so they would finish them in a little while. The family didn't know where she got so many watermelons. She didn't usually buy them. Anyway, they just assumed she bought them, since they hadn't seen her do so. Otherwise, they couldn't believe they fell from the sky. So, she really was quite generous with her money. As the sun set, another day passed. Prince Qi arrived on time, stepping through the day. Hua Tong invited him to sit inside and said, "Prince Qi, I've discussed with the villagers, and we can agree to your proposal, but I'm not sure if our conditions are acceptable to you."
"Tell me," he said.
"First, you give 3,000 taels. Second, although we sold you this secret recipe, it still belongs to our village. They have the right to continue selling it. These 2 conditions I cannot agree to," he replied, feeling like they were asking for too much. Hua Tong smiled and said, "Prince Qi, to be honest, in just these 10 days, our village has earned over 1,000 taels. Moreover, the sales were all within the city. We haven't sold outside the city. Once the young master obtains this secret recipe, he can sell it all the way to the imperial capital and various city-states. At that time, he could earn up to 300,000 taels. Since the young master has already taken the recipe, why not leave a way for the villagers to make a living so they can peacefully work in this county? This wouldn't take away much of the young master's business. The other person seemed to be considering her words. After a moment, he said, I can also offer 40,000 taels to buy the entire recipe. He still refused to let the villagers continue selling it. Young Master Chi, this secret recipe can't stay a secret forever. With time, I believe skilled people will figure out how to make it. Right now, you should take advantage of the fact that no one knows yet to earn the most profit. Hu Tong just wanted to tell him that once others figure out how to make it, competition will increase naturally, so he can't stop it. Since that's the case, why not leave a way for the villagers to earn a living? Young Master Chi, you might want to think carefully about what I said. I await your reply. Chi looked at her and asked, Are you really only 13 years old?
Yes.
Chi replied, You don't look like it at all. Hu Tong smiled but said nothing.
Suddenly, his tone changed.
I heard that my older brother came to talk to you about buying cotton before. You didn't agree. How did you send him away? Hu Tong replied seriously, I told him not to force it. So, this message is also for young Master Chi. Lady Hu, you are very special. Mo Bei, sitting nearby, raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Since his wife was discussing matters with a man outside, he naturally sat nearby to keep her company. I will consider it. Young Master Chi stood up to take his leave. After this, Hu Tong took Mo Bei to find the village elder and conveyed the message, so he could also inform the villagers. The village elder's wife, Duan Chui, happened to be there. Hearing this, she came out and said, Those Chi family people are unreasonable. Why must they buy our things? They always bully others. The village elder sighed and said, Corruption between officials and merchants. We can't compete with them. If Lady Hu can negotiate successfully, that would be best. Everyone knew this was true, so they felt helpless and angry. The village elder then changed the subject. Lady Hu, how do you plant watermelon seeds? When is the right time to plant? Hu Tong thought for a moment. Since the conditions here are not as modern, planting summer melons would be best. Planting in May or June and harvesting in August is the biggest season for watermelons. Most watermelons are sold during this time of year. After talking with He Tong about planting watermelons, Li Zheng smiled and said, Madam He, you truly know everything. With you here, our village will never lack wealth. Duan Chui said, Madam He, let's have lunch at my house today so we can chat more. Thanks, but I can't. I have many chores at home. When my sister-in-law has free time, she comes to visit me and we can talk then.
Duan Chui agreed happily. All right.
After a few more words about everyday life, He Tong took Mo Bei and left together. As they walked, they saw many families in the village already repairing their houses. A cart was bringing in blue bricks, and some villagers were starting to build new homes. On their way back, the village bully, Li Wang, ran over with a group of children to report that he had contacted the drilling team, and they had arrived today. He Tong took out some mountain oranges, bamboo shoots, and gourds she had picked from the mountain, hoping it wouldn't be a wasted effort. Everyone sat in the yard, eating and chatting. Soon, someone called her over. He Tong invited the person into the yard and suggested they dig a well for water. Many villagers heard about her plan and came to watch, including adults and children. Soon, the yard was crowded with spectators. Li Wang secretly signaled to his family, and while the yard was crowded, they split up to look for other opportunities. He sneaked into He Tong's room and started searching under the bed. There were no signs of digging or any traps. He looked around thoroughly, but found nothing. With so much silver, where could it be hidden? He didn't dare stay inside for long, and quietly slipped out. Just then, He Tong happened to come by and caught him in the act. She frowned and asked, What are you doing in my house? Startled, Li Wang instinctively said, Sister, I didn't do anything. I was just curious and wanted to see how you're building your house. I swear I didn't take anything. There was nothing valuable in the room. not even jewelry. Tong's cold gaze fixed on him. Suddenly, she heard Wang's voice scream from the kitchen. She was about to go cook some food when she unexpectedly saw the village bully, Li Xiong, come out of the kitchen. Li Xiong hurriedly said, "Auntie, did I scare you? I'm thirsty and just want some water." Wang patted her chest and quickly replied, "It's okay." All that effort was for nothing. She didn't find a single coin. Tong looked at him suspiciously, and Li Wang quickly slipped away. What is going on? She could understand him entering the kitchen, but sneaking into her room silently was very rude. Tong pushed the door open and looked inside. There was only a straw mat on the bed, but nothing seemed wrong. She opened the wardrobe. Her clothes were all hanging neatly on hangers. She had asked the carpenter to make many wooden racks to make hanging clothes easier. Nothing seemed out of place. No matter what simple reason Li Wang had for entering her room, she didn't like it. He was not 3 years old. He was 16 or 17. Since the person digging the well was from the county town, they ate lunch at Tong's house. Having a well made fetching water much easier. Now that she had money, she wanted to do everything properly. She spent 2 days and 100 taels of silver to dig a good well, and then used stones to smooth and repair the area around it. It looked very convenient and nice, and she was quite satisfied. Her family tested the water pressure and found it so easy that they no longer needed to carry buckets to fetch water. Even taking a bath became much more convenient. When Su Tian heard about this, she came to visit in the evening, feeling very jealous. She said, "Next time I earn some silver, I'll dig a well at my home too. Then my daughter and I won't have to carry water from far away." Tong understood that she was a widow and that life was not easy for her, so she kindly said, "You can come to our house to fetch water." Su Tian was delighted. Really? Their house was much closer to Tong's now, so it was much easier to come here. Really, the mother and daughter said. They didn't use much water in a day. Usually they washed clothes by the river. Su Tian said, "Lady Hua, you're so kind. There's no one as good as you in the world." She had also run away from hardship before and knew how cold-hearted people could be. After chatting for a while, Su Tian left. After dinner, the men in the family continued to wash at the river, while the women simply used the well water to wash inside the house. Mo Bei reminded her, "Tong Tong, don't be greedy for cold water. You should use warm water for bathing. I've prepared the water for you." Tong sighed, "You're so annoying." Mo Bei reached out and patted her head. "Tong Tong, you're the best girl." Unable to bear it, Tong had to continue her bath with warm water. Since it was still early, she went into her space afterward. It was so comfortable here. If only she could get a fan. Her mind was running wild with fanciful ideas when she was suddenly interrupted by a knocking at the door.
Tong Tong.
It was Mo Bei coming back from his bath. Tong came out of her space and opened the door. The boy's hair was loose after bathing, a strand of black hair covering part of his face, giving him a mysterious look. Tong watched him step back slightly, feeling a little stunned. Little Bei was growing more and more like him. Mo Bei, it's still early. Do you want to keep writing? Tong instinctively nodded. Yes. Mo Bei sat down at her desk and continued writing the list of common surnames for her. When he finished, she would copy it and read it several times. While she was writing, the young boy sat nearby watching her. She had a kind of charm that naturally drew him in. He couldn't get enough of looking at her. The girl's appearance changed a little each day, just like the saying, "A girl changes most after 18, becoming more beautiful each year." "Tong Tong, I heard while taking a bath that a man in the east end of the village died yesterday, and today a woman died too. They were all from the same family. They had just earned some silver and hadn't enjoyed a good day's happiness before someone was gone." There was nothing to do but sigh. Tong was writing and talking with him about family matters. She had been busy these days, handling outside affairs and her own work. She didn't go to the river to bathe or wash clothes, so she didn't have much news from Mo Bei. The next morning, at dawn, Wang Shi, after washing clothes at the river with Mo and Go, was hanging them up and said, "What's going on in the village?" I heard from the women at the river that early this morning another child died, all from the same family. Now, even the village doctor has died. Huatong was feeding her pet in the yard when she heard this and paused, asking, "Do we know what illness caused their deaths?" "Not that I've heard of any serious illness." Huatong stood up and said, "I'll go take a look." Mo Bei and Huiyang followed her. On the way, they met the village head. Huatong quickly called him over. "Village head, I heard someone died again?" The village head sighed. "It's the Li Jing family. The man was the first to die. Before they could bury him, the children and women also died. The village doctor, who treated them this morning, also died." As the village head, he wanted to go see for himself. Huatong's brow furrowed sharply. Suddenly, she remembered the day they divided the money, when a man mentioned some people on the road talking about a plague. She suddenly felt a bad premonition and immediately told Mo Bei and Huiyang, "Don't go. Go back and wait for me."
Why?
Huiyang was surprised. "Why send them away halfway? Just go back. Until I return home, no one is allowed to come out." She spoke seriously, and Huiyang was startled. Mo Bei asked her, "Is something wrong?" Seeing her tone soften, she replied, "I need to see for myself."
Just listen to me.
Mo Bei stopped and watched her follow the village chief. Huiyang looked upset. "Are you really not going?" If she went to Tong again, she would get angry. Mo Bei turned back and waited. Of course, he wouldn't make her angry. Meanwhile, Huatong followed the village chief to Li Jing's house. The 3 small thatched houses looked shaky, as if a strong wind could them down. Many people stood outside their yard, talking quietly. "That's so scary. Has Li Jing's family been haunted by a monster?" Villagers whispered among themselves. Seeing the village chief and Huatong arrive, they hurried over and said, "Village chief, Lady Hua, you must not go inside." Huatong stopped and asked, "What's going on?" One woman said, "They have many black spots on their bodies. I wonder if they were killed by ghosts." Another woman added, "Village chief, it must be the vengeful ghost of someone who died in the village long ago." Everyone suddenly remembered Huatong's house, where someone had died. The village chief scolded, "Nonsense." He was about to go inside to see for himself, when Huatong suddenly called out, "Village chief, wait. I want to go in and see first." Her words sounded convincing, so the village chief didn't go in. Huatong stepped into the yard and casually took out a mask from her space and put it on. As she suspected, it was the Black Death. Inside, the man was the one she had heard about with the plague. He must have encountered an infected person on the road and brought the disease home, infecting his family. At first, he probably thought it was a minor illness and took some medicine. His family looked down on doctors, so they only went to the village healer when they couldn't bear the illness. The disease was very fierce. He died after 3 days. His infected family members also died soon after from the disease. The village healer had been treating him and was the first to get infected, so he also didn't escape death. The Black Death spread through rats and infected fleas, transmitted via contact with the respiratory system. It was extremely deadly, often killing within 3 days. Because of widespread bleeding, bruising, and tissue death, the corpse turned purple-black, hence the name Black Death. In ancient times, in such backward places with no prevention measures, once infected, people could only wait for death. If it spread, it would be a living. As she came out, the village chief hurriedly asked, "Lady Hua, what happened?" Huatong glanced at the villagers around her and said, "I can only tell you that this disease spreads quickly and is very contagious. Once infected, people will die within 1 to 3 days. Their skin will bleed, and after death, their bodies will turn purple-black, so it's called the Black Death. From now on, everyone should go home and avoid contact with others to prevent spreading the disease." The villagers were shocked. Many, realizing they had just been examined, started crying out of fear. Not daring to stay any longer, everyone quickly ran away. The village chief looked pale and almost cried, asking, "Madam Hua, is this disease very serious?" Seeing no one else around, Huatong honestly replied, "Village chief, this is a plague. It's very serious. To prevent panic, This information must not be shared with the villagers for now. A plague, he couldn't believe it. What should we do? How do we handle this? Huatong said, now, tell all the villagers to stay at home and isolate themselves. No going outside, no wandering around, and no letting others from nearby villages enter. We must guard the village strictly. Otherwise, everyone here could die from this disease, just like the Li family. The village chief's face turned pale with fear. He nodded instinctively.
All right.
Huatong instructed him, for those who have died, bury their bodies immediately and do not leave them at home. Also, prepare a large courtyard. If anyone shows signs of coughing or fever, they must report it immediately. They should be isolated there alone. Madam Hua, you have a way, right? Huatong replied, I need 2 or 3 days to prepare the medicine. That was the fastest she could manage. She could only say this to prevent him from losing hope. The village chief seemed to see hope again. All right, I'll go right now. He turned to leave, his steps unsteady. Huatong took a mask from her space and placed it in a black bag. She called him back. Village chief, here are masks and gloves. Wear these. Distribute the rest to the villagers working here. Make sure they wear gloves when handling the bodies to avoid contact. The situation was urgent, and she didn't have time to think much. She handed him the bag. The village chief didn't ask many questions. He was overwhelmed and didn't want to ask anything. Huatong added, this must not be reported to the authorities. If you do, everyone will only die faster. Even if they report it, the officials wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Based on her understanding of the Jingzhou officials, if the emperor's envoy isn't there, the officials would either quarantine the entire village or burn it down once they see everyone is infected. Initially, in front of Jingzhou Gate, the homeless people who were clearly healthy were still attacked by others claiming they were sick. She couldn't trust the officials. The village chief nodded, holding the bag she gave him, and hurried back. Huatong also returned home with worries, sharing the news about the plague in the village. She placed a mask on the table and said, from now on, everyone must wear this. Until the plague ends, no one is to leave this yard. Thinking for a moment, she went over and locked the door with a latch. The whole family immediately became nervous, quickly put on masks, but they didn't know how to wear them properly. It was their first time wearing these things, so they didn't know how to wear them properly. After Huatong showed them, they learned. Once everyone had their masks on, Huatong said, no matter who comes, don't open the door. I will stay inside. If there's nothing urgent, don't look for me.
Tom, Montag bei Quickly Approachet, looking Verit.
What's wrong with you? She seemed to be in a strange state. I'll see if I can prepare medicine and take good care of myself, she thought. So, she went into her space to prepare medicine. Mo Bei instinctively nodded, watching her go inside and close the door. Huatong entered her space and sat down in the laboratory. In this later era, she had experienced viruses even more deadly than the Black Death. The Black Death had disappeared from her time many years ago, and her space no longer had special medicines for it. So, she needed time to prepare the medicine. In Chinguan village, soon the sound of a gong echoed. Someone was walking and shouting, there is something unclean in the village. People have died because of it. Everyone quickly go home and stay there. Do not visit others or talk to anyone. If you have a fever or cough, report immediately to the village chief. Otherwise, you are responsible for the consequences. This message was passed down, raising villagers' awareness of danger, warning them not to wander around. They didn't dare tell the villagers they had caught the plague. They were afraid that if this news reached higher authorities, they wouldn't get help and might die even faster. That day, the whole village was in chaos and silence. By the end of the day, everyone understood one thing. Li Jingyu had encountered something unclean. Thinking about the fact that some houses in the village were indeed unclean, many people were very frightened. Those with fever or cough quickly reported to the village chief. The village chief, wearing a mask, came out and, following Huatong's instructions, immediately arranged for them to stay in a designated yard. After a night passed, more people came crying and shouting at the village chief's house, reporting that someone else had died. The plague arrived fiercely, and on this day, over 20 people had fevers and coughs. After arranging the people, the village chief came to call people at Huatong's house. Mo Bei approached and, through the door, said, "Village chief, my wife is inside preparing medicine. She's busy now and can't see you." The village chief knew she was a healer. She had helped fix Li Fang's father's leg. He asked sadly, "Can she make the medicine?" Having lived half his life, he had never faced a plague before, but he had heard of it. He knew that once infected, there was only one way, death. He didn't dare to hope. Mo Bei was silent for a moment and said, "She can make the medicine." He believed she could do it. The village chief seemed to draw strength from these words and turned to leave, crying as he went. The day had just begun, and already things were so bad. Everyone had finally earned some money and was preparing to build houses. Oh, heavens!
Why?
Tears couldn't help but fall. He didn't understand. Why is life so hard? When will it end? Suddenly, the entire Chinguan village was covered in a dark gloom, as if even the sky knew these were hard times. No one dared to come out. At that moment, Grandma Zhao was sneaking around a corner, peeking and seeing the village chief walk away crying, feeling very pleased. She angrily returned to her yard and muttered, "They're getting what they deserve." Grandma Zhao was happy and scolded loudly at home. "They only think about their own people when making money, ignoring us outsiders. Now, the heavens are punishing them." By this time, others dared not speak harsh words. They were afraid to curse others, worried that the disease might come to them. But in reality, it wasn't that others didn't take her in. She had no cotton or silver to invest. She had simply given up a good opportunity herself. Her eldest daughter-in-law hurriedly asked, "What should we do? Are we just going to wait and die here?" Second daughter-in-law, "Mother, let's run away." "Run away? If we escape, we'll still need to buy land and houses. Where will the money come from?" Wei Zisu, she gave her too little silver. It couldn't support a whole family's food and needs. Outside Chinguan village, someone arrived in a carriage. The carriage was stopped at the entrance. The man guarding the village wore a mask and loudly said, "We have matters in our village today. We can't let anyone pass for now. Come back in a few days." The person in the carriage was Prince Qi. He stepped out and asked, "Brother, has something happened in the village?" He tried not to panic. "No, nothing has happened." Prince Qi looked at him and said, "I am a young master from the Qi family in Yudu County. Today, I came to see Lady Hua to discuss a secret formula. If we reach an agreement, you will all receive a good amount of silver." Although it was tempting, the villagers guarding the entrance said, "Young Master Qi, it's better if you don't go in. For your safety, our village has been touched by something unclean. If you come into contact with it, you could die. Lady Hua is busy cleaning the unclean things now and can't see visitors. Please come back in a few days." Prince Qi was surprised and asked, "There is something unclean in the village?" The villager didn't answer. He then asked, "Is it true that after a person dies, their skin turns black with something on it?" The villager was shocked and asked, "How do you know? Have you seen such things?" Prince Qi understood and said, "I've heard of it." He then said goodbye and turned to get into his carriage. He was a businessman and had many contacts, so he knew more than most people. Outside Jingzhou, a city had already been infected by this kind of plague, and all infected people were kept locked up. Some people, not willing to obey, escaped. Now, such a situation was happening in Yudu County. After returning to the county seat, Prince Qi went straight to the government office and reported the matter to the county magistrate. For the safety of the entire county, he had to do this. Otherwise, over time, chaos might break out. Soon after, soldiers from the county surrounded Chinguan village. The county magistrate came to inspect with his men. The villagers at the entrance, frightened, faltered in their steps. The magistrate stepped forward and asked, "Has a plague appeared in your village?" Only a few family members knew about this. The magistrate, knowing the seriousness, was very cautious. Hearing the question, the villagers stammered, unsure how to answer. The magistrate said sternly, "You commoners, if you lie, I will take your life." As a commoner himself, he dared not lie before the magistrate. He knelt down trembling and said, "Sir, yes, there is a plague. But the village chief has ordered everyone to stay at home and not go outside. Lady Huor is working on a remedy, so it hasn't spread." The magistrate snorted and looked at him, seeing he was normal and hadn't been infected. He then said, "Lead the way." The villager hurried to his feet and led the way. A group of soldiers cleared the path ahead as they entered the village. Li saw people approaching from afar and hurried to greet them. When he saw it was the officials coming, he was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he quickly knelt down. "Official," the county magistrate said in a deep voice, "where are the infected people?" In the front courtyard, Li wiped his sweat and then led the officials to the place where the refugees were held. The magistrate went to that courtyard. After inspecting with his men, the guards came back to report that many people were indeed confined inside. At that moment, screams came from inside, and a woman was crying loudly. "Someone has died. Someone has died." Unable to bear the fear, some people started crying loudly. The magistrate instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open from inside. Male villagers broke the door and ran out as fast as they could. It was too terrifying inside. People had died there. As they ran out, others behind them also fled. Seeing this, the magistrate was greatly alarmed. He shouted, "Everyone in the village, watch them carefully. No one is allowed to escape. Anyone caught trying to run, kill without mercy." His guards quickly followed the order, drawing their blades and rushing forward. The first villager to run was stabbed and fell to the ground. Before the others could understand what was happening, the guards attacked them with their swords. At that moment, the door on the women's side was also broken open, and a woman escaped from inside. They were desperately fleeing for their lives, unaware that death still awaited them outside. Suddenly, screams filled the courtyard. The villagers, already weakened by illness, had no strength to fight. They all collapsed in pools of blood. Some regained consciousness and ran back into their houses, too afraid to come out again. Li watched this scene and could no longer bear it. He covered his face and cried out loud. "Oh heavens!
Why?"
The magistrate shouted sternly. "Other villagers, check carefully. If anyone is found infected, bring them here. Anyone trying to escape, deal with them as they deserve." As the leader of the county, he knew that if the plague spread, it would be a disaster. If it reached higher authorities, his official position might be at risk. His guards divided the tasks. Some guarded the checkpoints, others searched each house. The guards went door to door. If they heard coughing or fever, they immediately pulled the person out. Because the village had over 100 households and more than 1,000 villagers, they couldn't gather everyone into one courtyard at once. They had to proceed with this method. After their disturbance, everyone in the village learned the truth. The villagers were not involved in anything dirty. Instead, there was a plague in the village. The Ho Tong family was also inspected. When the door was opened, the whole family stood neatly in the yard, all wearing masks. The officer asked, "Are there only these people? Is there anyone else?" Yehu, as the head of the family, replied, "No. If anyone has a fever or cough, report immediately. Otherwise, they will be punished by death." The officer questioned, scolded, and tried to scare them. Gus suddenly felt a tickle in his throat and coughed instinctively. Just as the officer was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and loudly said, "Take all these people away." One person's cough could infect the whole family. So, if they were to be taken, it would be the entire family. The officer immediately came to drive them away, saying, "Go quickly." No one moved. Yehu asked, "Where to?" "Of course, to quarantine. Move quickly." Some of them drew knives to intimidate. Yehu said, "Our family is not sick. Stop talking nonsense. Move now. If you don't, I will kill you." A group of officers shouted loudly, trying to scare them with knives.
"Wait."
A woman quickly stepped forward. This was Ho Tong. Inside the space, she could hear the shouting outside. She said, "Our family is not infected. If you lock them with infected people, healthy people will become sick too. The officers realized something was wrong and immediately asked, "Didn't you say no one was infected?"
Who is she?
"My name is Ho Tong. I am preparing medicine for the plague." "Officer, please check other families." "You're preparing medicine?" The officers looked her over. She was also dressed tightly, making it hard to see her face. At that moment, Prince Chi came in and said, "There's no problem here. Go check other families." The two officers looked at him, listened to his words, and left. Ho Tong glanced at him and asked, "Did you bring people?" Since the officers found out so quickly, she couldn't help but think this when she saw Chi. Chi replied, "Yes, I did." Ho Tong had nothing to say to him. "I am going to prepare medicine." Everyone closed the door. "Young Master Chi, you may leave now." Chi said, "Lady Ho, I'll wait for you outside." Ho Tong turned and went inside. Mo Bei said, "Young Master Chi, please." He went to the door, invited the people out, then closed the door. Outside, families were driven to the quarantine area one after another. The dead in the yard frightened everyone, so no one dared to stay inside. They all sat outside. In the yard, the sounds of men and women crying never stopped. Adults and children were all panicked. Officials came to investigate, and all villagers were forced to go home and stay inside. That day, Mo Bei circled around Hudong's door several times. He wanted to call her, but was afraid of disturbing her. Since she went inside, she hadn't come out. She was not eating or drinking, and he was worried she might starve. Mo Bei went to the window and noticed it wasn't fully closed. He gently pushed it open and looked inside but saw no one. The room was so small, was she not inside? Mo Bei stood there for a while, lost in thought, his mind drifting far away. Ever since Tong Tong woke up by the water source, she had been acting strangely. Now, she was even more strange. She had simply disappeared into thin air. Mo Bei turned and went back. Wang Shi came out and said, "Lulu isn't eating or drinking, which isn't good. I'll make some food and take it to her." Mo Bei replied, "There's food in her room. No need to bother her." Well, Wang Shi decided to leave it at that. That night, Hudong did not come out. As the night passed, only the sound of villagers crying and wailing could be heard, heart-wrenching and loud. The number of infected and dead was rising. Those in quarantine were anxious and scared. "Open the door. Let us out," came the screams from the quarantine yard. More people were added to the quarantine, and many had died. Everyone was terrified. From inside, cries and screams continued. Several more people died overnight in the quarantine room. Everyone witnessing this was deeply shocked, but no one dared to run away. If they did, they would die even faster. At the Mo family's house, everyone sat gloomily, not knowing when this would end. Dark clouds covered the sky over Chinguan village. Outside, the village chief's voice was heard, Lady Hudong. His voice was hoarse. He was crying again. Watching his people be killed and infected, he felt helpless. Mo Bei walked over and said, "Village chief, stay calm." He couldn't even say those 4 words. "Bei, they've killed our people, and many others have died. They don't see our lives as important. They don't see us as human." The village chief's voice was hoarse. He was in pain. Mo Bei said, "Hold on a little longer. Hudong would definitely find the medicine." The village chief didn't say anything more and went back, crying. Mo Bei turned and left, walking to Hudong's window again to look inside. She was still not there. He leaned against the wall, looking at the sky, which was blazing with the sun. His mind drifted far away again, wondering where she had come from. He couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Hudong stepped out from inside. Mo Bei suddenly turned around, staring at her intently. "Little Bei, I have the special medicine now. I need to go out for a while," she said, and hurriedly left. She quickly went to the village chief's house, where the village chief was busy taking her to the quarantine area. The guards at the quarantine station watched over the place. The village chief arrived at the gate and loudly said, "Brother officer, Lady Hua has the medicine. She can cure them now. Let her in quickly." The officer also heard about this and allowed her to enter. In just 2 days, there were 110 men and 130 women in quarantine, including adults and children. Everyone inside was crying and screaming. Some were very sick and lying on the ground, barely alive. Huatong said, "I'm here to deliver medicine. Everyone stay calm and don't be afraid. This will all pass." Her voice was gentle but powerful. The people there instinctively quieted down and all looked at her. She opened her medicine box and gave injections to each person. Someone asked her, "Will I die?" "No, everyone will survive," she replied. Someone coughed and, feeling uncomfortable, hit their chest and said, "I don't want to die." Huatong said, "You won't die." She was busy working alone, wearing protective clothing and gloves, but people still recognized her when she spoke. Someone cried and asked, "Are you Lady Hua?" "Yes, I am." After hearing about this, the county magistrate hurried over. He looked at the place from outside but didn't dare go inside. There were too many infected people. Who would dare to go near? The village chief told him, "Sir, this is our village's Lady Hua. She made the medicine. Now, everyone is no longer afraid of the plague." The magistrate squinted and said, "Very good, very good. Make sure to watch over these people carefully. Only when their illnesses are gone can we release them." The village chief quickly agreed. Then the magistrate returned to his office. When Huatan finished everything and went back, it was already late at night. She entered the yard and saw someone standing at the door. "Bulbei, why are you standing here?" He was waiting for her. She sounded tired. "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" The boy said nothing and went to hug her. "You're the same." Huatong softly said, "It's okay now. Everything is over. I'm tired and want to sleep." The boy let go of her. "All right, go to sleep." Huatong went into the house and closed the door. She was very exhausted. She closed her eyes, entered her space, and lay down. She didn't dare sleep long. When morning came, she quickly got up and ran out again. The county magistrate arrived early and was very concerned about the progress of the matter. Once Lady Hua controls the plague, reporting it upward would be a great achievement. This would allow the magistrate to get a promotion. Yesterday, after taking medicine once, everyone's symptoms improved today. People seemed to see hope again and said to her, "Lady Hua, you are the hope of our village." Someone cried and said, "Lady Hua, you are so kind." She was like a light in the dark, guiding the way forward. When she returned home, it was already afternoon. Mo Bei came over and said, "Tong Tong, eat your meal before you sleep." He had left some food for her, though he wasn't sure if she needed to eat. Huatong finally realized she was very hungry. In her space, she only ate bread when hungry. Mo Bei left her cucumber scrambled eggs, some rabbit meat, and a tomato and egg soup. While she was eating, everyone in the family came over and sat at the table, watching her closely. Huatong looked around at the people beside her. Being stared at like that, she suddenly couldn't eat anymore. "Since everyone is here, I will give you all an injection now to prevent infection," she said. She took her medicine box and got out a needle. "Who wants to go first?" Everyone looked at each other, then all pointed to one person, Mo Bei first. As Huatong's husband, he naturally took the first shot. It was a vaccine and didn't hurt at all. When it was Mo Wenji's turn, she hadn't started yet. She threw herself into her mother's arms and cried loudly. As long as she cried loudly, it didn't hurt. Huiyang also covered his eyes and shouted loudly. As long as he yelled loud enough, he wouldn't feel pain. Everyone in the house looked down on him. After the injections, Huatong finished her bowl of rice. "Lady Hua, there was a knock on the door outside." Mo Bei went to open it. It was the county magistrate. Seeing the county official, everyone stood up and gave way for him to sit. The magistrate asked, "Lady Hua, what is the recipe for this medicine?" He wanted the recipe to claim credit. People don't fight with officials, and Huatong didn't care about claiming credit either, so she simply decided to give him a favor. She said, "Please wait a moment." She turned around and went back to her room to get the recipe. After receiving it, the magistrate smiled and said, "Having Lady Hua in our village is not only a blessing for the villagers, but also for me. I heard you're very capable and can lead the whole village to prosperity. You're a heroine among women. Huatong, they're just small trinkets, not worth mentioning. The county official smiled and said, You're very modest. He stood up and said, I will go home now. The villagers here still need your help, Lady Hua. Huatong saw him off and said, Take care, county magistrate. Suddenly, he noticed a young deer in her yard and said, This little deer is nice. Huatong replied, If you like, next time you go hunting in the mountains, I can catch another one for you. The villagers seemed a bit clueless. Is it not enough to just give this one? People said they would give another next time, so the official shouldn't force it. A clever servant nearby asked, Lady Hua, how much is this little deer? I want to buy it. Huatong said, It's a domesticated animal, not for sale. The officer took out a piece of silver and threw it into her arms, saying, Lady Hua, I bought it. Next time, you can go catch another one. He directly took the young deer away. Bei stepped forward to stop him, but Huatong pulled him back. Everyone left her house. Huayang's eyes turned red with anger. This is so hateful. Huatong also felt sad. They were just ordinary villagers. They still had to live in this village. Why cause trouble with the official? Though she was reluctant, she couldn't risk trouble for her family just for a small deer. Emonan was so angry he ran over and closed the door. The whole family was furious, but dared not speak out. Mrs. Wang said, That county official is really something. He took our formula without even a thank you, and now he's taking our deer too. Huatong said, All right, everyone stop being angry. I want to sleep a little longer. She turned and went inside. Bei quickly followed and said, Tong Tong, I'll go catch another little deer in the mountains for you. Stop catching them. She didn't want to raise animals anymore. Suddenly, she came over and threw herself into his arms. The small pet she fed carefully every day, she couldn't really bear to give it away. Bei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly hugged her tightly and gently rubbed his chin against her hair. After this, the villagers also received special medicine injections. The disease came fiercely but was controlled in time. Even so, over 100 people died, including more than 30, who were killed. Although they had received the special medicine, everyone stayed quietly at home to recover, following Huatong's earlier instructions to isolate themselves for 3 days. The quarantine was hard, but at least they wouldn't die.
Today was the last day.
If no one else showed signs of infection, the whole village would be safe. On the 3rd day, the quarantine was lifted. Everyone was finally free, but they were reluctant to go outside. Remembering the consequences of the plague, everyone still feels uneasy. That morning, Lord Qi came again. His carriage stopped outside the Huatong house. As he got down, he heard the sounds of chickens and sheep in the yard. Madam Hu, he called, and Bei opened the door. Bei glanced at him and turned to leave. Huatong was playing with her pets. A chicken eager for attention was circling her, trying to jump into her arms. A little sheep was also rubbing against her. Huatong looked at the visitor and said, Prince Qi, please sit. She invited him to sit at the table in the yard. The morning sun was still warm and inviting. In this season, wherever you sit feels equally cozy. She sat down and asked, Madam Hu, has the village situation improved?
It's all over now, she replied.
Prince Qi understood. He hadn't seen any villagers on the way here. He said, I've thought about your suggestion and I can agree to it. Huatong responded, Since you agree, let's sign a written agreement.
Okay.
Huatong stood up and said, Wait a moment. She went inside to get paper and a pen, then said, Xiao Bei, you write it. She explained what to do. Bei sat beside her and wrote according to her instructions. After finishing, he showed it to Qi. Prince Qi looked it over and had no objections. He took his seal and stamped it, then pressed his thumbprint. They made 2 copies. Huatong also pressed her thumbprint. Money on one side, goods on the other. When you come again, remember to bring small change, so I can distribute it to the villagers. Prince Qi stored the receipt, stood up to leave, and said, All right. After he left, Huatong also told her family, I'm going to check on the villagers. Although the danger was over, The people in quarantine in the big yard hadn't all left yet. Some hadn't recovered from more serious symptoms. The whole Chinguan village no longer had its usual joy. No one was washing clothes by the river anymore. After giving medicine to the people in quarantine, more than 20 men and women looked at her pitifully and asked, "Madam, when can we go home?" She comforted them. "Once you recover, you can go home." With her reassurance, the quarantined people stayed obediently. No one dared to shout about leaving because they knew if they did, they might infect others. When she came out again, Hu Tong let out a soft breath. On the way back, she stopped by the Li Zheng's house. The epidemic was easing, and Li Zheng was sitting in the yard, staring at the sky in a daze. When he heard Hu Tong was there, he immediately stood up and went to greet her. "Lady Hua," Hu Tong said, "I'm here to tell you that young Master Qi came today. He has agreed to our request, and in a few days, he will send the silver." The village chief shed tears of gratitude. "That's wonderful. Heaven hasn't forsaken us." Once, he thought the heavens would destroy their village. Now he sees more hope. Not only did they receive silver, but they are also allowed to keep using their secret recipe. "Lady Hua, you are truly a great benefactor to our village." The village chief wiped away tears that were about to fall. He had never known that there could be genuinely kind people who help without asking for anything in return. "Lady Hua, please sit and talk." The village chief's wife, Duan Chui, hurriedly brought out a stool. Hu Tong said, "I won't sit. I have things at home, so I'm going back now." The village chief quickly helped her out, saying, "All right, go home and rest well. You've worked hard these days." Hu Tong turned and left. When she got home, her family had already prepared lunch. As they sat down, Imonen asked sister-in-law, "Do you notice anything different about the taste of this dish?" Hu Tong was surprised and tasted again. It's quite delicious. Wang's cooking skills have improved." She smiled and said, "Today's dish was made by my brother." Since Wang followed the village women to learn about customs, Bei also started learning to cook. In a short time, his cooking improved rapidly. Using the same seasonings, his dishes tasted better than Wang's. Hu Tong smiled gently and looked at Bei. "Xiao Bei, your cooking is now like that of a master chef." Bei said, "As long as you like it." "Like it?" So she ate half a bowl more. Wang silently thought, after eating her cooking for so long, her daughter-in-law had never praised her once. Does this mean she's indirectly saying her cooking isn't good? Is her cooking really that bad? Wang felt unhappy, but said nothing. 3 days later, everyone in the quarantine yard had returned home. But thinking about all the people who had died, the villagers of Chinguan village still felt very scared and dared not go outside. The village chief had no choice but to have people beat drums and walk from east to west, loudly shouting, "Thanks to everyone's efforts, this strange illness has been eradicated from our village. All dangers have been eliminated. It's time to eat, drink, and work in the fields. Please trust that with Lady Hua among us, our people are absolutely safe." With the villagers' persuasion, some gradually came out of their houses and started talking. But the people who had died could never come back. After the sadness, everyone quickly realized a new problem. After being isolated at home for many days, the rice in the fields died directly. The water in the river, which used to be enough for bathing, is now decreasing so much that the riverbed is almost visible. The water from the well is also like this. After pumping for a while, the water becomes so deep that the rope can't reach it. Mrs. Wang, who had gone to wash clothes with her daughter, returned and said, "The water in the river is almost gone. I think in 2 days, we won't be able to wash clothes anymore. Do you think there might also be a drought here?" Mao and Go, frightened, shouted, "Why are we so unlucky? Wherever we go, there is a drought." She quickly ran to her family's well, poured in 2 big bowls of water, and managed to pump some out. Fortunately, she was able to get water. Hu Tong's eyes moved, and she ran outside to check the situation. She had been busy treating villagers these days and hadn't noticed these changes. Sure enough, when she reached the riverbank, she saw that the water had decreased by more than half. Old Lady Zhao was loudly talking by the river, I told you all already. Huitong is a troublemaker. Wherever she goes, disaster follows. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Everyone in the village will die because of her." Su Tian was washing clothes nearby and retorted, "Old Lady Zhao, if you're crazy, go see a doctor. I won't allow you to speak badly about Madame Hua. If it weren't for her saving our village, we would all be dead." Other women agreed, saying, "Exactly, you're just jealous and resentful." Seeing that everyone refused to listen to her, Old Lady Zhao, angry, took her 2 daughters-in-law and left, saying, "Ignore the elders' advice, and you'll suffer." As she reached the shore, she saw Huitong standing there, looking at her with a cold, icy stare. Old Lady Zhao's heart trembled, but she quickly straightened her chest and said, "Huitong, if you have any conscience, please spare these villagers." Huitong suddenly asked suspiciously, "Am I not your real granddaughter?" How could anyone treat their own granddaughter like that? Even if they didn't like her, there was no need to slander her everywhere. If she didn't like her, she could just ignore her for the rest of her life. Old Lady Zhao was startled but quickly calmed herself and said, "Of course you are my granddaughter. Otherwise, do you think you're a noble young lady from a big family?" She felt a bit guilty and hurriedly walked away, angry. That morning, young Master Qi arrived with many boxes of silver. For the villagers of Chinguan village, being able to receive money again was like a gift from heaven after surviving the disaster. Following Huitong's request, boxes of silver were moved to the village chief's house. The village chief gathered everyone involved in the monthly work division at his home. Before the villagers knew about the silver distribution again, the village chief explained everything. As usual, those who invested more at the start received a larger share later. Huitong distributed over 2,000 taels of silver. Even those who received less got nearly 200 taels. Having silver meant they could continue making crafts, which felt like a wonderful dream to them. So real and beautiful. Those who didn't join the investment before felt very regretful, recalling how they listened to Zhao Laotai's misleading words and went to confront her, resulting in a fight. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion, like ghostly wails and howls. Zhao Laotai's family was not easy to bully. She had 2 daughters-in-law, 2 sons, and an old man. They didn't just stand there and take the hits, they fought back fiercely. Neither side gained much from the fight. It was only after the village chief heard about the chaos and came over shouting loudly that the fighting stopped and people were separated. Most of the troublemakers were outsiders. Although they had lived in the village for many years, they still couldn't fully integrate with the Li family. The outsiders' actions naturally caused suspicion and rejection. Now, since they didn't get any benefits, they vented their anger on Zhao Laotai. Everyone shouted at the village chief, saying, "Village chief, we want to drive this wicked old woman out of the village. Village chief, she's been spreading bad rumors about Lady Hu. We believed her lies, so we didn't join the partnership at first. Village chief, we're innocent. Village chief, I can't stand it if I don't teach her a lesson." Zhao Laotai cried loudly, not expecting that her scheme would backfire so badly. At this moment, Huitong stepped forward and said, "Everyone, please listen to me. Although you didn't receive a share this time, I am willing to give each household 10 taels of silver. Tomorrow, come to my house to collect it." The women who had been arguing quickly said, That's too much to ask." 10 taels of silver was a significant amount, and a year's worth of hard work. Some people were surprised and happy, asking Lady Hu, "Is this true?" Huitong replied, "I only hope that from now on, everyone can work together in unity. Since we are all from the same village, there's no division of clans. We are one big family, sharing the wealth and facing problems together." The village chief looked at her in shock. This girl was brave enough to give out money and willing to take responsibility. Why is she so kind? How can he bear it? The village chief, holding back tears, said, "I also take a part of the share, 5 taels of silver per household." This time, his share of silver was not much less than Potongus. The villagers who didn't participate were about 50 households. Due to the plague, many people had died, and now there are about 40 households. Each gives 5 taels of silver, and he can afford it. Someone immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you, village chief. Thank you, Lady Hua. I bow to you." Everyone quickly knelt down and bowed, but the village chief waved his hands and said, "Don't do that, don't do that. Get up quickly." A woman loudly said, "From now on, we won't listen to outsiders' tricks. Let's follow the village chief and Lady Hua. We will definitely make money." Old Lady Doll and her family were so angry they hit their chests and quietly ran away. Why is Wutong so generous to outsiders, but so stingy to their family? At this moment, Wutong also turned back and left. The young man at home happily carried the silver back. She followed behind, a smile appearing at the corner of her eye. Lady Hua, a young master chi who hadn't left, came to call her. "Can you tell me the secret recipe now?" "Yes, please, young master chi." They walked side by side. "Chi," said Lady Hua, "you really know how to win people's hearts." Wutong didn't comment. Huoyang Moberry and the others, carrying silver, went home again. They placed the money on the table, and Vuonge quickly grabbed a gold ingot and held it in his hand. "Give me one." Huotong said, "Everyone can take one." The largest gold ingot was 10 taels. Most of the others were broken silver. Qigongzu, following Huotong's request, specially exchanged the gold for broken silver.
Monan Moxi Huoyang and others didn't hold back.
However, instead of taking a big piece, they chose a piece of broken silver. Huotong also grabbed some silver and handed it to Wuobei, saying, "Hold this. I have nowhere to put it. Better keep it on you." That's true, they didn't even have a purse. Wangsha said, "Later, I'll sew a purse for each of you." Looking at the shiny silver, she also smiled happily. Huotong then went to bring the unused quicklime and alkali, demonstrating publicly how to make a menstrual belt that doesn't leak. Wangsha also smiled and went to cook, reminding Huotong, 6-6, remember to hide all the money. Since her daughter-in-law was so good at earning money, she, as the mother-in-law, could just focus on cooking. If her daughter-in-law had to stay at the stove every day, she wouldn't make any money. Huotong responded with a nod and continued her demonstration. Because the cotton needed to be dried in the sun for a while, young Master Chi stayed behind for lunch. During this time, Tong took some cloth and sewed a small pouch. Mo Wenj also made a pouch for himself to hold his money. After Tong finished sewing the pouch, he filled it with some broken silver and handed it to Mo Bei, saying, "Little Bei, this is for you." It was a red pouch, plain without any embroidery. Mo Bei took it happily. Huoyang asked Lulu, "What about mine?" He didn't have a pouch either, so he had nowhere to keep his money. Tong sewed one for him as well. It was just a rectangular piece of cloth sewn on the sides, with a small opening at the top, stitched with simple thread, very minimalistic. Although it was very plain, the person receiving the pouch was very happy. The key was that the pouch was filled with heavy silver coins. Young Master Chi sat in the courtyard, looking at her with backlight, and reached out to pat the wild chicken that ran over. The wild chicken proudly shook its head. Young Master Chi stood up and walked around the courtyard, looking at the equipment there, and was surprised. There was an iron stand in her courtyard. He looked closely and suddenly understood. Recently, this had become popular in the county town, and many wealthy families were making their own. Their family had also just made one, claiming it was for roasting. After walking around, she approached Tong and asked, "Madam, was that roasting stand your idea?" "Yes," Tong replied without looking up. Young Master Chi looked at her, increasingly amazed. Mo Bei suddenly stepped in front of him and said, "Young Master Chi, if you're bored, you can go for a walk." He looked at him and said, "I'm not bored." He turned and sat down again. Mo Bei glared at him briefly, then turned to stir-fry at the stove. In the short time it took to cook, Tong sewed several pouches quickly, one for each person. She personally filled each pouch with broken silver and handed them out to everyone, including the couple of hunters. Tong looked at the silver on the table, then carried several boxes back to her room. Huoyang came over to help carry them. When no one was around, she stored everything in her space. Once the food was ready and served on the table, young Master Chi looked at the rich spread and was slightly surprised. He didn't expect they could prepare such a luxurious meal. There was roasted pork, fish fin soup, chestnut chicken, and more. Most importantly, the dishes were delicious and unique in flavor. Mo Bei said, "Young Master Chi, we don't have much to entertain you with at home. Just eat whatever you like." After eating for a while, he asked, "What kind of seasoning is used?" Mo Bei replied, "There's no special seasoning." Prince Chi didn't ask any more questions. After dinner and the cotton was dried, Huatong finished the final step of processing the cotton and showed it to him. Prince Chi looked at her calm face and gradually felt more relaxed. Since a young woman could be so open and honest, he, as a man, realized that being too reserved made him seem petty. After learning how to make menstrual cloths, Prince Chi did not stay long. He stood up and said, "Lady Hua, I will take my leave now." "Prince Chi, take care on your way." Huatong wanted to see him off a few steps, but Mo Bei stepped over and saw him off instead. When Prince Chi left, he saw a girl leaning at the door. It was Huaru, bringing Huamei along. Knowing that another handsome young man had come to their house, Huaru, feeling excited, couldn't help but come over to take a look. He was gentle and refined. It was said that all the silver money he brought was from him. "Prince Chi," Huaru boldly spoke. Prince Chi glanced at her. "Is there something?" Huaru looked at him affectionately and said, "Prince Chi, you are truly a kind person." He had given so much silver to the villagers, and she really wanted some. If she married Prince Chi, his silver could be hers to use. Prince Chi didn't reply and got into his carriage, leaving. A kind person, what did that have to do with him? He clearly saw that this rural girl was trying to flirt. Watching the carriage leave, Huaru waved and said, "Prince Chi, come again next time." Mo Bei, standing at the door, closed it behind him. Huaru was angry and pounded on the door. Inside, Mo and Ge mocked, "Look at her disgusting face. She flirts with every man she sees. She should check her status. No nobleman would look at a lowly person like her." While saying this, she couldn't help but think of another young master, Wei Zisu's brother. He was probably much better looking than these people. But she was also a lowly person. After this, the village's joy of sharing the money replaced the sadness of death, and they gradually forgot their grief. The next day, villagers went to Huatong's house. She agreed to give them part of her share. According to the previous plan, each household received 10 taels of silver. Everyone happily accepted the silver and thanked her. Wang Shi felt upset. She, as the head of the household, had given her silver to others. Could there be another daughter-in-law as wasteful as her in the whole village? Because the village chief also promised to give each household 5 taels. After they received 10 taels from her, they went to the village chief's house. The village chief was happy and gave each household 5 taels of silver. After finishing dividing the silver, his wife Duan Chui smiled and said, "Today the village chief spent a lot. Do you feel sorry?" She knew very well what kind of man her husband was. He had no bad intentions and was willing to help villagers, but he was also stingy and loved money. The village chief snorted and said, "There's no need to feel sorry. Mistress Hua always finds ways to earn money." He was now convinced that as long as he followed Mistress Hua, they would have money. At this moment, their eldest son returned from the fields and said, "Dad, the rice plants are dead. There's no harvest this year. The river's water has dried up. What will we do without water in the future?" They could buy food if they lost their crops, but if there's no water, even money can't buy it. The village chief was momentarily stunned but quickly stood up and said, "I'll go check." Lately, he had been busy with the plague, so everyone was too worried to think about other things, and they didn't notice that the river's water was almost gone. He ran out to look around and, seeing the situation worsen, he went straight to Huatong's house. As soon as he entered, he called out, "Mistress Hua, Mistress Hua." Their family was preparing lunch. Huatong was in the yard feeding her small animals. Hearing the call, she stood up. "Mistress Hua, look at this weather. Do you think there will be a drought? What if a drought happens?" No matter how much silver they had, it couldn't solve the water shortage. Huatong had thought about this problem and said, "Starting now, we need to store water, save it, and don't waste it." The village chief agreed and then sent villagers out with drums to spread the word, urging everyone to save water and stockpile it. But in the end, their own family didn't manage to get any water. Even though over 100 people had died from the plague earlier, the village still had more than 800 residents. With so many people trying to store water, the river's water was quickly drained by the villagers. Some villagers even started fighting by the river. Mo Wench quickly checked his own well, poured out 2 bowls of water, pressed the pump a few times, and drew water out. Tong wasn't worried about water shortages because she had plenty of spiritual spring water in her space. She just needed to pour it into the well when needed. She had water. She had food. Now she even had a house, so she didn't have to sleep outside in the wind and rain. They weren't afraid of famine or plague. While the whole village was busy storing water, her water jar was always full, and laundry and bathing went smoothly. Her cultivated fields didn't have rice yet, but she wasn't worried about drought. It was just that the villagers were pitiful. The little water left in the village couldn't withstand much use, and was soon gone. Every day, villagers fought over water for drinking. There's no such thing as unity and friendship in the face of life. While the villagers were searching for water everywhere, Tong was not idle either. That morning, she discussed with her family, Xiao Bei, let's go to the county town. I'll take you to see the private school. I want to go too. Me too. Mo Bei hadn't finished speaking, but the other children eagerly expressed their desire to go. In the end, Tong took everyone along. They put her little donkey on, sat in the cart, and set out. Mo Nyen and his wife stayed at home to watch the door. Tong and the others rode the donkey on the road. Even though it was the hottest part of summer, no one felt hot. Everyone was very excited sitting in the cart. Honestly, it was their first time riding in a donkey cart. It felt very fancy. When they reached Yudu County, Tong took everyone to buy vegetables and meat, and also bought some grains. Unexpectedly, the price of grains in the county had already gone up. A 50-pound bag of rice cost nearly 10 taels of silver, which was a real ripoff. Tong thought about the lack of food at home, so she spent 200 taels to buy rice and flour, then bought a lot of meat. She secretly stored the meat in her space when Mo Bei and the others weren't paying attention. Because it was too hot, the meat would spoil if left outside. After buying all the necessary vegetables, Tong took everyone to buy clothes. Clothes were essential. With money, who wouldn't want to dress beautifully? Everyone bought 2 sets of clothes, and she secretly added 2 more for Mo Bei. Once everything was bought, they prepared to go see the private school. Lady Hua, just as everyone was about to leave on the donkey, they saw Prince Chi approaching. Prince Chi. Tong stopped and politely nodded. Prince Chi looked around and lowered his voice to say, Lady Hua, I received news that bandits are about to attack Yudu. It's not safe to stay here. You should leave the village quickly and avoid trouble. Tong smiled and said, Thank you for the warning, Prince Chi. Prince Chi looked at her for a moment, noticing her expression, which clearly showed she didn't believe him. He sighed and said, Lady Hua, I don't mean to chase you away. It's true, the bandits number over 10,000, and our small Yudu can't resist them. Seeing her expression, he had no choice but to say, All right, I won't say more. Believe it or not, I'm leaving now. He walked away directly. Huiyang snorted softly and said, Don't think I don't know what he's up to. He just hopes we all leave so he can have the secret recipe all to himself. Everyone thought so, and Tong certainly shared the same suspicion. Let's go. She was riding a small donkey, taking them to the private school. It is said that the teacher is a scholar in his 40s. Tong wanted all the children in the family to come and learn to read and write. When they arrived at the door, they knocked for a long time, but no one answered. After knocking on the neighbor's door, a middle-aged man came out and looked at them. Seeing it was a group of children, he asked impatiently, What are you doing? Tong quickly replied, Uncle, excuse me, why is the private school here no longer open? He just left today, saying he was moving, the man said, then closed the door again. Tong was surprised. Why would a good private school move away? Are they not teaching anymore? She had previously asked the village bully to find out, and was told this was the best private school. The teacher was still a scholar. Mo Bei called her, Tong Tong, there's always time. Maybe we should go home first. So, they had no choice but to do that. On the way back, Mo Bei was riding the donkey, and she sat beside him. Huiyang was eager to try, let me try too. But he almost drove the donkey into a ditch. When they returned home at noon, Mrs. Wang had already prepared the meal. Recently, she had been secretly practicing her cooking skills and earned praise from her children. Today's dishes are very tasty. Mom, your cooking has improved a lot. Mrs. Wang was proud but modest as long as you like it. After eating, with nothing else to do in the afternoon, Mo Bei said she wanted to go up the mountain mainly to cut some grass for her small animals and also check if there were any small animals in the traps. Hu Tong hurriedly stopped her. Little Bei, I want to go too. When they went out together, they met some villagers coming to fetch water, who called out to her, Lady Hua, there's no water now. Where can we find a water source? Hu Tong said, let's wait and see. Maybe it will rain soon. Lady Hua was so calm. While others were searching everywhere for water, why was there no sign of any at her home? Soon, someone realized, I heard that Lady Hua dug a well at her house. I wonder if she has water now. Let's go and check. They set out together, and went to knock on Hu Tong's door. Meanwhile, Mo Bei and Hu Tong first cut a basketful of grass. Just like before, she sat in the shade, and Mo Bei finished cutting the grass and placed it in a bamboo basket, saying, Tong Tong, let's go see if we caught anything good in the traps. He knew where the traps were set, and upon hearing this, Hu Tong jumped up and ran with him. Before approaching, she heard faint bleating sounds from the pit. A young spotted deer looked up sadly at the sky, unable to climb out. Hu Tong was startled, thinking of her own little deer, feeling a bit sad. Mo Bei had already jumped down and picked up the deer, handing it to her. Hu Tong quickly took it, supporting the helpless little deer, and asked, How did you get here? It must be heaven sending you to me. From now on, you are mine. I'll take care of you. Spotted deer usually don't live in groups. They often live alone. Mo Bei climbed up and looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Sure enough, giving her a little deer could replace the one she lost. He thought that someday, he might completely replace the person in her heart. Let's go back, Hu Tong said, holding the little deer and turning to leave. Mo Bei carried a bamboo basket and said, Can you carry it? Or should I help you? The little deer was still young, weighing about 40 jin, around 20 kilograms. Even with 40 jin, she could carry it. Hu Tong didn't let him carry it and smiled. We can both carry it. Especially, since it's just a little deer. Mo Bei said, I don't believe that. Hu Tong was distracted and forgot what she had just said. Don't believe what? Don't believe you can carry me. Hu Tong smiled silently and ran away with the little deer. Suddenly, she encountered a snake rushing toward her. She didn't notice, but Mo Bei quickly stepped forward, swinging his sickle. The snake was cut in half instantly. Mo Bei picked up the snake and asked, Want to make snake soup? Hu Tong smiled softly. Roast snake meat.
All right.
He stored the snake away. When they returned home, they saw their yard was crowded with people. Old Lady Zhao had brought her 2 daughters-in-law to their house, all for water. Villagers knew they had a well, and since some water was available here, everyone came to fetch water. Many took 2 buckets each. One well's water wasn't enough for so many people. As they kept filling, the water stopped flowing. Some people started to complain, accusing others of taking too many buckets. They argued and even started fighting. The scene became chaotic, people hitting and pushing each other, falling to the ground. The children from Mo Nian's family hid far away, afraid of getting hurt.
There was nothing they could do about it.
Hu Tong walked over to look. When some people saw her return, they shouted, Lady Hua is back. Stop fighting. Those with red eyes didn't stop immediately. Hu Tong put down the little deer and pushed through the crowd to come forward. Their large yard could hold hundreds of people, but she couldn't even walk through it. Hu Tong loudly said, If you keep making noise, don't come to my house to fetch water anymore. This worked, and the scene quieted down. The fighting people quickly stopped. Several people had bruised faces and noses, but no one gained any advantage. Huatong said, "Starting today, only one person from each household can come to fetch water, and only one bucket. There are hundreds of villagers. Even if she pours spiritual spring water into the well, it will run out quickly. The well water can't supply everyone, and since the water is deep, there's only a limited amount." The villagers agreed, saying Lady Hua is right. Some people are greedy and only care about themselves, ignoring others. They're selfish. Huatong said, "Everyone coming to fetch water should line up properly, keeping a space of one person between each. No pushing or cutting the line. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to come to my house for water again." The villagers agreed, saying yes, some people are shameless and try to cut the line. Huatong continued, "Today, if your family has no water, go ask those who brought 2 buckets. Say it's my order. If they refuse to give water, they won't be allowed to come to my house tomorrow." After she finished speaking, the villagers agreed. Since the well no longer produced water, everyone dispersed. After everyone left, Mo Wenj ran over to press the water, but no water came out. She was so anxious, she almost cried and said, "Sister-in-law, we have no water left. Why are you still letting them come to fetch water tomorrow?" Huatong replied, "After one night, the water will rise again. It's not urgent." Mo Wenj angrily said, "If you're not worried, I am. Tomorrow, I'll lock the door and not let them come to fetch water. These people are just like the ones at Grandma Zhao's house, ungrateful. Helping them doesn't benefit us, and it only causes trouble." Huatong turned to feed the little deer grass. While Wang Shi went to cook, Mo Bei came over and said, "Today, we're having barbecue." He took out a snake and threw it into a basin, then found scissors and quickly cut the snake. Mo Wenj was still complaining alone, but no one paid attention to her. It was too noisy. Huatong thought that if she had to stay here long-term, and since she wasn't lacking water, she would help if the villagers really had no water. Mo Wenj didn't know about these things and didn't want to, which was normal. The others didn't speak because they listened to Huatong. She could do whatever she wanted. She was not wrong. She was the head of the family. Amid Mo Wenji's noisy voice, the barbecue grill was brought over. After lighting the charcoal with a fire fan, slices of meat, chicken legs, pork, and snake meat were grilled one by one. Huatong also took out fruit wine. As long as there was a roof, whether it was rough or not didn't matter to her. Like usual, everyone ate and drank as they pleased. Strangely, the water in the household water jar remained full. Even the well water was always full. No one in the family needed to pump water into the jar anymore. Children wouldn't notice these things. They only paid attention to Mrs. Wang. At breakfast, she quietly said, "Have you all noticed something strange? The water jar at home." Before she finished, Mo Bei hushed her, saying, "Don't say anything. Some things shouldn't be spoken of. Once you say them, they might disappear." Mrs. Wang immediately swallowed her words. The others looked at her, then at Mo Wengo, who was acting mysteriously. "What's going on? Why won't you say it?" Mrs. Wang replied, "Just eat your food." There was a folk story about a mother and son closing the door at home to pour oil, but no matter how much they poured, it never ran out. The mother once said, "Why does this oil never run out?" And then trouble started. The oil stopped flowing. Mrs. Wang remembered the story and immediately dared not speak. Could it be that their family was also blessed by a divine spirit? She also remembered how, on the way fleeing from famine, Huatong kept finding rice flour. That made her realize, it's not just their family that was blessed, but Huatong herself. Since she came to their home, even with scarce water, their water supply never ran out. Thinking this way, Mrs. Wang felt at ease. Let the villagers come and fetch water. If their family was blessed by a divine spirit, they wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. After all, divine spirits are compassionate. Once she understood this, Mrs. Wang felt more comfortable seeing the villagers lining up to fetch water at their house. Helping others was like earning good karma for her children at home. Mo Wengo, however, was upset. Sitting in her room, she pouted angrily. The villagers had been lining up since morning to fetch water from her yard, but now they were all well-behaved and polite, no longer arguing. After fetching water, the villagers on the road started murmuring. Have you noticed? The wells at both ends of the village can't produce water anymore, but how come Mrs. Hua's well keeps flowing? Could it be that Mrs. Hua's place is a lucky spot? Where would there be a lucky spot? Don't you remember? This is a place where someone died. Could it be that the people who die here are being protected by their families? Everyone was talking and couldn't explain why. Lu Yunyang, passing by, heard this and said, "Let me tell you, it's because Lady Hua is a kind person and has the blessing of the immortals. That's why her water source hasn't run out." No one could argue with that. At this moment, the village chief also brought water and queued up at Huatong's house. Villagers saw him and said, "Village chief, you go ahead of me." The village chief replied, No, I won't cut in line." At that time, Huatong, who had been writing for a while, stood up and looked outside from the window. Mo Bei came over to her and looked together. As they watched, the young boy said, "Tong Tong, why are you so good?" So good that he didn't know how to be worthy of her. Huatong glanced at him and smiled. "You are also very good." So good that she just wanted to spoil him more. In him, she saw none of the bad qualities typical of feudal men of this era. They looked at each other. She smiled brightly, but his eyes held a deep, intense emotion. The sun in the sky was like a big fireball, scorching the earth. 7 days later, not only did the villagers in their own village fail to find water, but villagers from other villages also searched everywhere for water, even coming to their village. The water in Huatong's well was used up after a morning of pumping. By the afternoon, when more people came, no more water could be drawn. Just when Huatong thought that the drought was manageable because she had spiritual spring water to support her, that noon, the village chief hurried over and shouted loudly, Lady Hua, Lady Hua. Something big has happened, something big." Huatong quickly went out to meet him. "Village chief, what's the big deal?" The village chief, panting, said, "Lady Hua, I just heard that over 10,000 bandits are about to attack Yudu County. They burn, kill, and loot wherever they go. Many wealthy families in the county have already fled as soon as they heard. What should we do? These bandits kill without mercy. If they come to our village, will we have no hope left?" Huatong almost cursed aloud. What about the government? What about the county officials? Can't they stop them? The village chief was about to cry. "Lady Hua, the army in the county is only a few hundred men. How can they stop over 10,000 bandits? I heard that in Jingzhou, the army is only a few thousand soldiers. Once these bandits start a large-scale attack, small towns and villages can't resist at all. Lady Hua, what should we do?"
Give me an idea.
Right now, Lady Hua is his main support. He was completely flustered, unsure whether to run or stay and fight. He doesn't dare to gamble. If bandits arrive, they have no way to survive. Huatong rubbed her forehead. Her home was just built, and she thought she could live a peaceful life in the future. Now, telling her to run for her life feels like she's being sentenced to death. It's easier for her alone, but for her entire family, if there really are over 10,000 bandits as Li Zheng said, she can't fight them alone. Li Zheng, is this news reliable? She secretly knew it was. When young Master Qi told her before, she doubted his intentions, thinking he wanted to scare her away. But now, it turned out to be true. Li Zheng said it's 100% true. I went to the county town and saw that many who had information and connections had already left. The ones left are just ordinary villagers who don't know much. Huatong clenched her teeth. Pack up, let's go. She couldn't afford to gamble anymore. Li Zheng said, I'll notify the relatives. We'll pack up and leave together. Lady Hua, wherever you go, we'll follow you. After saying that, he ran off. Huatong felt her mind was in chaos. She didn't expect Li Zheng to be so obedient at this moment, to want to take the whole family to run away. But she never thought about taking the entire village with her. It's not just a few people, but hundreds of families. On the way, how will they find food? Water? Is this the difference between kin and outsiders? When kin flee, they all call out to leave together. But for outsiders like her, she just wants to escape alone. Mo Wenj was already crying. Are we going to flee again? I don't want to go, I don't want to go. Hu Tong said, pack up. She turned and went back to her house, throwing everything into her space. She also stored a lot of rice and flour in her space. Mo Bei was preparing a cart to load the rice and flour. When he went to the kitchen, he suddenly found that the rice and flour were missing. Only half a bag was outside. He was startled, then quickly remembered Hu Tong. He hurried to find someone, pushed open her door, and saw her house was already empty. Not even her bed was left. Hu Tong had put everything into her space to avoid buying more later. He looked at her, and she looked at him. They exchanged a moment of silence. Mo Bei didn't ask anything and turned to leave. Hu Tong let out a sigh of relief. She was so obedient. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to explain. Mo Bei packed everything from the kitchen that could be stored and didn't take what couldn't. On the way to escape, they didn't need too much. Just avoid unnecessary burdens. Water is essential. She prepared 2 barrels of water first. Hu Tong also came out of the house, looked at the things in the yard, and, while no one was paying attention, threw all her small pets into the space. Everyone was busy packing their clothes, and for a short time, no one noticed that something was missing in the yard. She also packed the barbecue grill into the space. As long as she could pack it, she didn't leave anything behind. The only thing she couldn't take was the house. In a short while, everyone at home finished packing. Outside, the sound of drums started, and someone shouted while walking. Bandits are about to enter the county. Everyone, pack your things and run away. Keep it simple. Don't take everything, and don't carry too much on yourself. With this shout, the village was thrown into chaos. Su Tian, who lived nearby, hurried over and said, Lady Hua, the village head said. She wanted to ask if it was true, but saw that they had already packed most things and loaded them onto carts. Su Tian understood and turned pale with fear. She said, Lady Hua, don't rush to leave. Take me with you. I'll go back and pack. She turned and ran home quickly, calling her daughter to pack as well. The villagers had earned a lot of money recently. Many had bought bricks for building houses, and some had bought carts and donkeys. Now, hearing about fleeing, no one wanted to stay. They all packed and cried at the same time. At this moment, a figure quietly slipped at the door. Hun Mei and her mother came over. The two peeked inside and saw everyone busy packing with few people outside. The mother and daughter immediately ran over and headed to the water well. They quickly grabbed 2 buckets of water and ran away. When they were about to leave, the villagers allowed them to fetch water. Since they were leaving, they naturally didn't stop them. After a while, Su Tian's daughter also came running with a bucket and took a big load of water. Hu Tong thought for a moment, went to the water well, and, while no one was watching, poured the spiritual spring water into it. Sure enough, after that, some family members sent people to fetch water a few more times. Meanwhile, Hu Tong's family finished packing and, with a donkey pulling a cart, hurried away. The villagers still fetching water saw them leaving and shouted immediately, Lady Hua, don't go, don't go. Wait for our family. They ran back quickly, carrying buckets, shouting as they ran, Lady Hua is leaving. Lady Hua is leaving. As soon as she shouted, everyone hurriedly ran out. In a moment, the street was full of villagers, many pulling carts or leading donkeys. But as they looked at their homes, they kept walking and crying. Mo Wenj also started crying loudly. Her bed. She hadn't even slept well, and now she had to leave her home. From now on, she could only sleep on the ground, living day by day in the open. When will this end? Who wants to live like this? Along the way, adults cried, children cried, and there was chaos everywhere. Some took their chickens with them, but if they weren't tied properly, the chickens might fly away, and the family members hurried to chase after them. The village chief shouted angrily, Stop chasing. Don't chase anymore. What are you carrying so many useless things for? Just a burden. Everyone hurry up and keep up. Don't fall behind. Once we're on the road, no one will wait for you. Everyone hurriedly followed the main group. Huatong's family was pulling a donkey cart at the front, with other carts following behind. Those without carts were walking slower, crying out, "Wait for us! Wait for us!" Looking ahead, the crowd was dark and dense. When they reached the village's eastern entrance, Huatong looked back and sighed silently. The village chief hurriedly said, "Madam Hua, our donkey cart is moving faster. Those without carts can't catch up. What should we do?" How would she know what to do? Let them catch up slowly, she said. That's all they could do. Huatong then quickened her pace. Because their carts were loaded with too many things, everyone was walking on foot now. Despite that, the elderly, sick, and disabled couldn't keep up with the pace. Just as the main group was about to leave the village entrance, suddenly a band of 200 or 300 bandits charged forward, shouting loudly. Some waved swords, others swung sticks. Most of these bandits had once been refugees. Because they couldn't get help from the government and were driven away or killed, they eventually joined the bandits, living by stealing resources. Here, in a remote area far from the emperor's reach, chaos was common. Small towns and villages had few soldiers to defend them. When the bandits attacked, they were often gone before the soldiers arrived. Huatong saw this and shouted to the villagers, "Run." The villagers at the back shouted loudly and ran wildly, but some carried heavy loads, so their speed was limited. The rushing bandits quickly caught up with them. Someone shouted, "Stop them. Don't let them escape." These villagers seemed very wealthy. I've never seen a village with so many donkey carts and wagons. Soon, the villagers behind were overtaken by the bandits, and loud screams could be heard. Some were killed, and their supplies were stolen.
Grass.
Huatong shouted loudly, "Xiaobei, you," and they go head first. She turned and ran back. She couldn't bear to watch these villagers fall into the hands of the bandits. Mo Bei grabbed a knife from the cart. The cart had several knives underneath, the same ones they found earlier at the water source, belonging to those bandits. "Father, you all go ahead first." He took his knife and chased after them. Mo Liahu clenched his teeth. "We'll go first."
Huo yang almost it.
"What about Lulu?" Mo Liahu said, "With her skills, she'll be fine. Hurry and go." He had family to protect and couldn't look back. The village chief looked at the villagers behind and could only make a tough decision to let everyone run quickly. The villagers had never seen such a scene before. They were so scared they panicked, crying and fleeing. Those who couldn't escape were caught and stabbed by the pursuing bandits. Behind them, screams kept ringing out. A boy about 5 or 6 years old sat among the fallen bodies, crying loudly while clutching his mother. Huatong's eyes welled up. She couldn't think about anything else now. The submachine gun in the space was in her hand. She rushed forward, aiming at the bandits and firing, bang, bang, bang. When the bandits fell unexpectedly, they were shocked. They saw a girl coming, and someone with a knife rushed at her to attack. With a loud bang, the attacker was hit in the forehead. The bandits didn't know what she was holding, just thought it was a powerful weapon. When a dozen of them charged at her, she took down several with a quick slash. Mo Bei also drew his knife and joined the fight, tearing through the enemies. He was quick and tall, and with one strike, he sliced through a bandit's neck. In a moment, the bandits were forced to retreat repeatedly by the two of them. The village bullies, who usually ran wild in the village, were now terrified and ran for their lives. The other villagers were in the same situation, so many of them, yet none dared to stop and help. They all ran desperately. Despite that, the bandits were still scared off by Huatong and Mo Bei's fierce fighting. There were only 2 of them. They shot so many people instantly, especially the girl, who was holding a very fierce weapon. Seeing that the situation was turning bad, the bandits didn't dare to fight anymore. Someone shouted for everyone to retreat. Those who could run away quickly fled, while those who couldn't were shot at by Huatong's machine gun. Looking ahead, I saw a field of dead bodies on the road. Some were bandits, and some were villagers. The village chief, still shaken, suddenly ran back, tears in his eyes, and asked, Lady Hua, are you okay? Huatong looked at him and said, let's escape first. There were some things she didn't want to say now, but since it was their first encounter with the bandits, it was normal to be scared. People like them, who only care about themselves, wouldn't survive just facing bandits or even ordinary robbers on the road. The village chief immediately passed the message, everyone, hurry up and go.
Quickly.
The others, no longer daring to delay, quickly caught up with the main group and fled like the wind. Those who lost their families could only cry and run along behind. Huatong glanced at the villagers running wildly, then at the child sitting on the ground crying. The boy, about 5 or 6 years old, was very thin, crying and calling for his mother. His mother had been stabbed in the belly and was already dead. Huatong bent down and said to the boy, they are gone. Let's go first. The boy seemed not to hear her and kept crying. She couldn't bear to leave the child behind, so she picked him up. They ran for most of the day. When they finally stopped, it was already dark. Since there was nowhere to rest, Huatong chose to stop in a field, letting everyone rest and eat something. They had been running all this time, exhausted and hungry, and couldn't run anymore. Those with dry food quickly took out some and ate a bite. Those with water also drank a sip. Huatong's family usually ate ready-made meals, but now they had no stored food. She took some rice balls from her storage and handed one to each person. While everyone was eating, she approached the refugees and said, since you want to follow me from now on, we need to set some rules. You have to listen to my arrangements. Otherwise, everyone will go their own way. The village chief hurriedly said, Lady Hua, whatever you say, we will listen to you. Huatong, first, the strong and healthy should help the old, weak, sick, and disabled by carrying more things. If you can help pull someone along, do so. Don't fall behind. Second, walk in a line, one family after another. No cutting in line, no running off. Third, when you encounter thieves on the road, do not panic, do not run, and do not act foolishly. Young and strong ones, prepare your sickles and tools. Use whatever you have to fight. Killing them on the road does not mean you will be punished. If I see anyone only thinking of escaping when trouble arises, I will immediately remove them from the group. Everyone felt ashamed after hearing this, especially since a young woman was fighting bandits while many others were too scared and ran away. You can only survive if you stay united and fight the enemies together. Otherwise, today's tragedy could happen again. Today, more than 30 people died, mostly the old, sick, weak, or disabled. They had no carts or donkeys, carrying a lot of belongings, and fell behind. Soon, the bandits caught up with them. After returning home, Huatong went to her cart. Mo Bei and a few others quickly set up the tent so she could rest comfortably. Out in the wilderness, she would otherwise be bothered by mosquitoes all night. The boy she brought back sat quietly beside the cart, neither crying nor making trouble. He also refused to eat, still holding the rice ball she gave him. Big sister, Li Wang and some village bullies came over. Li Wang said, Big sister, teach us too. If we learn kung fu, we can help fight the bandits. During the escape, these village bullies ran the fastest. Li Fang also came over and said, Big sister, I want to learn kung fu too. Please teach me. Luckily, his family had a cart. After his mother received money, she bought a donkey, which was useful for pulling his injured father. Otherwise, their family might have been wiped out today. Just thinking about it made him break out in cold sweat. Huatong replied, I'll teach you all later. She then pointed at the boy and asked, Do you recognize whose child this is? Li Fang recognized him and said, Big sister, I know him. His name is Ren Chen. His father is A, and his mother is also unwell. They had lived in the village for many years and didn't have much contact with other families. He also had an older brother and a grandmother, but they were all killed by the bandits recently. His mother protected him fiercely, shielding him from harm. Huatong understood and knelt in front of Ren Chen, saying, Your family gave their lives to protect you. They wanted you to live well. If you cannot live for them, their sacrifice was in vain. The sitting child looked up with swollen eyes and said, but I will never have parents or family again.